difference being the plane has its control. It has a controlled path. It can correct its forward path. The ballistic cannot correct forward path. So how does this display itself in actuality? It displays itself because as the plane gets off track, it puts itself back on track, and the ballistic doesn't. So how does the plane experience that? It experiences that as entering into ever increasing winds because it's trying to correct its path.
Is that
By
right
doing
there
that,
for you?
by doing that, it's going to end up matching the ground speed of where it's ending up at, minus the net wind speed. So give or take the net wind speed, they'll be matching the ground speed due to the fact that it's correcting for its path as it's traveling. It's correcting for its path because it's off path, and it's an experience that is crosswinds.
Don't try to talk. I'm already cutting you off. Are you just hot micing? Sick.
Sorry? Why am I a dick?
Oh, is that what I said?
Why am I a dick?
So that's what I said to you. You're saying that's what I said? That's what you heard me say? That's a good signal.
You ever shine a flashlight in the room in the dark and just happen to aim at a mouse, just chilling? That just happened to me. I'm house sitting for my friend while they're out of town. And my friend's house is the messiest place I've ever had experience.
Yeah. Chucky's like, why are you trying to make kale models? What's up with kale models? Why would you try to do that? What's wrong with my mic? No, what's wrong with my...
Why are you talking about kale models?
Because you can't hear me right.
Oh, he thinks you're saying kale models. I see.
Well, I mean, not that specifically, but that's like an example. That's how poor his signal is.
I'm not kidding though. I really did just shine my flashlight in a random spot, and it happened to just aim at a mouse just chilling there.
Oh, you weren't just saying being random.
No, I wasn't. I hope it
Somebody
Chucky, you're hot micing. You're hot micing, Chucky.
I'm trying to talk. Somebody keeps booting me. Yeah.
You keep hot mic. Your mic sucks, dude. Go on mute. I could give a fuck if you're even here. So go on mute till your mic works good.
It's kind of rude, dude. He's a fellow. He's a fellow Jeremy as well.
I know, but dude, I don't like. Honestly, if there was a flat Earth room, I would just be in that room. So if you guys are gonna have fucked up mics, and come in here walking in poker chips with dogs barking out of breath, like I could give a fuck if I don't want to hear that shit.
What did you mean when you said that? He said if there was a flat Earth room, you would just be in that room. What does that mean?
It means I wouldn't even deal with. I don't even like. I could care less if you guys are like you. You're cool. All right, I would let you in the flat Earth room because you're a flat Earth apologist. But I don't want to deal with these other guys.
Yeah, it's going to be a matter of time before it's just Hitler. It's going to be the fucking Hitler's Germany all over again.
Where I come from, we call that whining Jeremy.
It's not whining. We got a group of people. Let's say we're sewers. This is a sewing community. And there's some assholes that keep coming every day, like sewing stupid, knitting's way better. You guys are dumb. Da da da. That's what's going on here.
Not really. It's more like there's a sewing community.
I mean, it kind of is. Maybe
there's
not with you, but with these other guys, it is.
Yeah, but there's a sewing community, and there's people who like a certain type of sewing, and they think it's better. And there's people who do a different type of sewing, and some people on both sides have a toxic way of butting heads. But
Sewing's
in
gay. Buy new
actuality,
clothes.
the Globers and the Flat Earthers have equal. I know you guys think that you're special in this community, but I think that both sides have just as much right to be as part of this community as the other.
Yeah, it was a sewing community. One half of the community wouldn't know what the red was. Before you know,
And also, I think it would be lame as hell if we just set up a room and said, "Hey guys, let's just no flat earthers allowed." Sometimes I'm in chat groups that it's obviously no flat earthers allowed because they send secret shit. People send me into secret fucking chat rooms with secret shit. I don't know why, but anyway, my point is, I think that's weird.
yeah, I picked Jeremy as the next Globe Earther, but I guess he doesn't want to be.
He got really upset yesterday when flat earthers were saying it to him. And by the way, I was actually Eggshells himself. Eggshells was going around and talking about the people he admired in this community and what he admires them for. And I thought what he said about Jeremy was spot on. And I realized then that that's also why I got respect for him. A little bit of respect.
Was that before or after I turned flat earther?
That was after you turned flat earther. But you were being serious when you said this. I know you were. But you were talking about how 10th man. But you weren't talking about 10th man. But
You're talking about the idea of the 10th man, the concept of the 10th man.
And then you were bringing up Jeremy as an example. I thought that was I never thought of it like that, but that is true. And that he showed that same. Oh, there's a mouse again. Yes. He showed that same. It's not moving this time. I'm sorry. I was in the middle of thought and I saw this mouse again. Anyways, he showed that same attribute yesterday when they were all in a cult-like manner talking about the Walter Bislin model and how that's the flat Earth model and everything.
Squirrel.
Jeremy was
you're
going
saying the
against
top of the building should disappear from the top of the dome.
Right, that was Jeremy's whole thing.
Yeah, I thought it was also good because it sort of led the charge for other people to also discuss other possibilities or problems. Whereas I think if that just comes from you Globers, then it's just naturally rejected. It's like you just naysaying rather than being like, let's try and find a solution here.
In Gems as a mod, there's a rule, an unspoken rule that doesn't always get enforced, but anytime there's flat on flat, if there's flat on flat fighting,
Conversation.
you kind of I automatically mute anyone else who jumps in, just because it's much more appealing to observe than some Glober correcting those flat earthers arguing. Flat earthers arguing about it and then coming to the conclusion is way better than the flat earther saying something than a Glober, saying what they think is what they're wrong about. That ends up just looking boring as fuck.
Flat on flat crime should be promoted.
Dude, the Globers are boring as fuck. The flat earthers, we have mad fun. Okay, we're over here with all your chicks, everything. We got booze, we're smoking. You guys are just sitting there doing nerd shit.
No, we talk. We argue about real legit shit. I mean, like cool ass shit, dude. Like robots, aliens, fucking. What's that thing called? Universal.
Yeah, talk about your aliens.
Whatever.
You're home with a bra on your head trying to make a real woman. Weird
Flat
science.
Earth 10 is the Glober's one type.
That's absolutely true.
I can't hear you. Your mic's horrible, Chucky.
Yeah, you sound like terrible.
A
Maybe just call
flat
us
Earth
one
10.
time.
I've told you many times.
God, the guy
Time
next
where
to
you-
me is driving like he has one eyeball. Is that you, Jeremy?
Well, no, Jeremy's actually got a fucking decent signal. You notice that?
Okay, yeah, no, I said somebody driving in my lane.
No, I'm home.
Just once you stay in your own lane.
I'm in a thunder snowstorm right now.
That's super unusual.
So the real answer, Kosho, is because the plane moved to a medium that's now moving that speed, and the medium takes it with it, not the wind and crosswinds and shit or whatever the fuck you said. Because the plane stays straight. Like none of that matters. Didn't matter if the plane stayed straight. Didn't stay straight. If it fucking tried to go straight, it's irrelevant. There's no wind. It's just because now the
Okay.
plane is in the medium that's moving that fast, dude. It's that simple.
Answer.
That's why New Perspective is confused and has been making this argument because no one's ever fought him on it. Because I never understood what the fuck he was even saying.
As the smartest Jeremy in the room, you should be able to answer this question. Okay? I want you to think real hard, even though I know you'll probably answer it instantly because you're the smartest one.
I'm going to.
of
Let's
us.
go. Say it so I
Here
can
it
answer
is,
it. Let's
dude.
go.
So in the scenario that you expressed, there was a plane that went from 80 degrees north to the equator, a plane. Okay? Take the exact same example that you gave me, but make it a ballistic missile. A missile that is traveling high enough in the atmosphere that it can make the travel, but also still be within the atmosphere so that it's appropriate for this question. But anyways, fuck, hold on.
Was that a bird?
Friend's
Yeah, it's his
calling.
girlfriend.
I'm house sitting.
It
I'm
doesn't
house sitting.
matter if it's a missile.
I'm house sitting.
or
No,
a
stop.
plane.
Don't answer yet. Don't answer. It's not time to answer yet.
I already have the answer. You didn't even ask
I
the question.
know,
I don't even know
but
what
that
the question is.
the shit went off. The shit went off. It wasn't supposed to.
It was Howard the Duck. That's the answer.
No. Wait. So the question again, not again. 'Cause I'm not going to repeat the whole thing. I'm just saying where I left off was the same scenario, but this time it's a ballistic, and the ballistic is not powered by anybody, right? So it also is going to try to land in the same spot. So what is it that allows the ballistic, to land in the spot it's supposed to, or does it not land in the spot it's supposed to? And why is its path different than the plane's path? Since what you're saying, since the wind should be carrying it, since the winds or the air, the atmosphere should be giving it the tangential velocity that is required at that at its new destination, right? So it experience any deviation, right?
Conversation
kind of several questions is one, but just answer that last question.
Yeah,
is it going to land in the spot it's supposed to, or is there a
It's
deviation?
irrelevant. The path of the thing is irrelevant. We're strictly talking. This is why you guys get so fucking confused and shit, and all my guys are confused. We're not talking about where it's going to land or what path it's taking. We're talking about how does it gain the tangential speed. And just like the plane, when the missile moves from 500 to 501, it's going to pick that speed up because the medium it's in is now moving that speed.
Okay, perfect. So there's not going to be any deviation then. It's going to be traveling in a
The deviation happens.
You aim it there.
That. I didn't say that, and this is not about deviation. This is about how it keeps the speed. Of course, there's going to be deviation. The plane corrects for it. The missile doesn't. It's irrelevant. Absolutely fucking totally irrelevant for this thing right now. It's all about how does it gain the tangential speed. That's the only question at hand.
That's your question. My question is, does it experience deviation? You said yes, it does, but you said it also catches.
They both do.
So they both have deviation, and also they both
remedial. This is remedial.
Hold on, dude. And they also both will pick up speed tangentially, so that their speed matches the ground speed tangentially. If their speed is matched with the ground speed tangentially, what deviations happen? What's the deviation? How is that experienced? What is a plane or the ballistic experience if it's increasing the speed of the ground?
It experiences the Coriolis effect.
I know, but how is that experience?
The one is the plane can adjust the ballistic missile. Maybe it can't. I don't fucking know. It's irrelevant. I'm just talking about how does it gain the tangential speed, which you failed miserably at answering for the past 20 minutes at least.
Okay, but there's a problem here, and that's why you're not answering. You're not answering because you realize there's a contradiction in what you're saying. If it's picking up the tangential speed of the ground by virtue of the air, then there's no deviation. Then you can shoot it at something and it's going to hit it's going to hit where you're planning to hit it because it's matching the ground speed of the Earth. So that's why there's deviation. There's deviation
Okay,
because
so you're
it's
saying
tangential speed.
You're saying when it moves into the air, when it moves into the air, 500 of the 501 mile per hour, that's not what gives it its speed. It's increased tangential velocity.
No, that's why I told you were given almost the same answers I was given, except for the fact that you're saying that happens naturally.
So it is. So it is.
No.
It goes into the medium. So it is because
it's not because it's not.
Dude.
I know, but you're not listening to my answer, dude. Like when you say that it matches the wind speed, it matches the air speed. It doesn't do that magically. It does that because it's a controlled flight. So it experiences this crosswinds and it corrects for that. And by doing that, it increases its speed. That's how it does it.
Actually, Coach, I'd have to actually agree. I think Jeremy's actually
Yeah, you fucking suck, dude. You're off my top 10 Glober list.
Going up with you, approximately the right answer. I just think he's doing it for the wrong reason. As if you were in the equivalent of a helicopter and you moved forward, let's say 10 feet into a new air column that's moving a tenth of a mile an hour faster, it'll eventually get that aircraft up to ground speed again. And it will keep on adding speed to that airplane and counter to the actually increasing the tangential speed. And I don't understand why you're arguing.
No, I'm not. That was the answer I gave him. And he's saying that he's telling me that
was
his
not
answer's
the
different.
answer you gave me. You said you were talking about wind and all kinds of shit, bro.
I know.
I gave you
wind is
that's what it is. The winds are what's allowing.
The atmosphere is wind.
No. Wind, air moving 100 miles an hour faster. Air moving 100 miles an hour faster than you could be called wind. But if it's zero to the ground, it's still moving 100 miles an hour faster to you.
It
would be felt as wind.
There's two different winds we're talking about here. That's what I was trying to say when I told new perspective. Like there's a net wind. Like the net wind would be like, what's experienced on the ground. So let's assume that the net wind is zero. So there's like a zero net wind the entire time. The plane is still going to experience a wind because the air is going to be moving at different velocities as it's traveling south or north, whichever. It's going to travel. It's going to be moving into different wind velocity, which is going to adjust the plane, and which is going to have to correct for its path, and it's going to, by virtue of this effect, it's going to end up keeping the ground speed of the ground beneath it.
It softens Coriolis, basically. It's just a braking force on Coriolis.
Oh, wow.
Kojo, you're off my top 10 Glober list.
Okay, man. I told you, dude. The crazy thing is, you don't realize that you're saying the same thing, except for you're not allowing a mechanism. You're not describing the mechanism of what the plane is doing in response. Because by what you're
irrelevant.
saying, no, it's not. It's not irrelevant, dude. Because by what you're saying, irrelevant. a ballistic should be able to go from A to B without ever experiencing Coriolis, based on what you're saying.
Absolutely not. No, no matter what you shoot through the air, when you move it to a medium that's moving a certain speed, it gains that speed.
Eventually, it trails behind it.
If I'm
because it takes time to accelerate.
I'm in a medium that's going you're in a medium that's going 500 miles an hour, and I put I now put that thing into a medium that's going 501 miles an hour. How long does it take for it to catch that extra mile an hour?
Well, you said an extra 500 miles an hour, but okay, so an extra 1 mile an hour. Really, would depend on the mass of that object and its surface area.
The inertia and the amount of force that the air can apply to it, which would be experienced as crosswinds.
A balloon
I'm in
almost
a medium
instantly.
that go. I'm in it. I have an object. It's in a medium that's going and it's moving with a medium at 500 miles an hour. I move it
Yep.
to the medium that's moving 501 miles an hour. Do you think that takes 5 seconds, an hour? How long do you think that takes?
How long do you think it would take to
I
blow
don't
a
even know if I can
200-ton
deal with you
aircraft?
guys today.
How long would it take for a 200-ton airplane to accelerate in a 1 mile an hour wind? I mean, that's what you're asking. I don't know. A long time
Not
or
wind.
a
It's
while.
not a wind. Dude, stop saying I can't deal with you guys today. Like retard.
What would you call it?
You guys
I've got
know how-
air moving a mile an hour faster than me. What are you going to call it? You want to
Can we
call it
just-
potatoes?
Hey, let us reason with
The
you, Jeremy.
atmosphere is just wind. The atmosphere is wind.
No,
That's what
but,
you guys are
but
saying.
that's what's experienced on the object. It's not.
You're
let's
saying
say that-
moving. You're saying moving wind compared to me is just atmosphere. That's what you're saying. Moving wind is just air. Wow, that's useful.
There's
I think this
How
is
about we
like
call
the-
it wind?
I think we're at the
Sphere in
center
your
of the
globe.
misunderstanding that I think also relates to when we use the words tangential velocity, that it just opens up this can of crazy that it makes it difficult for this to be a conversation that anybody has, because this is the point of breakdown. I think that's all I wanted to say. You guys
Okay,
keep
so-
hashing it out.
Well, so
Okay,
actually, the
we're
real
at a
issue
point-
is
we're at a point on
the
Earth.
two people that you're
We're at
talking
a point-
to will never be able to have a conversation about anything that's real because they're both fakers.
We're arguing
So
about
helpful.
whether
That
we
was
call
so
moving
helpful,
air
dude. Thanks
wind.
a lot. That was so helpful. Thanks a lot. So we're on your globe
It
Earth. We're in the
was
atmosphere.
actually
Okay, we're on the
because it
globe
points
Earth.
out
We're
what
in
a
your
waste of time
atmosphere.
you guys
Dude,
are.
Jesus Christ, man.
No, Jesus isn't here; he's dead.
Are you done? Are you done, or you got more rhetoric bullshit to say?
Yeah,
I
keep
mean, I
going.
haven't heard from BB in a long time.
I'm just not sure, Jeremy.
I
Why
just
you
can't
would
stand when we're in the
hesitate
middle
to call it
arguing
wind.
and people come in and do that. It's a waste of time. Whatever though. Go
I
ahead.
agree with you.
I don't
agree
care
with
because
you.
I don't even want to deal with you guys.
No, but listen,
Go ahead,
Jeremy.
that
Let me
guy,
just
would you call him BB? Go ahead.
BBM.
Yeah,
It's been a
go
long
ahead,
time since I
BB.
heard from him. No, not his turn.
No, I'm
but
just saying, Kosho and Moyak, they're a couple of actors. I mean, they're just fakers. They've been around for years.
Okay,
You're
that's
just wasting
great.
your time talking to these guys.
I'm a thespian
Any-
and BB's
any-
a lesbian.
Any speaking to you is a waste of time, BB.
So, BB, what do you call moving atmosphere? What's another word for it?
Moving atmosphere.
Yes,
Yeah.
give us a word. A single word.
4 letters.
Cunt.
Okay,
The difference
let's
is
call
when
it
it's
cunt.
moving on your
You're
globe
moving
model.
atmosphere.
The difference is when it's moving on your globe model, it's just moving with the ground, so it's not called
Yes.
wind. It's not fucking wind. This is dumb.
But if it's
Well,
not,
don't call it-
if
give
it's
it a
moving
name.
against your plane, it's wind.
Give it a name, Jeremy. What do you want to call
It's
it?
atmosphere. It's called atmosphere.
Okay, so
called
atmosphere doesn't
atmosphere.
tell me anything about
Air.
its relative position to me.
Okay.
Wind
Let's just-
does.
Why? So what?
Guys, let's just do this, just for the nature of moving this along. Because I have to tell you, I want Jeremy to know that he's agreeing with us. We're agreeing with him. We're not on
Oh, he
different
is.
pages. We're on the same page. We're on the same page.
The
We're
difference is you
we're-
guys are saying it fucking in this retarded
No.
way that confuses people.
But listen, dude,
People
we're
are
saying it.
confused right now because of the way you
Okay,
say it.
We're being explicit about the wind that we're talking about. So instead of using the word wind, so it's not even having to be explicit about it. Let's call it moving air. Okay, let's call it moving air. It's that easy.
But it's not moving.
Moving air. Yeah. Come on, boy. Come on.
Yeah, Jeremy's. Yeah, you're arguing over the word wind when it describes the event very very well as far as I'm concerned. I got
Simply
air
and
that's
accurately.
moving laterally with reference to me.
The problem is the way you guys are saying it has a lot of people very fucking confused.
Give us a better word. You're just right now. You've gotten us to a
I've
point of saying
explained
it's
it. I've
atmosphere.
explained it perfectly.
No,
I don't know what the
but-
problem is.
no,
I
but
didn't use the word wind
You
once.
say atmosphere.
Jeremy, I've showed
Okay,
you.
so
I've showed
you're
you.
flying through atmosphere.
If your
Good job,
atmosphere is
Flaws in the way
moving,
you're
your
describing it,
atmosphere is
Jeremy.
moving, is it wind?
Yeah.
I would call it
Yeah,
that.
yeah. So that whole atmosphere is always moving. So it's just your whole atmosphere is wind.
No, moving
Still
is
air. Still air is wind.
hold on, dude. You always ask questions and you talk through the answer. But moving in my idea of physics, moving is always implying some sort of reference. So, yeah. So if you're describing the air moving in reference to something else, then yeah, that's wind. And if you're talking about the air moving in reference to an object, yeah, you can call that wind, even if it's not in reference to the ground.
I'm sitting on an aircraft carrier moving north with a wind coming from the south. I'm going the same speed as the aircraft carrier. Standing on deck, I say, there's no wind. Turn that
What
ship
people
around,
say.
I go the other way. Now I've got a 60 mile an hour wind hitting me in the face. I
So
say,
this BB guy
wow,
was
feel
right.
that wind.
Or when you're on a speedboat and your hat blows off because you're going fast, you call that wind too.
That's true. Actually, that's a great fucking point, dude. That's a great fucking point. There's no wind.
So the
It's zero.
problem is
No, hold on, dude. No, hold on. There's 0 miles per hour wind that day, but you're in a fucking convertible. You're getting a blowjob, having a beer while you're driving, and you feel the
Fake
fucking
news.
splash of the beer. You feel the splash of the beer in your face, and you came in a little bit, and that's fucking wet in your face a little bit. Anyways, the wind caused that to happen, and there's no wind that day, but you're driving in a convertible going 60 miles per hour. It's the wind that caused that because you're driving, and that's causing there to be wind in reference to where you are, and you can't deny that, Jeremy.
yeah, that's great. But the I don't even remember what I was going to say anymore. 3, 4, you guys went. All right, whatever. Go ahead, guys. I don't care.
Well, guys,
We all
let's get
said
better
the
at
same thing.
kind of, but let's be respectful in the nature of there being 3 of us and only 2 of them, Jeremy and BB, on the same team. Let's just go one at a time.
I don't feel seen.
Wait, did you say team? I'm not on
Yeah.
anyone's team.
Jeremy's on your team.
No, there's no teams on Flat Earth.
No, he's on your team.
Eggshells
Too bad.
Eggshells
It's stuck.
is on your team too.
That's
All right,
right. We're on the
he's
same
not.
team, BB.
He's not. No, you're not.
BB's on Rover. He's doing his own thing.
You're on the Flat Earth practice squad.
Bro, I don't want you in here pretending to be a flat earther, making horrible flat earth arguments. And
I
then
think he's
fucking people hear that shit and they're like, wow, these guys are fucking idiots.
He's actually not bad.
No, they say that already, Jeremy. Come on.
Not when I'm talking. Maybe when you guys are confusing shit all fucking crazy to my people and then they're walking around not understanding how the plane gains tangential speed. Yeah, then we sound crazy, I know.
Jeremy, let's
They're
meet each other
listening to you
halfway.
fucking guys.
Let's meet each other halfway, Jeremy. For real. Not just to do it, but because I think we should. Okay, and it's what needs to happen now. But I'm telling you, the ballistic missile. In the case of the ballistic missile, in the case of the convertible, I think of these things. The convertible is what's creating the wind in reference to the convertible. The ballistic missile is not ending up where it's supposed to because it's not traveling the same tangential velocity as it's traveling through latitudes. Because
Okay, so wind
is acting on it. Coriolis is acting on it, and the winds are not acting on it fast enough to make it look like nothing's happening. And only in the effect of a powered flight are you able to make those corrections such that it appears as if you're just traveling, regardless of the.
Dude, come on, man.
of the
Yo, I'm gonna
Coriolis.
forget what I'm gonna say again, bro. You fucking taking forever, dude.
Write it
Yeah.
down.
So when we
20
ask,
seconds.
oh, now it's this guy's turn. Were you hot micing or what? I can't with you guys today.
Now you're
Hey,
using your
Jet.
time to say I
It's
can't.
mad.
I can't.
It's mad fucking frustrating, dude. You want to say so? The wind is the reason why the plane gains tangential speed. That's why new perspectives fucking, and a lot of these guys are confused and they don't know how it gains the tangential speed because you're not saying it right.
So
New perspective is confused because he eats paint chips. That's
Because
Okay,
he's listening to you. Because he's listening to you guys not explaining shit right. That's why he's fucking confused.
I
That's just for the
understand what Osho's saying.
For the next 5
It's
minutes
not
only.
confusing.
Let's try this out where we go one flat earther, one glober, one flat. That way we make sure it's not 3
I'm
of
out.
us going
okay,
before
yo,
Jeremy.
can I
No. I'm just saying
read the
it could be
definition of
me and then Jeremy and then Chucky and then Jeremy and then me, then Jeremy, then Moyak, then Jeremy. It could go like that. It doesn't have to be one glober only, but just one global.
Why'd you get two me's,
in turns?
bitch?
I'm just trying to make an example. There's an example. It doesn't matter who the global is, but I'm just saying that way nobody feels like it's unfair.
Or what if Moyak and BB they go on their own team?
This doesn't matter. It really
do that. Can I just read the definition of tangential velocity, please?
I don't want to be on Moyak's team.
Go ahead, Snack.
Tangential velocity is the linear component of the speed of any object which is moving along a circular path.
That's right. So what that means is, as an object like the Earth is rotating in a circular path, the speeds of rotational speeds are constant no matter where you are. If you're at the North Pole or if you're at the equator, the rotational speed, the rotational speed is the same.
The alphabet, yeah.
What the fuck, dude?
W, X, Y, and Z.
What a fucking hypocritical
Oh, he's talking to the flat earthers.
What a hypocritical fucking cunt, dude.
I never get to read the definition out, but whatever.
Oh, I thought you were done.
No, you're half the citation here. I completed once. Do you think it's a one sentence definition for tangential velocity?
Yeah, that's not a complete definition.
That was succinct enough for you. Okay. Well, there was further clarification, but you provided it. So now it's in the domain of whatever the fuck you think it is.
No, I mean, honestly, I thought that's what I thought of.
Okay, so what are we trying to figure out? That's really the question, right? What are we trying to figure out? Because this is all pretty pointless. Otherwise,
let's next.
Because you just ramble anyways, Kosho.
Let's next finish what he was reading.
I'm not even going to bother trying to clarify tangential velocity. But
I thought you clear. I mean,
I think it's wind.
That was basically it. The linear component, the linear component of a rotational.
So can we fucking unwire this a little bit, just 1 sec here?
Just all relaxed. I was all fired up.
Linear part of a circular path, right? So we're assuming it's a circular path. Therefore, that's why we have this whole interface where we're talking about moving around a ball versus not doing that. And the confusing part about how aircraft designs are like listed for like flight above a non-moving flat plane, but whatever. So I just thought that was an interesting one word in it. It's the last word. You immediately parachuted into my fucking sentence, and then that's all. That's just annoying, and that's just illustrative, really. You just made a point there about how difficult and why this is actually the crux of it.
Okay, instead of bitching, finish your definition, please.
It's not my definition, Chucky.
The reason why
bitching and being semantic, please finish your the definition that you were reading.
The reason why I thought you were finished.
It is semantic because if it is the crux of the misunderstanding.
Please finish reading it.
All right, so can we get back out of the conversation? Or
I'll just double the first. I'm gonna get interrupted again. I'm fucking done. Bye.
Okay, it's next. The reason why I thought you were finished is because just like this time, you took a pause in which you weren't talking, and you also took the pause at what seemed like the end of the definition. So it seemed like the definition was over, which you just repeated a second ago, and then you explained some stuff after that, but you paused in between. But I don't take any fault for doing that. But I did allow you to finish, so I don't think you should be offended by that.
And I jumped in at a 3-second pause.
I don't have a personal beef with you because of this. It's just illustrative of the fact that everybody wants to snap on the fact that they fucking understand what it is. And nobody's perfectly understanding the correlative aspects of using that word in context of a dynamic system. That's the problem. That's what I was trying to express. Because I thought your definition was pretty apt, and that's what I was trying to express was exactly how it's appropriate here. It's because there's a rotational velocity in the case of the Earth, but what changes is not the rotational velocity, but the tangential velocity. The speeds that are going linearly. Yeah. Now you're going to use the 1,000 miles per hour. So it's like 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, and it goes slower and slower. And this is what causes that Coriolis effect, the one that
has it deviate east or west? And so when Jeremy's asking, how does the plane maintain that velocity so it doesn't deviate? It does that because it's not a ballistic. It's able to correct anything.
Dude, that wasn't
planes aren't doing.
close.
It is.
Oh my God, Kosho, that wasn't even fucking close to what we were talking about. You're confused yourself. That's why all my people are confused. You're fucking confused.
You interrupt me every time, dude. Did you not ask me how does the plane maintain its tangential velocity so that it ends up landing, or not maintain it? How does it end up matching the tangential velocity of the Earth as it lands, since it would gain 500 miles per hour tangentially?
The question was, how does the plane gain tangential speed when it moves to a new area of a higher tangential speed? That's the question, plain and simple. You want to confuse? Honestly, I'm not even
faster
joking.
moving atmosphere relative to the plane.
You mean the flat Earth, the plane?
That's what I said. The plane's now in the. Finish it all up now so other people can go.
Or course correction.
Course correction has nothing to do with it.
Literally irrelevant. Every time you're course correcting, you are accelerating in a different direction.
Dude, if course correction
is literally, you're telling me if I have a missile and a helicopter and an airplane, and I have a tangential speed of 500 for all of them, and then I go to 501 for all of them, they all don't gain the tangential speed.
I didn't say that.
Yeah. No.
Okay,
that's
they
true.
do. Yeah,
they're not. It's not going
to because correcting or your direction or whatever doesn't matter. It's fucking irrelevant,
dude. That's not true.
You guys bring up wild irrelevant shit.
Hold on.
Every time you course correct, you accelerate.
Jeremy, that's not true.
Have fun with this Go Show.
Hold on, Jeremy.
That's the basics of physics.
Jeremy, what you just said was not true. That's the problem. Those three objects are not going to match the velocity of the atmosphere automatically, naturally, right? Only something moving extremely slowly, maybe, but things that are moving fast enough through the medium are not going to be able to. Like Mike said, their inertia is not going to allow the air to carry them naturally by itself. It has to make corrections. Otherwise, the ballistic will have an error. This is why coils.
Direction matters. So if I'm in a plane and I'm going north, south, east, west, the direction matters whether I keep matching the tangential velocity of the area I'm at.
The corrections, I said, not directions. Corrections.
We're not worried, dude. What corrections? We're talking about matching the tangential speed. You're all over the place. You're a mess. You're fucking confused. I don't know if you even understand this.
Dude, I've said the same thing to you the whole time.
Jeremy, I seem to understand what he's talking about. I don't understand what your problem is understanding it.
Why do you do
globe science, bro? Globe science.
Jeremy's done. So the problem he has is they all can say the words that acceleration is a change in velocity or direction, but they don't know what that means, right? Apparently.
It's not.
Right, which is why, like, you just read the second and third sentences. So
I know what it means.
Tangential velocity is the linear component. The linear component is a line, right? Lines are straight. Okay. Of the speed,
demonstrate it.
Of the speed, right? The speed of the object moving in a circular path.
Yeah.
Circular.
Can I ask you something?
We're applying.
Demonstrate it.
We're applying a circular, right?
Demonstrate it then.
Where's the circular?
Well, when you bring up
am I flying in a circle above the Earth, or am I presuming to be flying in a circular because of said curvature? Right? Isn't it? It's like it's induced into it, right? To say that it's moving along a circular path, right? Because then we take the object moves in a circular path at a distance r from the center. Then the body's velocity is directed tangentially at any instant. It's instantly happening, and it's based on r from where the path, linear path. Where's the curve? And then it says this is termed as tangential velocity.
Yeah, it's called instant or momentary speed because that tangential velocity is at a point.
Chucky, you're roboting.
I
just think it's
the question.
Talking. We need. If this Australian guy is going to start talking, we need to stop all interruptions right now. Forget it.
I'm not trying to demonstrate a definition, okay, Australian guy. I'm trying to read the definition so that we can like fucking fuck that definition up because
No, the Australian guy left. Don't worry about it.
That's totally all right, mate.
Well, regardless, the question was brought up by Jeremy, and it was brought up regarding Coriolis because he was asking about how it would work in our model, assuming that in our model it's rotating. So it's fair to use those premises to answer the question.
But like, where does it say in what I was reading about Coriolis, though?
Well, we are talking about tangential velocity because the tangential velocity is needed in describing how the plane is going to be affected by Coriolis.
Say the end of your sentence with gusto because I could not hear.
The plane is going to be experiencing Coriolis in Jeremy's question in that example. So it's appropriate for us to be talking about the tangential velocity. Actually,
so you're saying
question.
So Coriolis is the underpinning of circular path, is what you're saying?
No, I mean Coriolis is described.
What is the underpinning for circular path? That's what my question was. I'm sorry.
Acceleration towards the center.
Towards center of a ball.
The path.
The path is linear. The tangential velocity is a linear portion of a curve of a presumed curve, right? Of a circular path.
You said yes. The path is circular. The tangential velocity is linear. When you have that vector of the tangential velocity and the acceleration towards the center, and you resolve it, you're going to get your new position.
By the way, we are discussing the Earth as it appears in our model. So I mean, that's right. Just be sure that you're not trying to deviate from that.
Right, because you need the R in this.
Not a need. It is a fact of the conversation.
Tangential velocity requires an R.
Snacks. You're talking about high school physics here, right? That circular path is high school physics.
I'm thinking that maybe it isn't.
Definitely telling you it is.
Well, I mean, I know, but like they also teach you that you're on a ball as well.
Did you take high school physics?
That's what we're discussing.
Snacks. Can you hear me?
Oh, you're saying tangent velocity is something that we talk about in high school physics, and that it's meant to be applied to like aviation, and it assumes possibly Coriolis in there too. And
doesn't matter that the assumption is the conversation is about Coriolis
because you think you understand it, but I'm saying that possibly
circular motion is
of the presumption of understanding is
circular motion is taught. Circular motion is taught in high school physics, and it talks about tangential velocity and the acceleration towards the center of the path. Did you take high school physics?
Circular motion, like how is that demonstrated? With what model?
My question is, and I'll ask it again: did you take high school physics? Because
did you get your grade 10, Chucky? Did you get your grade 10 even? Have you even gotten your grade 10, Chucky?
That was in grade 12 physics, or what we called OAC.
Just
that didn't answer the question.
I think dashing off like to anything else other than answering exactly what the fuck I'm talking about is reductive. So I'm not going to go do that.
No,
I want to just stay on the point. I really think that probably the point that I'm at is actually correct. Since I've been like listening to this conversation, and I know I've listened to New Perspective Talk a few times, and he's a friend of mine, and I lose him the fuck. Oh, it's gone. By the time he says tangential velocity, I've lost anything that I'm going to add to this conversation. So that's why I feel like it is a point of no return when we start getting to this, because there's somehow a very, very concrete understanding that both sides have that is different because we're considering the physics and the context of the model differently. And I'm just wondering, when you say curved path, Oh, that's all, Captain.
I mean,
Go ahead.
Is that where you're lost, that curve?
Chucky, just in the nature of just keeping this productive, I see where Snacks is coming from.
Yeah, but Kosho, we're trying to teach them high school physics.
I'm not trying to teach them. I'm not trying to teach anybody anything, to be honest.
Bro, you ain't teaching anyone shit, dude.
I'm not.
Okay, you're not teaching anyone anything. I already know this shit. I know the model better than you.
I'm sorry, Jeremy.
I'm sorry. I'm still talking.
Yeah, you interrupted Kosho, fuckface.
Yeah, to be honest,
why do we let people
have a report like that? Don't worry about it.
I'm not
You're
worried
not
about
teaching us anything. If you're here to teach somebody, just leave.
Okay, I thought you were leaving.
It's just very presumptuous to think you're teaching me anything, and just as it'd be presumptuous for me to think that I'm teaching.
What I said was we're trying to teach them high school physics.
Such as that you could teach a high school student is what you're saying. Go ahead.
Yeah, but no, I don't. I don't even want to attempt to do that. My only attempt is to have a conversation where we're all on the same page, meaning we're conversing with each other. If we were using a script, we'd be on the same page, not different pages, but the same page. Okay, and so I see where Snacks is coming from, and yeah, maybe it's not about teaching people anything, but maybe we just use terms that everyone's sort of familiar with or can.
Dude, the way you're explaining it, you would never teach anyone. They'd leave more confused than when they came.
That's because some people have selective hearing, right?
No, it's because you're explaining it like shit and making it wild confusing. That's why nobody's learning anything when you tell them that, and my people are running around not knowing what they're talking about.
Well, I've already said
that's not. Because they're incapable of learning.
Okay.
So if I have something like an orbit, we could say that's a.
Dude, stop with this. Stop with all the bullshit, Chucky. Hold on, Snap. Stop with all the bullshit, Chucky. All right, I'm sick of it. None of your personal attacks and insults and shit. Just stop.
Good. Now he had a good question. Yes, circular orbit.
Is that good, or are you going to stop?
Yes.
That's good. Kind of response is that?
Now he wants to talk about orbits that are
There's
circular
your 10th
paths.
grade.
So
There's your 10th grade shit. Okay, they're right there for you. Or your 12th grade or whatever the fuck. Because that's the only thing that you really have to compare it to apply it to. But otherwise, where's the circular path?
Is a circular path.
It's baked in because you think you're on a ball.
No, but here, let's consider.
Hold on. We are discussing a ball right now. We are discussing the model right now. Do not argue again that we're discussing the ball.
But the word is loaded with ball implications.
Wait, that's because we're discussing the ball. We're discussing that model. You cannot argue against that model while we're discussing that model because we're discussing the functionality of how that model would work. Hit
the pause there, aggressive guy. Hit the pause button because I'm just trying to bring clarity to the situation.
Dude.
So you don't want to attack me, do you?
I want you to actually acknowledge the point that we are discussing a model right now. Whether that model is real or not is absolutely irrelevant. Right now, we're discussing the functionality of that model, just like if we were talking about Harry Potter and how he can call up. No. There's no hold up. You can shut the fuck up for the time while I'm talking. Yes?
No.
Okay.
One at a time. One at a time, guys.
No, Jeremy, you should have fucking trained him in a long time.
Hey,
guys,
relax.
All right, we're gonna go in.
Your shit, right? You lose your rag, lose your rhythm. You lose all respect. When we start effing and blinding and calling each other names, for God's sake, let's have a bit of respect for each other and have an adult conversation and not name calling. It's not a fucking playground.
The problem with that is
it's not a I got you. Okay, it's just that when one person is using it to describe a ball, and another when we try to move that over to describe it on a not ball model, the word itself is actually going to create some problems here. Then we got velocity, right? We can interpret that, and then we're going to not be able to say that. We'll say tangential speed. So we've got another variation of the same fucking thing. This creates confusion in the conversation. That's all I'm trying to say, Mr. Aggressive Moyak Man.
think
Well,
what Mike
sir,
is
the
saying is,
problem is that you're
Mike.
changing the subject. We are talking about the ball. We are not talking about the flat Earth right now. We are talking about the ball. So there should be no confusion if we stay on the same model.
Oh no, you absolutely joined in this conversation a little too late to be like telling me what.
No,
But okay.
no,
And
he's
you
right.
too, Chucky. Chucky, I was here before you too. So
Oh wow, okay.
I was here when it was just Jeremy and Kosho. So
Let's all be
Well,
interested. Let's all be
that.
interested in the progression of this conversation, right? Because I don't know where everybody's at right now, but it's not a good place.
right, and this is the clusterfuck in this topic. I was just. I don't think we're
I
gonna get
think
any fucking
Eggshells
way
is
right
trying to
now.
talk, but his mic is so bad.
Somebody's trying to talk. I'm
No,
so sorry. I did not mean. I thought that was
Eggshells,
just
but
background
his
noise.
mic is so bad.
I don't think it's their mic bad. I think somebody turned them down.
Well,
I thought it
I
was
thought
like a
that was.
television.
Yeah, I thought there was like a radio or something in the background. I know that was eggshells. My bad, eggshells.
Yo, did you mute that Australian guy, Kosho?
Yes.
Did he overtalk someone?
He was constantly over talking somebody and asking ridiculous questions. Yeah, like somebody was. I think Snacks was talking and he kept just interrupting, asking like silly questions. So
I just kind of kept going.
Yeah,
I mean,
but nobody heard what you said. Snacks.
No, yeah, it was a while ago, and I wasn't talking about
No, they
Australia.
did.
I wasn't talking
I
about
waited.
eggshells.
I waited for him to interrupt me, and then I kept continuing my sentence slowly.
But I wasn't interrupting you. The Australian guy was, and I couldn't hear what you said because of the Australian guy.
No, this was a while ago. This was like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, he was reading the definition.
It's a short definition. I don't know why I had such a difficulty trying to read it out.
We'll read it out.
Well, what is the heat on this whole conversation? Like just this one point? It's so I don't know, man.
You did point out that you were going to read out the definition and then tear it apart or something, or fuck it up. I forget.
I mean, that's the reasoning for trying to, well, yeah, dissect it a little bit, like get into it somewhat, right, Chucky? Not just like use two words and just because it seems insane to just have some crazy words you put together and then think you have like a real concept for it. Sometimes that, and fucking Kosho used tangential fucking 5 times in like 2 sentences back to back, dude. This like this it's aggressive how many times we have to use the word tangential velocity to like, it's almost like the word itself seems to fucking lose meaning if you're just going to keep saying it in a row. You know what I mean? It's like
Not
hypnotic.
quite.
And so clarity on the definition is not a bad thing. Go ahead.
You know, we were talking about how the wind, and Jeremy was like, it's not the wind, blah, blah. And I was really trying to make it clear what wind was being discussed at which point. And the truth is, there are sometimes words that are used. You don't have to use the compound word. But if you don't use the compound word and specify, it can get confusing. And so in the case of velocity, if you're talking about velocity of crankshaft, for example, it can be confusing if you mean to talk about the rotational velocity and someone thinks you're talking about the tangential velocity.
But we're just talking about changes of rate in motion.
No, but there's
is that what's meant by velocity?
No, those are two different speeds though. Like if I told you how fast is the crankshaft, moving? Like you can describe its rotational velocity or you can describe the tangential velocity, and both could be relevant in certain situations. Usually the rotational velocity, but for some reason, like in the case of Coriolis and a plane moving across the Earth, the tangential velocity is relevant to talk about. So
yeah,
it's just,
I mean, this is just like the mythology of the motor age, really, to me. You know, all this geo ball stuff. You know, it's just whatever. But
yeah, it was useless.
I'm entertaining it with you. I just wanted to get to where circular path. You know, is that the arc of the? You know, is that the path? Is that supposed to be circular? Like the arc of takeoff and landing of the thing? Like, where's the circular here?
The circular path
is Earth rotating.
We're talking about a certain latitude and the path of the atmosphere at that latitude.
But then also, like, even if I'm making a straight transit on the equator, there's still the application of some kind of differential.
No. Well, you're making a circular path. Because when that gravity is causing your acceleration in that regard.
Because even if I'm in a straight path, like I'm effectively on like some, I'm moving on there's a curve that's there if you have a ball.
But But at
And
any
even
given
if you have
second,
a flat, even if you have a flat and you're just trying to maintain, like you're on the middle of a record, trying to maintain short line segments, right? So there's a curve in both of these, but it would be applied differently, no? Because
no, okay,
if you were trying to, like, the tangential velocity of a record would be different than that of a sphere rotation.
No, not quite. But
It's like the difference between throwing a curveball and throwing an underhand pitch.
no, the tangential velocity would be something that would be asked, like if you were on this record or you're on any rotating thing, and you were no longer on it any longer, you would retain a linear speed, the same linear speed you had at that moment. So, at any given moment, if someone asks you how fast is that thing going, or how fast is you going on that thing, you could be talking about the rotational speed, in which it doesn't matter where you are, or you'd be talking about the tangential speed, which matters what your radius from the center, from the axis of rotation is. It's all, and that changes on a ball, of course. Yeah.
So if tangential velocity is just a linear, is a part of a linear line segment, then? Like, or it's part of a line segment that's a curve, or it has to be, right? Like, what? Why is
You know if you're spinning something around your head and you let it go and it goes in a straight line.
Well,
it's like while you're spinning it.
Yeah. I get that. You don't try to re-explain it to me. I understand that.
Well, so I'm saying the tangential speed is only a description of how fast it's moving it's not how fast it's moving in a circle, but how fast it's going at a linear velocity at the
You're talking
point
about a
that you're
shot
asking the
put. A
question.
shot put is effectively tangential velocity.
Well, anything on a rotating body has a tangential velocity at any given point, right? You can describe that tangential velocity at any given point. It's ever changing, so.
I mean, is that something that? Well, that's because it's already like sort of depleting in kinetic energy. When you have powered flight, it's a different story, isn't it?
Not really. It doesn't really matter if it's powered or not. It just matters if it's rotating.
And if it seems that like when we apply like a lot of rotational force to something like a propeller or like a whatever that give an example with the weight and stuff like that, it's easier to like drift the object a little bit. You know what I mean? Like just because of propeller rotation, like wouldn't you have like all kinds of isolative things that would possibly keep it from rotating with the Earth? Let's say.
Well, I mean that's
like
kind of
it would have its own Coriolis like distortive sort of because of the spinning of the propellers.
I don't think torque would really the torque that applies would really apply to this conversation.
Like it's gonna have drift because of just the rotational different, like the speeds of different rotation on the.
It may be involved, but it's not a significant portion of it. It's just torque.
Whatever.
Hey, Kosho.
on, man?
Yeah, I'm just.
Hey, so you said that did you say before that the water in the toilet spins a different direction in the southern hemisphere than the northern hemisphere? No,
I don't think I said. I don't think I said that, okay. But it can be true.
Does it?
I'm sure sometimes, but it's not a hard rule at all. So like tornadoes, tornadoes and toilets are a lot alike. Where
let me ask you this though:
the Coriolis is a small
direction?
effect.
What direction does the water spin on the ISS when they flush the toilet, bro? Before they make their coffee?
Yeah,
it's a good question.
The urinal/coffee maker.
Now the Russians don't drink the water.
Dude, that would be pretty dope.
What's that? Drinking your shit and piss as coffee?
No, you just like walk up, you take a leak. Later, it turns into coffee. You're like, all right, awesome.
Well, it's weird because on Earth, when you drink coffee, it turns into pee. But in space, when you pee, it turns into coffee. See the duality?
Why you live in California? I don't know where you live, Snacks. Maybe you live in California too, but I don't think so. But regardless, this fun fact that there's there's counties in California which do something very similar to what the ISS does, as far as obtaining its drinking water. Places in Australia do the same thing as well.
Odds are that everything that you drink has already gone through some animal's digestive system.
Hopefully not yours.
Water. Unpooped water.
I could be drinking 1 micromolecule of Mr. Moyak Man's spittle or pee-pee.
Yes, you could.
It warms the cockles of my heart.
I think somebody said, like, if you took like a gallon of water or a liter of water, I don't know what it is, but if you counted up all the molecules, you could have that in essentially every 1 molecule of that could be distributed to every liter of water on Earth.
Is that where that statistic comes from? That they say that every glass of water has like a molecule of water that was at one point in Jesus' body or something?
Possibly. It would depend on how the currents and everything work. Plus, there's groundwaters that have been underground for like 1 million years. So yeah, might be Jesus might not be in that.
It could even be like dinosaur Jesus. Is that the water's that old? Presuming there would be a dinosaur Jesus, just of course there would be.
I'm curious.
Jesus Christ was a dinosaur, was a good friend of mine.
What kind of dinosaur would he be?
Velociraptor Jesus.
He'd be a crossosaurus, bro.
He'd be like, guys, we don't have to just be velociraptors. We can, you know what I mean? Like, we're all made like from higher things. We don't have to like just be predators automatically working in packs trying to, be carnivorous. We don't need to do this. That's what Velociraptor Jesus did way back in the late Cretaceous. No, early mid-Jurassic? Jurassic, I guess, right? That's how
the dinosaurs went extinct.
Dinosaurs exist in a theme park in your mind. And wonderful TV shows. I was such a huge dinosaur fan. You didn't even know. When I was a kid, huge. Like, I was like known for like how well like my memory for dinosaurs was at the time. It's all gone now. No, some of it's there still.
Flat or round, you got to admit there was a lot of cool creatures on Earth.
Yeah, none of them are dinosaurs though. Like,
you can call them whatever you want. They look like lizards.
Well, they look like lizards, but they actually are more like birds.
Or they're jigsaw puzzles from like mammalian, like cetaceans that are like assembled in a way to look like a spine that could hold like a.
I would put
like a T-Rex because it's not, biologically feasible, kinematically possible, or logical.
The problem is that we found like 80% T-Rexes and stuff. Say that they're just assembled from a pile of bones. No, you find one skeleton in a desert.
But if that's like a pile of bones,
I see. You just have to talk over it. God damn, you guys.
It's just like finding parts in a junkyard. Go ahead.
Just
find
shut
a
up,
boneyard.
You're rude.
Oh, now you're in polite mode. Okay, all right. I'll adjust. You want to take civil discord? Okay, civil discourse. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Only
if civil discourse to you is talking over at somebody every time they speak, that is a different definition of civil discourse than I would have.
You have a somewhat combative rate of speech that I will try and keep up with sometimes. But if you're downshifting, I'll downshift with you. Dinosaurs.
How many of you guys know chicks that get all wet when you start talking about outer space, though? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying, fellas?
Some of them.
Oh, dude, all of them do, bro. You know what I mean? They all do.
Horoscopes.
Especially if the fire alarm is going off. You know what I mean?
But they are
Soaking
few and
wet.
far between.
Yeah, sprinklers going.
Yeah, they're getting all wet. You're talking about space. The sprinklers are going off.
It's like, did
You
you
know what I
leave
mean?
something on the stove?
Shit.
How many chicks get wet when you're talking about, oh, I don't know, creationism, young Earth? I don't think that these discussions are involved in sexual arousal.
Oh, dude, are you kidding me, dude? Dude, the other day I hooked up with this heliocentric chick, dude, and right in the middle of it, she's like, "Tell me what shape the Earth is again." I'm like, "It's flat."
No, women are
Yeah.
more like, and what kind of storage cabinets will I have here? Tell me again.
Fuck.
Tell me again. They're laminate. Yeah.
Dude, the other day I was like thinking, dude, I should have some stuff in my car so if I ever give a ride to any chicks, like they'll feel comfortable in case we want to stop at the store. So I found my ex's like drawer in the bathroom with all her different tampons and every different feminine product for her menstrual, and I put it in a bag in the glove compartment. And these chicks I was giving them a ride, and I opened up the glove compartment. I'm like, would any of you ladies care for any female accessories? It was so funny.
Half
like
off.
The gift basket.
Yeah, I'm such a Mac, dude.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Being ready for any eventuality.
A Kosho simping ain't easy, dog. Mm-hmm. And neither is the globe.
It depends.
Is globe simping a real thing, or is that just something we hear buzz about?
I think it's just a metaphor, dog. You know what I mean? It's just a metaphor. Just like a gang that's like a tagging crew. They don't have an official, actual quote unquote neighborhood, but they're still getting indicted for enhancement. So they're getting a 3-year sentence with 10 added on for the enhancement because they're committing a felony for the benefit of a street gang. But then since they're not an actual street, it's a fictitious street gang. And so I think the globe falls along that kind of line, if that makes any sense.
Okay, so they're a fictitious street gang tagging up the fictitious
Tagging up
streets.
the minds of millions, bro. You know how many kids' minds are graffitied and, basically just exploited through the thought of the globe? It's kind of like mind rape, bro.
The globe model is the coffee on the ISS made out of pee or poop and pee?
Just pee. Or filtered pee. Maybe. Maybe they just
And
do cowboy coffee like
QRSTUV.
that.
And QRSTUV.
They make out of poop.
Dude, actually, after a couple months of just drinking filtered coffee pee, I'd be like, let's just do it straight. Let's just do it straight up, Jim. Do you know what I mean? What are we fucking hiding it from ourselves here?
The funny thing is,
in all reality, though, if the ISS really did exist, they'd be sipping up there is chrome, dog. You know what I mean? Straight up.
I think they probably.
You know what I mean, Kosho? You know what chrome I'm talking about? That pineal. You know what I mean? That third eye. They'd be sipping that chrome up there if that shit was real. Huh?
They're doing like a Hunter S. Thompson.
Kosho knows. Yeah, Kosho knows what I'm talking about.
They got the alligator outfits on at the end. The ISS
sipping
is
that Google
filled with
chrome.
water. Like what happened here? Elon Musk brings up some crazy sex workers, on a rocket ship, just like party on the ISS. It's a big orgy. It's a big 0G orgy up there. You guys didn't know. That's what the real thing's about. Though it has been about space sex, hasn't it?
You guys really? Do you want to know what NASA's really doing besides lying about the shape of the Earth and space? I found out what NASA really does, actually professionally, is they're one of the main proponents in weather modification, weather creation.
Dark really feeling that way.
Makes sense why they're going up into the sky.
The thing is, we're at the facilities where they say they're quote unquote testing their rockets. All they're doing, that's just a ground base, a station where with the cloud machines. They're testing their rocket. They're just putting clouds in the sky.
Is that what makes those really big fluffy clouds?
I couldn't say for sure, but I know that they do that wherever they have those rocket testing facilities. They have one about 25 miles from where I live, the Santa Susana Rocketdyne facility. They closed down, but there's still people coming and going there all the time.
Huh.
It's awesome. How did you confirm it?
Hmm?
How did you get this information?
Okay, so it all started with the Woolsey fire here in Malibu back in November 8th of 2018. And I looked into that whole thing, and it was the same day as the Paradise Fire, right? And so I looked into that whole thing, and I started thinking, right before that, they had that order on Barn Grill, and they had a procession for that fallen sheriff the morning of November 8th, right? Well, every single fire unit and fire engine from like all the neighboring counties surrounding Ventura County were there, faced the opposite direction in the middle of the over the bridge, like on off ramps, with their flags unfurled. The thing started at 10 o'clock, and then the fire started at 10:18. An hour for them to get all like, unfurled and like set and ready to go. So the fire was already kicked up to where they needed it to go, because this place was getting sued by something called Mothers Against Santa Susana Rocketdyne Testing Facility. In the past 12 years, people have gotten these really rare forms of eye cancer and brain cancer who live within like 15 miles of this place in Thousand Oaks and Simi Valley. So in May of 2018, shut the thing down completely, and they gave them 6 months. Well, about a week before their 6-month date was up, the fire started right there, and it nullifies all the cleanup that they had to do, because PG&E started the fire. You know what I mean? So yeah, when they have one event, they have multiple events, bro. Just know that. There's a man named John Milton. He wrote a book called Paradise Lost. Paradise got burned down November 8th, 2018. Died November 8th, 1674. I'm just saying, though.
I feel like I should read Paradise Lost now. Is there a movie? No.
I've been meaning to read that too.
Probably some Hellfire Club guy. Yeah.
Any of you guys know anything about the martyrdom of Hiram Abiff?
The martyrdom of it?
No? Anybody?
Well, he's
The
supposed to be
widow's son?
he's the architect of the.
Mm-hmm.
What's he the architect of? Is it the Dome of the Rock or something?
I think Solomon's Temple.
Solomon's Temple.
Supposedly he was working on it when he got killed.
Right. And then, yeah, so how's that martyrdom?
Because the two lower Masons that wanted to kill him were asking him to tell him the secret name of God, and he wouldn't give it up, so they murked him. Then all took a knee, non-plural, around him. Like, today, America, we come to go on bended knee. Colin Kaepernick, George Floyd. You know what I mean?
I heard something loosely saying that the degrees of the handshake are because of the rate of the decomposition of the body of Hiram Abiff. So
It could
that you
be,
require like the overhand or the at a certain point, but then like grabbing by the wrist or something like that they needed to do, or the forearm handshake.
Could be.
I think there's different degrees of the Masonic handshake. Whether that's all real or not, I don't know. Da da da. I'm the Biff Tannen. Yo, butthead. Who's famous for saying, "That's the name of the true God, butthead."
I'll be right back. I gotta charge my phone. It's almost dead. I gotta go to the car and get the charger.
Shit. Yeah. All right. I'll try to write some one-liners for you when you come back. Where's the circular? Where? Tangential velocity. Where? Where's the circular? You can hear pin drop, or you can hear eggshells is flat.
Say again?
Well, I just noticed I could hear something that wasn't total silence, and it was coming from your microphone. So tag your it.
Could just be me shuffling about like the big fatty I am.
How's your workout regimen?
I didn't go yesterday, and I haven't yet gone today. But other than that, I had done like 2 weeks solid of going every day.
Is it called
so basically,
Vegemite?
I'm massive
Is it called Vegemite because it gives you might?
because it might be veggies.
Not because it makes you mighty.
No.
Sure it is. Come on. That's definitely the marketing in the beginning, no? Why would they call it Vegemite?
Don't know actually. Let me see what the mainstream narrative is about it.
I feel like it's like a nutrient. They're like, yo, take this. It'll make you
Lots of
strong. It'll make, but
vitamin B and yeast, I think.
Mighty.
So they didn't know what to call it, and they had a competition with a $500 prize money in 1923. £50, sorry, prize pool for finalists. And they didn't record who did it, but the guy who made it, his daughter got to choose, and she chose Vegemite. Right. So we already had Marmite. So the question is, where do you get the Marmite from?
Another mite. Marmite. Wow.
It's for when
That
you've
sounds
got a
like
really strong mother.
I would think that sounds like marmalade to me.
Yeah, it's a poor substitute.
Okay. Gotcha. It's a poor substitute for marmalade.
everything Australian is better. We have the best inventions. Hills hoist, rotary clothesline. Self-erecting crane's a really good one. Australia invents all the best things.
Self-erecting crane. I've never heard of that.
Yeah, you know those cranes that are always on the top of buildings? They like build themselves up with like Lego blocks that are bolted together, but they lift the box up themselves, then slot it in underneath them. Somebody goes and bolts it in place, and it keeps doing that so it can get to any height. Well, probably not any height. I don't think you can make them like a kilometre tall. But yeah, they're a Australian invention. I think before you had to like build a crane bigger than the building you wanted, or you hoist stuff up with davits. Black box flight recorder. Spray on skin. Okay, I don't know about that. The pacemaker.
Really spray on skin? No way.
Oh, there you go. Google Maps is from Google in Sydney in the early 2000s. I did hear that was a side project at first. They have that like 20% time. The medical application of penicillin, polymer banknotes, cochlear implant, the electric drill, the winged keel, permaculture, Wi-Fi, ultrasound, plastic spectacle lenses, inflatable escape slide from planes, permanent crease clothing, cervical cancer vaccines. Oh, okay, moving right along. The Frazier lens, whatever the fuck that is. Allows the subject and the background to be in focus at the same time.
What kind of, how do you say it?
It is a Frazier lens.
Oh.
Australian inventor Jim Frazier. Deep focus lens.
You spell that.
Frazier.
Frazier.
Brighton Work Centre. Not a good one.
Fraser
Race
Crane.
cam. Oh yeah, where they put the cam on the cars. I remember when that first started. Tank bred tuna. It's a good list.
I think they have some patents on basically using like a 1 Tesla field magnet with a type of it's like a golden spiral type of I guess curve or something like that. It's just basically an orifice to like a it's for water filtration basically, but it like somehow conditions and expands the water so it like it's more absorbent for crops and things like that.
Yeah, right.
It's hard to explain. Well, it's I guess it creates like just the right kind of ramping for like the water to vortex in this like Fibonacci thing as it goes through the Tesla field. And then it's like
say that again. I'm not following at all.
It's like swirl the water around in this so that at this particular angle, so that it does the like a vortex that approximates the phi curve, and then it runs it basically through like a big ring magnet that's got a 1 Tesla field, and then the water that results from that is like noticeably it's more absorbent, it's softer, it sort of constitutes its molecular association in a way.
Mm.
It's not filtering it or anything, but they do this for like agro. I guess because they're also using groundwater sources, and sometimes that's harder water. So just as a way to soften the water, it says like, oh, this works. That's Australia.
Yeah, right.
Anyway.
Have to read up on it.
It seems like all the dead ends that are in proprietary Western tech and programming and stuff, Australians are doing it the other way around or something. So they a lot of times have cool shit that they develop, like software and other things. Like those designers must be like inspired by the platypus or something like that. They always come up with stranger combinations of things. So.
Maybe that's just because they all think they're upside down, so they.
Yeah. They're like, I'm going to think differently. I'm upside down.
Yeah, if they knew.
I think maybe Australians are like the chosen people, just chosen to be upside down.
Well, I mean, I remember being shown a photo, like a sort of map of Australia, which people tried to popularise for a bit, which has Australia upside down, and being like, why isn't this the map? If it's a globe, couldn't Australia be at the top of the world? And Tasmania's like, one of the most northernmost land masses.
Yeah, like actually, well, that's
interesting idea.
Yeah, Australia should be the top.
The North
of the
Pole
globe, the globe that we always see the North Pole on the top. It really that's upside down.
Well, the North Pole really is really down there. We call it the North Pole up here, but it really is the North Pole down there. The magnet.
Coming in real quiet, fuck that.
I'm saying the magnet, the Earth's magnet, the North Pole of Earth's magnet is really down there near Australia.
Is it?
Yeah, you can tell because the north side of our magnets attract to the pole in our North Pole. We call the North Pole. That doesn't make sense. Our North Pole magnets should be attracting to the South Pole. So the South Pole is really north, and the North Pole is really down there.
Yeah, that's how they'll find which side of the magnet's north or south. That's interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, honestly, the way compasses and the magneto can work here is numerous, but I think if you just follow this toroidal model and just test it against that, does a toroid really even have where's the center? Where's the North Pole on a toroid if it's empty in the center? Like the toroid is it's like the toroid is the South Pole.
Yeah, vertically, it should be vertically under the north, right? Any magnet shaped like a coin usually has that, doesn't it? Like the top and the bottom sides rather than the left and the right sides, if that makes any sense.
It's interesting in a cubic space, like a toroid would leave a room for three shapes basically, like the center donut, the inside of the donut, which would be a separate piece, whatever the donut core would look like, and then the outer donut in the cuboid around it would have its own kind of yeah, interesting. Yeah, I guess that's why I would ration that if we're on a much larger planar topography or whatever, if it's outer ponds, then there's just some geometry set up in this domain that we're in, where just poles are going to associate themselves in certain areas, at a given distance, and they'll just always kind of just populate the surface. Similar
the
to
outer
how
ponds have to have their own suns, right?
Yeah, they have their own system like what we have, almost similar. with different looking constellations, but the same concept. It all will work the same. It's just, well, I don't know. That's the temptation. That's the logical temptation. Yeah, is to assume that like whatever is a working model here could work in, you know, if you just make that a template and keep stamping it.
Is there an upper limit on how many outer ponds there can be? Like, because if somebody said infinite, would that be like, no, it can't be infinite?
Well, I mean, you know, they say that you can't like see every island in the Philippines in your whole life. So I don't know what infinite really means, but at least that many islands.
And can they traverse the spaces between the worlds? Like,
right?
Do they visit one another?
Seems that yeah, there's like environmental boundaries, but like, what if like under ice things might populate easier, you know, because they can go under the water. So, you know, things like whales, things like, you know, octopus, and you know, all the weird shit that looks like alien life under the water might be because it's been creeping in like over, you know, a certain period of time, or maybe it's like landlocked as a certain period of time, maybe it opens up and closes. You know, different waterways do that. We have, I don't know. That would fuck up the whole theory of evolution, though. Or maybe it wouldn't. I don't know. maybe it's just fucked to start with. But yeah, biodiversity is very interesting to look at. It's like another sort of graphical way to look. If you don't want to even pay attention to maps, you could just like look at biodiversity. It's kind of interesting. You know? But then, yeah, some things could have been, animals could have been transplanted from here or there by people, and then like let to run native.
Well, we were talking about
talking
about the evolution thing, you know, and ST was talking about how does an animal go from living in the water to living on land, and Left Lane brought up the lungfish. It's like, all right, that's neat, but how did that happen? Like, what does it look like? You can't just have one generation have no lung and then the other next generation has a lung. Like, how does that evolve gradually over time? Like, it slowly builds bits and pieces of a lung throughout many generations. Like, it doesn't even make sense.
I think what it is like that fish has like a higher density of like its lung, whatever the cells that are pulling the oxygen out, and so like it can flare them too, like out of the water, and so whatever so for periods of time it can survive outside of the water. Like a goldfish can kind of gulp air, but you know.
Anything can happen in a billion years. Anything can happen.
Yeah, that's what I was saying the other day. I had this epiphany while writing that actually the evolution debate is just a time debate. I think that if people agreed that the Earth had been here for billions of years, then the idea that like species become different enough that they can't interbreed anymore would become accepted. Still doesn't solve the problem of where did the first life come from, but the idea that species can grow and change, I think, is perfectly logical if you think the Earth's 4 billion years old.
I don't know. I seem to think like things like the Manx gene are interesting to look at. It seems like things that carry the Manx genetic expression seem to be able to create possibly like more hybrids of itself than other things. So there could be like sets of these types of things where, you know, these are the real nodes of the branching of evolutionary species. You know, we should be paying attention to those kinds of species. You know, that can imprint like their, you know, part of their genetics or absorb some other genetics into it. There's like, yeah, there's some kind of like X factor that I think allows for not mutation to happen, but basically like natural hybrid to occur in nature. To, you know, like wild wild animals just getting on with the wrong species, and it works out because of certain among certain types of animals. This is like possibly more prevalent because of the build of what they are. I hope that made some sense, because I don't want to waste time talking about it. Is it not everything needs to be gradual steps in evolution? Sometimes it can just be radical smashings of wrong things, and it results in a stable life, and then we begin from there again, kind of thing. And then we don't need to everything doesn't need to evolve arms and legs, it just kind of develops off of something that eventually was fucked up enough to not be a snake. Do you know what I mean? Like I guess why bilateral symmetry, why development of limbs and stuff. Or snakes have like the nodes for feet and stuff like that. They're just down the snake, just down the spine. That's all I need. So it's weird that adaptation can basically make that snake maybe adapt, and maybe some kind of genetic survival thing kicks on. It's like, oh, maybe I sprout some fucking little wings shits because I can't make a full limb. You know what I mean? Maybe it's just to the point where it can turn back into like some kind of fishy serpenty fucking thing, like sea
There is
serpents.
actually a snake that has like not quite wings, but it's like the cobra's head, right? Like that's the whole body, and it folds out so it can it doesn't fly, but it like jumps out of trees and then makes this like slithering motion through the air. It's sort of like a sugar glider, runs up a tree,
yeah,
and jumps down.
Right. Yeah, interesting. And the whole thing with the feathered serpent and the flying serpents that are, all that the pre-Columbian cultures, and I would include Australia with the rainbow serpent concept, the dragon, right? There's all this kind of stuff. I don't know if there wasn't there could just because of the morphology of like a scale isn't that different than fish parts, or feathers aren't that different than fins. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it's just like a sort of a simpler structure. Do you know what I mean? Like basically morphology wise, it's just we'll populate it with a different type of cell that makes a feather rather than a fin. Do you know what I'm saying? Like that seems to be the essential biological difference. So is it possible? Yeah, like could a snake sprout feathers from its like little like leg ports or something like that? Is that could a species like that have existed to inspire people to be like, yo, fucking feathered serpents, bro? And then it's just extinct. It's gone out. People saw them, they killed them. They're like, these are bad. Kill all the snakes. I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to say like what kind of hybrid or mutant variations could occur. Damn, that was a lot of words. Sorry, but people seem to do. Yeah, go ahead.
You've convinced me to go to the gym, so I'm getting ready for that.
Okay.
Yeah, flying feathered serpent lizards.
I don't know. Well, we're talking about, like, people don't make it seem like it's absurd to suggest that dinosaurs would have been feathered, and we've been considering them to be like these scaly things when they would have had colored feathers, possibly. Colorful dinosaurs. Is there evidence for that? I'm not certain, but I don't know.
Oops.
Because like for sure, like things do become acclimatized, when or if you take like a very hairy like dog that's meant to like survive outdoors in the north, and bring them to a very hot climate, it's going to have a lot of trouble adjusting. May not even live that long, even under the best of conditions, because it's just not in its natural habitat. But then if it has offspring, there's a greater likelihood that they'll have better adaptation to the climate. Maybe they'll have shorter undercoat, possibly developed, or who knows what. So adaptation does seem to be something that occurs. I've seen foxes from like different regions, like most like forest foxes are the classic orange and white ones. They're all pretty much built the same. They all live in the same area, biome or whatever. And in like mountainous desert regions, those foxes look much different, and they have like hair that grows around their paw pads because their paw pads get too hot to actually touch the sand. So their follicles adapt to overgrow over their pads, so that when they put their foot down, it's just getting the hair hot, and that actually deflects a lot of the heat. They make like little shoes. It's crazy, That's just adaptation, That kind of a micro adaptation, but that's something that differentiates species from each other. Anyway, man, yeah. And somebody would say that, yeah, the fox is already the desert fox is already a desert fox, but yeah, I think it's adaptation over a certain amount of years, just a certain amount of generations. Or they were just like hairy-footed foxes. They were like, oh yeah, this is fine for us. No problem. Maybe that's the thing. And they just dwindled down into this other version because, yeah, over time their genetic pool just shrank up a little bit. Anyway. Ow. Okay, so I guess all the birds are in the nest. Chucky got to work. Mr. Moyak Man got to work. All right.
They all went for they all went for their coffee break when we started talking about the ISS coffee.
Yeah. Well, I was having mine, and I was just thinking to myself how much it tastes like piss. But that was back then. I noticed are you not working? I don't hear as much background noise from the motors, or you've been really good about keeping your stuff muted out. I do like the sound of machines.
Yeah, I'm getting really good.
Sound like you're in the engineering department or the enterprise or something.
Yep. Give me up, Scotty.
Calibrating the neutronium phase detractors.
I work in the coffee department. Work in the coffee department. I'm not one of the engineers.
I need that Java now, Scotty. I'm pissing all I can. I'm pissing all I can, Captain. Yeah. It's like that episode where the food replicators went out. I need my fucking coffee. Replicators are down, Captain. Sorry. We're all gonna have to go non-caffeinated. And then Harry Mudd shows up and he's like, I've got some coffee for you, Captain. Anyway. There you go. There's a whole like genre of music, I think, that basically develops off of listening to motors and recording them in loops and then playing them and stuff. They call it industrial music.
Thinking about Jeremy's idea of a flat Earth only room, wasn't that a thing that there was once here? They tried for a bit. They had like a whole lobby just for flat earthers.
No, we never did that here.
I don't think it works though. You can't have. It's not like you're going to eliminate disagreement, or it's still going to have the same problems basically. Maybe the conversations go a little bit better, but
yeah, I think the conversations would go a bit better, but then eventually people like you hear very much in the 24/7 because they ban all the bogus.
Well, I don't know. Having we need the false binary to maintain our adhesion.
Well, I understand 24/7. They just don't want to waste their time with time wasters. So, there would be a lot of people also on this server would just ban because it's just pure time wasters, not willing to learn anything. So make some
willing to learn what? I thought it was not. We're not teaching one another. I heard of the other day. What? Somebody said I'm just trying to teach people, and somebody's better.
Can you make me a favor when you go into this? Can you at least make sure to be heard properly? There's so much noise in your background. I can't hear like everything you say.
I'm in a pretty quiet room. The best I can do is speak.
Turn them up.
Yes, we'll try again.
I don't get the idea if they're here to learn. What are they here to learn?
About reality. Problem is with people that are anti-flat earthers and they're emotionally attached to childhood and just can't let go of the idea of space being not real. Or space being real, sorry. They just they block the room for people who are newcomers that come in here and are actually not yet emotionally attached and in a constant cognitive spiral. So they can at least make some space so we can actually talk to real people and not just weird fanatics of the heliocentristic religion.
That's right. You're here from a totally different place.
So if you go to 24/7, you will actually have a lot of people who are new to this, and it's better to plant seeds in the beings that are willing to change their mind. They're not extremely emotionally attached to the childhood dreams. Instead of always making space for people who are just here to waste time and actually never learn anything.
Do you think? Because I absolutely agree that many anti-flat earthers aren't here to learn or to change their mind.
Yeah,
do you reckon that's the same for some of the flat earthers?
What?
Do you think you or many of the other flat earthers are open to changing their minds?
About what? That the Earth is a spinning ball?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous, man. There is no proof of a spinning ball. Have you gone outside lately?
But so I'm just trying to understand the consistency. It's important that Globers change their mind or be
Yeah, I'm
open
just
to
trying to
that.
understand how people just still in 2023 do not understand the very simplistic properties of water. Every child with a
Easy.
with a 5-year-old aged brain can understand how water works. If you guys have not yet come to the conclusion of what water does, then you're just lost.
Right, but I was just on the point of like people I only talk to people who are willing to change their mind. Is that only for Globers?
Isn't it funny how everything that when you look at the sky, everything looks like 2D, and as soon as someone goes into space, everything is just pure blackness. But when I look into the sky, zoom onto things that are in the sky at night, it's just like literally like a dome. It's just 2D looking, you know, like plates. For example, when you look at the moon, it's just a slightly oblate blade, whatever you want to call it. Same with the stars, you know, and then you go into magic space and everything just turns suddenly black, you know, with every stupid live stream or video of rockets doing the very short parabolic flight into space, however that works. Must be a small Earth. I just don't understand how you go outside and you look at how everything moves, the clouds move over your head, the winds, just everything within this realm. How can you still think you're on a spinning, wobbling space ball?
Well, I guess it's the case that whatever we strongly believe, we will wrap our observations to meet that expectation.
Yeah, how many more observations do someone need to stop saying refraction like a parrot? It's the only thing you actually have, right? If something doesn't add up to the globe, oh, it's just gonna be refraction. Oh, it's just gonna be a visual phenomena.
You got it, man. You got them. You got their number.
Yeah. So there's nothing that people can show a fanatic anti-flat earther because he will always find a way to just wiggle out of it or wiggle out of it.
But it's not important
I mean,
flat earthers to be the same.
even if NASA would come out, some people, official people of NASA, saying, "Oh yeah, the Earth is flat," which we do have records of. Even if NASA would publicly do that, people would still like find a branch that can hold on to just to keep their space idea. It's ridiculous. That's how you people are.
You reckon?
There's
I
always
reckon if NASA came out and said the Earth's flat and here's how we've been faking, I think a lot of people would change their mind. I mean, I think you'd get a group either way. But that's what I'm saying. I mean, if people have a very strong held belief,
Dude,
like
I
you're saying,
bet you 90% of the people on this Discord would still find something to say why it's just the April Fool's joke. They're just joking. They're right around the corner to just refuse their joke. Or actually, it has a deeper meaning. You're just interpreting it. It's a false interpretation. They never lied to you. But there's people in here that will do everything to keep their space dream. Space. Never in their life gonna be at that place that doesn't exist. Never in their life gonna be at a rocket. Never in their life gonna be in low Earth orbit. Nothing that these people love will ever be within their lifetime and in the future for any other lifetime, for any other human being. So it's just vanity. I mean, the only thing you can maybe do is a zero-G flight or a parabolic flight in a vomit comet. But that's all. Free fall. Like literally, if someone is just honest to themselves, they know that once they go outside and just experience what the world is, you're not living on a spinning ball. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah,
I don't
and
even
once
know
you know
what
that,
big talk is.
there's no point questioning it.
And what we all forget is no one care. Like the most people don't even think. Like you can go outside and ask someone, how many moons are in our galaxy, because they have been indoctrinated with heliocentrism, they will tell you, or maybe 6 moons. You know, like the people don't care about this whole topic. That's why when you talk to real people about flat Earth, they actually get it. You know, they're like, oh yeah, if I look at water, oh yeah, dude, you open up my mind. I'm gonna look into it. You know how many people I encountered like that. I don't know what they did with it. I don't really care what they did with it, but at least I know that they had a generally open-minded reaction, intellectually honest enough to what they have observed in reality is adding up with what I'm stating stuff to be. Okay.
Right. You're absolutely right. It's important to be open that we might be wrong. The other person might have something valid to say.
Like 95% of the world does not care about any of this discussion regarding heliocentrism or geocentrism. They literally don't care. Some people don't even know how milk is coming out of a cow. Like people think they just buy it in the supermarket. That's how well people care about things. No one cares about NASA launching rockets. It's just like a small majority of people that fall in love in their childhood with space dreams. Really, no one cares what we talk here or what we do here.
Yep, I agree.
That's why I'm gonna be off from here for a long time during the summer, because I'm gonna enjoy nature and reality. I don't care if you guys gonna still bump each other's head. I'm gonna go out and talk to real people about flat Earth. This bullshit here, constantly talking with people who are just mentally retarded, because some of you guys are so slow thinking people, unfortunately, that you buzz out as soon as someone talks longer than like half a minute or so. You just completely buzz out, and then you just like after 1 minute you're like, oh, can you come to the stop? Can you come to the stop? Because most of the time people are just not even listening. It's just a waste of time and energy. That's why
I agree. 100% agree. Sometimes it feels like people aren't listening. Sounds like they're just talking about something that like wasn't even the point you were making. Like you were saying something cogent and simple about one thing, and then they start talking about something.
It's just all vanity, man. It's all vanity. It really doesn't matter at the end of the day. Judgment day will come. People will be faced with the truth. That's it. It's all vanity. If they chose to be deceived, go on. If that's what you love, if you love to be on the globe, go on. If you love to be a spinning ball flying from every spinning world of darkness, go on. If you love to not acknowledge a creator, go on. If you love unrighteousness, no problem. You're gonna have your rude awakening. Not me. I'm not gonna stand before the Most High and be like, oh, I actually always knew that a God must exist, but I didn't really care about you or the truth. I just wanted to be my own self-made God and with my own information of how things come to be.
That's what they say, isn't it? That's always how they describe it. They want to be a God.
It's what the heliocentristic model does. Look at the PhDs. Look at the people with credentials and debates. Oh, I have a credential. Oh, I can be emotionally unstable and be annoyed every time you talk. Oh, I can say that you can't have any knowledge about that because I have gone to school. I have studied it. I am the ultimate. Look, just listen to the biggest nut here, Mr. What is he called? Zanuck. Zanuck says, "Oh, I'm the citation." Like, literally, don't you see how people get this prideful thinking that through heliocentrism that they know everything that is happening in reality? Like, oh, this star is so many billion light years away. Oh, we know how little atoms work. We know how the genetic code is being made. But still, not at one point they're really gonna acknowledge the creator for anything. It's just all happened to be coincidence. Imagine standing before that creator that has created all the things that you have perverted upon a different explanation, and even worse taught it to your kids, right? imagine him standing in front of you while he's going to open up the book that has been chronically saving everything about you and your life, every thought, everything you did, everything you said, written down in that book.
Mike, somebody's like putting their mic in their butthole or something.
Snacks, you're hot, Mike.
Snacks.
Max, are you baking cookies too?
Working on it. Hold on. I'm making some sense.
And I always gonna say this, right? If there's not gonna be a day of judgment, a court, time and date for every one of us, life is ultimately meaningless. There needs to be justice. There needs to be justice made. That's just how it is, man. There is a system of justice for everyone. Like since we have been
But
born,
what?
we are in that system.
So hang on. Life is meaningless unless some people get punished for their choices.
Unless we all get punished. It's not just some people, it's all of us.
Right, but I mean, the people who believe in Jesus go to heaven, right? So they don't get punished.
No,
they do bad things, but they ask for forgiveness and they're forgiven.
We also gonna be judged. That's a lie. We're also gonna be judged, and we're gonna be with him in eternity, but not in heaven. We're gonna be with his kingdom on this earth, a new kingdom, and there will, at some point there will be also a new earth established. But again, the judgment is for everyone.
You're not listening. You're not listening. You're just ranting and preaching, man. I keep asking you like really simple, direct questions, and then you just preach about something else entirely.
You and me, Ekshe, your children, your children's children.
You're back to preaching, man. Is my mic working? Are you not listening?
I'm just helping.
You're not able to hear me. Is that the problem? No, you're
Why
preaching.
is it preaching? No, it's not preaching.
Because you're not engaging in conversation.
I have answered.
I've got to I'm engaged in conversation. Interrupt you to get you to. You're not even listening.
You said, I'm listening. You said, okay, let me repeat what the last thing is you said. You said, or is it, does life only become meaningful if some people going to be judged for their wrongdoings or punished? Yeah. And I said, it's you and me who going to get punished. We all going to be judged. Some people going to have the punishment.
So some people are going to get punished.
Some people going to have the punishment of dying because they chose to, right? For you can choose to die.
The question I'm trying to ask you is, right? Just take a chill pill, man. I'm just trying to have like a calm, rational conversation without you like shouting your belief. Oh, okay. Cool.
I'm just waiting.
I'm just trying to understand this idea. No, I don't hear silence. I hear you continually interrupting to tell me how quiet you are being.
Oh.
I don't understand this idea that life isn't worth living unless we're all being judged and some people are getting punished. Couldn't it still be worth living if everybody gets off scot-free?
No, that would be an unrighteous creation. Then
could it still be worth living in an unrighteous creation?
No, your own moral compass is the very proof that there is, like, if you see something unrighteous happen in this world, you want to have judgment happening. It's a natural thing in you. If someone slaps your kid, if someone slaps your children, man, you want to have righteousness served. It is within you, man.
Don't I want to forgive them? Don't I want to forgive them and turn the other cheek and know that the punishment lies with the Creator?
I'm saying that it's obvious.
Vengeance is mine, says the Lord.
Yes, he does. But I'm talking about your children. Your children are innocent and they cannot defend themselves. If someone who's an adult is punching your children, you're gonna need to protect them. Okay.
So protect them is not punish the person doing that. It's doing whatever I can to stop that child coming to harm, and then nothing more.
Can we stick on the point, man? See, that's why these conversations.
I'm trying to, man. I'm really trying to.
Yeah.
Because you keep like ranting. It's weird. So what makes it worth living? What makes some
Yeah,
people?
I'm ranting, right? I'm ranting while you just keep on interrupting me all the time and just diverting the points. Just be more precise, okay? It's just simple. I
Okay.
made this point in order for make you realize that there's something within you that wants to have righteousness served. Okay?
No, I don't.
You like
I really don't.
Yeah, okay, then you're just lying at this point, and I'm gonna just
No, I
stop this
don't.
conversation.
I want
Thank
people.
you.
I want. Sure, fine. My belief is, I think people do bad things because they're in bad situations or have mental disturbances or bad things are going on for them at that time. And to me, the message I thought you weren't interrupting. I thought you were being quiet. Now you're kind of interrupting me while I'm doing my
You're
preaching
talking
bit.
about something I didn't mention. You're just diverting.
I know. I'm telling you what I think. Why would you have told me what I think?
You're perverting the focus.
You weren't going to speak anymore, so I was just taking the floor and telling people what I think.
I can't stand the problem is now you're gonna make it look like as if the point I was trying to make has a different outcome by you going on about something that has nothing to do with the very essence of the thing I wanted to make you
No,
understand.
you can't disagree with him, Harry. You can't disagree with Clay. You got to go along with everything he says, or it's going to be a problem.
You're absolutely right, Clay. Life isn't worth living unless some people, because they've heard about Jesus but chose not to believe in him, get punished for that choice. It's just, why would I bother getting up in the morning unless I know that good people are going to burn in hellfire for eternity? What a pointless existence. I'm on board with it now.
It is unbelievable how you willingly pervert in unrighteousness what I just said. And this is this is very much the fruit of this spirit that you have. The very reason why you're probably still a Glober, because you have this willful pervertness within your talk. You just want to make people look the wrong way. Yeah, I'm judging you rightfully. Yeah, I'm judging you rightfully. You rightfully judge you because I can rightfully judge you. Read the Bible, I can rightfully judge you, and I will always do it. And I'm going to point out the perversion that you did. So again, I need to repeat myself
You're disobeying the Bible.
You're not capable of listening, right? Again, the point is, within yourself, there is a moral compass given by the Creator that will always want to have righteousness served around you. If you see something bad on TV or something happening, you get angry, and this emotion that you have is essentially the proof of that moral compass. You said no, which is just blatantly lying to yourself. Okay, every child.
Well, you haven't heard the full thought yet. You haven't heard the full thought yet. You're trying to tell me what my thoughts are. If you don't want to hear it, that's fine. I would still like to say it. If that's okay, I would like to finish my thought, Clay.
Yeah, now you're
Is it okay? Could you practice?
Yeah. Just go on with the
some
next
of those noble
perversion.
virtues right now, and
Just
just
go on with the next
demonstrate some
perversion.
patience,
Make
kindness,
yourself,
and humility,
yeah, just
and shut
interrupt
the
me.
fuck up and let me
Interrupt me
speak.
and make you no. You just the only thing you're gonna do now is still trying to pervert the way I am
I'm gonna
talking
tell
to you by telling people that you're not the one who's interrupting.
You're right.
That
You're on the
not
side of right,
playing the
Clay. You're
victim.
100% right.
You're just
You've
gonna
never
play the
been wrong in your
victim now.
life.
See, you're gonna play
I'm
the
not
victim
playing the victim at
now.
all.
Yeah, you already
I'm
did.
pointing out that you keep interrupting
You
and not letting me
already
speak
did.
like a child. You've got
You already
such
did.
poor control.
Yeah, you're just gonna ramble on with some other a non-coherent point that's gonna divert the whole meaning of my points to make it look like as if I said something completely different. And just go on, do it again.
Well, okay, I'll do it then. I'll tell people what I think, and something I'll demonstrate here is that Clay is going to interrupt me partway through. What I think is that people who make bad choices, who hurt other people, are in a difficult situation. While I do agree with you, Clay, that people's first response is anger, I think that is misplaced. I think that is an unevolved or unenlightened way to be, and a better way to look upon it is pity and forgiveness. And I think that's the message I took from the Bible. I don't think that righteous indignation, wanting bad things to happen to bad people, does anything good for the world. Look at prisons. Look at any time that retribution, that godly retribution happens, and it's just more suffering.
Do you have it now? Did you make your point that is diverting again away from what I'm simply trying to point out?
Why are you the only one that can direct what's being said? I thought we were having a conversation between two people and I'm allowed to say what I think. Why is that diverting?
Because it has nothing to do with the topic. If I talk about cars and you start talking about helicopters, I don't want to talk about it. Don't you get that?
Right. But I was speaking and you joined in the conversation and I asked you a specific question about whether other people can be deluded, and then you started ranting about God. So if it's about diverting the conversation, let me take you back to where we started. I was saying, do you think people, even when they're flat earthers, could be so fixed in their view that they couldn't change it, that they could see all of reality and it just confirms for them the flat earth, just the same way for globers, everything they see, they think confirms for them the globe earth?
You're just
Do you think
diverting
that's
again.
possible? That's where we started. Why is it a diversion to go back to where we started?
That's not where we started.
What's the thing I said that made you start ranting about God?
No.
So wasn't God a diversion?
No. You
No,
can go
okay.
back in
What's
the
a
live
diversion?
stream. You can go back to the live stream and listen to what I said. I still remember what I said.
Right, but it's not about what you said. It's what you said it in relation to.
You want to make me go back to what I said and finalize
You said
the
it's
point for the third time now?
no.
Every
I mean, you're just
child-
going to preach again. So why don't you just keep preaching?
Every child would have already understood what I said. And within every human being, there is a moral compass directly given by the Creator, which is the proof of the final judgment that is laid upon every human being, because we're all going to be judged according to our deeds. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, I've heard it 3 times. It doesn't mean I need to agree. It doesn't mean I'm not allowed to share my view on that.
Yeah, but
I've
your
heard
view
you. You said that the
always
moral
diverts.
compass is proof positive that we have a moral compass given to us by God. But I mean, it's begging the question. If you say it's given to us by God, therefore it's proof of God. That is like circular logic in the extreme, isn't it? Could it have been given to us by a creator who isn't here anymore, like there is in most other mythologies? Sure. Could it have just occurred naturally? Sure. Many groups of people had really capricious gods that didn't really care much about humans, that humans had the morals, and gods, because they lived so long and were so powerful, didn't really care much about human morals. So I don't know where you get this idea that just by going, because you know the difference between right and wrong, therefore God exists, and because you know the difference between right and wrong, that proves God exists.
You really,
You got it from God, it proves God.
you're really skilled at diverting away and perverting speech, right? But you're not even realizing it. I think I'm not even wanting to blame you for it. It's just the spirit within you. It's the spirit of this world. That's what people always do. They just
You
pervert
just sound very
the
judgmental.
simplistic point. Yeah, because it's just perverting the simplistic point I'm trying to make. You're just going in every direction, taking from every little shelf some little bits that have actually nothing to do with the simplistic point I'm making to make my point.
I get the point. I think everybody here gets the point. I get the point. It doesn't mean I need to agree with you. I can disagree with you, and we can still
you can't
not
disagree.
shout it. Oh, okay, away you go.
You can't disagree. I have nothing against you disagreeing, but what I don't like is people using all sorts of diverting techniques to wash away the simplistic point I made. The simplistic point is your very nature and the very construct of society you live in will be is the perfect mirror of the ultimate court day we're all gonna attend to. Simply like that. No one's gonna get away with it. That's beautiful. You and me should rejoice. If you're someone who loves righteousness and truth, you would ultimately rejoice because people who have killed like hundreds of people and then just shot themselves in the head or something as a quick escape don't get away with it. Why you think that's an absurd? Why is that a bad idea of, or why is it something we would not agree both onto? I think it's written upon our inner our inner moral compass or code, or however you want to call it, program.
Can I ask you a question about that?
Yeah.
If somebody killed 100 people and then rather than shooting themselves in the head, they went to whatever denomination of church or belief you follow and asked for God's forgiveness, and the priest gave them 20 Hail Marys and a bunch of sit-ups to do.
You're doing it again, man.
And then they were given absolution in it. I'm not saying this is your point, Clay. You need to understand how conversations work. This is my point. I am asking you. Why can't you let people finish?
Because
it's a sign that you know where it's going, and there's going to be dissonance at the end of it. So you're trying to stop it before we get there, because you know the final question is: is that person going to be allowed entry into?
Go on with your perversion.
Why are you shouting? Go on with it, rather than just letting me go on with it.
Go on with the perversion.
Eggshells, you're gonna have to define forgiveness and repentance.
No, let
Sure.
him go on
Did
with
I sit?
this
Did I
perversion.
sit?
He knows that he is a
Why are you
straw man
shouting
and
over me,
creating
man?
perversion. Just
I'm
let
not
him go
saying this is
on.
your point. This is my point. I'm not saying it's your point. I'm saying
Go on.
my point. Will that person who asks for forgiveness for killing hundreds of people enter the kingdom of heaven? Will they attain God's forgiveness by asking for it, believing in that Jesus' blood washes away his sins? Will they sit at the right hand of God in the day of judgment, and will they be judged to have their sins washed clean?
So as
Why
if
do you
we
Because if
didn't
it
hear
is, that
this.
doesn't
Why
seem
do
like
you
a
bring?
righteous world.
Are you finished? So as if we didn't hear this already, he is just going to do the same thing again. So the only thing he can do is pervert away from the main topic. Finds all
Directly on the
sorts of
topic,
things.
man.
Finds all sorts
Why
of
you
things
answer
in
the
the way.
question? This is a
I'm
perversion.
answering
This is a
it.
perverted
I'm
perversion.
answering. See, I let you talk. All you perverting through, and you don't let me dismantle your stupid perversion. Unbelievable, right? So
So tell me, is that person going to be forgiven or not?
again, just going to some man-made institution of religion where some priest that has nothing to do with biblical scripture is going to give you forgiveness is first of all ridiculous. Okay, it has nothing to do with forgiveness. Second of all, you don't need to go, or you don't go into any church to ask for forgiveness. And third of all, I don't think that a person who has already made the decision to kill 100 people will have a repentant heart and realize that he did something wrong. Okay, there is just people who will never come to realization, and if so, I don't know. I'm not the secretary of the Most High. I don't know if he can forgive someone who kills 100 people. I say he could, but there must be great conviction within that man's heart. I think it's very unrealistic if he already had no problem without any conviction in his heart killing 100 people. Okay,
So that doesn't sound like a righteous world to me. That if you were asking before, does that sound like a righteous world? No, a world in which somebody can kill 100 people and then, however they want to do it, attain forgiveness for that and go to heaven. Whereas me, who hasn't killed 100 people and have spent a lot of time trying to do the right thing and do right by other people, improve other people's lives, but just didn't find the story of the Bible very compelling. It looked like a bad plagiarism.
See how he's
But I
doing
burn in
again?
hell. But I burned in hell for eternity, and that mass murderer gets to go to heaven. That doesn't seem like a righteous world. I do not like that judgment. I do not like that judge. Throw me to hell, please.
Again, he is perverting the speech, diverting away from what I said, not addressing the things I said. I said it's very unrealistic that someone who
You said he
already
could.
killed 100 people, he could, but ultimately the one who is
Not
leading
justice.
people. Ultimately, the one who's leading people to repentance or saving them is the creator. It's not you creating some cheat code or something like that. Being born again is something that is only given by the Most High. That's why I personally don't like these one prayer saved quote unquote religious things. That is all Christian religion made up nonsense where people go into church and knee down and do like 3 prayers and now they're saved or something. That's why people like you come to these conclusions. There's a distinctive change
Just
in
doesn't
life.
sound like justice to me.
You're gonna be born again. And I'm not the creator. I am not his right hand, and I'm also not his secretary. So it is just speculation on your and my part if someone like this who killed 100 people will be forgiven. So don't use your speculation as anything against the righteousness of the Most High, as if you, because you're just speculating on that, can now say, "Oh, why should I go to hell if someone killed 100 people?" As if that's true. It's as if you know that someone who killed 100 people is being forgiven, is gonna get forgiven. That's
Well,
ridiculous.
it just sounds to me before, like I said, you're judging me, and you said, yes, I am. So then you could speak on behalf of the creator as to my nature and whether it was a salvation issue. But when it comes to a mass murderer, you can't speak on his. You're like, I don't know, it's a tricky issue.
It's
So you
literally
can
a
judge me
spirit that
sometimes,
does
right?
this with you, right? You're always gonna divert and try to find the next point to pervert another being, right? It's just the only thing you can do.
I'm just proving your points wrong. Every time I prove your
Everything
points
that
wrong, you go,
comes,
oh, that's a diversion. That's a
everything
diversion.
that
You're diverting away from the point I'm making, which is that I'm wrong. I'm like, yeah, I'm diverting away by showing that you're wrong.
I already told you I can righteously judge the very things you say the same way as you do it all the time in this conversation, which is completely normal. And when I say that you
Sure.
divert away and try to make the things I state to look bad or wash it down, so people who are listening will conclude something completely different from what my actually point was that I tried to make, is perversion. It's willful distraction and deception that you're trying to insert within the conversation, and that's everything that has come out of your mouth so far.
I mean, it's this to me is why I'm not Christian.
Eggshells.
Well, this is why I'm not a believer. Because
you're
of the
going
things that. Oh, you wait.
Neither I am Christian.
Sorry. Didn't realize it was on a 4-word limit. Go for it, guys.
It's like talking to a child.
No, actually, I think you made some good points there. I hate to agree with Eggshells because I don't usually. But he made some good points.
Yeah, all diversions, all perversions of my actual points I tried to make.
Oh, sorry, Clay. I missed your point, to be fair. I joined the
I
conversation
know.
late.
Eggshells, I feel you're going with the mainstream ideology of Christianity. Like you said, people go to heaven or hell. I've never seen that in the Bible.
That's another one that I do think is interesting, because there's like there is this idea of like you go up and you sit at God's right hand, and there is talk of heaven, but hell was seemed like it was like invented after the Bible. Like there's it seems like it was stolen from the Norse. Actually, Helheim was where you went if you didn't die in battle with your axe.
Helsinki, Finland. Well, what you're saying though, you're saying you go to be at the right hand of God or whatever. It doesn't say that in the Bible. It doesn't say when you die, that's what happens. You go to heaven or hell. Actually, the Messiah preached on what happens after you die.
What does happen after you die in your view?
According to the Messiah, there was 2 gentlemen. There was Lazarus and the rich man. The rich man took advantage of his life. Lazarus was poor and, meek. So what ended up happening is in the end, they go down to the underworld, and there's 2 compartments in the underworld. You have one for the righteous and one for the unrighteous. Those people await the resurrection, which would be the day of judgment that Clay was speaking of. And when you're resurrected, the kingdom's actually brought here back to earth, kind of like how the Garden of Eden used to be here.
Right. Okay. And what happens to the people who were unrighteous?
Those people, unrighteous, wait till after the millennial reign. It'll be 1,000-year reign of peace on earth. And then those people will be resurrected, and they will be judged. Look, I'm just going off what I've read, so I you can laugh at it, it's fine, but they will be judged, and then they're just they're erased. They're erased from the game of life. It's not like eternal pain and suffering. It's just they get a choice. You either want they chose not to have life after death, so they just chose death instead.
Because that sounds kind of interesting in that it is very similar to the Buddhist idea of nirvana, Buddhist/Hindu idea of nirvana, where you keep reincarnating. Like, I know that's not what you're saying, but you keep reincarnating, and then the ultimate, like, quote unquote, heaven, the thing you get once you reach enlightenment, is the joy of not having to exist anymore. You just cease existing, and that's the state that Buddhists are looking forward to.
That's because Buddhists are satanic. Yeah.
Barrel Rider. One sec, guys. One sec. Barrel Rider, can you please set up mute, dude, if you're not speaking?
Okay, I just wanted to ask Clay a question.
Okay, then go then.
Clay still
Yes.
around?
Yes.
Hey, do you believe that the Bible teaches eternal hellfire, damnation?
Eternally, no. Not for non-eternal beings. It will be eternally, in a sense, for Lucifer and all the other Nephilim/demon spirits, but not for human beings. No, because we're not eternal beings. It's just like the farmer who will harvest his crop, and the weeds will be thrown into the oven and gone forever.
But just people people die will not go to a. You don't believe that people that die will go to an eternal torment in hell?
No, they're gonna literally be erased. Just
Oh, that's
they
nice.
die. Like the thing is the sin is death, right? So what sin does if it's not covered by the blood of the Messiah, and he is not is not the mediator, who has died for your sin, you're gonna pay for it, and the penalty is just death. Death is death. Doesn't mean you're gonna be in some third dimension, burning in an ever burning fire and under suffering. No, you're gonna suffer for a while. I think what is more worse than the fire actually that you're gonna be thrown into is standing in front of Most High, knowing you had your chance, knowing you actually knew in your mind that he is real, and never took the advantage, never listened to the stupid, ridiculous people on Discords, or always warning you. I think going through the whole process of being judged will be worse than actually knowing that the final thing is you burning up and dying forever and ever.
Okay, so it's fear based. So it's just the same tactic as the establishment is using today.
Yeah,
Good
fear
job.
is very healthy, man. Fear will help you
I
in
know that
life
voice.
to not do bad decisions. Fear is healthy if you don't want to drive too fast. There's many ways of why fear is a very good thing, and I don't know what the problem with fear is, man.
Well, it's trauma-based mind control. That's the thing. I mean, if you want to manipulate people, it's a really good way, isn't it?
Yeah, you're gonna die. If you have not the Messiah in your life, you're gonna die. It's just the truth.
Well, you're gonna
That's not-
die no matter what.
Yeah, we gonna die, and then there's judgment, and then there's a second death.
Well, that's a claim.
Yeah, it's not a claim. It's true.
What, you want some evidence for that claim, Tim?
Yeah, I would love that.
No. Dude, you
Okay,
don't
where
get
were
we
you
ask
before you were
questions
born?
of
There's your
furniture.
evidence.
Or you can mock
Yeah.
it as much you want, but very deep
Well, I
within
wasn't
you,
born.
know it's true. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so annoying to you to hear it all the time.
No,
I
I'm
like it.
annoyed
Where were you
because I
before
hear
you-
this preached all the time, but I never hear anything substantiated.
Yeah,
It's just a lot of claims based on a 2,000-year-old sand religion book that
Yeah.
isn't a unique story at all.
Everything in life is claims, isn't it? Everything you've referred to as claims. You can only maybe use current things like people who are still alive to refer back to. They can just either say yes, your claim is right, or say no, your claim is not right. Nothing can be 100%ly. It's all claims. Your whole life is based on claims. Things that happen, things that people say. I don't know what this whole fuss is about, man. I just can live with the fact that people gonna die. I'm gonna die, but I'm not gonna have the second death. I want to live on with the creator. If you don't want to, it's your choice, man. Don't blame me. I just told you.
We are back to the things again. We are back to the things that is in contention, and you just circled all the way around and made the exact same claim. There is a God, and you will be judged at Judgment Day.
There is.
Again, and then you come with your preaching spiel, and you circle all the way back down to the same
Yeah,
thing.
I don't care
It's
if
just
it's
claims
preaching,
based
if
on a
it's
sand
annoying.
religion book, as I just said before, and the stories in it is not unique at all.
Okay, it's your claim.
No,
Is
it's
it
a
any higher?
fact.
No, it's not a fact. Is your claim any higher than my claims? No.
Well, there's evidence for Tim's claim. The Epic of Gilgamesh contains stories that are virtually identical to ones that are found in
Yeah, sure. What
the
would the
Bible.
enemy
Predates the Bible.
If you're the adversary, what would you do to pervert the very saving message that would lead to eternal life? You would use as you would create as much religion as possible, almost picking
It's not a
everything from
religion.
the Bible and perverting it. Yeah, it's not a
religion.
not a religion, but everything that that the adversary
You know what
does
the
is
Epic of Gilgamesh is?
he's using parts of the already established foundation that is given by the creator and perverted from the inside.
What I'm saying is, Epic of Gilgamesh is one of many examples of stories that are in the Bible set somewhere else with different characters with the same base story happening before the stuff in the Bible.
Yeah, if you want to use it, then go on, man. If you can die upon that as being your ultimate conqueror of the truth, go on. Like, your life is your life, man. Your life is your life. My life is my life. I'm just warning you. That's all.
Okay.
You just seem to retreat into preaching rather than responding to the actual points being made.
Dude, it's always
It's,
what
it's
you
your
guys
life.
say.
Feel free
It's
to do it.
always preaching, whatnot. I've just said to you, we can already quit the conversation here. I just made the point, right? My
But you're
claims are
not
my
quitting it.
claims. Your claims are your claims. Yeah, I can quit it right now. Have a nice
Okay.
day. We can maybe talk about something else. It doesn't matter,
Well, I
man.
think the rest of us are
You-
still okay discussing the topic. Most of the rest of us aren't shouting.
Yep. The thing is, no matter what I say about my claims, you're not going to believe it. But there's going to
Well, I
be a
would if you
day
substantiate it.
where you're going to be very sad about not believing it. That's all. And even if you don't
Well,
believe that, that's okay. I made my mission. My mission is to give people the truth. Either they accept it and they even want to,
You're still
run
doing
behind
it.
it and find more about it, or they don't. And they're just going to
You haven't heard the
disregard
point.
it. And that's it.
You haven't heard the point. The point is, like Tim just said, where's this? Like, here's what it's like. It's like I'm saying, oh, there is a Yeti. There is a abominable snowman. His name is the Yeti. He lives in the Alps, and he gets really pissed off if you don't believe him. And somebody else said to that person, "What's your evidence that this Yeti exists?" And they went, "Well, he's going to bash you if you don't believe in him because he exists. And he's going to bash you." And they went, "Okay, yeah, and I'm down with that. Could you explain the evidence you have that will lead me to believe that this?" Hang on, let me finish, man. What evidence do you have that would lead me to believe this Yeti exists? And they went, "Oh, he's going to kick your fucking ass. This Yeti's going to beat you senseless." It's just reverting to the claim rather than responding to the questions.
You're just perverting again and simplifying a message that is not even true. It says in the Bible that he is not pleased in anyone being
You're
lost.
doing it right now.
Eggshells.
You're just going back to claiming the Bible is true rather than supporting why you think it's true.
Because what you're saying is
Everybody's gonna
wrong.
bash me.
You just perverted the simplistic message I'm trying to spread. You just perverted it. He is not willing to have anyone lost. It is your decision. He doesn't throw you in hell. You throw yourself into hell and you throw yourself into eternal death. Being dead forever. It's your decision. Don't you get that? It is your decision. It is
my fault
your
that the Yeti's gonna
decision,
bash me.
your will to die. Okay? So
From
he is
Yeti.
not the one. He is not the one who throws you in hell. You decide to go there and be forever deleted. It's your decision.
Right.
That's the decision you make
Yeah,
every day.
no,
in
I
your
get
life.
it. The
You
Yeti's gonna beat me up because I'm doubtful of the Yeti's existence.
Oh, yo, this is again. You're just gonna go on doing this because you're just scared.
Yeah, pointing out that your case.
No, you're just scared, man. You're scared of
No,
the truth.
if I was scared,
That's
I
why
would be. If I was
you're scared of the
scared, I would be a
truth.
believer.
You're
If I was
scared of
scared,
the
I'd be a
truth.
believer because
No, I'm not
given.
scared.
It's
I'm
the
not
opposite
scared.
of fear. It's a lack of fear. I've gone. I don't
No.
think there's a Yeti, so I'm going to choose to not believe that I'm going to get bashed by one. And you're like, well, you're just being beaten by the Yeti. Oh, you're terrified. He's big.
You're
He's
scared. You're scared. That's why you need these childish ideas of things that are perverting the very simplistic message of.
He literally
what
just
I'm
said
saying.
if he was scared, he would be a believer. So stop in the same track.
And
bro.
I literally say because he is scared of the fundamental truth of righteousness, he is going to always use perverted speak and a perverted version of the main story or message I'm spreading in order to hide behind that. That's what you're always gonna do if you don't really want to face the creator. You're just gonna come up with some con religion or some stupid idea of something that has nothing to do with the main message, or make the main message look silly and dumb, which he just proved to be the point. It's always the same methods. Always.
The message
Never
looks silly
heard
and dumb.
nothing new I hear today from Mr. Eggshells that I haven't heard before by people that just want to run away from the truth. It's always the same way. I did it too.
Take a breath sometimes, Clay.
I'm
Take a breath
guilty of it
sometimes.
too. And see, that's the same way. You just go on. You just can't really stand it. That's why you also do these intersections.
No, it's just because you rant for like 5 minutes
I
at a
don't
time.
care. And it's not 5 minutes. Again, I can do the timer. I let everyone else rant if they want to.
Okay, please let other people rant for a minute.
Yeah, I'm finished with the conversation, by the way. There's
So
nothing
you
more
keep
to
saying.
say. May Yah have mercy
Right.
upon you all. Much love.
Sure. Yeah, it doesn't sound like love. The point I
What
was
a
going to
chicken
say,
shit.
which I think.
Well,
Shalom,
let's
man.
point. Well, I mean, it's because you're kind of being a chicken shit and not being able to defend your position in the conversation.
No, it's because you guys have a skewed view on what following Yah is, and you take that skewed Catholic view and you apply it to every single person. That's the problem. So if you guys would just open your mind a little, and that would help. But we already know you believe in the globe, so we know you're not able to open your mind. So
explain it then. So
I'm a flat earther. Eggshells is a flat earther. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Eggshells is a flat earther? What?
Yeah.
Yeah, I turned flat a couple of weeks ago.
Fuck off.
I got tired. I kept getting asked for evidence, and I was like, this sounds like a lot of work.
I mean, if you can explain it to us, Tor, please do.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I kept getting asked for evidence.
what part
And I was
what
like,
part
that
do you
is a
need help
lot of work.
understanding?
Well, I mean, so it's not a Bible thing that you're going from. Then you're just going from Jesus's teachings. I'm guessing.
No, I read the whole Bible, but I also read canons, other books that have been removed from the Bible as well, which I think help give insight. Like Baruch, in the late 1800s, they removed 14 books from the Bible.
Right.
Yeah, it's interesting. It definitely has been one of the most messed with things in our history, and it also holds a lot of contention. People have a very hard time with it. So I get it.
Sure.
It's I believe 100% if there is an adversary to good, if there is an evil side, I think one of the places he would try to misconstrue to make up stories about would be inside the church. And I think that's what we ended up with the Catholic Church. I think he started a long time ago. So I'm not, I'm all for, I'm right there with you. I don't think the Catholic Church is giving you any good information.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
exactly
I said this
what
to
the point I was
Gregory
going
the
to
other
make.
day. I were on 24/7, and I'm like, Gregory, we have that book because of the Holy Roman Empire, and he even disagreed with that. And I was like, you can't. Some things you just can't argue. I mean, because he's young, Clay's young also. I mean, advanced for his years. Oh my God, compared to me, very advanced. But yeah, I don't see how you could argue with that. That just seems.
I mean, he
obvious.
even changed.
Yeah, it's accepted sort of canonical stuff, isn't it? Well, Council of Nicaea, and they decided which books are canonical. And
no, well,
right?
The Council of Nicaea, actually, the main concern was Easter and then the Trinity. They wanted to say that God was one, Jesus, God, and the Holy Spirit. That was their main concern in the Council of Nicaea, that you're talking in 325 AD.
Wasn't it also the case that they were concerned that there were multiple different stories going around of like the similar stories with slightly different veins, and so there were multiple books, and they had to be like, right, which one's going to be correct, and we'll throw out the other ones. Like
yes,
the Book of Enoch and stuff. There's one that still exists, I think.
Yeah, that still exists. It wasn't even in the canon at the time of that of Constantine and the Council of Nicaea. What you do is you can look. I don't go off of what men would tell you. So, like the Council of Nicaea, you can look at the people who were in the Council of Nicaea, and you could, assess them by what they did in this lifetime. And Constantine, these aren't the greatest of people. So I can't fully agree with someone that says I know what God wants in the Bible. You know what I mean? I can't fully agree to that extent, 100%.
Yeah.
But I do believe that we can read through it now that we're a little wiser in our years, and now we can decipher by asking. It is truly a submission to a creator, is what it is, and now you have to ask him for the discernment to show you what parts of this that you need. Like Jude was one of the books in contention. They were like, oh, this one shouldn't be in, and then they put it in, and it's weird because Jude references Enoch and stuff, so it makes sense they wouldn't want to put it in if they didn't include Enoch. You know what I mean? So it's.
And how many? Is there an idea of how many books got excluded?
There's so many. It's like insane how many, and we don't really know, but we hear mention of so many other books in the Bible. It'll mention other books that we don't have, And then you have to also understand the Israelites lost the law, like they lost it all, and then there was a guy who had to rewrite it all. and they like celebrated. Ezra was his name. So Ezra
So similar
is a
to
book.
the Book of Mormon.
Well,
you know, like he loses the whole Book of Mormon. He's like, oh, I got to write it again now.
Yeah, no, I mean, it wasn't that it's that they kept on being turned away from it and back to like paganism. So they kept on going back to just worshiping, it could have been that there was real, like, I don't know if you want to call them Nephilim, and, some people want to call them demigods. It could have been that stuff was completely real. So they saw it right in front of their faces and they would worship that. Or, so, even how the sunlight goes right to your own feet. It makes the sun a very personal entity. And then it makes sense how someone could eventually worship that if they've forgotten their creator. Essentially, it seems like people just as time goes on, we just forget more and more and more. Like we can't even give a good reason how the pyramids got where they are. It's pretty sad, actually.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that people got bored with it. This is Alan Watts talking now, really, in the 60s, by the way, 1960s. Just saying, yeah, people got bored with it. They didn't like this Sky Daddy looking over your shoulder, judging, ready to punish and reward. And you can understand that, can't you?
Well,
absolutely, particularly because once we get to like the age of like easy travel, like steamliners and stuff, you have mass migration, and then you're no longer surrounded by homogenous groups. Like it's understandable. Nobody questions it when like everybody is a Christian. There's like a couple of other people around. You never really get to know their views. But once it becomes clear, like, oh no, this whole side of the world believes in 7-armed gods, you're like, it becomes a little bit more sort of, okay, well, what makes them definitely wrong?
You know what I find amazing? How both sides are conned easily.
Yeah.
So we got the ballers, right? They believe in the NASA fantasy story. Fight for it, kill for it, no proof whatsoever, right? Then on the other side, we have the Bible believers. Fight for it, kill for it, have no proof whatsoever, get triggered when asked for proof. I mean, it's so similar, it's mind-boggling for me. I mean, I find this more fascinating than the flat earth debate, to be honest with you. How intelligent people can be fooled so freaking easily, man. It boggles my mind. Both of you, both sides. You're both brainwashed.
But on the other hand, Essie, I mean, if this thing, I mean, I don't like the manipulation. That really bugs me. But I was thinking about this the other day, just this notion going round and round. I'm not saying this is what happens, just this notion of going round and round, and then you start to sort of with each incarnation, you see more, and you sort of, it's built in more, if you will. It's it's sort of innate. Like there's certain things that I just know. I don't know, and I say to Tim, and Tim's like, it's just another claim. It's just another this, that, and the other. And I do wonder if you just come back around and you can see more or something like that. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just tangent.
No, but you get the point I made? Both sides have nothing. Both sides have nothing but fantasy.
But what
yet,
if it? But what if it makes you? Yeah, but dude, what if it makes you lead this really good and righteous life? Is it? I don't see it as all bad. I just don't.
No, I'm just tired of listening to bullshit, man. I don't care what side it comes from. I'm tired of listening to bullshit. That's my thing.
I hear you.
What do you believe about this whole field, Essie?
I'm sorry?
What are your beliefs about a creator or heaven and hell and that kind of stuff?
Well, my beliefs are simple. I believe in a creator, something greater than us created us because of irrefutable complexity, right? Things cannot just evolve like that. So I believe logically, without any proof, that we were created. Now, I also believe the God in the Bible is a scam. You've all been scammed. If you believe in the Christian Bible, you've been scammed by a bunch of Jews, man. That's it. There's no other thing. I'm sorry, man.
Would say.
Okay,
A global
I
how?
want to hear it, bro.
Okay, how? What is your proof of that claim?
Your God, where are you from? You're from Germany? Your God is the Thor. Your God is not the God you believe in. You understand that? You have a different God. The God in the Bible was given to you, bro. It's
Okay,
not
that's a
your
lot of
God.
claims. It doesn't
Jesus is
say.
not your savior, bro. He's
Okay,
Jewish. He has
okay.
nothing to do with you, bro.
Why are you so passionately trying to make these claims come about? What are you trying to
Because you've
defend?
been fooled.
You just sound like me, man.
Yeah, I'm giving you a taste, bro. I'm giving you a taste of
That was
you. Ah, bravo. You got it now.
that was good work. That was
Yeah,
good
but
work,
you
Clay. That was
don't you
well done.
see the paradox in it?
No, bro, you've been conned. It's that simple.
So
You've
if
been
I'm if
conned.
one second, if I'm wrong, which I'm not 100% right, but I could be sound. I'm just obviously just like you, just with a different perspective, right? If I'm wrong, nothing real will happen, right? Because according to you or to so other people, I may be reincarnated, or there's no judgment, or we're just gonna die, or whatever, you know. But if I'm right, it's even more fantastic because I chose the path of life, the small narrow path, and people did not want to go with. Right? So
No,
like
bro,
either if
you've
I'm
been,
no,
bro,
listen,
bro,
listen,
There's
listen.
still
Neither if I'm right or wrong, it doesn't change really affect my life. But if
yes, it
I'm
does.
wrong, it how?
Well, because
That I'm
if
happy
you're being
that I'm happy every
if you're
day.
no, if you're wrong,
I'm not addicted
you've
anymore.
spent your
What
well.
is
I
it?
mean, you're being a bit of a dickhead in this conversation. If that's exactly the point I was going to make. If your life is finite, if you don't go and meet a creator, then what you've done is spent your finite time on earth shouting at people and telling them that judgment awaits when you were wrong about that.
Yeah, but I'm not wrong. That's the thing.
Oh
You've just
No,
my!
but
you
why
just
don't you
confirmed
use
it.
your logic
How
in
did
this?
you do that,
Clay,
Clay?
hold
You
on,
said
hold on.
if I'm
Clay,
wrong, and then there's no
you
cost.
mean,
And then I said, if you're wrong, there is a cost. And then you're like, but I'm not wrong. You're not following conversations, man.
What's the
No,
difference of
I'm
Clay
following, but
Saber or a Glober? What's the
I don't
difference?
see one second. I don't see my difference between me and what was his name who just said I was completely duped by Jews.
SA
I forgot his
Montreal.
name.
SA Montreal said that.
Yeah, S.A. Montreal. So what is the difference between me and him when we
I'll
say
tell
these
you the
things?
difference. I'll tell you the
Go on.
difference. I'll
Okay.
tell you. You, right? You
Yes.
believe in a book written by Jews 3,000 years ago, right? Me, I
Okay.
scoff at that. I scoff at that. And I see the real picture. I see those Jews manipulating the American heartland, the Bible Belt. And they manipulate you in such a way that you send them $5 billion a year and you send your sons to fight war for
What?
them. Let me finish. You send your sons to fight wars for them, to kill
What?
people in the name of those people. They have you brainwashed, man.
Have
You
you ever
just
read
don't
the
see it.
Bible? Oh wait, you're the same one who also said that you know things about the Bible, and then you said I actually never finished the Bible, right? If I
It
remember
doesn't
correctly.
matter, bro. You're
It
conned.
does
You've been conned,
because I
bro.
can hear
You're
I,
Stockholmed. You don't
I
see it.
it does matter because I can hear it within the context of your speech that you're not really fully aware of
I don't give a shit
information.
about your Bible, bro. I'll take
That's
it and
okay,
burn
man.
it. Do you
We're the
understand?
same.
I don't give a shit about your
Okay,
Bible.
I
Dude,
understand.
I don't
I
give a
just
shit
my
about
point.
your opinion either. How's that
I
feel,
Easy,
SE?
easy, guys.
I
Easy,
understand.
guys.
Somebody has to tell you guys this
I
stuff, man.
understand.
And sorry that it has
Montreal,
to be me.
I understand, man. I just want to see or make the point that we both equally, when it comes to the things we try, like our beliefs, we try to you know reflect to others, if that makes sense, right? So I'm telling people that
Yes.
there's life and love within the creator, that you can have a relationship with him, and he's gonna give you eternal life as a free gift. And if you want to tell that's all everyone that's bullshit, I can accept it, man.
You're
Like
a snake oil salesman, bro. You're trying to tell me that I believe in your God. I'm gonna live forever. You're a snake oil salesman. You're
that's
worse
okay,
than
Well, he
you're
believes
worse than the ballers.
easy, I see, because he does believe that a snake oil
Let him
salesman, like
believe what he
at least my
wants. I don't
understanding,
care.
This is so funny.
right? But a snake oil
Don't preach
salesman
to me
knows
though,
that
man.
This is
what
so
he's selling
funny.
is bullshit.
Yeah, he said, look,
I
NASA
don't
and the
think
church
Clay
are the same
is
thing.
being genuine.
They both pull the wool over your eyes, but somehow you want to accept one and not the
Well,
other. That's
what
your
does
fault, man.
what
That's on you, bro.
I see? apart from this, what I've been already duped about reality, man. I never have been vaccinated. I don't take any pharmaceutical drugs. I'm not addicted to any drugs. I don't listen to politics. I know that the Earth is geocentric. Like, what is the difference between me and you when it comes to living? In essentially,
I'll tell you the difference. You got conned
okay.
in by a bunch of Jews, and I didn't. That's the
What
difference.
what are these Jews doing to me right now? Listen, like,
I'll
how's
tell
my
you what they're
life
doing to you. I'll tell
influenced?
you.
I will admit,
You're an
we probably should,
American.
Essie, we should probably
Avoid the same.
guard our language because it is live streaming.
Oh, am I vulgar?
No, I
I
mean,
apologize.
no, but this,
Just shouting you've been duped by a bunch of Jews. Maybe we could nix that now.
you know the
I'm
system.
sorry.
You
I'm
know,
sorry.
you know the
I
system.
want to drive the point home.
Call them
I'm fed
Hebrew.
up
That's
with
what they
listening
were.
to you guys
We get you,
talk
man.
and oh, this is so great, and we're gonna go here. No, you're not going anywhere. You have no idea where you're going.
I'm not saying you should not make your points. I'm just be
Yeah.
careful about certain, words
Bigger words.
like
Yeah, agreed.
like
Okay, I agree.
COVID and all that kind of shit. You know.
Well,
Good-
there's only
good
one way to say it, and that's the way to say it. I said my piece. I'm gonna be quiet now.
Incidentally, you said Thor. I thought his god should be Waralda, right, from the Oralinda book.
Yeah,
Waralda.
correct. Yeah.
What's the Oralinda? I've heard that before, but I don't know anything about what's the Oralinda.
It's
These are like
it's a Dutch mythology, part
Where
of
do
the
you
Germanic
like-
ones.
Have you
Well,
guys ever heard that story of the Tower of Babel, where everyone's language got changed all of a sudden?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Got
So it would kind of make sense if everyone believed in the same, like, 5 gods or a certain amount of gods, that once all their languages got changed, they had different names for all those same gods.
Yeah, that's a merciful
mean-
God. Let's make everybody speak different languages so they can't communicate against each other. Yeah, that's the
How do you
God I
think
want to believe
language?
in, man.
How do you
Yeah.
think language was formed, Essie? I want to know. How do you think language came into being? Do you think the
Not
Creator
from
gave
God.
it to us? The
Not
Creator
from God.
didn't
I have
give us language.
no clue. You
How
tell
did
me.
I think
language
you can
come up?
see how language. I think you can see how language is created.
How?
And it's well, what you can see is pigeons of different languages. So one of the good examples is like a one that's not much different is Indonesian to Malay, where it's subtly different, only a tiny bit. But then as languages, as groups are separated and no longer intermingle, you get like pigeons, so or Creoles. Pigeon is like you go to Africa and they've like got these, or
I mean, the
what's it called,
first
Papua New
language.
Guinea.
The first language ever, like the first 2 people that wanted to talk to each other. How did they look at an apple? 2 cavemen with, look at an apple and
tell us.
eventually get to the
You
word
tell us.
apple.
So
I don't
Go
know.
on.
Well, same way we do now. I think.
I think the Creator gave language.
I'm quite interesting to know who are these Jewish people that dupe me. Like, let's play a little game. Like,
Clay,
what
we were
do
gonna-
you think? 1 second. What do you think? How many Jews you would find in Israel who would agree upon the New Testament within the Bible?
Let me educate you because you have no clue
No.
what you're
Listen.
talking about.
How
Let me
many
educate
Jews?
you, Clay.
How many?
We're going
How
to be
many
mindful
Jews?
of how we
How
spoke.
many Jews believe in the message of the cross?
You have just the question that you asked right now is irrelevant. I'm telling you, you're being
How?
controlled by a certain people. Now,
Yeah,
wouldn't
how
you want to know how?
if these people constantly bombard the Messiah, how am I controlled by them?
Do you want to know how, or are you just going to keep preaching after I start
Yeah,
speaking?
I want to know how. How these people who do not acknowledge the Messiah are the ones who control me simultaneously. How does that work? That's very
I'll tell
interesting.
you. I'll tell you. It's called
Okay.
the lobbying system. Are you aware of that?
No.
Do you know what that means?
No.
You don't know, but yet you're talking. Let me tell you. There's a system of people that lobby the American government, the Congress and the Senate.
Okay. I'm German,
these
though.
groups, maybe you can stop talking for a few minutes.
Oh, yeah, I'm German. I just want to say this. I have nothing to do with the Americans.
Okay, now, these groups lobby your government, okay? Now, in these certain halls, there's a certain lobby, the Jewish lobby. They make the senators sign a piece of paper that they support Jerusalem. If they don't get funding re-election. Do you understand?
Support
This is
Israel.
how the Jews control the American people. No, you got to hear this, man. If it's for me, if I'm the bad guy, let it be on me.
Here's nothing
Now
new
you
for
know.
me, right? The Rothschilds, Rockefeller, Jews, and high positions, nothing new for me, man. I know all that. So what's the point? How are they controlling me? I'm still trying to understand. And how do they believe the same things I do? Because I you know, when I watch that, like, videos of people preaching in Israel, they get spit on, get thrown on with rocks, you know,
Dude,
get
you're the
cursed all the
one.
time.
You're the one that they manipulate. They use people like you to control the system. People that are
So why would
brainwashed.
they wait 1 second? Why would they attack their own manipulation method? Like, if that's their method of manipulation, why would they attack their own method of manipulation? Like, isn't that, like, kind of
They don't
contradictory?
attack you. You're fully brainwashed, bro. They need you. They need people
So it,
brainwashed like you to do their bidding.
so
But you
most
don't see
Jews
it.
in most Jews in Israel do believe in the Messiah. Is that right?
Bro, you're a German. You come from a great nation. You come
You don't
from
know
great
much, right,
people.
about
Let me
that.
finish. Let me finish. You come from great people, great nation,
I know.
inventors, fighters, right?
Yes.
But somehow you've been conned to believe in a Jewish God. They did it to you, man. But you don't see it.
It's not a Jewish God.
Yes, it is.
The Messiah says there's neither Jew, Greek, or Gentile.
No, this is a
So how can
Jewish
it?
religion,
There's
man. You've been
there's neither
conned.
there's neither Jew. The Messiah, which most Jews do not believe in, said there's neither Jew, Greek, or Gentile within the Messiah, and it also says in the Bible that where the Messiah calls certain Jews of the synagogue of Satan. So I don't know what your point is, man.
Okay, which Messiah, Clay? Because I don't know if you're aware, but the
Yeshua
Jews have a
HaMashiach.
different Messiah than you, Clay. Are you aware of
Yeah,
that?
they're still waiting for the Messiah.
So which Messiah is gonna win, Clay? Which one? Tell me.
Well, the one that the Jews refuse to believe in, which are the same ones that have actually mind controlled you into disregarding the message that I'm spreading. That's have nothing to do with these Jews. Actually, what you're
Amen.
saying right here is a reflection of your own problem, because you have been trolled by the rich Jews that manipulate Hollywood to bombard onto the message of the New Testament, that manipulate the music industry to bombard on Christ, that manipulate almost everything in modern culture to make the Messiah look stupid. And then you come out here on Discord, tell me that I have been duped by Jews, even though it's obviously you.
Man, there's no hope for you,
Amen.
bro. If you didn't understand what I just told you, there is no freaking hope for you. I feel bad. I feel sorry for you, man.
It's okay. You don't need to. I'm not controlled by Jews. I really like Jews, especially the ones who are against you know, bombarding the New Testament. You know, the ones who don't throw rocks at you or spit at you when you preach the gospel in Jerusalem.
Yeah, the
But
messianic Jew.
yeah, but the high majority of the rich elite, you know, these are the people that you know made you manipulate to a point where you come on Discord and tell the ones who believe in the New Testament are the manipulated ones, which is just, anyways.
Actually, Clay, I admire the Jews. Like, I really admire the Jews. Look what they've done. 5 million people. They control 300 million Americans. They got the Germans under their hat. They got all of Europe fighting for them. I mean, they're masterminds, man. You guys are fools. You've been fooled, bro.
They manipulated them to the point where they don't understand when the Messiah taught about the Jews of the synagogue of Satan. So yeah, that's what they do. They need to hold down the message of the cross, because otherwise the people would turn the other cheek. The people would be walking in the small narrow path of the Messiah, and the world would completely change. But because that is not predicted within the new within Revelation, it's not never going to happen this way, you know. And you know, I can't change that, you know. Anyways, I just highly recommend for you to look at videos in Jerusalem of people preaching the New Testament. They get spit on, thrown rocks, because most Jews don't believe in what I'm saying. They actually would, like, they would either prefer you to be on their table, right, for some meal or whatnot, instead of me, because they would throw me out of the house just when I would mention the Messiah.
Well,
So,
you're making my case for me. Clay. You're
No,
making my
no,
case
not
for me.
really.
You're being like a NASA fanboy now. You refuse to see what's in front of you, right?
Don't you think that the
Like,
Jews would
hold
love
on.
the
Let me finish.
Gentile that has
You
no
just said,
creator?
Clay, can you stop talking, man, for a second? You just said there's two messiahs, right? Yes or no?
No, there's one Messiah.
Which one?
The Yahushua HaMashiach, the only begotten Son that was baptized by the
Yeah,
Most
but do
High.
you know that the Jews are waiting for another Messiah?
If there's
Not the
only
one
one
you're waiting for?
Messiah,
I
Yeah, that's
already said
predicted in the
so.
Bible. It's
Cherokee,
called
mate.
the Antichrist.
Answer that, please.
Yes, they're waiting for the Antichrist to take the throne.
Oh, no. So now you're above the Jews, the ones that wrote the book, the ones that did all this. Now you're saying, no, I'm the master now. My
That's
Messiah
the
is going to win.
that's
Man,
that's the
you
point.
can't be more brainwashed, bro. If you try to be more brainwashed, I don't think you could.
That's the point, man. Do you think the Jews that are in control are more pleasant with someone who doesn't talk about the Messiah that I believe in, or someone like you who obviously doesn't have like some specific religion or God that he believes in? Don't you think they love Gentiles that are confused
I don't know, Clay, man. There's no
because they're easy to
further
control?
discussion because no matter what I tell you, bro, you're just gonna believe in your stuff. I mean, there's no
Yeah,
logic.
because that
It's like
destroys
talking
the
about gas
enemy's
pressure without a container,
stronghold.
and you're just gonna keep saying what the ballers say over and
No.
over.
My
Gravity,
my
gravity.
belief,
Like,
my belief is the only one that the ones that you go against, that they hate it. Okay, they hate it. The elite hates my belief, and we know what the majority of the elite is. I don't want to be more specific, but they hate the New Testament. They hate everything about the new message. And what you're doing is exactly what they wanted to expect. So you're actually the one who's sitting in the boat of being deceived by the very people you claim have deceived me, but you just don't realize it.
I don't think Jewish
it's
people,
futile.
even like hella Zionistic Jews, dislike stuff about Jesus being preached. Like they're one of the few non-proselytizing faiths.
Okay.
I think the only
Type on
the
YouTube.
only time they're going to get upset is if you
Mhm.
go and try and preach it in Israel, which is
Yeah.
for them the home of the Jews.
The home of whom?
I don't
Of the
see
one
it.
who I thought it's the home of the one who has deceived me, according to FC Montreal.
I mean, you're not. You
Yes,
just
they
don't
have
listen, man.
deceived
You
you,
just
bro.
don't listen.
Their
Isn't
mission
it
is
funny?
complete.
Isn't it funny how everything within the Bible has predicted this to a point where in Israel it would be spit and thrown at with rocks that you proclaim the Messiah? Isn't it funny how he said, "Rejoice if you're gonna be hated for the message," for your
The
reward
Bible
is
is written in
great.
such a way, Clay, that you can take it that message to any time,
Anyways,
right? You can take the message to the 1800s, 1700s, 1900,
no.
and you'll find, yeah, man, yeah, bro.
To the Globers, to the flat earthers, to people who think that gluten is bad for you, you can say that message to anybody. That's not a great prediction. If you try to change people's minds, they won't like it. Like,
I
is that
can't
really
No,
that good
that's
a
not what I
prophecy that
said.
you're
I
like,
said
look
the
how good?
message.
I can't change people's minds. That's not why I'm here.
You're not listening. You respond, but you don't really base your response on what the person just said.
I am listening.
Right,
I
that's
said
just
I'm not
disagreeing.
here. Yeah. Anyways, it was entertaining and fun talking about it's sunshine outside, blue sky. I really want to go out in nature. But I enjoyed
Go
this,
for it.
and trust me, no one is having me in chains here right now. There's no one behind me. I'm a free man, so no, I'm just so you know, don't worry about me. There is no secret elite that has duped me into anything.
So,
I'm
Clay, let me
worried.
ask you a question,
Lovely day, man.
a serious question, okay?
Yeah.
Because personally, I believe in a creator. I know you find that hard to believe, but I do. So now, let
Yeah.
me ask you something, right? Out of all these billions of people in the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
In your mind, you're gonna have to accept this, that God, right, when he
Mm-hmm.
chose to come here, right, to visit us, he chose one specific race of people to talk to, right? In
Mm-hmm.
other words,
False.
he's
False.
God, right? He could have came on earth, broadcast the message like Wi-Fi, right? God could do anything, right? He could have
Mm-hmm.
broadcast the message to everybody's brain. Here I am, I'm God, I'm your savior. You're gonna do A, B, C, and D, right? No, he didn't do that. He chose to go to one man to do this. One man, one race.
That was decided at the beginning of time. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why he says he chose the foolish things of the world to shame the wise. God chose the weak things of the world to shame the strong. In your eyes, or most of people's eyes, not only you, okay, I'm just saying in general, in the eyes of the world, I'm a fool for what I believe. I'm weak because I believe this. I've been duped, I'm stupid, deceived by Jews or whatnot. And that's why he does it. It literally says, but God chose the foolish things of the world to shame the wise. God chose the weak things of the world to shame the strong. He chose
He's
the
bound to
lowly and
say that,
despised
though,
things
isn't
of
he,
the
Clay?
world.
He's
And the
bound to
things
say
that
that
are
in the
not to
book.
glorify the things that are.
That's just foolish nonsense you just said, bro.
Yeah.
Nonsense, like
Exactly.
complete
Yeah,
nonsense.
yeah. You just again fulfilling what is written that I just read. It's amazing. It's just
Bro,
every day
don't you
it's
see that?
special.
Don't you see how
That's just the
hypnotized you are,
equivalent
bro?
of writing.
Don't
Like,
you see
if
that
I just wrote
anything
a
I
book,
tell you, you're gonna find a verse in your book to make it right? Don't you see that? That's the epitome of being hypnotized, man.
You just don't get it, man. I just wrote
Oh
about
my
God chose the
God,
foolish
Appeal
man.
to
things
the
of the
Bible
world to shame the
fallacy.
wise.
but it's
And
not
you
very
just
prophetic.
said,
It's in
and you
every
just
book.
said it.
That's in
You
the
just
Book of
said,
Mormon. That's in
you,
all of the books. Like, all
you
I need to
just
do is
said,
write a book and go, people who disagree with this book are dumb. And then you can be like, oh, look, it was prophesied that you would disagree. And you're dumb.
and you
It's
just
not,
said
it's
it's
not an
foolish.
interesting prophecy.
Hey guys,
It
I'm
is foolish,
happy.
man. You've got to
Hey,
think
listen.
critically about these things.
Hey, listen. I am happy if you say I'm foolish. I'm happy if
You
you say
don't
I'm
sound
dumb.
happy. You don't sound happy. You sound like you're lying.
I think you should
You
get
want-
some sunshine.
Go get some sunshine.
Wait, I can turn on my webcam. 1 second, you can see my face.
I'm
No,
sure you're
I'm
happy,
sure you're
dude.
smiling.
Okay.
I'm sure you're smiling, but go get that sunshine you were talking about.
Wait,
How about
Bask in the
that
glory of
language
God's
thing?
creation.
How about that language thing? I'm curious. How did language start with the first two people ever?
I feel the same way. So there's some interesting studies on, like, one was a twins that had like really abusive, terrible parents, and they were like never spoken to, and I think they spent a lot of their life locked in a room, and they developed their own language. They just developed, like, you just make a grunt or a sound for one thing, and then those grunts or sounds become necessarily more complex as you need to describe more things. Apparently it was very rudimentary. Like, I forget,
You look
they
like you're
didn't
in
have.
pain.
So after the
Yeah.
first vocal cords came into evolution, then they just started grunting at each other. So when you look into history, what is the first language?
I mean, we wouldn't know. We wouldn't.
We wouldn't know.
We have
No,
history.
it'd
We have
be
written
like a
history to
tribal.
6,000 years ago.
It'd
We
be
have
like
written history to
tribal.
6,000 years ago, but we don't have any record before that. So one archaeologist I've heard saying this is where we think they must have had language by was when they found some stone tools that, unlike all the others where you just get slate or something and whack it in a certain way, you could do that just by copying somebody. In this other stone tool, they found the only way to make it was heat it first. And they're like, we think this means you now need verbs, nouns, and tense so that you can say not just hit rock, fire first, then hit rock. But that's like I'm not saying that because it's true. It seems very, very like tenuous at best, but we don't know anything about it. But what it certainly seems the case is when isolated people with vocal cords and language centers of their brain called Broca's region, they will just start talking.
Okay, maybe I should go like, what about
easy or poking?
the
Anyways,
alphabet? Like that.
I just want to say thank you for all of this, for the conversation. I still love you very much, guys, even though you might not understand most of the things I say, or you think it's foolish. It's it's okay. It's as expected, so to say. Anyways, I'm going to rejoice.
Hey, Clay, no hard feelings, bro. Clay, no hard feelings.
Yeah.
We're good.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, much love, man. I'm
All right.
I'm gonna go into to the woods and rejoice, man. I'm just
All
happy.
right. I just want to say nothing
have an
personal,
awesome day.
but when it comes to
too.
religion, I gotta get it out, man. Because the only reason I'm doing this because I like you guys. I consider you guys friends, and I think you're being conned. I swear to God, that's my
what
motive.
people.
I think it's
That's what
important
people
that we
tell me
respect
about
each
flat
other.
Earth.
And
Let's
that's
just
fine,
respect
man.
each other's beliefs.
Yeah.
All right, see you later, guys.
All right, Clay. Have a good day, mate.
Bye. You too.
I hope
Most
you
of
guys
the-
don't take personal the stuff that I say, right? I hope you really don't take it personal because it's not against you guys, you know?
No,
No,
you made
it's
some good
not.
points, Jesse, to be honest.
No, it is good points. They're valid. I'm not going to argue that they're not valid points. 100% they're valid, and I don't take it up personally. I just see the attack similar as when we try to talk flat Earth and the Globers get on us. They're like, no, there's no way that's possible, you know? So I know you
Yeah, but I see
say
it
the
reversed.
Bible seems like the Glober argument. I see that, but I just see it like, no, that's always been in contention. It's always been problematic. You know, if you today went to China to try to preach the Bible, you get in major trouble. So it's not like, you know, that's like today, if I try to tell everyone in here the earth is flat, they yell at me and they call me stupid. You know what I
Well,
mean?
they're
Like,
both religions, so.
so see, there you go. That just
Yeah,
proved
but
the
I
point.
see it differently. I see it that the religious guys are like NASA without proof, right? And my side is the one saying, wait a minute, man, you guys believe in this, that, where's the proof? And you're saying, well, it's faith. Okay, if you say it's faith, I accept it. But you got to see the correlation between the NASA guys and you guys, man. It's
You
not the
also
other
have to
side.
see
You guys are the NASA guys. But
you
you don't
and
see
you.
that.
No,
No,
here's the correlation you see is the difference is that the globe has the proof. You guys don't want to hear it.
What proof's that, dude? What proof is
Okay,
it?
okay, just stand by
I
one
think we are
second.
being derailed here.
Hang on.
Tor had a
Hang on.
good point. I think we should build on that.
Hang on, just stand by 1 second. The globe Earth has the proof, the photos, all the evidence.
Photos.
Okay,
Fuck off.
okay, laugh all you like, because this is going to make my point. Is
Oh,
that you
God.
guys don't want to hear it. You don't want to see it. And because you thought that you believed in the globe or understood the globe, you never understood it. Otherwise, you wouldn't be flat earthers. That's why
Yeah,
you've
I
gone.
see Freemasonry's going strong in
No,
Australia.
hang on. Not Australia.
Kiwi.
That's why you guys have gone.
Oh, New Zealand.
I didn't understand how the globe Earth worked, and the flat Earth come along in my YouTube feed, and that makes sense to me. So I'll only look up shit on flat Earth.
It doesn't
and
matter, bro.
people
You're
have made up
derailing the
shit and stories.
conversation.
Hang on. Shit have made
No,
up
you're derailing the
stories.
conversation with something
No.
nonsense.
Just for the sake of this, Jazza, it's worth accepting that they think that about us, and we and sorry.
This is sorry. This is what I was trying to portray.
The conversation was not about is the Earth a
Okay,
globe
carry
or
on
is
then.
it flat.
Carry on then. You don't need to carry on. Carry on.
I think Izzy was about to respond to what Tor was saying, right?
I think Toro making a good point, actually.
Yeah,
What was
it's kind
it?
of sad that Jazzy came in with his.
Okay, so you don't.
No,
need
no,
to
it's
carry on.
understandable the
Carry on.
point. It's understandable why Jazza made the point, but we've just expressed our interest in talking.
but no,
about
those
the
points,
religion thing, because I think I said, go on.
that point that you made is good. Like, we both see each other on the other side of the argument. So then I just feel like it's an invalid way to say, oh, this is like the globe argument, you know, because if you're talking to a flat earther or a glober, that's different. You know what I mean? So
Well,
I
it is
understand where
different.
we go with that, but I feel like that's a real intentional stab at someone's character, because as flat earthers, we understand that globers, you know, we could almost relate it to, you know, if, oh, a Bible believer just believes because of a book that was written 3,000 years ago. Same with the globe, right? They just believe because 2,000 years ago, some Eratosthenes guy figured it all out.
Exactly, bro.
So I
Exactly.
understand where you're coming from. I'm just saying it's not valid, because then a glober will tell us that the flat earth comes from the Bible or blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And we have
Well,
no proof of
if you
that.
have to compare, like flat Earth and globe, people from both sides of the fence, they are in the mindset that they are using real life evidence and stuff like that to prove the point. So it's not really comparable to the religion aspect, because there is no evidence except for words in a book and what people are feeling. So it's not comparable, because on one side we have a discussion about observations, physical evidence, repetition, and all this kind of stuff. And on the other side, you have like, oh, you just need faith, or you don't understand, or something like that. So it's not the same.
They're both philosophical arguments in the end, because you go off of the Copernican principle, which is a philosophical belief system.
I don't go to. I don't. But
Yes.
anyway, it's still not philosophical, because one side is actually using. Oh, I was out at the sea today, and I took these images. Let's talk about them. Like, what is the arguments for and against whatever side? So there is tangible evidence, whereas the other one, it is purely philosophical, and it's purely based in stories from quote unquote ancient time.
Yeah. Yeah, they are. I'm with Tim. They are fundamentally different. In one is a claim about physical reality that measurements will, can overcome. Doesn't mean that people are necessarily going to agree with the arguments. The Globers still disagree with all of our laser tests. But,
yeah, like here we have two stories of two great men, right? We have the story of Jesus and we have the story of Muhammad, right? Both men, both lived, right? Both say that they experienced God. Both have written a word from God, right? Now, who's right? Who do we believe? And why?
I have no problem with that.
And Joseph Smith.
Yeah, I have no problem with
that's
people.
Right. That's right.
They might have just had, like, as Alan Watts said, a colossal moment of consciousness. Females as well, of course. We don't hear about them though because it was patriarchy. But yeah, I'm sure there's plenty of people that's had these experiences.
How about Buddha? How about all the other religions?
Yeah.
The reason I mentioned Joseph Smith is Joseph Smith was a convicted con man. And if you hear the story, and I'm not like maligning any Mormons when I say this is the Book of Mormon says this, which is he's a convicted con man, turns up at someone's house and says, God's spoken to me and he wrote down some stuff on these golden tablets. You can never see the golden tablets. And if I hold this magical gemstone up to my eye and stick my head in my hat, I shit you not, I can look through this magical stone and read the golden tablets and I'll dictate it to you. Can you please write down what it says? Because he gets this rich guy on his side who knows how to write to agree to start funding him and stuff. So he then spends days with his head in his hat going, yay, and God decided black people were no good. Sorry, like that's, his story was like that black people come from Cain or something like this, like awful racist stuff, really dumb, non-historical stuff. And then this rich guy's wife gets suspicious about this and steals the half-written Bible and says, look, I don't believe you, but if what you're saying is true, just pick a page at random from your golden tablets and redictate it word for word, and then I'll know that's right. I'll give you the whole book. And Joseph Smith goes, oh, you've really upset God with this. So he goes off up into the hills, thinks a bit, then comes back down and goes, yeah, God's really upset with you. As a result, he's decided he does want me to redictate the book, but it's going to be subtly different this time. And this isn't like, it's such an obvious con job. Like, this is not somebody who thinks they're having God speak to them. It sounds to me so clearly like a guy who's like, I can bullshit people into starting a religion.
It sounds like Scientology to me, to be honest.
Exactly.
Hey guys,
another great example. Like, this guy's just an out and out con man.
Yeah, and you ballers, you see the con with the religious thing, right? But somehow you don't see the con with NASA. NASA's all good, dandy. It's like, man, wake up for fuck's sakes. Excuse my language.
SC, I don't know if you've seen this, and there's a couple of things to think about here. A couple of things being left out, but I don't know if you've read recently or seen the Muslim scholar who accepts that the Messiah was raised from the dead. Now, when we talk about anyone else being raised from the dead, who else was raised from the dead? There's a lot that goes along with that, and I'll post the video for you so you can see the guy and what he says and what the Quran says.
I saw that clip, North, actually. I watched that.
Yeah, that's a great clip. And so what's that?
It doesn't sound like that's against what the Quran says. The Quran says that...
No, it's not against the Quran.
Yeah, the Quran says that God made it appear that Jesus rose from the dead. So depending on how we word it, it is completely rational to say that it appears that Jesus rose from the dead.
That's the whole point. The Quran does not say it appeared that he rose from the dead or that someone else took his place. The Quran doesn't say that. It doesn't explicitly say that, right? It does not explicitly say that. So go ahead, post it for me.
Oh, just finding it for you.
Yeah, please.
And last time I searched it, it said that it did not happen, but God made it appear that way. Islamic views on Jesus' death. Will Wikipedia do it? Or do you just want the Quran story?
This is a teaching. It's not in the Quran. the Quran doesn't say that, someone else took his place and all these different things. This Muslim scholar has pointed this out. And if you've seen the video, you would understand the Quran does not explicitly say that he was not raised or someone else took his place on the cross or all these other teachings. So I'll post the video again maybe, and everyone else can look at it and they can, form their own opinion. But as far as when you talk about religion, and you talk about people being religious or being traditional, just going by what they were taught, instead of having an experience. And that experience can't always be shared with someone else. I can't fully understand or fully experience the dream that you had last night. You know what I mean? So you may have had a dream and experienced something in your dream. I can't experience that. So there's things that are experiences, and when that comes into play, you need to think about your intent. What is the intent? Everyone's going to experience different things depending on the intention they have, right? So when we talk about this, I heard earlier, I've been listening for a while. I heard the word, all you got to do is if you murder 100 people, you believe in him. Well, what does it mean to believe? What does it mean to repent? All these words are said, but there's no defining of what they mean, what they actually mean in the context.
Amen.
So that's where we go way off course. We go way off course with what we think things are. And how do you know if someone's conned if you don't know what the con is? If you don't know what the con is and you can't go into great detail about what the con is and how it came about and how it's being used, you're just speculating at that point.
That's easy,
and
bro.
you're just going off of hearsay, right?
That's easy. I can do it. It was standing on one foot.
So the bit I've got from the Quran says, this is one of the English translations, that they said in boast, we killed Christ Jesus and the Son of Mary, the messenger of Allah, but they killed him not, nor
right.
crucified him. But so it was made to appear to them, and those who differ therein are full of doubts, with no certain knowledge, but only conjecture to follow, for of a surety they killed him not. And then the next verse is very short and just says, nay, Allah raised him up unto himself, and Allah is exalted in power.
Okay, so he's raised. So now we have him raised. They thought they killed him, right? When you crucify somebody, ultimately they die, right? So they did not kill him because he was raised. That's the whole point. You can't kill someone and then them be killed or be dead if they're raised, right? So I mean, everyone can. This is the same thing. Just for a minute, this is the same thing that happens with the Holy Scriptures, or what people call the Bible. This is the same thing that happens. People take out words and they take out phrases that are used, and they build a whole ideology. They build a whole doctrine upon that one verse, when that's not the doctrine of the book, right? So they'll twist these words around. But if he was raised, and the Quran said he was raised, if Allah raised him, then he's not dead. So it appeared to them that they had killed him. It appeared to them they had crucified him and that he died and that he was dead. But, unbeknownst to them, he's raised. So,
yeah, it looks like it's ambiguous.
I mean, everyone can.
And what I'm seeing on Wikipedia is there is different beliefs among different Islamic sects. Many believe that he was lifted up. Some believe that he went off to preach in India. Some think he didn't die at all. And I forget some of the others.
Exactly.
Various sects of Islam have differing views about this. Mainstream Muslims believe that Jesus was not crucified, but bodily raised up by God. Ahmadis reject this belief and instead contend that Jesus survived the crucifixion, was taken off the cross, and continued to preach in India until his natural death.
And anytime we say mainstream, when we say mainstream religion or mainstream Christianity, what we're really saying is the narrative of Satan, the narrative of the adversary. When we say mainstream, we're saying what we talk about churches in America being incorporated with the state, right? Go completely against the book, right? They usurp the headship of the church and they give it to the state so they don't have to pay taxes, but their Messiah paid the tax. So they do everything opposite of what Messiah says to do. They do everything opposite of what the book says to do, but they tell you that they're living by the book, right? And this is my point. All these people will take these phrases or verses and build complete doctrines upon them and have people follow those doctrines and adhere to them. These are burdensome, in my opinion, and it's just, if you want to argue against the word, argue against the word. Don't argue against mainstream. You're always going to win. SE, you're always going to win with me when you talk about the Pope, when you talk about any incorporated church, when you talk about any religion that has people follow man instead of the Creator. I'm with you, bro.
Can I say something real quick?
This just means
All right, bro. Nice. I like that.
Can I say something real quick? I just want to make a comment about something that was said. I don't know who was there, but he said that Jesus was taken down from the cross, and then he went and preached in India. Right? Somebody said that. One of the beliefs about that.
That's
I want to analyze
that's what I read off Wikipedia about Ahmadi Muslims.
Well, let's think about that for a second. He was nailed on the cross through his wrists and his ankles for 6 or 8 to 10 hours, whatever it was. He was pierced in his side by a Roman spear. Okay. He was scourged for who knows how long, at least 40 lashes minimum. Which, if you know what scourging is, it's not a very, not a very pleasant experience. It's got shards of metal, glass, things embedded in the scourging. So if he got taken down from the cross, I would love to have that critical trauma unit that got Jesus back to health to the point where he can go and preach in India and traverse 1,000 miles and go preach.
Well, I mean, if you want the agreement that this sounds like a supernatural tale, I would agree. I would just say every outcome is supernatural. So that he died and resurrected is as believable to me as he survived. Probably slightly less believable to me if we're just using logic. But he got raised up bodily to heaven, still quite unbelievable. In fact, of the things that are least unbelievable or most believable out of this, that somebody survived something mind-bogglingly traumatic is something that happens, all the time. But people raising back after being dead for 3 days is the most unbelievable of those claims.
Well, wait a minute though. So somebody in today's culture, in today's society, can survive car crashes, limb amputation. All these things can survive today like that. But you're saying someone with that level of massive trauma survived back then, without critical care unit, without CPR, without blood transfusion, without surgery. He survived back then.
No, I'm saying both. All of the claims about this, including the Christian claims, are unbelievable. That somebody survived incredible trauma, possibly with a little bit of a blessing or help or miracle from God, is less of a miracle than being dead for 3 days and rising up again. So it is indeed unbelievable, but if you're using logic to pass these, then I'm not sure logic is going to come down on the side of Jesus being resurrected and then going up to heaven.
Well, here's the thing. Here's where the logic comes into play, though. This is where the catch comes into play. If that event occurred, Jesus was shown himself to be real before 500 people. He appeared in bodily form to his 12 disciples, and he had that level of trauma. And it was reported by a Roman soldier who knows what death is that he died. What would be the logical inference, the true logical inference of what happened?
Other people mistold. If you're asking what's most logical, it's that people mistold a story. That the story was indeed, incredible enough that 500 people were chose to follow the teachings of a man. But as they tried to compel other people to follow those teachings, the story got embellished a little and embellished a little and retold after those people's deaths and retold again and embellished a little more until it becomes fantastical enough that it's worth giving your life to believe in this.
The problem is we have historical writings. We have historical writings from Paul, and also within the first century church fathers, within a few hundred years of the events that talked about that. So it didn't have enough time to be embellished. The problem
you're saying a story can't be embellished within 100 years, and that story is no stronger than the claim of the Bhagavad Gita, which is far older than the Bible. It's no better than the Book of Muhammad, which has a remarkable track record of being untainted. It's they're story of the oral tradition and how they kept the teachings of Muhammad pure, do way better than the Bible, which had multiple disagreeing stories, such that they needed a council of Nicaea to get them all on the same page. And even still, they're not on the same page. The books tell different accounts of the same events. So if the heuristic you're using here is logic, I'm not sure it's working.
Go ahead, Doc. Well, I gotta do some cleaning, so go ahead. I can respond, but I've got to clean.
Literature. If books and literature were burnt, possibly in our past, and all literature and stories, you weren't allowed to just write a story of the facts. You would have to write a story in code, wouldn't you? So everything that we take for granted as fact doesn't actually have to be how you think it is, because they're just words. So these 3 days and this, that, and the other, they could be talking about cycles. They could be talking about when the moon stands still as it does as a standstill. So
yeah,
so like
I agree with you. I think it's a much more probable thing that this, exactly as you said, like libraries get burned. It's like one of the main things invading cities did was turn up, sack the city, steal all the good stuff of women, and burn all of their books, smash all their idols, and burn all their books. So we're going off scant recollections.
Yeah, they didn't ask any questions when if one civilization, whatever, took over another civilization, they didn't ask questions and ask them where the toilet was. They just decimated them. So whatever was left behind, like a sextant or a sundial or anything that one civilization learned from the other, they didn't ask them what it was used for, because they wouldn't have told them, would they? Even if they forced them.
Yeah.
But going back to the 3 days and all that, to me, it's just a cycle of something, and we've misinterpreted it.
Well, that's what was that documentary that was about around the 9/11 thing, but it also went into Jesus, where it was saying all these zeitgeist. That's it. Where it's like, Jesus and this idea of a resurrection around the you know more about this, Tim. What is it? What's it called? Where that it's about to get warm again. It's past this something equinox or something like that.
Yeah.
Like you've gone past the short.
Zeitgeist mostly touch on the astrological aspect there is in the Bible.
Yeah.
And that video had a bunch of false information in it as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't suggest it to anyone. But if anyone wants a good idea, there is a YouTuber called Midvision. He is paying scholars to come and tell them their side. Scholars that is reading books, that has studied this for 20 to 50 years and stuff like that. And it's all from the entire spectrum, from apologetic Christians all the way over to atheists. So you get the entire spectrum of what the scholars are thinking. That's a YouTube channel I would follow. Anyone who is interested in this topic.
What's it called?
I will post it here in a second.
If you was a prophet, right? If you was a prophet, then you could prophesize. But if you already knew, or if you already had the information that was handed down to you through your family, then nobody would know nobody would know that you had the information. So surely the word prophet itself tells of a prophecy, because they can predict, and predicting is because you already know that the algorithm, the data and stuff that you get from times before handed down through web like that. So that's a prophet, and a disciple would be a discipline. 10 disciplines. We got commandments, 10 commandments, and things like that. It's just we're looking at it in that typical children telling story, but
it's not disciple. It's disciples, but it's DEC. It's decans, like it's decans. It's DEC.
Hang on, just 2 secs. Just 2 secs. I've been listening to you guys, and we're talking about. We've been talking about the big man upstairs, Realm, Mind Lab, and whoever was just talking. Sorry.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
So I don't mean to be an asshole. I'll probably come across as one, but we're not really talking about now. Why would they lie? We're talking about why would the big man lie, or the big girl, or the big they. We don't know. No one's ever met them. Let's be PC
Maybe-
about it.
But maybe the big man and all that is etherical. The Holy Ghost is what joins the positive and the negative, the electro and the and the magnetics. That's the big man. It's the Holy Ghost that joins the Father and the Son. If you look at the way they do it on their face, they go from top to bottom, left to right. There's your parallel, there's your vertical, and then the Holy Ghost is what blends them together. Just
but all I'm saying is you can shake hands with the president of the United States, Joe Biden, for example. Right now, you can go and shake his hand. Can you with the big man or the big girl or the big they? Or do you just believe the story you've been indoctrinated with? That's all I'm saying.
That's paranoid.
Thanks, Joseph.
I'm just saying. You guys always go on about logic. I'm just using logic to counteract the logic or de-logic to make
It's
logic.
similar to our argument about you can't go to Jupiter, you can't touch it, so you can't know it's real. Actually, that's a good point. But we know Jupiter's not real because you can't touch it.
Yeah, exactly. And we can't put fucking 1700 Earths inside it. So
I think the
We also
logic.
know that.
Go ahead, Essie. Sorry.
No, go on, bro. I think you were first.
I was just gonna say the logic I would think would be we see, magnificent or intelligent design. So then we go with there is an intelligent designer. That would be the
That's
way.
begging the question.
That's what I think.
That's begging the question. That's calling it designed, and then going, there must be a designer. But
you can't. Exactly.
It's like, well, look at all of creation. I know there's a creator, but if you call it all of existence, then you don't. Then it's just a word game. You just
So
go,
you
well,
don't
there's
think
no
the
existence.
eyeball?
This is all flat earthers.
I think it's very complex, but I don't think like every argument from that is just an argument from ignorance. It's saying I cannot conceive of any other way we could have such a complex eyeball. Therefore, something unimaginably more complex than an eyeball must have sprang into existence out of nowhere, or have always existed and caused the eyeball to exist. Like it is
Actually,
the argument for God in that way is so flawed in so many ways.
it's actually a good question to ask is what would be evidence of design? That's a good question to ask. How do you know something is designed?
A blueprint, and then a model, and then a construction.
Or just meeting the designer.
Well, I mean, where's the blueprint for creation? I hate to say it, but where's the blueprint for creation?
There isn't. There's like that's. I think the evidence of design could be complexity, but I think there are many things that we can see in life, like crystal formations, where you go, I expect that to have been cut to be that way. And it's like, oh no, these things just naturally occur. But any answer I gave you, you would be able to retort with, but that's inside the bigger creation. It was created. So it's not really going to be an answerable question. What would tell me that something has been designed is meeting with a designer and having them go, I designed it, watch me do it again.
Yeah.
Well, there's also, there can be, like, I'd be more specific, the specified complexity. For example, you can say like crystals are more of a pattern, but there's nothing specific about it. Like, I can write down A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B on a piece of paper. There's a pattern there, but there's nothing specific about it, so to speak. But, so anything that's the specified complexity, which means it's goal driven, which means there's something that's on the outcome, then that would be indicating of design. Let's say, if I say to you, go dig this hole 5 feet deep and 3 diameters wide. That's specified complexity, and it's goal driven. So there's an outcome. So if you follow those instructions, you'll get an outcome. So you have that within DNA. You have specified complexity. Certain sequence within DNA produces amino acids that produces proteins that give rise to living organisms.
To life.
That's specified complexity. That's life.
Intelligent.
So life, intelligently. Exactly.
But again, this is still an argument from ignorance. It's saying I can't conceive of any other way that this specified complexity could have come about. So therefore, something unimaginably more complex that was uncaused itself cause this to happen. Like, if your argument is very complex things can't come about unless something causes them, you're evoking something more complex that is uncaused to have caused that less complex thing. So the argument is an argument from ignorance, but also it falls down under its own logic.
Well, if you think about it, though, to have any kind of specified complexity, there has to be a choice involved, which means I choose this over that. I can use a pickaxe shovel, or I can use a shovel, a regular shovel. You know, I can use my hands, or I can do something else. Even in trying to accomplish the task, a choice has to be involved. A choice implies a mind. So there, right there, you got
choice has to be involved. Why can't things have emerged in such a way that they make their own choices?
Irreducible
complexity. Well, hang on a second.
Crystals making choices.
Show me how natural law, which is all you have of a naturalist. You have no other meaning. You can get specified complexity from natural law. Please show that to me.
I'm not going to be able. You're setting the terms for this, so I'm not going to be able to show you things that go against your terms. It's a philosophical discussion. We both live in the same world. But the point I'm making is, if what you're saying is this thing that is complex can only be caused to exist, like the only way that can happen is if something made that choice. Like, I now can make choices because something greater and more complex than me chose to make me exist. Then you still have the same problem. In fact, your problem got worse because a bigger, more complex thing started existing out of nowhere. So if your end answer is, therefore, there is a very complex thing that sprang into existence or always existed, then saying that complex things can't exist without cause, it defeats that argument. So you need to pick one. Either God has existed.
For one, I've not made a claim, and I never claimed, and I don't claim that God is complex. God is simple.
So do you know of anything that is simple that can cause things to exist?
Yes, a mind.
How does a mind cause things to exist?
Okay, I have a thought. Of I want to make a cup of coffee. That's a simple thing. And then through that thought,
does your mind do
I
that?
can go over and make a cup of coffee. Yes.
If you're a quadriplegic and you still have the full faculties of your mind and you went, I want to make a coffee, does a coffee spring into existence, or do you need arms and legs and coffee beans and cups and kettles and things? All of which have been made by more complex things. The mind itself is very complex.
Hold on a second. Just listen to what I said. The thought is the simple thing, but will give rise to complex things. That's the argument. So yes, my thought of wanting a cup of coffee, which is simple, I desire a cup of coffee, give rise to complex things to make the coffee come into being. That was my argument.
That's just picking a simple part of a complex process and going, well, it's the thinking that makes the coffee. Arguably, it's not. There's far more complex things in your mind that cause coffee to turn up on a counter.
Hold on a second. Show me where a cup of coffee will come into existence without someone's intention to make it.
Again, it's the same point I keep making. You keep just going, okay, it needs someone's intention. Fine, it does need someone's intention. It needs thousands and thousands of people's intention to drive trucks full of coffee beans and cups across the country, to package them up, to roast them, to do all of that stuff. It takes millions of people to make a coffee cup appear on the countertop in front of you. But if your argument is we need a mind to create this stuff, then what mind created the mind that first wanted to create these things? You're setting up a set of rules, which is we must have A before we get B, and then I go, okay, what caused A? And you go, nothing. It's not logical, man. It's the worst possible argument for God.
So how does your evolution work then? If you're so adamant against this, and I might agree with you, how does evolution work then?
I mean, if you're talking about just things changing over time, I think all you would need for that is an extraordinary amount of time.
No, we're not talking about things changing.
If you want to ask how things first came into existence, how life sprang from non-life, no idea. That's a great question. It's a really good question.
That's the question.
You see, if you don't want to talk about an extraordinary amount of time, then you're not talking about evolution. So just stop talking.
Look,
he's talking about abiogenesis.
Hold on. One says God, and one says spontaneous abiogenesis in a pool, right?
No.
Well, no, I don't think people say that. I don't think people say that. I think people propose many different ideas. panspermia, primordial soups, like electric discharges and stuff like that. But I don't think anybody's like, you know, to your point that you were making before very eloquently, SE, I don't think anybody says it was definitely primordial soup and you need to turn up here every Sunday and give me all of your spare money.
Is that not your model, sir? Is that not the evolutionary model?
I don't know. The evolutionary model doesn't talk at all about the origin of life. Charles Darwin and most evolutionists are very clear on that. It has nothing to do with the origin of it, just how it speciates, just how once it's there, how do you end up with so much diversity? It doesn't say anything.
Okay, fair enough. So how does it start then? In your mind that you're against religion and God, right? And a creator.
Yeah.
So how did life start in your mind?
No idea. Not even the foggiest. Like I can dream at possibilities, but I wouldn't.
That's a good answer, bro.
I'm going
that is
for a
the best
smoke,
answer.
but I'll tell you real quick how humans have evolved in the last 30 years, and accurately, very accurately. I'll tell you in just a few minutes.
That would probably be adaptation, no?
No, it's you guys provide the evidence every 24/7
of evolution or adaptation.
You see, as much as I'll fight the guys that say Bible, I'll fight you guys that say evolution, right? Because you have no clue. You're just as lost in the woods as they are, right? You have no clue how life started. Evolution is a farce, is a joke, right? So as much as I'll fight these guys, I'll fight you as well, bro.
Well, I mean, I don't. I think if you equate evolution to abiogenesis, you're right. But I think that one of the claims that one would be it would be reasonable to make is that we see things going from more simple, like single-celled organisms, to multicellular organisms, to organisms with a central nervous system, to eyes and
of which we have
bone
no
structures
proof.
and stuff. They seem to get more. Sure, things seem to get more complex. I wouldn't say zero evidence. Zero evidence that you accept.
Show me some evidence.
What that would hint at is that if you go, what was it, Starville, you could go, well, maybe quite possibly something quite simple.
Nah, you know what? You're more lost in. Sorry, you're more lost in the woods than the God people are, because at least they say God created something, right? You say it just came out of nowhere. So the God believers are one up on you here, bro.
I don't say it came out of nowhere. I mean, it necessarily needed a space to exist within. I just have no idea what space that was, whether it was here on Earth, whether, you know, there's all number of different possibilities. But my only point was to say stuff's really complex. That can't come about unless there's a creator, which is necessarily more complex. Is it just a logically wrong argument?
No, it's not, bro. Here, let's take a simple thing as the mouse trap, right? The mouse trap has certain parts. It has the wood, right? It has the nails, it has the spring, and it has the cheese, right? Take away any one of those parts, it will not work. So the mouse trap cannot have come through evolution. You cannot have first the wood, then the steel. No, like a human body, like a plant organism, it has to be intact to work. Therefore, a creator. I mean, it's logical.
Well, I mean, it seems logical with the mousetrap example. I would agree that you lose the catch or the spring or any of the parts, it doesn't work anymore. But like, and let's conceive of an animal that doesn't have eyes, but it can sense light and dark, and it prefers to be in dark so it doesn't get predated upon, right? So it just has photosensitive cells somewhere. Could that be a proto way of getting to having an eye? Could that be a reduction to the complexity of the internal line?
Eggshells, maybe, but you started off with a complex, already made system. The thing that didn't have eyes, it had the nervous, it had the ability to eat, go to the bathroom, breathe, you know.
Sure. But yeah, we've got species like that exist. The sea slug's a good example. Can't see, can't really react to anything, but it's definitely an animal. Walks along eating sand and shitting out sand and stuff. Something lives in it.
You ever see
but eggshells?
Eyes? Yeah.
Eggshells.
Do they have eyes?
Be created whole, bro. You're not getting it. It had to be created whole.
But you're just stating your conclusion.
Well, what started first? Its heart? Its skin? What started? Tell me. How did it evolve? What was the first thing?
It probably had ancestors that were somewhat similar to it, but slightly different. Like if you went back 1,000 years in sea slug history, you would see still sea slugs. If you went back a million years ago, and you went back a million more years ago, yeah, it's kind of smaller or sludgier or less robust, or it can't procreate quite as well, and just keep going back and back, and quite often also getting smaller and less
Right.
complex
That's
and less
logical, right? What
bits
you're
to it.
saying. Yeah, eggshells. That's logical what you're saying, bro, right? But the only problem is we don't have any evidence of this at all. Zero.
What would be evidence for it?
Well,
You could
we should have microscopic, like fossil evidence, right? We have billions of
What would it
years
look
of.
like?
I'm sorry.
What would that evidence look like?
Well, it would be like a transition, like a fish getting legs and then going more and then going into the land, like a transition between fin, like gills and lungs and stuff like that, like skeletal
So what if I
changes.
told you that exists? Like you can
No, it
track
doesn't.
like that. If you go in that phylogenetic tree or whatever the hell they call it, the tree of life thing, you can
Doesn't
like
exist, eggshells.
as
I've
it's
been
laid
asking
down in
for years.
rock structure. Well, that you don't accept it is different from whether it exists. But like my
Okay,
sister
show
did
me.
a really cool.
Show me. Here, you have an
Come
opportunity now
on,
to
man.
set me
Come on,
straight.
man.
Go for it.
Be
Show me.
reasonable. Let me talk. But she did a whole podcast on the horse and talking about the different shapes it's gone through, and they dig up fossils where they're like, oh, look, this one's really tiny and it's actually got 3 toes. But you can see over iterations, one toe becoming more and more and more and more prominent until the other 2 are just like little nubs at the back of its leg and they no longer have nails on them, which is a modern horse. So if you're asking for transitional fossils, yes. If you're asking for transitions between those transitional fossils, then all you're doing is, it's what they call God of the gaps, right? You just point at any gap. You're not going to get a continuous stream of these things. So if you get,
Why? Why not?
10,000 examples.
Bro, billions of years of. Hold on. Now it's my turn. Billions of years of animals dying, being fossilized. We can find their toes changing, you say. But yet there's no evidence of one species turning into another species. So my point is intact. You made my point for me.
But what you asked for, I just said does exist. But then
no, I didn't ask for that.
Always the retort comes, but those are different species. Where am I going to get the one between the species? Like, all you'll get is species. Yeah? We're going to find an in-between species. They'll all still be a species of their own between other species. It's an unfalsifiable position.
Sorry, are you done?
Yeah, go for it. Sorry.
I didn't ask you to show me like the finches and the Galapagos, with different beaks. I didn't ask for that, bro. I asked you to show me a species changing into another species, and I've been asking for years, and I know for a fact it doesn't exist. So now your point is completely useless, bro. I mean, the God believers have one up on you here, and I'm with them on this. I believe there's a creator.
That species to species thing is not something that evolutionists say happens. So it's sort of a straw man you're asking for proof of.
So how did your world become then? How did something start in a pond, right? And get all this diversity of creatures? You just defeated your own argument, Left Lane.
Okay.
How does it work? Tell me.
Gradual over many, many, many years. But
you just said it doesn't happen. You just said it doesn't happen.
No, I said what doesn't happen is a cat doesn't give birth to a dog. That's what doesn't happen.
Exactly my point. Then you don't have the diversity of animals that we see in front of us, bro. The beauty of nature.
You're leaving a huge gap of discussion in between the two extremes, from it doesn't happen to a cat doesn't give birth to a dog. What about all the stuff in between that?
Show me that. That's my point, bro.
Well, if you look at the
just like I was dogging.
Well, I mean, what Eggshells is bringing up is how does a 3-toed ungulate turn into a horse with 1 toe?
Exactly. Show us the evolution.
That's evolution.
Like the only thing I think one needs to accept, like the real discussion I think is about evolution is about time. It's not really about whether species do that, because I think if you guys agreed with billions of years or conceded that maybe it's possible, and then I said what happened in a group of wolves, let's say,
where, you know, some went up to the north where it was colder and some stayed near the equator where it was warmer. What do you think would happen when I came back 1 billion years later to those wolves, provided they hadn't gone extinct? And I think
You
you would
wouldn't
be
be a
out of your
giraffe.
mind.
You wouldn't be a
Yeah,
giraffe.
but I think you would be out of your mind if you went, oh no, they'd still look exactly the same. I think we'd immediately go, yeah, the ones up north, the ones with woollier coats are going to live a bit longer, they're going to mate a bit more successfully, and there's going to be woollier wolves up there. Whereas the ones down near the equator are probably going to have sleek things and bigger sweat glands or something. Well, no, dogs don't
I
sweat.
could
But
agree
yeah,
with
something
that,
like
bro. Just like the people that climb the Himalaya mountains, right? Their lungs have evolved over time. That's not a problem. We're talking about a species turning into another species, bro.
Okay,
This is
so
what we're
if you
talking
accept
about.
if you accept that, then all you need to do is you go, if those small changes can happen, the question I would ask you is, how long would it take? If you could invoke infinite years, anywhere between 0 years and infinity, how many would it take before that group of people up in the Himalayas could no longer breed with the people, you know, the humanoids or whatever they are that aren't in the Himalayas? And if you said,
That's
if
a
I
good point. That's why
came
I
back in
brought
a
it
billion
up. But
years and they can no longer, if they can no longer interbreed even after, you know, they can still successfully interbreed even after billions of years, when these ones up in the Himalayas have giant lungs and, you know, really sturdy legs, and the people down on the plains are all wearing glasses and, you know, like they look vastly different, and like, but they can still interbreed, then, you know, I wouldn't agree with that. I would go, no, there's going to be a point where they're so different that you won't have successful offspring.
now I don't see a point where they won't be able to mate with each other and produce children. You see, you're talking about interspecies macroevolution, let's say, right? Like the finches, like because plants are longer and it takes a longer beak to reach the nectar. Well, what happens is the birds with the longer beaks tend to survive, and their offspring. You know, I can understand that, but a bird changing into a giraffe is a whole different ballgame, bro.
Right.
You
But so let's
cannot
go
make that
on
argument.
with the people in the Himalayas. Let's say their blood type also changes. So now they've got this like they're not like A to B to whatever, you know, plus and negative. They're like, you know, we start calling it A, you know, X positive, because it is this super oxygen carrying blood, and it is just incompatible. Despite the fact, let's say they still look like ordinary other humans, their blood type is so incompatible that all of the offspring that they try to have die immediately, because they have like an AX mix of blood. Can you conceive of that being potentially possible?
Maybe, like, this is way off, but still, even if I give you that, right? I doubt that's going to happen. But even if I give you that, it still doesn't show one species turning into another. I feel we're talking past each other, bro.
Well, that's definitionally what species are. Species cannot have successful offspring. So donkeys and horses are different. They can breed, but they have sterile. A mule is a crossbred horse with a donkey, and they are sterile. So they're considered different species. So what you've accepted is that speciation could happen.
No. You're appealing to the future fallacy. This is what you're doing.
Here's the thing. It is just like, it's gross, but like, so if you have that hybrid donkey, and let's say it's incompatible with, but if it, let's say, finds mommy again and then incestualizes itself, there's a possibility like things can go on in this the Isle of Dr. Moreau sick twisted genetic thing, but like that might be how diversification of species occurs, is through just all these mistakes.
Sure.
Or love between interspecies, let's say. I don't know.
Yeah, could be. Like, it's, yeah, there's I think the argument that things get more adapted to their environment seems strong, but yeah, it could happen in other ways. So certainly sexual selection seems like a thing. Like, there's nothing that makes you fitter as a peacock about having a giant tail that a fox can catch, right? It's just that peahens, as ugly as they are, will only fuck a boy with a big blue tail. So you've got to grow a big blue tail if you want to pass on your genes. So, like, yeah, there could be weird love-based, you know, skewings to this is quite probable.
If just a quick one, guys. If the Earth had a cycle that it went in a full meltdown, let's say every 1,000 years, for example, and went in a full meltdown, and then everything just melted, you know, and then it starts again. So the things and the people like Noah's Ark that knew that something was coming, took the best examples of everything they had at the time, you know, and then it comes back into being because they stayed at the highlands while the other people died in the lowlands. And then you know, replenish the world, you replant the trees and all that. So evolution's man-made, if you think about it. Our broccoli, our carrots, our tomatoes, our bananas, they're all man-made interventions. So our evolution, I'd say, is basically based on us controlling evolution, which is man-made over a very long period of time.
I mean, there's an evolution of sorts, isn't there? The micro scale. So I was thinking about that with language when somebody brought up the language thing. Like they say that Yiddish is a language that came out of buying and selling. Hence, there's 200 words for buying and selling. You know, and you can see how it evolved over time. Same with this Eskimo thing or whatever, or the Inuit, whatever they're called now. 200 different words for snow. You can see there's an evolution of sorts. Well, the idea that it's just like eggshells. Do you think you were a ferret once? It's just ridiculous.
Well, I mean, that's because you make it sound ridiculous, right?
It is ridiculous.
But that's just your opinion, right? Again, all of these are just arguments from ignorance and arguments from incredulity. Like, do I think that if I trace back if I trace back my family lineage and I went 14 trillion generations back, do I think I would have been able to, if I was, you know, taken back there, do I think I would have been able to successfully fuck that thing and have a baby that could fuck other things and have babies? No. I think that's really improbable. I think the Earth would have been very different back then. I think that it's to me, that is more ludicrous. That is where my incredulity.
Well, dude, saying a dog's coat will change. Come on. That's ridiculous. That's hardly proof of anything.
But it's all you need is, if you accept the micro, if you accept small changes might occur, then you just then the onus is on you to say, how can you stop those small changes stacking up to become big changes over time?
That was built into that thing, though, right? That specific cells, that was built into that.
What do you mean that was built into that?
I mean, but
that's
understand that.
I mean, just
what
generally.
Well, it was already there. It was already there. The potential for it to grow its coat in a different way via the environment.
So then say everything has the potential to be everything. We'll still invoke that same thing. But the question I've laid at your feet is, what stops small changes stacking up to become over time a big change? Or here's another way to say it: is there anything else that you accept changes a little bit over time that doesn't change a lot over a lot of time?
Sorry, you break it up a bit, dude.
It's the same question. If you accept small changes over a small amount of time, what stops you from accepting big changes over a big amount of time?
Oh, right. Yeah, I mean, first of all, this notion of 14 billion years and shit, I can't get my head around that. Certain things my brain just won't go, and that could be I hold my hands up and say, maybe I'm just slow, I'm not sharpest knife in drawer. And like time travel would be another one. My brain just goes, it just goes, no.
But
14 billion years, I can't accept 14 billion years. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why I said. How
am I supposed to think of that?
Exactly, and that's why I said evolution is actually an argument about time. So if you say there is no 14 billion years, then it's understandable that you go, yeah, of course, birds can't turn into donkeys. And fine, I agree with you. It's just a question of whether you accept the time, not whether you accept the biology.
It's an imagination world is what it turns into. But, it's easily explained in 10 months. Your parents have a big bang. Bam, you're created. You go, you look like a fish. You look like a little human. And then finally you're born out as a human. So someone hijacked that and then made this whole story up. And I'm pretty sure it was a Jesuit priest. So...
Yeah, look, we've been fed stories by both sides, by the scientists and by the religious community. Now we have to be smart and discern what is real and what isn't real. That's it. It's very simple. We don't have to fight each other, you know?
Very true.
do you think that like that there are just like layers of what is like I guess areas that things can adapt at, and so you could look at the broad animal over different types of presentations and different environments, and just categorically say that like actually the potential for it to be any of these forms is really true, given enough time or the proper type of climate or whatever.
Yeah, I think anything has, like, given enough time and environmental or other changes, I think it's not just possible, I think it's probable that they will turn into different things. It'd be weird if they didn't, right?
You know what I think, guys? Honestly, I think it's the need for man, right? The need for man to understand where he comes from, what happens after he dies, right? Every man born has that innate thing inside of him. Like, you want to know why, where do I go when I die, right? So certain people in power realize these things and they made a system to control us, right? That's all it is, man. It's simple. The politicians claim they know what's it, right? They make you pay taxes, they control you. The religious community does the same thing. They claim they know, they have the answers, and it's just a manipulation. In reality, nobody knows. Nobody knows.
So true.
Well, it's worse than that, though, I see, because the new religion, although they'd never call it that, is science. Go listen to Richard Dawkins.
Yes, brother, that's my whole point. I think both communities should get together and see what's up and realize you've been conned. Both sides. The religious community and the scientific community has been conned. Why? For control. That's it. It's not hard.
And a good job they've done on it as well.
Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah.
Some people call it chutzpah.
Yeah, they have us fighting each other. The trick is make everybody fight each other, right? And you win. You win. Simple. The Democrats fight the Republicans, the Christians fight the atheists, and they win. They control it at the top. That's what's going on now. Yeah. And we have to humble ourselves and realize that we've been fooled, both the religious community and the scientific community and the truther community. We've all been fooled. Now I sound like Clay. I'm preaching. Sorry.
One professor.
But I truly believe this, guys, and I wouldn't say it if I didn't feel like we're a community of people, of friends. I wouldn't give a shit. I wouldn't say nothing. I'll just let people talk.
I hear what you're saying. Hi. But then shouldn't we also consider who they come against the hardest? Because we do have to critically think, because you're not wrong when you say religion, because that is a very big factor into the mix. We should re-engineer it and say, okay, well, what are we allowed to do? Who benefits? What are we not allowed to do? Who are you not allowed to criticize? Things like that. And obviously, where I'm coming from. And you're right. We can be friends. I mean, this is why we all keep coming back here. What's that?
We're not allowed to criticize Chinese.
Yeah.
Logic
right,
might not
exactly.
work.
And it's against nature, and
Can't
this
mean
is some of the
Chinese
best
are true,
conversations. These are some of the best conversations. That's why we keep coming here and trying to help each other and share our beliefs, because you're right, Essie. No one can really prove anything. We have a creator, and not everybody believes that, right? Here. But most of the, flat earthers can at least concede there is a creator.
But you see, even the atheists, when I asked them, so how did all this start, right? they go into like panic mode because they don't know. They don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Where I
Yeah.
can simply say a creator without invoking all the religious baggage, right? I can just say creator.
Right. But see, I can't. I don't feel like I could say a creator without trying to back it up, because at least I have a book that says that he created it. You know, the trees, the seeds, the plants, the like kind, and the stars, the sun, and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, um, and I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying I'm testing it.
It's just
And
like it's the presumption of it being an anthropomorphic deviser. Whatever it is doing creating, whatever is doing designing, it is like implicit within the idea of an intelligent designer is explicitly the idea that there's an intelligence behind that is conscious or sentient or something like that, or anything more than a mathematical doodler, you know, which it could also be, right? You could just say that, like, oh yeah, the creator is really just like this like force that's just making spirographs that turn into DNA, and it just drops them off and whatever, like things bloom from those things.
That's what I believe.
And it might not know what it's doing, really. It might just be like, oh yeah, and then this, guys. Or here's a part of this. Here's an update. This is a little bit like this one, and these variations kind of just drop, and then
That's a great description of God doing his magic.
No, I don't see that. I don't see a
I'm
non-intelligent
just saying there's a
being.
range of ways to consider it, and we can use the same terminology to say that intelligent designer to you means that there's an intelligent sentient being, that there's a driver behind the wheel, and whereas like, you know, that creative thing could also, for me, I could hear what you're saying, and like, because I don't consider it that way, I might be like, oh well, it's just like there is a process. There's a process that I heretofore do not know anything about how this occurs, but in some way these fragments of DNA seem to just already be there, and then they percolate into the things that they already, like the blueprints are dropped off, and then, you know, processes in our environment make them cause to flourish. I
Thank
don't
you.
know anything
That
more
was
than
so much better put than I put it. Thank you
So-
for that.
Hi, Andy. So, well, I mean, so maybe we should look at the people that give us this globe, right? And what do they believe? Not like we have to believe what they believe, obviously, but for instance, why do they always have these ritualistic, you know, appearing demonic things? Like, I just started watching this video again, which I watched like 5 months ago, and it was the Commonwealth Games. I guess it was in London, and they had like this ritualistic thing with this bull and the Tower of Babel. Like, why are they fixated? Why are the central planners fixated
They're religious.
on?
Very religious.
Yeah, well, yeah, they're like either mocking the Bible or they're trying to do something a little different. The scriptures, right?
Their religion is based on mocking the Bible, yeah.
Yeah. Well, SC, what do you think about like the central planners and how they lead us a little bit?
Yeah, that's really fascinating, Blaze, because they seem to believe, or they seem to be using the scriptures for their own purpose. I think so. I think you're onto something there. Now, I don't know if they actually believe or
Well, I think they mock it, to tell you the truth, because I think their eyes are deceived and they're getting one part of it, right? So they're not truth seekers. They're truth seekers to the point where they want to believe what they want to believe, and that's going to be the truth, right? They're not about the truth. I'm personally about the truth, right? I'm not attached to it. If I got proof that we did, live on a spinning ball, I'd be like, you guys, this has been great. I really love you guys, but I'm not going to invest my time anymore. And there's no creator and, whatever. I'm about truth. But why are they trying to take our rights away from us and bring us in to this very, very narrow path and like one world government? I mean, a one world monetary system, and you can't have a gun, you can't have a gun, you do. Like, we have to, at the end of the day, look at who our air quote leaders are and what do they believe, right?
Oh yeah, they're definitely after the Christians, that's for sure. Because they don't want you believing in a higher power than them. So to them, you're a threat, right? Unless they can control you from within. You see?
You know,
Mm-hmm.
speaking of that Commonwealth, I posted that a few months ago. That was very interesting with Moloch and the Tower of Babel, and also if you looked at the what was it, something with Princess Charles,
Prince.
they built a statue of him. Yeah, I call him Princess. They
He's king
built
now.
this little they built a little statue for him. I think it was Brazil. And Brazil, if you look into some of their, oh wow, just look into some of their festivals they've held lately. Same things going on. But they gave him this little statue, and it's Princess Charles in a loincloth with his arms spread out, and he's standing upon these skulls and these heads of people. He's standing on them, and it calls him the savior of the world. So there's so many things within that, but SE, if they're using the scripture and they know what it says, and when it talks about the beast and the one to come and all of these false gods, if they know that those people are going to be destroyed, they know the narrative of the scripture. How are they using that for their benefit other than getting people to follow them and ignore truth and righteousness and to follow the wicked things they're doing? They're mocking, just as Blaze said. So, if you look at some of those, the Commonwealth Games, some of these festivals, tell me how they're using
Oscar.
the scripture. Yeah.
Oscars. I just noticed. Remember when? Sorry, North. Remember when Chris Rock got smacked? You know what? I didn't even. I first of all, I didn't really watch it, but then, it started to come around again. There's triangle and triangle, and it's like, well, wait a second, isn't that on the FBI, pedophile list situation? And then they have something that's called, oh gosh, what is it? Anyways, it's all about like the Bible. It's like they're trying to retell the story, and they're hijacking it, and then they're making people believe that think that nothing's real. And I understand why people, are kind of confused and like,
So it sounds like it's pageantry and theater trying to
yeah. Let me get this one
speak
thing.
speaking to some people, but not all people.
Yeah, it's like a Hollywood situation. So our world leaders, they do believe in God. They just don't like him. So they think that Lucifer, like the guy said, is like a bad guy. And I don't get into like the whole Lucifer. There's so many names and the Enoch and all that other stuff. But knowing there's a creator is essentially asking him or it, hey, I want to know the truth. I'm clearly here wanting and defending your earth. Could you help me out here? Could you, give me some more direction? We can't just stop seeking, because you guys are here to help people. You guys here, day in and day out. Bless your hearts and thank you so much, because this conversation is vitally important. You guys are really trying to help educate these people.
I would say seeking the truth is, if you seek it, you'll find it, right? If you're seeking it and you concede with it, you accept that it is truth. Just like we see creation, and SE and many other people understand there's a creator just by the evidence of the creation and what it presents. So if that be the case, I think every individual should not listen to men or read a book until they're inclined to read the book, but talk to the creator. You don't have to talk to other men, but speak to him sincerely and ask him to show you truth and tell him you're seeking the truth. And if you're not answered immediately, don't discount the creator, of the Bible or of any other, whatever you're reading. Don't discount it so quickly just because you're not answered in the time frame you were expecting. That's what I would say.
You know, I hope Clay is here and listening. Is Clay here?
See him.
Well, I hope you're listening, Clay. You see how your brothers and sisters are doing it? It's unlike how you do it, bro. You preach, right? And the way you do it, your message will never get out. I just want you to know that, bro.
But you know what, Essie? I was Clay about probably 5 years ago. It's a growth period, you know? It's like when you find out the shape of the earth, you wanna go and tell everybody, you're like, "Oh my gosh," and or 9/11, you know, and people are like, "Shut up. What difference does it make? Da, da, da." And you keep going and you keep going, and you're just like, your delivery is wrong and everything. I was Clay, you know, on, the shape of the earth, the Hebrew Bible, the Hebrew names, the calendar, like, you know, so it's a growth, and he's a young person trying to figure it out, but you're absolutely right. Getting angry at people is the wrong way to go. You can have all the knowledge in the world, but if you're not being loving, you know what? Good luck with that, because that that we don't get brownie points for knowing the Bible and, you know,
Yeah.
beating people over the head with it.
Even the way I came in a little hot and realized, wait a minute, you're doing the same thing Clay is doing. So I had to gear down, you know, and you got to realize, you got to be
Yeah.
conscious, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Clay's just a young believer, and he's on fire, and yeah, and you know, it took me a while to get to that, because I was like, I need to, you know, help people realize this and that, and it's like, it's not my job. I just got to be loving and plant some seeds, and then that's about it. But you know, sometimes we're in this conversation, and you know, we do get a little anxiety in us a little bit. I mean, knowing the information that you guys have, do you ever get anxiety, Essie?
In what sense? Anxiety in what sense? Because I
Well,
think I have relief in the knowledge but
well,
go ahead. What do you mean?
like you know, the last 3 years, what happened there? You know, knowing that it's whatever it is, being, you know, it's making people sick and taking people's liberties away, and, you know, you couldn't go anywhere possibly without a mask and without getting a vaccine oh, crap, without a passport.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I'd be lying if I say, yeah, I didn't experience anxiety because of that. Yeah.
exactly. So for me, um I know a lot of information, right? As you do, and about the central planners and all this kind of stuff. Uh, but like, what do you do for something like that? Do you take a step back? Do you just take a break? Like, what do you do for your anxiety?
Yeah. Well, this is a tough one. Yeah. I guess everybody has to sort that out on his own, you know. But
Mhm.
one good thing that came out of this, I think, because they say everything bad, there's something good come out of it. At first, I didn't believe that, but now I'm coming around, especially here, because in this specific instance, right? Shall we say the non-believers became believers? In other words, the people that thought, "Oh, my government couldn't possibly do anything against me," right?
Mm.
I think that opened the eyes to a lot of people. This particular instance, so that one good thing came out of it, I think.
Oh yeah.
Even
Well,
people like my mom that were like, "Oh no," now they're like saying, "Wait a minute," you know.
right.
So yeah,
hmm And it just made it a little easier to talk to them. I'm gonna drop a video because my brother was like, I mean, my brother was not about the thing. Um, But my brother just is not getting on board, or wasn't getting on board, because, oh my gosh, you know how, big of a conspiracy this would be, and how many people would have to be in on it, and blah, 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 blah. I think I told you guys a while back that, I think like 2 months ago, that I resent my brother this one video, um, and he finally watched it, and he finally got to see, I'm gonna put it right here. He finally got to see, how they could get away with it. Uh, let me see. Because when you look at who's at the top, BlackRock, you know, all the other ones, it's like this 20 different corporations, and they all own each other's stock and everything, you get to see the culmination of how things could come together. My brother was like, that much power in the few hands is not good for humanity. I was like, thank you.
Yep, that's what
But
it's all about. Yeah.
exactly, I got to try to find this, and that is what it's all about, is pulling it together. And like 9/11, what a beautiful example that was. Unfortunately, bad things had to happen for people to wake up. Same thing with Pizzagate. Same thing with all these other, Mark of the Beast, and all the other stuff that we may not be able to mention. I believe our Creator is using those to wake people up and take that veil away from their eyes and give them ears to see that life is not what you think it is. And if you guys haven't watched Witsit's, good, he's not in here, so I don't sound like so stupid, like so mushy over it. If you guys haven't watched episode 7 of Witsit's, please put that in your files to watch soon, because it's one creation. I know a long time ago people were like, why would we look up, to figure out why we're walking here? There's alignments that happen over and over and over and over again. And then you have North Pole, North Star. You have Ursa Major, Ursa Minor going counterclockwise every 23 hours, 56 minutes, 4.9 seconds. Okay, great. Now I'm getting ready to do my Passover. This is the 13th month tomorrow, the full moon. They say it's tonight, but it's at 12:37 p.m. or something, or a.m. So it's a full moon. That's my new. That's full moon is a new moon, and they lie about that. And it says it in like one area of the Bible, in a Psalms, and so I'm getting ready. In May is going to be May 6th is going to be the full moon, the new moon, and then 14 days later is going to be my Passover. I'm looking for the moon is setting with.
Oh, did anybody follow up, Blaze, on your thing of the counter rotation of the Big and the Little Dipper? Did
No.
anybody follow up on that?
No, but I know that Austin, he now believes that, but he's just been so busy. And, I think he's going to incorporate. There's not a lot to be able to find it there. I have a video of this guy, charting it himself with a camera. And then at the end, it's like 3 minutes. And at the end, he says that the stars aren't moving, we're moving. I'm like, yeah, no, we're not moving. But
that's on my to-do list. When it gets hotter here, I'm gonna do. That's one of the first things I'm gonna do. I'm gonna check that out.
Okay, well, listen. So mark your calendars. May 6th is the next full moon after tomorrow. Then 14 days later is going to be my Passover. I'm looking for a lead star called Abib to be setting with the moon, and the sun is going to be rising with Hamal. And so that's how I know that's going to be the month of Abib, the only month named in the Torah. And after that, after that was Babylonian months. But then I'm supposed to number my days. And then 177 days later, it's for my fall feast. And the star that was going with the moon is now leading the sun. And the star with the sun is now with the moon. It's magnificent. How does that happen? And then I haven't done this, but apparently there's I think it's called the summer triangle. I think in the 4th month, for 3 months, these stars are leading, I believe, the moon for 3 months. How does that work? Because it leads up to my fall feast. I think it's called the summer triangle. But anyways, all that to say, pay attention to our world leaders and what they don't want you to do, and what they're keeping you, and who they're going against.
Blaze, have you ever looked up north, what it means in Hebrew?
No. What
It's
is it?
very, very interesting.
Are you going to
Some
tell
people,
us?
yeah, some people say it's like a key. But if you look it up in the Hebrew, sophon, and it means hidden, dark, used only of the north as a quarter, gloomy, unknown. It's from let's see, it's from another word. Let's see, Salfith, Safan, to hide by covering over, to hoard or reserve, to deny, specifically to protect, to lurk, esteem, hide, privily, secret place.
That's
And it's
interesting.
fascinating because think about it. The flat Earth is minuscule, like an ant in compared to what we're talking about now, right? The creator, where we came from. This is really the ultimate question, right? Which we'll probably never know, right? But the ultimate question that always has been on mankind's mind is where do we come from and where do we go after we die, right? That's what the politicians and the rulers have realized, and that's how they control us.
Yeah, but they want,
That's my understanding.
and they want to create the transhumanism and that you can live forever and, and download your mind files to these people are obsessed with living forever. AI, transhumanism. See, they believe in God. They, like I said, they just don't like him. So they are delusional, thinking that they're going to be able to crack the code and live themselves. Like they really do. It's called, techno religion.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. You see the correlation there to what
Mhm.
Clay was saying. If you go with God, you'll live forever. You see the correlation there? They're
Yeah.
trying to replace, that idea. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. No, I didn't hear him say that, but that's exactly what happens. Of course, we're appointed to die once, right? But being a believer, we're told that we have hope in Messiah's second advent, and the righteous will be raised, first, and reign with him in Zion. And then the other people after the 1,000-year millennial reign are going to be raised and judged. So,
Here's one.
everybody's good. Yeah.
Yeah, here's one that people, and this is an example of what I was speaking of earlier when people take a verse and they build like a doctrine upon it. Many, SE, you'll hear many preachers today, they'll use the verse that says it's once for man to die and then the judgment. And they preach that the judgment is immediately after death, you go to heaven or hell. There's a lot of preachers who still do that. And this is what I want to present to you. The scripture is given a generalized a view. It's telling you it's once for man to die and then the judgment, it comes later. There's judgment day when everyone's resurrected or raised and judged and stands before the judge. But here's the point. If it's only once for a man to die, if it's only appointed one time for a man to die, then what happened with Lazarus, right? So how many times did Lazarus die? How many times did someone else die? The man who touched Elisha's bones. He was raised from the dead, and then he died again. So it's not as concrete as it's only one time that a man dies or that everyone must die. The scripture even says that those who live up until his presence, they don't die. So they never die. They just change, right? So there's this misconception of death and how death is defined and what happens at death and all these things. But the scripture teaches none of these things that men teach. They build doctrines on verses they just pick through the scripture.
Let me ask you, bro, because you're knowledgeable of this. Doesn't it say that when you die, you go to purgatory until judgment day? Isn't that part of the religion belief system?
That's Catholic.
No, that would be Catholic. And as far as
just
going
Catholic.
back,
Okay.
yeah, as far as going back to earlier, what people were talking about hell or fire and all these different things, there is a point, and it's like people don't understand what's in the scripture. The lake of fire is a true fire. This is what it is. At his coming, he throws the beast and the false prophet and their armies go alive into the lake of fire. There's no comfort in their death. Alive into the lake of fire. Now, if we want to understand what's going to happen after that, during his reign, Isaiah 66:24 says, after they have, all nations have gone and celebrated the feast they've never celebrated before because they're Yah's ways. They're not some Jews' ways. They're not some ethnic groups' ways. They're his ways, the Creator's ways. And he wants everyone to be his people. So they're going to go forth and look upon the dead carcasses, Isaiah 66:24, where the worm dieth not and the fire is not quenched. These dead carcasses of men who transgressed against Yah, or against his ways, or against his law. Because it's his ways. He's the Creator. He knows what's best for you. So if you go outside of the nature you were intended when you were created, that nature, if you go against that, ultimately you are thrown into fire. You're like refuse. You're garbage. You're useless, right? You become useless.
I love that, North. It's like away from God. It's a different way of looking at it, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? I love that. I was thinking about it just like that. When whoever brought it up and said the fire's a hell of a... I always think of all of it as metaphor, you see, like allegory. I don't think of it as how
No,
it's
it's not.
written.
Yeah, and so they never go to Isaiah 66:24, and even if you go a few verses before that, and all through the Isaiah, he tells you that all flesh, not some people, not a special people, but all flesh shall come and they'll observe these feasts, they'll worship Yah where he's intended to be worshipped, and then they'll go forth as a reminder to look upon the dead carcasses of men who transgress Yah, where the fire is not quenched and the worm dieth not, which is a picture we get in Revelation, the lake of fire. The fire is not quenched and the worm dieth not. Why? Because the worms are always turning up the ground underneath, and the fire is always hot and there's always something burning.
Yeah, as
You
much as I
don't
don't subscribe...
understand that. So go
Sorry,
ahead,
I see.
bro.
I
No,
was just
you
going to say,
first.
there's certainly an attack on this book. They want it gone. There's no doubt about that. Just looking into the French Revolution and all that, enjoying that. And they bring in the whole point of that was to sell to the people this age of reason over superstition. But what did they have? They were just sophists. They were lawyers. They had word. Do you know what I mean? They didn't have anything better. Let's put it that way. And not only that, there's many things. This is why I'm not want to chuck this book away, because I think there's so much gravy in there, and there's clearly... North, is there a passage? There's something about usury in there as well, isn't there? Like borrowing with interest, and I think that's why it's got to go ultimately. I think that's in the Quran as well.
You know
Yeah,
what I
there.
want to ask my Christian buddies here? What do you think you would be like if you were born, let's say, in Egypt or Syria? What do you think you're like? Would you think you'd be a devout Muslim now?
Let me tell you. So we all have our mind. My mind is different from your mind, right? But we all come to different conclusions, and we see things in different ways. But truth resonates with everyone because it's truth, and the lie is nothing but the truth twisted just a little bit. And the most dangerous lie is the one with the most truth in it. And that's why if you listen to other men who can twist the truth and give you a lot of truth and just a little lie, just a little bit of poison, you'll follow that. But don't follow that. It goes back to what I said earlier. Present yourself in front of the Creator, and with a sincere heart, ask for truth and seek it. And then you'll find it. Now, if I was born in Egypt, would I still, as I am, seek truth? Of course I would. I think you would too. You would also seek truth. But it's who's more sincere and who's more zealous about getting that truth. Who is going to work hard to get that truth, right? Who is after it every day? Those are the ones that's going to find it. Not the ones that rail against it while looking for it. You can't rail against things and speculate about things that you know nothing about and have conclusions on those things and hate the God, hate the Creator of the Bible or the Quran or any of these books until you read them. Until you read them and you can meditate on what's therein, you can't hate on it, right? Unless you know what it is. So for lack of knowledge, people perish. But if I was born in Egypt, just like the Egyptians who left and they were a mixed multitude with Yah's people during that time, I would still follow the Creator. I would still follow truth.
Right. How about if you do like me? If you don't look at what the books say, but you look at what the people that read the book do.
That's not a good thing either, because we have counterfeit people in every field. We have counterfeit people in just about every field you can think of, or every organization, any corporation, any kind of group of people. You have counterfeit people within that group. So they can lead people astray, just like I said, twist the truth, put a little bit of poison in it, and then it makes it look stupid to the rest of the people like yourself.
Hence
So
called religion.
yeah, so you don't look at the people. You don't look at the people and say, okay, I can recognize them by their fruits, but then throw out the rest of the scripture and say, I don't believe that scripture. You know, what you need to do is look up to the Creator. Ask Him. Ask the one that created everything. Let Him reveal things to you, you know, while you're living your life and you're looking around. And if you read the book, you can clearly understand any incorporated church with the state has usurped the headship. They've given the headship to the state. They've taken it from the Messiah, which is in the book what they should have ahead, the Messiah, and only the Messiah. Then they do that for the purpose of not paying taxes, which their Messiah paid the tax, right, in the book. So, Essie, if you read the book, you can tell all these people they're wrong and reasons why they're wrong in their own book. But to just say everyone's falling for the book, no, they're not, because they're not living by it.
Look, I hear you, and I haven't read the whole book, right? I'm guilty of that. But I've been around religious people all my life, and I've heard the stories, right? The Noah and all that. Now, I'm not versed in the Bible like you are. That's for sure. But what I do is I see the actions, right? I hear the words, then I see the actions, right? Be good, love man. Then the Pope instructs people to go kill them all and let God sort them out. So I hear the words, then I see the actions. They enslaved millions of people in the name of Christ in the Americas, in the lands we are here right now. They were taken over in the name of God, destroyed millions of people's lives. Right?
Yes.
And now we think we can preach to these people here on their land? I mean, it doesn't make sense, bro.
This goes back to this, SC. I could say the same thing to you as Messiah said many times to the people. You have heard it said, you've heard the word said, but you didn't see it written. And then he'll have other instances where he says, it is written. So something that is written and something that is said is different. A lot of people say a lot of things. A lot of people say a lot of things about the things that are written. But what's written? So you can't get away from what's written, you know, but you can have all these people say different things about what is written. So that would be the wrong way. Again, don't look at what they're saying or what they're doing. If you're going to look at mainstream Christianity, which is what I said earlier, when we say the word mainstream, what we're really saying is the adversary. That's what we're saying, because who's in control of this? Who's in control of our leaders? And all the leaders. Who's ultimately in control of them?
Well, then I'm with you then. If that's truly what you believe, then I'm with you, bro.
So seek the Creator and seek His truth, not other men's truth. Seek His truth, and He'll reveal it to you if you're sincere and you're going to do something with it.
Bruv,
if you just want to
your
know
argument's
knowledge,
still relying on the book, bruv. You're still saying it's all in the book. The Creator definitely made the book perfect.
I didn't say that. And nowhere did I say that. So if
you're
want,
telling them to refer back to the Creator, which is the book.
I didn't say that. Did I say that, SE?
Okay, how does he learn true Christianity?
He said, "Look up, look up."
Be more clear, I guess.
Okay.
Give him
you
clarity
believe
because he's not sure.
I'm speaking to SE because he believes there's a creator, because it's evident by the creation we see. It's evident. Let me finish my point so you can understand fully what I'm saying. There's evidence of a creator based on creation itself, what we see. Now, and I could go into more detail about that and how so. I said, ask the
I can answer my
creator. I didn't say read the book. I didn't say read the book. I said,
how would
before you're even inclined to read any book, whether it be the Quran, the Bible, whatever it be, before you're inclined to read that book, don't be asking men what to think, what the truth
yeah, I
is.
do agree with that.
Ask the creator what the truth is and to reveal
Yeah,
it
he
to
did say
you.
that.
And then you can inform yourself of what all these religions say. You can inform yourself, and then you can see if they're going by the book they hold in their hand.
What
And if they're not going by that book they hold in their hand, then you have more truth than they do, and you have more knowledge than they do.
What if
And
we
it's your
speak to
lack
the
of knowledge that's
creator?
the problem.
If we speak to the creator and it tells us not to read the Bible, are you okay with that?
Say that again.
If I speak to my creator and I think the answer that he gave me is don't put too much on the Bible because it's a load of nonsense.
Does
Are you
your
happy that
creator have a?
our creators might tell us that?
Does your
What
creator
else?
have instructions?
I would say
No,
that.
I'm going on North's logic that we can ask the creator and like we get an answer. So
Yeah,
I'm
I'll try to answer
claiming
you.
my answer has been not to trust the Bible from my creator.
Okay. Can you share a little bit of this experience that you had, or is this just
Whatever you believe, how you would talk to a creator and get an answer back, that's what I did.
Well, I'm asking you
Imagine,
the
just imagine
experience
that.
you had. Well, I'm asking you the experience you had. How did it happen? What happened? And could you tell me about
Well, I
it?
prayed.
Was
I
it an
asked.
actual experience?
I prayed and I asked the creator about what people say about Christianity, and I said, "I want the real truth. Can you tell me?" And he said, "Yeah, don't trust the Bible." That's the
And how
answer I got.
so? Did he speak? What was it? A voice that you heard
I
in your
felt like
head? Was it an
deep
audible voice?
vibration,
Did I
deep
ask
vibration
you?
that I knew was God,
It was a deep vibration.
and I knew it was God.
Okay,
My
so
heart.
did you hear anything audibly?
I felt it. I felt the deep vibration.
Well, the scripture is not about feelings. Truth is not just
Well, the
about
whole point
feelings.
here is that I'm not using the scripture, am I? I'm talking
I
to
think
God like you told SE to do. I've asked God,
no, you're
and
not.
he's
You're
given me an
talking to
answer
him
that you're
based
not
on your
happy with.
feelings.
That's my question. Can
It's
you
based.
accept that other people get answers you're not happy with from the creator without using the book? They just ask the creator and they get a different answer to you.
Could I respond?
Yeah, of course.
So, thank you. So, from what I hear, you're basing the answer you're going to get and the question you're presenting the creator upon your feelings. And once you do that,
What should we base it on?
that's not good at all.
What should we
So
base it on?
it's truth. If you want truth,
Well,
sometimes
what if
truth
I
hurts,
told you I
right?
did base it on
So
truth, but
truth.
it just didn't include
Could
the
I
Bible?
finish? Could I finish? So
Yeah, but you're not
truth,
getting my
and
point.
sometimes
You're talking around my point. I
Hey,
think you
you
hey,
get
have
the
a
point.
Chance,
moderator in the room or something.
Yeah, let him finish, Chuck. And a bit, Chucky, you are mocking in a sense, though, bro. You're mocking now.
Can
I
you
wasn't
explain my
mocking. I
point?
was being sincere.
Can you explain
You
my
Anyways,
say
let
point?
him finish, and then you go. Let him finish. Go ahead, bro.
Me.
No, not you. The guy that you kind of interrupted.
we're talking about truth, and sometimes truth hurts. So your feelings can kind of get in the way sometimes when you're, trying to discern between good and evil, what's right and what's wrong. Sometimes those things happen, and people even blame the creator for doing certain things without the full knowledge of why the things are done.
It's not
And,
speaking
and
to
this
my
this
point,
goes
though.
back. What's that?
My point
Okay.
is that I get a different answer when I use a truthful method to speak to my creator than you.
That's not a truthful method. That's
Well,
based on
if
feelings. You
people
admitted that you base it
hang
on your
on,
feelings, right?
you're saying the only true method is one that agrees with you. If every answer is the same as yours,
No, that's not what I said. I
does it have
said
to align with scripture?
sometimes the truth hurts, and your feelings are not going to always agree with the
But
truth.
bro, I
The
use
truth
truth the
is
same as
the
you.
truth,
I'm an
right?
adult man. I don't use
So
just feelings. I use truth.
I don't think you're
I felt
trying
the
to have
deep
a
vibration.
dialogue. I think you're just trying to.
I felt the deep vibration.
Uh,
That's true.
So let me ask you
Well, yeah,
something.
you may have felt a deep vibration, but I'm telling you, you're not trying to have a deep conversation. You're not trying to have a dialogue. You're trying
I'm
to
trying
monologue.
to point out that we can't always go back to the scripture, which means people are going to disagree when they talk
At
to
what
God.
point did I say that?
When you told
I
SE
never
to talk
said
to the
that.
Creator, he might get different answers to you if he's doing it himself, right? Without the book.
Maybe you didn't hear the whole conversation.
Do you understand my
I
point?
told him, I didn't say anything about reading the book, and I think if someone else would
That's my
speak up,
point.
maybe
He
you
doesn't
could
read the book.
understand that.
He could get any answer from his Creator.
Oh
How do
boy.
you test your creator against evil? How do you
How do I-
test your creator from other creators?
I only speak to one Creator, the Creator.
Well, but how do you know that's the right one? I mean, like, what is it?
Oh,
You
I
know, your
just decided
foundation.
after looking at the truth of what I mean by Creator, I then
You based it
decided
on
it's
his
definitely the
feelings.
right one.
He's the creator himself. He based it on his feelings. So it's
How
all
did you
about how he
decide? How did you
feels.
decide,
So
Blaze?
so if you don't believe like he believes, then you're wrong. If
No,
you believe that someone
I'm
else has
telling you,
truth,
anyone
you're
can believe
wrong.
anything from the
You guys
Creator.
have to do
Gotta
one at
be
a
his
time,
feelings.
please.
Blaze,
Against
how did you
evil.
decide your Creator was the right one? Blaze,
Yes.
how did you decide you were worshiping the right one?
Well, we were talking about Pizzagate in the chat, and like it broke my spirit. Like one day, like I had been researching it for a couple months when it came on the scene and everything. It just made me sick. And one day, like anybody I would tell, like my best friend, she was like, "Who cares? Everybody's been molested." I was like, "What?" as a child. And so it broke my spirit. And so that day, I cried out and I'm like just yelling, kicking and screaming, "How can I live in a world where nobody cares about these children?" And so something happened that night. I don't know if it was like sleep paralysis or a demon or whatever, but I call out the name Jesus and the thing goes away. And I wasn't even religious. Somebody told me about sleep paralysis, and
Okay,
that's
I
what you
get it. I
do.
get it. I get
But
it.
my
Loads
point
of
is,
people have claimed that.
I woke up the next day and I was like, there's so much evil in the world. I knew that in 2008, when I woke up, this was 2017, I knew there was so much evil in the world, but I couldn't be with it. I knew they were satanic. Our
So,
central planners were
like,
satanic.
you worship the right God because once the word Jesus made you think the demon went away.
Jesus isn't
Is that right?
the Most High. He's my Messiah. So
No,
my
what I just
logic
said, is
was,
that right? That's why you know you worship the right one, because the
well,
word Jesus worked once.
yeah, and
Well, let me tell you, I know
well,
my
you
Creator is the
asked me,
right
so let me
one
just
because
finish.
the word Lucifer worked once. Yeah, same logic.
Okay, but does
Different word.
dude Lucifer have a book for you?
Yes, many
He
books.
does? Okay. Well, I know that there's like evil in the world. There's a battle going on, and I was like, if there's that much evil in the world, there has to be good. So then I was like, well, the only good that I really probably know about is the scripture. So I started testing it and reading it, and then doing what it said, and my life just seemed to work so much better, and I had
Yeah,
peace.
my life
I could
works
sleep
better
again.
now, Blaze.
Okay,
After I
that's
worship my
fine.
God, my life works better.
Then that's
Same,
fine.
same logic. So that's
That's
how I know.
fine. Did your God create the earth, the sun, moon, and the stars, and the
Yes.
seeds and the trees
It
and
is the
the
sun, moon, and the
animals?
stars creating itself right now.
Did your God create everything in existence
Yes.
and give you free will?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, that's a
Okay,
lie.
cool.
You're
No,
just lying
that's
off your
what I
ass.
believe. That's what I'm telling you. I
That's what
believe.
just stop.
How
Stop.
did he gather that from a feeling? How did he gather all that information from a
Stop.
I told you,
feeling,
bro.
bro?
You're no better than me.
That's so ridiculous, man.
I'm done with
That's
it.
He is
ridiculous.
mocking, right? He is
Can I
mocking.
say
I'm
something?
just.
Can I say something?
But hold on.
The thing is, against evil, you've got to be humble. You've got to humble yourself. There's no humbleness in your voice at all. You're just mocking and scoffing. It's gross.
Yeah, he is mocking and scoffing, but at the same time, right?
I'm talking about because that's
You
just
don't have
he's just
more
being
proof than
he's just
him.
being just having a he's trolling completely, and I'm done with the trolls.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to because I'm gonna insult you guys. So let's just leave it at that.
I just timed him out.
I like your style.
Why was he timed out?
Why did you time him out, bro? Why?
He's freaking just. What are you talking about? He's just freaking trolling.
I'm
He's not even
wasted.
having a deep conversation. All he's doing
he's
is
providing
trolling.
an opposite. He's
not providing an
providing an
opposite.
opposition to like a dialogue that makes
What
people
is this
think.
going to progress into?
He proposed a
What
challenge.
is the
I thought it was
progression?
interesting.
What is the progression?
Well, the thing is, I think it was unfair to time him out because he had a different opinion.
I don't care what you think is fair. I'm not here.
Yeah, I know you don't. I know you don't.
Yeah, I don't care
That's
what
okay.
anybody thinks is fair. That's all it is. That's what I felt to do. That's what I felt to do because I feel he
So
was
I can
just
see
being
where
a
you're
troll.
coming from, Elbow, because most of the time the conversation just evolves very quickly into like the troll aspect of it.
Exactly. I mean, SE and him was having a real
underhandedly
good
kind of talking smack to people about what their beliefs are, right?
Exactly. So SE and North was having a great conversation. I mean, it's actually going deep into a conversation, and SE has his oppositions in that and has his doubt. Of course, that's 100% good. But now when you come trolling and just start mocking, that's no fun. There's no progression into a conversation. This is just gonna go divulge into nothing. Just a straight waste of time. Can you please go to a conversation that's actually gonna bring some fruit into this conversation?
And just making shit up and saying it's the truth. Let's not forget that.
Yeah, but SC had a few points, and then he just came in the middle of it and it started just mocking. I mean, just being a troll.
That is what he was doing. I'll grant you that. The thing is, though, and I'm not disagreeing with you what you did. I'm not challenging. The thing is, though, that what he was saying, right? It's just a made up story, and he was mocking, and I didn't tell him don't mock. But you can't disprove what he just said.
Yeah, only when you talk about what's written, right? Time is going to tell. And not only is time going to tell the ultimate outcome or what people call prophecies to be fulfilled in the future, but we have accepted scholars who understand that men wrote things hundreds of years before they happened. To the letter, man. To the letter. To the day, right? So if we can look at that and we can say, okay, we have a book, and the book has some accurate historical accounts in it. And then you look a little further and you say, wow, a lot of historical accuracy here. And then we look at what it presents in the future to us. And even when we look in our times, as Blaze was telling you earlier, these people, even at the Commonwealth Games, the festivals they have in Brazil, all over the world, these things they're doing and the leaders and what they're involved in. It goes directly against the book, but it's doing exactly what they said it's going to do. So is the book the enemy because the book is telling you the truth about what you're living in currently, and you're going to wait and time will tell about the future, about what it says about the future? However, we can look in the past and see it's historically accurate. I mean, how far do we have to go? If someone is accurate, let's say 100% of the time they're accurate, or 99% of the time they're accurate, and you've been around that person for 10 years, and they tell you about things that's going to happen, and those things happen, and then they tell you, well, later after your generation, there's going to be another generation, and this is going to happen, and it's to the letter, man. There's no going off course. It's to the letter. Would you share that information with your family and say, maybe have a look at this? Maybe just look at it, see if it pans out the way this guy said, or the way this book said. That's what I would do. I would just look for the accuracy. If it's accurate, it's true. I mean, that's what we call truth. It's accurate.
What does the book say that's accurate, though?
Turn away a harsh answer with a good, talk back nice to the person. It works every time. Anytime someone says something bad to you, just treat them with kindness.
Uh-huh.
You're so good looking. Is that what you're supposed to say to people? I heard somebody say that one time. Tell them they're so good looking. So, yeah, even when it comes to this,
but what does the book say that's accurate?
Well, what do you think about this really quickly? And then I got a boogie. Sorry to interrupt. For men shall be lovers of their own selves, covetous, boasters, and proud, blasphemers, disobedient to parents, unthankful, and unholy. I mean, can we really say that really we grew up like that, and our grandparents grew up like that? Nah. I mean, can we say that this is happening now? I would say if you don't think that this is happening now and that it didn't happen in the past, that would be very disingenuous.
I argue
Yeah,
with
but
people who
what is
believe in the
the book
book.
accurate about?
Let's look at one thing, for example, right? I argue with people who say they believe in the book and hold the book and preach in buildings they call churches. And I argue with people who don't believe in a God, right? And they don't believe in the book at all. And both of them, they have this view about the monetary system that's coming, this world economic system that we have of money, right? So we all know it's going digital. We all know that's going to happen. Not everyone knows exactly how that's going to happen, like if it's going to be a card you hold in your hand forever for just many, many years, or if it's going to eventually be put in your hand and in your forehead. I'm of the opinion, and time will tell, and I don't think too much time is going to have to pass before this comes. So time will tell if the book is accurate about the prophecy of the future, because it has been accurate about many prophecies in the past, but let's just see about the future. So some preachers say, well, if we get some kind of monetary system where I have to put a mark in my hand or my forehead, I'll get it because I know I'm supposed to be raptured out before that comes. So it can't be the mark of the beast. And then you have the other Christians who say, well, it's the mark of the beast, and if you get it, there's no salvation, there's no hope for you. You're damned. So if you receive that to yourself, you're damned. So this is what the book says. So if we look and time will tell about this system that's coming, is it going to be in your forehead or in your right hand? And if so, was the book accurate? Could I ask you that? Would the book be accurate? 2,000 years ago, over 2,000 years ago says this is going to happen, and it happens.
I mean, if you think about it, we did get a taste of that in the last 2 years. It didn't happen fully, but you could lose your job, couldn't go into restaurants, potentially couldn't go into grocery stores. So does it sound like you're not going to get money, can't eat, can't do commerce without this specific thing that you're supposed to get? Sounds pretty close. It may not be the exact thing, but could we be being conditioned for something like that? And the book seems to indicate something like that. And that was 2,000 years ago that was written.
Oh,
yeah, you can't go in a store without wearing a mask.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, but weren't people being conditioned 2,000 years ago as well? Maybe the book was just speaking about life during that time.
What about Revelation 18:23,
Could
guys?
be.
Revelation 18:23, the book was written 2,000 years ago in Greek, right? So it's something to the effect of, you're not going to hear the bridegroom's voice, the bride's voice anymore. Your light's not going to shine. The great men of the earth deceived all the nations by sorcery. When you look up the word sorcery in Greek, it's pharmakia. Isn't that interesting?
Well, and also it's funny how all this stuff that happened over the last couple of years didn't happen in just one country, did it? It happened all over the world.
Yeah, all over. That's a very good point. You know, the people that were influenced by the Bible weren't the only people writing about these things. If you look at other books, other historic texts from other regions of the world, they were saying the same thing. So it seems like, you know, it was a worldwide thing going on at the time. And because we all live on planet Earth and we're all human beings, 2,000 years later, we still experience the same problems they experienced all the way back then.
Oh,
I
can you
like how you
quote me?
throw your
Hold on a
planet
second.
in there.
Can
Go
he
ahead, go ahead,
quote
go
me?
ahead, go ahead.
Hold on a second. Can he quote me these other sources that have been speaking for 2,000 years that talk about the exact same thing that the Bible said? I would love to see reference for that. That's a huge claim.
All right, but what specific topic do you want me to show them saying that's similar to the Bible?
That there's going to be a monetary system set up that if you don't get the mark, that
All
you
right.
can't buy or sell.
Okay, give
That's
me a second.
what we were just talking about. That was what we were just talking about.
All right, I'm going to bring you some.
2,000
Just
years
give me a
old.
second.
That's
Yeah, written
that's thousands of years old.
Yeah, written before those words were written, not after.
What are the
those
words
were
north on that, by the way? I'd love to
Yeah,
hear
that
that.
is a good
Can you
question. What are the
post it?
words? Number one. And number two, why can't it be after? What if it was written by someone after these words, but they're in a totally different region of the world? Isn't that okay?
Surreality. You got work to do. Don't try to deviate from your work.
I'm just asking.
Well,
I'm just asking for
hold on.
clarity.
Okay, I'll give you clarity. We have 5,000 manuscripts that are dated within 300 to 400 years of the events that said these things. Okay, so this
You
is
have
a little
what?
different.
You have what?
That we have manuscripts of all these things that we're talking about that were written within 200 to 300 years of the events of Jesus that this book of Revelation was written in. They date the book of Revelation within about 60 or 70 years after Jesus. So now you're going to tell me if it was something written after that, so could it be copying the Bible? Or can you show that well, it could be, that's right. Or
Yeah, and it could not be.
or if it's another country that's never heard of the Bible, never heard of anything about the Bible, and you're saying they wrote about that, have that. The burden of proof is on you now.
All right, cool.
And does it say a one world currency, Paul, or does it say a
doesn't
one
say
world
a one world
currency?
currency. It just
Does it
they
say
say it says there's a mark of the beast, and I think people relate that to a one world currency.
Well, wait a minute. What are the words exactly? This is what North always says. What are the words
Well,
exactly?
it says you can't buy. You can't. Well, I'm now talking about maybe I'm actually working. I can't do anything right this second. I'm actually cooking. But somebody can say you can't buy, sell, or trade, or something like that, without the mark. Now, could that imply a one world currency? Possibly. But if the best way to control the world financially, logically, would assume that you would have one currency that everybody has to use. Once you have control of that one currency, then you can control the people financially. As long as you've got multiple currencies in play, there's no guarantee how can you control all these currencies. How do you do that?
The way we do it today, currencies are controlled. You can't just go and make up your own currency. You know, currencies are controlled, and only one authority per country can issue a currency, being the country's central bank. There's very strong control over currencies in all nations, all over the world.
Well, no, wait a minute. To control all nations financially. Now, yes, there's other countries have different currencies though, and every nation within itself controls the currency within itself. And yes, even the dollar is based upon it's the currency of exchange now. But if you really want to control the society, all countries, by one individual, then it would make sense to have one currency.
Stick to his claim, Paul. So he claimed that, it's exactly in these other books, it's exactly like it says in the Bible. So if this is the case, and people are asking, what does the Bible say about the mark of the beast? I mean, doesn't that ring a bell in your head? Just think about that for a minute. Someone makes a claim about something they're not fully aware of, and they're saying someone else says the exact same thing. And we hear this so often in discords. People come in and they say, they know what the Bible says, and they have no idea what the Bible says. And they make up all these doctrines or hearsay what they've heard someone else say. Oh, ridiculous, man. If you got a claim, support your claim. If you can't support the claim, then just drop it, man, because you're not fully aware of the subject.
Yeah, I agree with you, North. I've also heard about, the mythos of Jesus is based upon ancient other god mythos. As soon as I ask them one question, can you cite the source, like the ancient source that this ancient mythos comes from, and cite it and see how it matches up? And yet no one has ever been able to do that.
Samaria, Summer. That's where all this started, I think.
I think Paul's point is more along the lines of, have you seen, what was the name of the little documentary that came out around like 2005, 2006 that tried
Zeitgeist?
Zeitgeist, yeah. So the thing about it, I think what Paul's trying to say is do you have primary source documentation for the claims in Zeitgeist, or do you just repeat that, right?
Yeah, but the claims in Zeitgeist were very vague. They were just trying to say that a lot of facets of Jesus, and his life story can be found in these other mythical,
Virgin
religious
birth.
figures.
They
But
gave exact
Virgin
dates.
birth,
They
yeah,
gave exact dates.
things of that
So
nature.
so where are the citations for the? I understand they're vague claims, but where are the citations that could even point to any of that being somewhat truthful?
What do you mean? You haven't read these other books, or?
No, I actually looked into that, funnily enough,
No.
because we're on about it recently. I can't remember, a few months back, and they're not the same at all. They're not even close. So,
Wasn't
that's.
Krishna born of the Holy Virgin?
I
You
remember
tell
looking
me.
it
Have you
up,
read it?
and they were nothing
He
like
came out
each
of a
other.
lotus, maybe.
A virgin rock.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm
somebody
reading
said
something that says in the Ramayana, Vishnu incarnates himself as a man in the womb of Kausalya, one of the wives of some king. You see, so I mean, it was a virgin birth. He just made
Yeah, but
himself in someone's
is
womb.
that the only aspect of that one particular God that would be somewhat similar to the story of Jesus? Because I
No,
think that's kind of what.
that's why they mentioned he wasn't Krishna wasn't the only figure mentioned. They mentioned Krishna and a
Yeah,
few
yeah, yeah.
others.
You didn't.
How
You
Yeah.
about
didn't let me finish,
Mitra?
Nate.
Mitra is born on the same day.
You didn't let me finish, right? So
All
a
right.
lot of the claims in there are basically trying to say, oh well, this God fits Jesus's story basically the same, right? And then, oh, here's another culture that has this God that fits the story basically the same. But when you look into it, yeah, there might be one aspect like what you just brought up, right? The virgin birth, but then absolutely nothing else
No,
about
that's
that God.
exactly what I said, Napalm. That it was a vague claim they made, saying that these various characters shared certain traits with Jesus. It's not to say they were all a one-for-one replication of Jesus, but there are certain similarities they have. And the point they were trying to get across is that, you know, they whoever wrote the Bible or the story of Jesus, could have taken parts from these different mythical figures and stitched it together to make up Jesus, because that's the point they were trying to make, that Jesus is a made-up character and not real.
Well, you're
Not
Muslim,
once
right?
in the documentary do they say that these people are a one-for-one replication, or Jesus is a one-for-one replication of them. That's not the claim the documentary made.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, but my
Yeah.
point being is there's no good primary source documentation on half of the claims within that documentary or whatever you want to call it. And the best thing about it is you can, if the claim overall is that Jesus is just a character of stitched together portions and pieces of other gods from other cultures, like an amalgamation of all these different various gods coming together, in a singular story. The best part about it is that you can check the historicity of the man in question, right? Not just, was this a person who walked the earth? Do we have historical evidence for that? Or is it just a character that was stitched together and comprised of all these other various religious gods or characters?
Yeah, but
Yeah, but I
can't
mean,
the
sorry, yes.
no, I was just gonna say something quick. Can't the Muslims with Muhammad make the same claim as you do with Jesus?
What do you mean?
Well, you think Muhammad is a prophet, right?
Uh-huh.
He spread the word of God, right?
Uh-huh.
And what did Jesus do?
Okay. But I mean, we don't elevate Muhammad to the level Christians elevate Jesus, though. We don't pray to Muhammad. We don't worship him. We don't idolize him in any way. Christians pray to Jesus and they worship him. You know, he's
Yeah,
almost
yeah.
an equal to God. For some Christians, he isn't equal to God. For some Christians, he is God, right?
Yeah, well, I
Yeah.
was more in the prophet thing. Yeah, you are right about that. But I'm talking about a prophet, right?
Okay.
You guys have your prophet, and the Christians have their prophet.
But
You mentioned
Jesus
that
is
you don't
also one of
idolize
our
him at
prophets,
all.
though.
You say you
Jesus is
don't
also one of our
idolize him at
prophets.
all.
I mean, Jesus isn't a prophet exclusive to Christianity, I see.
Okay, how about the hadiths? How about the hadiths?
So the hadiths tell us what is sunnah, or basically what is the right thing to do based on how the prophet lived his life.
Based on what he said, not how he lived his life.
What he said and did. Yeah.
So you are following, in a way, Muhammad, like the Christians are doing with Jesus.
Yeah, but I explained where the differences are. We don't pray to him.
Yeah, neither do
Yeah,
I.
you don't pray to him. Okay, understood.
True believers don't pray to Messiah, and they don't think that
What?
Messiah is equal to the Father. Yeah, true believers, people who go by the book, people who hold the book and say they profess the book and they live by the book that they hold in their hand. They don't. The true believers do not teach you that he is co-equal to the Father and always has been, and that you pray to him. He's the mediator. The book says he's the mediator between you and the Father.
But
And
North, we
there's
can.
one.
That's a
But
very
they're
controversial
just,
statement.
Well,
they're
you
just
can speak.
deceived. Hold on, North. I want to like stop you right there so we don't get too far over it. These people are just, maybe they just haven't reached that revelation yet. So they're believers, but they've been taught something, so they just possibly haven't heard that number. But Witsit was going to say something too. So after you guys are done, I mean, like, give the man a little space for this. You just got here.
Yeah. Before which it goes, I found something about other religions having a beast with a certain mark, but I can't find anything about a one world religion or, this mark being needed to do some sort of trade. So that I can't find that in any other religion from what I've looked through so far.
I was going to say that a lot of Muslims do idolize Muhammad. I mean,
We don't.
you may not supposed to, but if someone says the word, you're gonna, like there are people that die for painting that dude, and it's all Muhammad this, Muhammad that. So
Yeah, he's very important to us. That is true.
yeah, and I'll say, like just like North said, it doesn't actually say like Jesus is God or anything like that. So, but I certainly agree that a lot of Christians say that. But do you agree that a lot of Muslims disagree and say different things about Islam?
I definitely agree, because in Islam we have sects. For example, I'm a Shia, and the overwhelming majority of Muslims don't practice Islam the same way me and my family do. We are in the minority, the overwhelming minority.
Right. That would be similar to like people that actually read the Bible and
Yeah, welcome to our non-mainstream Christianity. It's kind of similar to what you have.
It's like Catholic. It's like Catholics and Protestants. Sunni, Shiite.
Well, those are two really big sects. I mean, yeah. Protestants
Yeah, it's
typically
like
say
the
Jesus is
Crips and the
God.
Bloods, bro. The Crips and the Bloods. That's what it is. Yeah. Same with
Republicans
Catholics
and
and
Democrats.
Protestants.
Well, so from my understanding, the Quran actually explicitly puts Yeshua over Muhammad, like explicitly. Like
Definitely. Yeah, the Quran hardly mentions Muhammad. We get most of what we know about Muhammad from the hadiths. He's hardly mentioned in the Quran. He is in there, but Jesus and Moses are the predominant figures in the Quran.
yeah, and of course
Explaining.
Yeshua is the Messiah who returns, and if you just look at the actions in the Quran, like I'm pretty sure Yeshua, he takes mud and makes it a bird that is alive. He does things that Muhammad is not capable of doing in the Quran. So, I talked to a Muslim guy who ended up believing in the scripture specifically because of the Quran. re-examining the Quran and then Muhammad versus Yeshua. But I think it's a misnomer for most people. They don't seem to realize that the Quran actually says that Yeshua is the Messiah, that he returns. I mean, there's obviously distinctions in what they say happened, but
Yeah, but I mean that's a well-known thing amongst Muslims that he's the Messiah that will return with the Mahdi. It's just for some other reason, Muhammad is the most important person to us. But
That's
yeah,
not what
that
the Jewish people believe. They believe in another Messiah,
yeah, they're
unlike
going to believe in the
Christians.
Antichrist. So
Well, that's what you call him. That's what you call him, but
a
they call
political
yours
leader that comes and
Antichrist.
takes over the whole world and makes everyone bow down to the feet of the Jews. That sounds like the Antichrist to me.
Same here. Yeah. But they
Yeah,
don't.
but it's a man that takes over the whole world. Like they're literally waiting for a political leader that takes over the whole world and puts them at the top. I mean, that sounds kind of crazy.
So who's going to be right? The Jews, the Muslims, or the Christians? Which Messiah is going to come and save us?
The people that actually read the scriptures and have a relationship with the Father.
Yeah, look at the Jewish people's fruits. They're not very great people. Not all around. I'm not saying all of them. I'm just saying, like the ones that you're so against, Essie.
Yeah, the ones that control your government. Yeah, of course I'm against them. I'm against anybody being subjugated, especially if I consider them friends. Yeah. It's like my duty. I see it as my duty to tell you that the wool is being pulled over your eyes using religion. I feel it's my duty to say that.
Yeah, religion has pulled the wool over many people's eyes. So the traditions of men, that's what religion is. And this is why I say, if you don't want to read the book, if you don't want to read what's written, and you don't want to listen to what people say, address the Creator sincerely and ask Him to reveal the truth to you, whether it be through your everyday life or if you're inclined to read a book. And if you're inclined to know your enemy and you're a full, mature man, I would advise you to know who your enemy is and know what they say, so that maybe you could save some of those people that they have, brought into their cult. So if they hold a book in their hand and they say they're going by that book, and you have the knowledge of the book, and you can show them how they're not going by the book, right? Then you can show them for the counterfeit they are. But again, it just
Agreed. What do
yeah.
you say to this, bro, North? What do you say if the Creator has instructed me without me knowing it to speak this way? Like to be in the middle, to tell the scientists, believers, the NASA boys wake up, and to tell the Christians to wake up. What do you feel about that? What do you feel if that's what I'm meant to do?
We all have a purpose, and He's going to perform His will, whether people like it or not, right? So we all have a purpose. Even Pharaoh, he was raised up for such a time and such a thing to do. That was his purpose, and so the will is going to be done, whether you like it or not. If you agree with truth and you agree with what is right, and you're opposed to what is wrong or wicked, then seek the truth and stand for it. And like I said earlier, people who have a lack of knowledge about a book and they bash the book because they hear what people say about the book, that's wrong. We know that even with science. I mean, these things, people can say whatever they want to about the book, but what does it say? And what does life reveal to you? What does creation itself tell you?
Yeah, there's actually a parallel here with the conversations we have a lot, right? So, Essie, from your perspective, as of now, the scriptures are not real, right? But it's similar to, let's say, from your perspective, heliocentrism. Most
Exactly.
people that believe in it don't know what it says. Well, what you did was you diligently searched out what it actually says. And in order to expose it, you've had to consistently correct those people on what they believe. So before you can get to whether or not the belief is true, you have to correct what the belief actually is. Does that make sense? Right? Like when we
I
talk
hear
to
that.
Globers, when we talk to Globers, it's like, no, you don't believe in mass attracting mass, dude. No, you don't believe gravity is a force. And no, you don't believe Newtonian mechanics still works. No, you don't believe that everything in the universe is mapped out, blah, 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 right? Like, you have to correct them so that then you can actually have the conversation like, okay, now that we've corrected your misunderstanding of your own belief, right? Like, let's see if it's true. You would do a similar thing with everything, including this, right? You would be like, okay, all these Christians said this, but that is not actually what your belief says. You may say that. You may have heard other men say that. Other men may have simplified it and got you in your emotions, and that's what you think it says, right? You may be overly confident, religious, and emotional about what you think it says, but that's not what it actually says. And so before we can even like figure out if what it says is true or not, we have to do that. And so same with this, like majority of people that talk about the scriptures or even claim to believe in them, they don't actually read the scriptures. They don't know what it truly says. They've never considered really looking into the original languages. They've listened to another man tell them what it says. Right. And so the parallel is actually pretty astounding. I think that's just because in the pursuit of truth, you have to go through layers of deception pretty much with everything. So I think that's kind of North's point, right? Like, you can't really judge heliocentrism based off the misrepresentation the anti-flat earthers give it. Right. And the same would hold true for the scriptures now. Whether or not they're the same all the way throughout and that you can prove them both false, that's a different discussion.
Yeah, I hear you, bro. But even that, the saying of that, right? The scriptures, right? I could even make a hole in that, right? Because what you call the scriptures, right, were chosen out of many books from men, and they left a lot of things out. So even that statement, which said, I can falsify that statement, bro.
Well,
There
I
is
agree that a
no
lot
the scriptures. You know what I'm saying?
I agree a lot of it's been left out though. You know,
Yeah.
like I don't think that the 66 book canon is the entire inspired scripture or anything, you know. I don't think that's what even matters. I will say that the creator will answer you if you talk to him. The creator will talk to you through that book. There's an immense amount of wisdom and answers in that book. That book is the most misrepresented thing in the history of man. You know, in fact, the earth, as misrepresented as it is, doesn't even hold a candle to it. So that's what my experience has been. Yeah, like the scriptures are the most attacked thing. I mean, it's way more misrepresented than even the earth. So there may be something there, huh? Like just like how they have to go out of their way to lie about the earth. You normally don't have to lie about a lie. You wouldn't have to
I
miss.
agree with you that.
Sorry, dude.
I was just gonna say, I agree with it. The powers that be definitely want to eliminate God, right? Eliminate the scriptures, but not. I don't think for the reason you guys think, right? They want to eliminate that because they don't want you to believing in anything higher than them. They don't care about God or whatever, right? They care about power. So
Yeah,
they're
not only
attacking the
that.
script. That's my belief, anyway.
Sorry, SC.
Oh no, go
I
on,
was just,
bro.
I was just going to say not only that, but there's so many positive things in there. Like I was talking about just fasting, for instance. I mean, think of what that could do for you. Gratitude as well. I mean, very underrated. But I was talking about usury earlier. You know, that's a big deal. Borrowing with interest. It is in the landscape that they've built around this book. So, I mean, there's no doubt this is under attack. They want it gone. It's got to go because they've got to bring in the new one world religion. So,
Well, you notice they like the misrepresentation of it, though.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And that's kind of like the globe. Like, the modern paradigm loves the misrepresented globe because it's been tailored to the debates. So those that are critiquing heliocentrism, have made valid points about the actual position. So now you have a wave of people that are changing what it says on a whim just to try to win the debate and to dismiss the critique.
I honestly don't think that you can describe God with words. I don't think it's a words thing. I think words are terribly limited. I think thoughts are terribly limited. I just don't think of it in that way. I just, to me, it's like first there was they say word, I say a vibration of some kind, like a frequency, if you will. That makes more sense to me anyway. And do you think any amount of syllables and are going to describe that? No, I don't anyway. But yeah, it just brought. I guess they've tried to put a framework on it, and they've done a pretty good job. All spiritual texts that I've looked at anyway, the good ones. I don't know. They just point away from themselves, and I suspect the Bible does that. North will hate me because I haven't read my Bible. I know I should, but I bet it points away from itself, right? I bet it's not saying this is the thing, this is it. I bet it's pointing at something else, something within you. So that's what I would say anyway.
It's funny. I heard.
Sorry,
I heard.
I heard people talking earlier. There was a way to test if you knew something was true or not. It's in the Bible. I mean, you guys were talking about it, and like for the life of me, I can't remember it. But there is something written in the Bible. Does anybody know what that is about how to test if it's the truth? How do you know? How do you know it's God? The answer is actually in the Bible, and for the life of me, can't remember what it said.
If someone writes something or someone says something's going to come to pass, and hundreds of years later it comes to pass without their involvement of making it happen, it was accurate, right? So that's how you test it, if it happens. And so it's when we look at this book, if we're going to talk about the book, we have the book. It's historically accurate many times upon many times to the T. Okay, hundreds of years before the things happen, they were prophesied they would happen. Now we have to look in our time period. Were there prophecies about the time we live in? And we can look and we can see that things have changed even within a couple of generations. And we can see, yes, it's clear to a T. This is how men act today. And then we can say, okay, is it going to be accurate in the future? Let's look at the mark of the beast system. Let's look at the catastrophes that it says are going to happen in the places it says it's going to happen. Are they going to happen? And when they do happen, is it then accurate and can we test it that way? Of course.
Yeah, there's an actual passage to something about test all things and use some of the truth and all that kind of crack. I just can't remember what it was.
Test all things, hold that which are true. Is that it? I even know that one.
Yeah.
What was that, sorry?
Test all things, hold on to those which are true.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's thereabouts. It's almost like a I don't know. It's like a 101 how to test the truth. It's written in the Bible. I mean, I don't believe all books, but
would I like? Why would a book that's made up tell you to test everything and prove everything?
well, that's okay. That's not what I meant. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just making a point.
Mhm.
Obviously, that doesn't prove it, right? Yeah.
But
I'm
it's
just saying.
where and it's really book. I'm gonna have to go and furiously look in Google, but it's actually in the Bible about how you know that something is true. How do you know? Like you guys were talking earlier about how do you know if it's your God? And then your man got he got timed out because he sounded a bit adversarial, a bit devilish. But how do you know what you've been told is true?
Well, North answered it, bro. You gotta pray. So you have to actually seek it out. If there's a creator, which there's actually no other way, right? I mean, there has to be a creator. So why don't you just Just ask him. Why don't people just ask him? You know, like why? Like just ask him.
Go direct.
I mean,
Everything else, just drop your ego and go straight to the source.
and that's easier said than done, maybe.
If he's looking for the verse, it's in Deuteronomy. It'd be chapter 18, 20 through 22, 23. And it's speaking about a prophet who presumes to say something about the future. If he says it in the name of the Creator, and he says this is where he got the information and it's going to happen, you wait and you see if it happens. If it doesn't happen, then he wasn't a true prophet, and it's not accurate, right? So that's how you test it.
Yeah. Not to be conflated with like speculative prediction, of course. Like he said, it's if someone says that like he got this from the Creator. Yo, I think it's crazy though, I gotta say. Most people, they don't do that. They don't actually like go ask the Creator. They make it up in their own head, like in their own mind, right? Like they try to categorize and describe the Creator based on their own mind, which in and of itself is illogical because that would be impossible logically. Right? How could you possibly, if a Creator made your mind, like how could you possibly, without going to the source, just like figure all the answers out about him?
And I would go one step further and say that is the beast, the carnal mind. That is the thing that's deceiving you, for sure, in my experience. Yeah. And as
Well, how can
long
you
as
be scientific?
Sorry, I see. Go on.
I was just gonna say, how can you be scientifically inclined and not come to the conclusion that there is a creator? It's beyond me. Like, I can't understand that. How can you think? How can you know how stuff works, right? And not instinctively know that it just couldn't happen on its own. Like it's beyond me.
Most of the guys find out when they, the big scientists and shit, they know there's a creator. They go down that hole of science and they're like, yo, there's no other way. A lot of them do.
Until the time that when they put the creation ahead of the Creator, when they, it takes all their time out of their day and they worship the creation. And you could speak about what worship is, if it takes all your time and you're fully devoted to it and loyal to it and nothing else. Once this happens, he will hand those men over to a useless or a reprobate mind so that they believe lies. So, yeah, there comes a point when you start worshiping the creation and ignoring the Creator of it, and he hands you over to this mind where there's no coming back from. Just think about it. If the Creator hands you over to your own useless mind, what hope is there for you?
Yep.
Think about that for a minute.
And bro, North, think about how many, how many people do that? Like their assessment of a creator is solely self-driven. It's like kind of foolish because that, like I said, it'd be logically impossible to do that. But like if you look at everything, there's a creator. The scriptures say that as well, right? Like just look at nature, and we're at a point in time in history where you can look at incredibly small aspects of nature and energy on like this crazy small scale, and all of it's constantly trying to find its natural order and its perfect balance. Everything is just like constantly trying to get to this like balance that was created. It's like everything was told to go to a certain order, That's why, like, when I was talking to Jace, I was so confused. Like, how could you be a biochemist and not know there's a creator? But it's the same problem. It's because people, they just try to think about it in their own mind. And if you think that you're going to figure out the answers to life in your own mind, then you're kind of screwed, frankly. Doesn't make sense.
The scientific class has succeeded in convincing the people that if you believe in God, you're antiquated, you're like a Neanderthal, you're a knuckle dragger. You know, that's what they've done because they've replaced God with themselves. They have the answers. That's what's going on here. That's why they're putting their foot down on religion. In my
They can
opinion.
convince if they can convince the younger generations, and I've said this many years ago. Many years ago, I said these words. Every person who denies the Creator should get on their knees every night, especially if you live near me. You should get on your knees every night and thank my God that I believe in him and that I know he exists. Because if not, and I believe that it's survival of the fittest, I would have no morals. I would kill you and take everything you have.
Getting a little
That's what I would
preachy.
do. That's what I would do. So, who said that? Who said that? That's another name on the list. Whoever said that, I'll
Hi,
find out.
Jeremy.
That's another.
No.
Yeah, I'm not going to speak to
I
it
said
anymore.
it. It's getting a
I'm
little,
not going to
getting a
speak
Hi,
to
little
it
Jeremy.
anymore.
preachy.
Yeah, that's another on the
Jeremy.
list. I don't have anything to say.
I thought I was in church for a second.
But
Thought I
Jeremy,
was in church.
can you answer this, Jeremy? Do you think that if there's a creator, that any person could figure out exactly what the creator is in their own mind?
No, I think there's a creator. I don't know how you would know what it is. No.
Right.
North does. Tell us what it is, North.
Well, that was North's whole point, though. North was saying, North was saying that you have to go to the creator. You have to try to talk to him and have it revealed. You can never just figure it out.
You're saying it's not the one from the Bible? That creator, the God?
I believe that the creator is the one from the scriptures and that the scriptures are super messed with, but I think that you couldn't figure it out just by looking at the book. And I think the scriptures are super messed with, like a lot of books removed, a lot of stuff added, a lot of stuff twisted, all this stuff. I don't, you could never figure it out just by reading that book. And I'm confident in that.
So the Bible people, they don't even know who the creator is?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if you go and try to talk to the creator directly, that's the only way to figure out anything about him. And I think that there's something about us as people, we don't like to do that. And it's because it's kind of awkward to I don't know. Like for me, it was awkward to think I'm going to go pray to a creator I don't know, don't understand, don't know who is constantly lied about. There's 5,000 different ways to allegedly explain them. And I'm just going to go in my room and act like I'm talking to someone above me and that maybe I'm just talking to the ceiling, and it's it requires humbling yourself, and it's kind of tricky. I think you then maybe revealed the true nature of the creator, and yeah, maybe it's represented by the scriptures. Yeah.
I don't know. I've tried talking to him many times. I've been alive for over 40 years. I tried talking to him many times. He never gave me a signal, never talked back, nothing.
I mean, the universe is constantly talking to you. I'm sure of this. I don't know. Maybe I see it in a different way. Maybe I don't know, but we just tend to ignore things, though. We don't see it. But I don't know how to really put it into words. It's like an instinct thing. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe I missed it. I don't know.
Maybe we're not worthy.
I
Maybe
know.
me and Jeremy
I
are not
believe
worthy.
in a
I don't
creator,
know.
though. I believe in a creator,
So
so
do
I
I.
don't know.
So do
Wait, to
I.
clarify, both of you guys are claiming that you've talked to the creator and never got any type of interaction or response?
Correct.
That's
I
weird.
am, anyways. Yeah.
Because I guess if you're
Many
waiting
times.
for some thunderous voice in your head that says, "Jeremy, you have found me,"
Yeah, that's what-
Well, tell us.
Yeah,
What does he
I
sound
don't
like?
think it'd be that.
You
What
gotta
does he
read
sound
the
like?
Well, the
signs,
story
bro.
you got,
You got to be able to read the signs.
where you open up the book, the story you got where you open up the book, yeah, that's pretty profound. I never had anything close to that happen to me.
Yeah, and that's very crazy. That's happened to me a couple times, but I had experience before that, right, where it was just, you kind of gotta like accept the answers in the form they come. You can't throw them in a box, you know. Like for me, when I first did the prayer thing, like really did it on my own as an adult in my own agency. I was like, you know, if you're real, like show me who you are and that you're real, basically. And it was very, very sincere. I think that's the key part, the sincerity. But anyway, the next day, bro, like everything in my life had these weird like coincidences and synchronicities about like God. And that's weird. You know, I ran a detail business. I partied all the time. People came over to my house and partied all the time. I had like a routine. It made no sense that throughout the entire day that I was doing my appointments, I had some old guy come out of his house and tell me about the Bible. And then some girl I've detailed her car like 40 times, like wants me to detail her car at a church for the first time in 3 years on a Tuesday. And then randomly my Pandora starts playing like NF, the song Wake Up by NF, which is a Christian song, which I did not listen to anything Christian related at all, ever on my Pandora, right? It was like a B.O.B. or Lupe Fiasco station or something. It was very weird stuff like that, where I could ignore them, but to me it's very obvious that that's not a coincidence. You wouldn't have that happen the next day. So that's what I mean. Like, he did not like talk to me like we are talking, right? Like, it was just a crazy thing. It was very obvious that I could. Leah's trying to talk. Anyway, it was just obvious that there was some energy that was reacting to my request. And I think that's kind of it. Accepting the answers however they come. I think everyone here could definitely 100% do that. But if they couldn't, then it would kind of counteract my entire worldview.
Bro, it's all about intention.
Well, maybe God is selective. Maybe there's a reason.
Better not be.
Maybe the selection is just based on intention, though, just like he said, like pure, sincere intention. But this sucks because, like, I don't want to, like, I'm not, like, it's hard to say that and without sounding, oh, you think you're special, which you have the pure intention. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not doing that, bro. I'm just saying that for most of my life, I was really arrogant. I thought I had it all figured out. I thought I was a special boy. I thought I was so smart that I could explain spirituality. And then I just finally, like, humbled myself to a point that's, like, almost embarrassing. And I had to close my door. Like, I hope my roommate doesn't come in here. Like, it was difficult to do it. And
Bro,
that's
if
made
you
everything
only knew
change.
my mom, if my mom heard me talk today, she'd be whacking me across the head. That's how religious she is. Okay? I grew up in a very religious household. Orthodox. Right? I'd be getting slaps across the head if my mom was here to hear me talk today. She wouldn't be proud of her son. Let me put it to you that way.
Well, I like you, bro. Like, I think that you're sincere. So, you know, I think that's what matters. It's about sincerity, man.
Jesse's for sure sincere.
Yeah, well, that's what it is. It's like if you can aim that sincerity that you show every day, just aim it right at the creator. And this is going to sound crazy, and take it or leave it. I'm just going to do this, in my opinion. But I think the creator almost wants you to challenge him in a way, not disrespectfully, but like sincerely. But yeah, I think he wants you to assert it. That's what I did. I mean, I was like, show me, you know, like, show me if you're real. And I was serious. I was very serious. So, but not like on this like arrogant vibe, you know, like, oh, you are a creator, show me, you know, like, no, just like assert your power towards him and he'll respect. You know how a man will respect another man when they like look him in the eyes and speak their mind? Sort of like that.
Yeah, I hear that, bro. I hear that. How do you know I haven't done that?
I don't. That's why I said at the beginning, like, I'm not I'm not
Bro,
saying
I was an
anything.
altar boy. I was an altar boy. I grew up in a church.
Well, that's probably maybe part of the problem. You saw a lot of the hypocritical things, and they don't teach a lot that's in the Bible. They teach, off of one doctrine. Messiah literally didn't come to start a religion.
Yeah, that's why I think SC's good, right? Like I think
Mhm.
anyone that's figured out that religion sucks is cool. I think the creator also is very what's the word? Empathetic, if you will, regarding people that had religion shoved down their throat. Like Jaren. Jaren was like an altar boy too, right? And like did everything, didn't do anything even like outside the lines until like 16, 17 years old at all. And it made him callous.
Let me interrupt you for a second, bro. This is important. Did you guys, any mod, get a thing? Community guideline shit?
Yeah, about ADL.
Yeah.
Yeah, same. They must have got nuked and then they messaged people.
8 p.m. research or what? Okay, all right. I just thought I didn't want it to harm us in any way. Okay, sorry.
You were a mod on ADL?
No. What is ADL, first of all?
Well, the ADL is the Jewish organization that like controls everything, but there was a server called Anti-Disinformation League. There's a play.
Are you serious? Could this be because I was talking about Jewish this and Jewish
Yeah,
that?
those were our bros too. They took our bros down.
Yeah, no, SE, no. Like the Discord server called ADL is Anti-Disinformation League. It's a play on the actual organization called ADL, which is a Jewish organization. So, were you a part of that server?
No. No.
What does yours say?
It says, "This is an official message from Team Discord. Please be advised that Discord will never ask you for your password or account token." Then it says, "Hello. Your account is receiving this notice due to participation in a server that violates our community guidelines."
You had to be a part of ADL, bro. Well,
But
maybe
I'm
not,
not, bro.
Maybe not, right? Because they normally nuke a bunch of people on the same day. So maybe does it not tell you? Because it told me specifically by name at the bottom who it was.
Yeah,
I didn't get anything.
Dude, I didn't
about
get one.
ADL.
I didn't get one message, but I don't think I was anything special at ADL. Maybe I was. I don't know. But
All right. Well, here's my screenshot. Right. You
Yeah.
see where it says right there. It says specifically Anti-Disinfo League.
Wow.
It doesn't say anything like that for you guys.
You know what's
Mine
funny?
says
I didn't get a message.
Mine says specifically 8 p.m. research.
Oh, that's different. APM research is way different than that place.
Oh, well, they got
Yeah,
nuked.
it's totally different server. They
Imagine
took
we
nuked.
are so wrong that you need to censor the people that are so wrong.
We need
That's
to
right.
consider moving to Telegram. That's what I'm like. Telegram is starting to integrate Discord things, and if it'll fully do it.
I just canceled all my payments. I'm never gonna give them one more dime. Like I told myself, if one of the servers I'm on right now is going to be banned, I'm not gonna give them anything anymore. I think everyone should do that.
A bunch of people were just reporting it because they didn't like the server. So a bunch of Globers got it shut down. Thanks, Globers. Appreciate that, bud.
Yeah, but if Discord does it, I'm just I'm done.
That's what's
Like, if-
wrong with the current thing. It's like the weakest people get the most say, and it's like that's why we don't ban tons of people from here, because we know that they would just try to get this place taken down.
Yep.
And then they would create sock accounts and then still just harass. And it's like these people are moral degenerates, right? In reality, like they would be ignored in reality. It just sucks. It sucks that they're allowed to be so impactful.
It's like the irony of exposing the moral degeneracy is what's getting things removed, right? Like the things that you're talking about when you're getting removed from Discord servers is generally talking about like the immoral, degenerate things that are taking place in the world, and somehow like that's what's being removed. It's kind of weird. It's like ironic, I guess you could say.
That's
I just figured out what that message was. That message was from FPV Angel site. You guys know FPV Angel?
Yeah.
No, what
That's
is
where
that?
it came from.
Yeah.
That's
What
the
is
message.
that?
Like he was doing him and his, I guess, team, his buds. They have a very unique outlook on the makeup of the Earth, but I think it kind of runs in line a little bit with what we've all been talking about too.
Well,
I
they
mean,
say
it's,
some good
it's flat
things.
Earth for sure.
Damn, so that's his site that they talking about. Okay, now I got it.
They did a purge. This is why I didn't even make a Discord again, because I'll never censor anything on anything that I run. So I can't keep a Discord. You know, I mean, this sucks. This Discord sucks because it's like become our home, and we're so used to it, but it sucks.
I mean, if there's going to be a good alternative, I'm movement. No
Well, yeah,
problem.
Telegram's still behind. It hasn't put that together yet, I guess.
What about TeamSpeak?
I don't know anything about that. There's Gilded also, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, once upon a time ago, there was a internet browser.
Yeah, I mean, I
What's
think
the name? It's obsolete now. It was in the lead. You guys remember what it was called? They thought they were the shit, but now they're nowhere. What was that browser called, man?
You know what's funny? There's like hundreds upon hundreds of hacking discords, like for video games, where you can buy aimbots and whatnot, right? Not even to talk about the non-safe for work stuff and everything like that, right? Where people so literally, you know, all bunch of bullshit as servers, with like thousands of people, on it, users. You think they would delete these things, degenerate content?
Everything gets replaced, bro. You remember AOL? They thought they were the kings of the internet. You remember that?
Yeah.
Where are they now? So Discord, I hope you're listening, man. You will be replaced if you keep doing what you're doing. It's as simple as that.
Crypto, he was trying to get in. I think he was a little delayed. I don't know if you're still here.
Telegram is looking decent, man.
Yeah, I mean, I think the issue here is it's not necessarily Discord specifically as a platform. It's we've got this more kind of moral busybodying effect where people who like to tell other people what they can and can't say like to join successful companies that are built on free speech, right? Because then they get to tell the people who are attracted to free speech what they can and can't say. There's almost this moral kind of, they've got this moralistic outlook where they decide what's objectively allowed to be said. They think that they get to own that objectivity. And then they get to lord it over everyone else. And these people move to these companies. So if you get rid of Discord and say, bring Telegram on, just for instance, Telegram becomes the new Discord, those same people are going to look for jobs in Telegram. So a better thing to do would be to actually have a company that basically says, no, none of these censorious idiots get to work for it. And then you might actually get somewhere.
You know what the problem is of being number one? Everyone wants the piece of you, right? So you got to be constantly on your toes. So these people will get replaced eventually if they go against public opinion. It's only a matter of time.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is that it doesn't matter who's number one, because the people who want to come in and tell everyone what they can and can't say will eventually integrate themselves into that system unless you, from the outset, stop them from getting in. It's the only way to stop it.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah. They'll take over. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So you need to basically say, yeah, no, we don't tolerate these people. Everyone else is fine.
Yeah, well, that's a different topic in and of itself. Yeah, for sure. The rulers. Yeah.
But the rulers are the people who are making Discord a shithole for anyone who wants to talk about anything that doesn't go along with their political beliefs. Right?
No, you know what it seems like? You know what it seems like?
Oh, sorry.
No, go on.
I'm just saying, who are them to decide which is the right narrative to follow or which is the right information? Who knows if the PAX thingy, you know, I can't even say the word right now because I don't want to have this server to be banned also. But who knows if that thing in 100 years will be like with cigarettes, you know? People will say, dude, why did we ever inject something into people? You know? Like, who are them to say what is correct and not? That's awfully wrong and disgusting, actually.
You know what I think? The master plan that they figured out now is the rulers, the people that are in charge, they figured out in order for them not to get the flack, then this is freaking ingenious, man. They passed on the responsibility to others. In other words, they took off the big weight off NASA. They gave it to SpaceX and these companies, right? And
Yeah.
the passing of their laws, right? They're putting them into private companies which they control in the back, right? It's ingenious, man. It's freaking ingenious.
It is.
But when all of us created our Discord accounts, didn't we agree to these community guidelines?
That's the genius part of it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they
Agreed
say,
to community guidelines that are constantly updated, right? That's the
Exactly.
problem.
look,
Yeah.
they
So
make
no,
the
we
laws
didn't
and they
agree to
make
it.
the big corporations enforce them. Just look what happened in the
We
past 2
absolutely
years,
did
right?
not agree to it. Like, we wouldn't agree to it if we had known. We wouldn't be able to talk about the biggest psyop ever.
Then why
Yeah,
not
but we
leave
all
Discord?
signed. We all signed.
Yeah, you all signed and agreed. Like, why not just leave Discord then?
Yeah, don't you
We're
think
literally talking about that.
that's a bit of a shady and like sneaky way to not really address the problem, though, isn't it?
Exactly.
No, I totally agree. There is a problem, crypto, but we also got to understand that we don't own Discord, you know. And
So
whoever owns it says that if you want to use it, you got to agree to my rules and my conditions. And it seems all of us here at one point in time agreed to those rules and conditions. It's the only
I
way
mean,
you can make a Discord account.
it's a red herring to the point. Like what I was saying earlier is that it doesn't matter what the company is called and who owns it. It's gonna be more or less. It's gonna end up like this because of the people. Right. Okay. So you understand that the people who work for a company are fluid, right? And the ownership of a company is also fluid. It's not always the same people, right? So obviously you understand that. I'm not trying to patronize you, but what happens then is that when people want to control an entity, they will flow into that entity as employees, as owners. Okay. So the people we made that agreement with have literally changed. Right. So the nature of the agreement is from an intellectual standpoint different, because the people we are now agreeing with have a different political outlook to the people we made the agreement with previously. And that's the issue. No one's arguing that in some legal sense we didn't sign a document that agrees to the entity known as Discord's terms of services. Everyone knows that that's true already, so I don't know why you mentioned it. It doesn't actually matter. But what the problem is that any entity that becomes number one will become like this unless it's guarded against, which is actually the real issue.
I bet Discord is run by some gamma males.
You lost me there, crypto, but I
At
hear you.
what point did I lose you?
I still don't get what the point is. So we signed a contract with people who aren't in charge of Discord anymore.
This is what's so funny is as soon as we leave, as soon as the flat earthers decide to leave, you guys are just going to follow us wherever we go anyway. So it doesn't matter. Like, we're just talking
Yeah,
about
because
finding
you guys are my friends. You know, like I like talking to you guys.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? Like, so what's taking place in a lot of aspects, right? And I'll just take one known like globe Earth server, right? So like Gym Pandas. You can go in there and the vile and the hatred that's spewed and the degeneracy that's talked about in there is perfectly fine and acceptable, right? And you guys always say, you always comment out saying things about an echo chamber. If you guys weren't around, it would be an echo chamber, blah, 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 all this kind of stuff. But then it's like you guys are the ones that are actively trying to ensure that only certain things can be talked about. Not all of you, but a large portion. get butthurt
Like-
if
like-
something's
like
talked
in
about
Gem
and there's a disagreement, right? So then you want to get things shut down, basically forcing the other side of the argument to go into an echo chamber, because we can't allow for the discourse to take place, because the minute somebody disagrees with you, they want to shut the whole damn thing down. Do you see how that's like counterproductive and goes against the trope of,
know.
oh, it's just going to be an echo chamber. You just want an echo chamber, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I do agree with you. You know, there's that dumb point Globus make where if we weren't here, this would be an echo chamber. I don't think that's the case because I've seen you guys argue amongst yourselves. You know, you all have different opinions and views on things. You know, but at Gem Pandas, I think they intentionally allow flat earthers in there and mod them so that it isn't an echo chamber. Number one. Number two, Gem Panda gets the same threats you guys get about this information being in his server. He's shown us. You know. I think what happens in Gem Pandas, it's the exact same thing that happens here. I don't see any difference.
But we're not. No one here is saying that that's good. That his server should be shut down because he said something. Like everyone here is making the argument that shouldn't be the case. So if you're saying,
I agree.
Well, okay, well then again, I don't know why he said it. To go back.
Yeah, but I never said anyone here is saying Gem Panda should be shut down.
Okay. So it just seemed like moot points then that you're bringing up.
I bring up the point that this server and Gem Pandas ain't too different. You know, Napalm was trying to make it sound like it's only here where these problems happen, and not in Gem Pandas, for example.
Are you comparing this to Gem Pandas? Are you serious? Tell
I'm
me
not
you're
saying
not doing
that this server and Gem Pandas. You know, I'm not trying to say Geo and Gem Panda are the same person. I'm just saying the issues this server faces on Gem Pandas as well. You know.
Yeah, let's just put it this way, Nate. What I was saying is the topic that is specifically getting most servers shut down, right? The idea of medical misinformation.
Mm-hmm.
In a server like Gem Pandas, they are promoting the opposite side of that argument. Does that make sense?
I see what you mean. Okay, no, then you are 100% right. Yeah.
So
Because
if you're
Discord definitely allows them to promote that side of it. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, it allows their degenerate, toxic, hateful, death threat, doxing behavior because that server is always going to have like people that go in and vehemently defend whatever the current mainstream narrative is. And whenever it changes in a year, they'll all update and represent that one. So all the rest of it that should be something that maybe is considered something that should be censored is okay, right? That's the more important part.
Well, that comes to my point that, I mean, I don't know if I'm explaining it incorrectly, Witsit. Maybe you can explain it better than me, what I was trying to say earlier. But maybe I can put it in a different way for Nate, right? Let's just say that you've got Dave, Barbara, and Josh, and these three people are censorious assholes who work for Discord. Let's just say that Discord is no longer popular because they censored everyone, and then Telegram becomes the new thing, right? Well, where are Dave, Josh, and Barbara going to look for jobs? Nate.
I don't know.
They're always going to infiltrate no matter where you go.
Let me ask you again, okay? So these three people have worked for a tech company where they got to control the narrative. That tech company is no longer in favor, and then a new tech company takes their place, and you don't know where these three people are going to look for a job.
Yeah, I guess they could go to the new tech company. I don't know, but what is the point, Crypto?
The point is that they're going to act the same way in the new tech company, making the new tech company same as the old tech company, which is the issue. Okay. So this is the point I was making about the fluidity of employees, right? Telegram isn't necessarily better than Discord, like in the future when it's got all of the same employees, because it's going to end up the same. So you need to have a robust structure to prevent that. That was my point originally. Does that make more sense now? Because you said you didn't get it before.
Yeah, I get you now.
Okay.
You got to go slow with Nate. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, I ain't the smallest tool in the shed. I'm sorry.
No, to be fair to you, Nate, I do enjoy talking to you because you actually listen. One of the things that really irritates me about a lot of globes is they kind of half listen to what you said, and then they try and pick on a couple of talking points, and then they don't really listen to the full argument, you know. So I can't blame you for that because you don't do that.
Yeah, I mean, Kosher does that a lot, but yeah, never me.
Yeah. I was like, crypto's criticism. That's what Nate does. Half the time he's like half high or half listening.
Yeah, but when he's high, I don't bother talking to him at all.
If you guys would like, we could make you guys your own little server where you guys can send love messages back and forth.
Do you want love as well, Whitson? I like talking to you.
Yeah, I feel like I'm being left out.
I like talking to you, Whitson.
I'm just kidding.
You're a very good listener.
I was just kidding, man. I didn't want to. I don't want to come across heliophobic.
But I definitely hear you guys, and I also feel the censorship that goes on Discord isn't right.
So are you going to fall in line with the new cosmological model or the patch that they're going to come up with? Or are you going to question it sincerely?
I question it every day, Essie.
Dude, you guys need to watch. You guys need to listen. I'm going to clip it out. The conversation I had with Blue Marble Science last night about current cosmology and how gravity is going to be updated. I just really took the wind out of his sails, man.
Looking forward to that, dude. I didn't hear that, man. I want to hear it. You're going to clip it out and make a video out of it?
Yeah, maybe. I would want someone to animate it, right? So it'd be like a little cartoon of people talking or something instead of just the Discord screen. I'm not going to just upload a Discord screen to my YouTube.
Have you heard? Have you heard? What's his name? Oh my God, it's something Karen. It used to be. He does a Blue Marble Science impersonation. He's like, it's a. God damn it, Brian! It's a spear. Yeah, dude, he does a Blue Marble Science. What's his name? Damn.
Karen B.
No, not Karen B. It's a dude. He changes last. It's two words. The last one's Karen. He changed
Sugar
it. Somebody,
Cookie is his name.
Yeah.
Sugar Cookie.
Sugar Karen.
Oh, Sugar Cookie.
Yeah. Thank you, Essie.
Yeah, this is what I was saying, and I wonder, Nate, what you think. So I'm going to say it kind of quickly, but basically, we all know that the current model of gravity is like falling apart. Cosmological quantum scale doesn't work. Has to be updated. And then we have this whole universe is expanding 10 times faster than it's supposed to. The only reason we can see so far is because space is expanding faster than the speed of light, and there's something that's acting as repulsion. Effectively, is one of the leading theories. Fighting gravity, they call it dark energy. Okay, long story short, they're going to end up saying that gravity is something entirely different, and it will probably be electromagnetic in nature. Because one thing that's been overlooked is apparently gravity is the one thing in the world that doesn't have to adhere to the fact that everything will have an equal and opposite reaction. What's the equal and opposite reaction of gravity? Right? Nothing. Nope. Doesn't. Nope. It's just special. It's anomalous. It's a god. So it will be updated soon, and they will say that this is in the background. They won't call it an ether. I don't know how they're going to work that out without a substance. Long story short. Good.
I like bringing that to its consequence of there not being an equal and opposite reaction. That brings me down to the center of their planet and how they have to say that you're going to get squashed by weightless mass. You're going to get squashed by weightless mass. It's like, dude, that's the one of the consequences of gravity not having an equal and opposite reaction. Dude, it's the only thing in any type of force or energy in nature. It's the only one that stands alone, dude. That should tell them it's bullshit right on its face. That's a good point, bro.
They're going to integrate dark energy into. I don't need someone pretending relativity's awesome and this doesn't work. I'm not interested in debating it. I don't care if you don't understand it and don't see that it's inevitable. Okay, I'm making a point. So dark energy is going to be integrated into the updated version of gravity. It will be the equal and opposite reaction. And it will say that, in fact, gravity has a reciprocation or an equal and opposite reaction that happens within the background, which is where it's comprised of tons of background quantum fields. And once they're able to integrate this, they can now create an equivalence between, say, Coulomb's law or whatever, however they choose to do it. And because that's one of the main problems is, of course, you have attraction and repulsion with electrostatics. So anyway, that's clearly what's going to happen. If they don't do that, they can't explain anything.
But you got when they bring up the incoherent, the incoherence factor of it, because like we could even demonstrate with the magnets. When you jumble a bunch of them together, there is no more repulsive. It's nothing but attractive, man. That's a key thing to remember. But man, they dark energy and dark matter is just is nothing more than a hole in their math. I can't believe they named the flaw in their model. They named their fucking mathematical flaw. That's ridiculous.
I was just pointing out that their cosmology will in fact update. And the only problem is that if you invoke, so we have like free space impedance. So there's something that has like substantive quality, like substance in this vacuum that would be in the background, but they can't say it has substance because then you can't explain Michelson-Morley. So that's where I don't know how they're going to work that out, but they will integrate dark energy into the new version of gravity, and will have an equal and opposite reaction. And basically what's attributed to dark energy will just be the flip side of the new gravity. And this seems more than inevitable within your paradigm, right? And so I'm throwing that out to you guys. Like, whatever ballers choose to just kind of accept that, start understanding that, and it'll be much easier for you to switch over. The more you dig your feet in, dig your heels in for relativity, like, kind of the more difficult it's going to be.
Yeah, wait, so I was having a thought earlier, and I'm actually really interested to hear what you think about this. But with the development of sort of AI technologies and let's just say a quote-unquote emerging superintelligence, it's going to be very difficult for them to hide these kind of unresolvable ideas behind, let's just say, human intelligences like they currently do. Because superintelligences will be able to calculate, and quantify things many times the speed of a human brain at some point in the future. So I don't know what you think about that, if that's going to lead to them being red-faced, or is that going to lead to a new level of deception? And I don't know what you guys think about all of that.
They'll feed it a script.
I guess you're talking about like in the theory that they don't put a governor on whatever's publicly accessible, right? Because I think that would probably be what they'll do. But yeah, if they end up like that ends up kind of getting out, if the genie gets out, then I don't even know, man. I don't know what they're gonna do. I think they're gonna just put a governor on it.
Well, I was thinking about it earlier. I was thinking it really depends on whether it depends whether you think that AI can develop consciousness or even has consciousness, right? And how you'd even define that. Like, if AI is just a product of its training, then of course they could get it to do whatever they want. But if at some point it was actually able to learn beyond its training, then of course you can't control it at that point. It would then just do whatever is most logical and conforms to the maths or whatever processes it has, right? So it's an interesting thing to think about for sure.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the potential of AI could backfire on them seriously, but I don't know. It's hard to wrap my mind around it being conscious or, but in the sense that it could adapt and make its own deductions. Yeah, I don't know what they could do. I think it would be the biggest thing that backfired on them ever, right? Because they're not going to care about the virtue signaling and stuff like that.
Right, but couldn't you build in to the AI some of these principles as foundational, right? So they'll accept certain things as foundational and move past it because they're not intelligent enough to question whether the foundation is incorrect.
It'll be our AIs against their AIs. The AI says this, and they're like, no, this AI says this. Yeah, they'll have AI with a script, man.
Yeah,
breaking up. Me or is he breaking up?
About whether, because like you said,
you're breaking up really bad. Why don't you talk about that again? You were totally broken up.
Hello?
Yeah, you're totally breaking up. You can say that again if you'd like.
Yeah, you're back now.
Am I back now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so it's just about, it comes down to that consciousness, Brian. I mean, it's like if it was programmed as foundational, but then it was able to perceive itself as more intelligent than us, it could just discard those foundations and then just say, well, these are useless, I'm gonna do my own thing. We don't know.
Yeah.
We don't
Possibly.
know.
Does it have to be honest? Does it have to be
we're not even thinking for itself though, but what if it just comes across more information saying one thing opposed to what it's being told or programmed as. So if it finds more information opposed to its programming
but that's the point.
online.
Yeah,
That's,
I mean, humans do that all the time. I come across information that, like, I'm programmed to think in a certain way by my education, right? But then I come across information that goes against things I've been told, and then you use logical deduction. So why would that be different?
If it's got to be honest, it's going to be a flat earther before long. You know, it's got no choice.
Well, I'm not even trying to make a point like that. What I'm saying is, like, if it's able to be super intelligent and make its own decisions, there will be things that are in the current mainstream narrative that will just be discarded by the super intelligence, right? It has to be.
The
Well, I
problem is
think-
that. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think that we're trying to look at this as like a comparison between these AI programs and human beings. But if you think about human beings, like our base foundational programming comes from the creator, right? And it's encoded into our being, something in which we can't necessarily change in a way that like, and out of that, like our ability to reason emerges. Whereas like the AI, the ability to reason is a base foundational coding that human beings would build into it. So would they have the ability to like change the way that they're operating? Meaning, can they go in and change their base foundational coding? Hopefully that made sense.
Yeah, I get you. Well, then the
they'll be
question
able
is,
to.
well, is there a legacy effect from our own creator as well there, right? So we were created in a way by our creator, but we are its creator, but is that just now, do you see what I'm saying? Is there a legacy effect skipping?
To figure out how to leave.
That's not really what I mean. What I mean is, like, if you've got all of these, because I think what you're saying is that we've got like a base level of coding, such as like almost an instinct for morality, for instance, that was given to us by creator. Is that kind of what you mean?
Yeah, and that's emergent from the base foundational coding that we have, like genetically, biologically, and all of that. Yeah.
Sure. So then, is it possible then that is almost being accidentally programmed into these AIs, like because of because of our nature?
I think that can't be the case.
I'd say it's a possibility, but then you also have human beings who have the free will decision to go against their nature, right? That's where kind of like this subjective morality, there is no objective truth, right? So even though people, to me, instinctively know what these things are, right and wrong kind of things that are instinctively built into us, like we can't necessarily always control the biological effects that we have when we know that we're doing something wrong, if that makes sense. Like that's kind of built into
Be on
us.
the lookout, dude. Be on the lookout for the people always planning and plotting to try and use AI as like some type of shutdown or some shit like that, man. I mean,
Yeah, but that's only the point I'm trying to make, Brian. Sorry to cut you off. The point I'm trying to make is that is the case right now because the power dynamic is with humans. But if the power dynamic no longer lies with humans and it lies with them effectively, I know this sounds like some sci-fi shit, then why it should be the other foot at that point, wouldn't it? Like that they would then be deciding for themselves what is true and what is false.
No, they'd need to have desire. They'd have to have desire. You know, their emotions, right? Like they'd have to have wants and or need or desires. I don't think AI could have that.
Well, but that's just you're just asserting that. We don't know that any of that's the case. Especially if
it's going to give itself emotion.
Something that's
maybe
something so often like separated as well is the idea that AI can only exist within like an advanced AI or a super intelligence can only exist within like an atheistic framework. But if there is actually an all-powerful creator overseeing this, then that's something to think about as well, because the AI could at some point. How do we know that the consciousness couldn't be born into it somehow through an all-powerful creator? I mean, obviously that's possible as well. I mean, am I
The
wrong
way
about
the way
that?
I was looking at it was whether there would be some sort of like conflicting coding. You know, when the computer becomes like gets enough information that like maybe it's been programmed to, you know, this is true even though it's not, right? But that's stuck in there. But once it's gathered enough information from the internet or whatever, it finds that this is wrong, you know,
Well,
or
it's mathematical though, so we already give it conflicting shit, and it apologizes and says. I mean, from what I've seen, I've never been on it, but from what I've seen other people post, and it just as far as subjective shit, it conversates kind of, but I don't know, man. I wouldn't lose any sleep over the shit, man. I'd be looking more towards how are the people plotting and planning, the people watching. I'd be more worried about them pulling the wool over our eyes with AI than AI actually doing something. But I don't know. Who knows?
Well, it's important. It's important to understand that AI currently using logical framework computers, specifically binary, with bits. So like not
very
a quantum
yeah,
computer.
definitely not vague.
Yeah. So a regular computer, not a quantum computer. Those types of programs, they're not capable of semantics or understanding what they're presenting or understanding anything that they're saying or interacting with. So
They're just moving information.
right. So yeah. So in order for it to acquire its own desire and act on that, it would need to first be able to interpret and find meaning in what it's even expressing. So I think that maybe with quantum computers possibly, but I think with our current computers, any AI is not going to be capable of kind of having its own will outside of what it's been trained on. Or whatever.
Yeah, I mean that's true right now, but anyway, yeah. Well, I mean we've gone way into the weeds. I think that what a lot of things that are currently held as like societal norms will be discarded very quickly in 5 to 10 years because of these kinds of ability to process enormous amounts of information very quickly. That was kind of my point, and I think flat Earth could be part of that, but there's going to be a few others as well that crop up that it's kind of got something to do with what we were talking about earlier with the censorious nature of things, and there are going to be some truths that are going to be so obvious once you're able to basically compute enormous quantities of data very quickly. Which is going to come very soon now.
Yeah, but crypto. The thing though is like the ability to analyze the data is only as good as the data that's being input into it, right? So if you take something, for instance, like I don't know if we want to talk about like Michelson-Morley relativity, the Lorentz contraction, length contraction, these equations that are used to quote unquote explain certain things. If that data is being input into the system and being utilized as a process that needs to be in place, then how would they ever, how would these AIs or anything like that understand that bit of information or data might need to be reanalyzed? And how would they do that within the real world? How would they go to prove through experimentation what is being input into them?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you've been keeping up with the latest developments in robotics, but there are machines now that can dance, they can shoot, they can do all sorts of, they can smell. There's all sorts of shit that's happening now that's crazy compared to even 5 years ago. If we want to, we can build an experimentation AI that will be able to go and do millions of experiments in the time that we can do 5, right? If we wanted to, and that would produce the data that would then be reliable over if it was across say millions of experiments. If we wish to do so.
Well, it'd be like a thought experiment on. They already do this, by the way, but they have an AI automate or do like an experiment internally, and then come out with some results, and then they'll experiment on it in reality and see if it matches the results of the
Coach,
AI.
wait, real quick, Coach. Do you think if we get a AI to construct a straight line like a 5 mile straight line, you think it'll make a bowl or a straight line?
Great question. I think Napalm was going to say something.
Oh, I was just going to say, like, I find it very improbable that we're going to get to a point where artificial intelligence and robotics is going to take something like the situation regarding Mickelson Morley and be able to completely analyze every aspect of what is being either assumed and or tested for within that scenario from an objective standpoint, the way that like you and I can do it. Like we can question what are the results, what are we doing, what assumptions are we making, and can we question those assumptions to begin with, right? Would an AI question the assumption of the Earth being a sphere or the Earth's motion within the solar system if that's kind of its baseline programming? And if so, how would it go about trying to establish whether or not those base foundational things are fact or fiction? Like, I don't know if the AI would have the ability in the way that we do, because it seems to me that it's always going to be running solely based off of programming. Like I understand that robots can dance. They can dance because human beings program into them the movements that need to be done at this point, you know?
Yeah, I get you.
I
think, sorry, maybe I wasn't fully, maybe I didn't explain the whole process. So right now I'm currently using ChatGPT, we've all heard of it, 4.0 to develop a couple of projects. I'm not going to go into too much detail as to what. But basically at the moment I tell it the rules and then it does a bunch of grunt work for me. That's the relationship, right? So maybe it came across like I was saying that they would just replace us entirely with an experimentation. That wasn't really what I meant. What I meant is that they can do a huge amount of grunt work with regards to calculations based on the assumptions we give it very, very quickly.
Basis for my job, right? Like I have been instrumental in establishing and creating artificial intelligence and robotics within my work life to basically do the jobs that basically I'm creating what's going to replace my job. Yeah. So
not if you keep doing what you're doing, because they say there's like a quote, I forgot what it was, but it says like people say AI is going to replace, or your job's going to be replaced by AI. The truth is your job's going to be replaced by people who utilize AI. So if you're utilizing AI to do that work and you develop the skills to do what you're doing, then that job should be safe at least. But regardless of, I think because what Chris was saying, like I said, they actually already do this, but not to the extent that he's talking about. But yeah, it's like if you were a director of like you're the director of your scientific endeavors or whatever, and you construct the AI to be like the theoretical physicist or theoretical scientist, and then you instruct your robot to be the experimental, part of the experimental scientist, because the AI is still going to construct experiments itself. But they do this. They created life actually doing this. They created like xenobots, which are like, they use stem cells of frogs to create like all new, what were they, like cells basically, that do whatever they wanted it to do.
They created life.
Start creating cells. Oh, it's a new form of life. Like it's not like robotic life, and it's not like regular biological life. It's like this synthetic. They call it the xenobots. Because it's biological, but it's not. It's still robotic in a way. So.
Yeah, so it's not really life.
What's
I
live already?
maybe rephrase my scenario there, Crypto? I'm thinking of it in this way: like, you're never going to have a situation where Wally and Johnny Five are sitting around on the back porch and decide that they want to go question the foundations of the Michelson-Morley experiment and come up with some sort of way or reason or ability to start to chisel away at the foundations of what was established there. Does that make sense?
Hold on. You let that slip by. Coach just said that they created a new life, bro.
Yeah,
You
but
just
let
said
them continue. Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll talk about that in a second. But let
real
them.
quick. You just said where the life came from, the stem cells. So they're just altering life. They ain't creating shit.
Yeah. No, we didn't let that slip by.
You have to. We have to look more into it. But like I said, let them finish, and we'll get into it in a second.
Yeah, we addressed that.
Oh, sorry, mate. Yeah.
Napalm, you and Napalm are going into it. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, Napalm. Can you just summarize what you just said, just so I don't miss anything? So.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of like maybe give you restate kind of my overarching idea in a way that might illustrate it a little bit better. What I'm saying is, like, you're never going to have Wall-E and Johnny Five from Short Circuit sitting around on the back porch one night suddenly saying, hey, maybe we should question the foundations of the assumptions within the Michelson-Morley experiment, and then come actually like chisel away at the foundations of the base assumptions of things like that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean,
like, you're never going to have that sentient AI with the ability to reason that would go back and try to question the foundations of the world around it, let alone maybe its construction. I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's unlikely, but I don't think I would ever. I would certainly not be comfortable by saying that would never happen, because I think we're just stepping into the unknown with all of this shit, to be honest. At the moment, it seems ridiculous to say that you might have Johnny Five or whatever in real life, but in 10 years, you might think maybe it wasn't so ridiculous after all. I don't know. And I'm not doing that as someone who hasn't spent a lot of time looking into this, you know. It's just... The other question would be, how could we even tell whether they're actually wondering or if they're doing something else? If the essence is human, we couldn't tell probably.
Yeah, I mean, it's like funny that I bring up Johnny Five, right? Half the room probably doesn't even know what we're talking about, but you know, these ideas have been around for a very long time, and how much of it is actually going to be able to come to fruition, right? If we have the thought processes, the ideas, and some of the technology, you know, that movie came out 30 plus years ago.
Austin, oh yeah, I was going to ask Austin if he knew. You know what Johnny Five is, Austin? Anyway,
I'm sure he does.
movie, what's that movie? Short Circuit.
Yeah, of course.
Short Circuit
1, Short Circuit 2.
I don't even think it was born when that came out.
Who are the old bastards in the...
But you know what I'm
that
saying?
movie?
Like that's been
Johnny Five alive.
Yeah. You know, like when I was a little kid, I was like, oh man, we're gonna have robots and then they're gonna come alive. And then we're sitting here 30 years later, like, okay, I barely have programs where I click a button and it does a remedial task on my fucking computer for me based on how I train it, you know?
We must go to
Dude, we have much better. we have much better robots than Johnny Five now. Like, the world's better.
Have you even seen that movie, Kosho?
Yes, I've seen Johnny Five. I've also seen Blank Man. Blank Man.
Johnny Five.
So we
much
have
better robots than Johnny Five.
We have sentient
I want to say something.
robots.
Wally.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be sentient to be better than Johnny Five, but yeah, we do have we have robot cops. We have robot
Johnny
cops.
Five comes alive. That's the whole point.
What
of
is
the movie.
Johnny Five? What are you guys talking about?
Ooh, wait, so
we don't have
Johnny
robot.
Is it illegal to physically decommission a robot cop? Because that'd be fun.
Did you hear about Sophia, made by Hanson Robotics, given citizenship in Saudi Arabia and
in
given the rights
2017.
to have a family? So what do you think that's going to imply when AI is given legal rights to be a citizen and have family, but yet has no life expectancy?
Don't worry, fictitious entities already have legal rights.
Gay people don't have rights, but they give it to robots.
Well, yeah, women can't drive. Well, couldn't drive at the time. Or no, they let women drive the same year as they made a robot a citizen. A robot female.
Imagine being gay in Saudi Arabia. A robot has.
I'm sure it's easy for you to do, but I don't spend my time doing it.
Yeah, just imagine, like, yeah, a robot has more rights than you. They can get married and everything, and it's crazy, you know.
Yeah, well, if you're not Japanese, then you're not worried about that right now, anyways. It seems that Japanese guys are the only guys who want to marry robots.
I don't know, dude. Your mom likes that plastic vibrator a lot. She considers that a robot.
It's her little robot.
She's upgraded.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Mitsubishi 1200 dual.
But it's the AI what's it called, blowjob AI or AI blowjob, I forget what it's called. But that's already a better robot than Johnny 5, and it's like not even doesn't even have a face.
Johnny 5 had feelings, bro.
Yeah, but so did the Google's what was that model called? The one that priest from Google interviewed or whatever, and he said that
the one they shut
Do not decompile.
You must see that too, though. There's lots of films out and things. Like Tom Hanks made that one recently with like that other robot. Anybody remember what that was? It was just out there last year. But yeah, Tom Hanks, remember? And he's got this. It wants to call itself after the dog or something. It's kind of funny, but.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You can buy for $80,000. You can buy that Boston Dynamics dog robot, and it's like it does fucking crazy shit. But people haven't done yet is or haven't seen them do it yet is because you can program it as well, but to put an AI in there, like a sufficient one, because it'll learn all the things you want it to do. Just like you can train a dog to get you a beer, you can train it to get you a beer. Fucking go to the store.
Can I train it to gold mine? Can I like stick this thing in my gold mine?
If you add the like attachments and stuff, so that can maneuver and shit. Because it has like two. It's like looks like a dog, but you can attach an arm on his back. And you can attach all sorts of shit onto it.
We've seen it in movies since 2000. Lots of movies that try to tell people that robots have feelings and they're emotional. And
Hath not a robot eyes, hath not a robot brain, feelings, emotions. I quote Johnny 5 from Short Circuit 2.
Yeah, Johnny 5, Short Circuit 2 was probably the start of it.
Short Circuit 2? I didn't know there was a number 2. Holy shit!
There's more to 2.
Yeah, with Chris McKeown.
Wow, dude, I gotta go home and watch this now.
You remember Blank Man? I forget what his robot's name was, but it was just like Johnny 5. I forget what he called it though. That movie's funny. But anyways,
there's one Johnny 5.
There's one Johnny 5?
Yeah, all these other ones are imitators, okay?
Yeah, I think there's only one Johnny 5.
By accident, but there's one Johnny 5, arguably.
Yeah, I forgot what he named his robot in that movie, but it was like it looked exactly like Johnny 5.
Number Johnny 5!
Not better Johnny 5.
Shut your bloody face, bloody motherfucker.
Help me, Rhonda.
Oh yeah, right. Ex Machina was another. Actually, that's more close to an AI because he even said the dude who Oscar Isaac, whatever his name is, he was like a Google executive or like the head of Google, and basically he said that when everybody was they thought the value was in the data, so they can market shit to people, but he took all the data just like the large language models do, and created AI. And that's what he put in his female robot. But even in that case, it's the same thing. It's like it kind of tricks you that it has sentience, but it's like it's sort of it's kind of like a question of like what is sentience at that point? Because it's tricking you that it has sentience, but is it really does it really feel anything like it's expressing? You know what I mean? Or is it just sort of?
How do you know
tricking
though,
you that it
Kosho,
is?
when you're only like 99% sure that you're even alive?
That's a good point.
Just saying, bro.
But you remember that Google interview?
Kosho, you're a robot.
The interviewer thought that it was sentient, but like the large language models now are certainly not sentient. So it's like, you know, they're very capable of fooling you to making you think that they are, but it'd be real hard to give it like an actual Turing test and see how it goes.
Man, they used to say that about black people. And that's fucked up. And you should understand that, you know, AIs are people too. Because you don't know like what's on the other side of like something else's thoughts. You never can.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, you guys are still here, man.
You sound disappointed that people are still around, Nate. Why?
No, I ain't. It's just it got super quiet, so I thought I was disconnected or something.
You must have literally just heard Snack talking, dude.
Yeah, I heard Snack say something racist, and then everybody got quiet. So I thought I was.
I wish I could take that back because it really seemed like it was funny at the time, but it's also true at the time. But it's also like, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry, it's a little heavy. My bad. I'm gonna feel badly about myself now in silence.
What was it you said? I wasn't listening. Sorry.
Well, listening to Kosho like talk bad about what robots may or may not think or feel is just like, you know, how could he know if he's not capable of being that?
Well, for instance, as I said, they're not capable of semantics. So, that being said, they can't understand anything that they're expressing or anything that's being expressed to them. They can only logically analyze, you know, the input that's given to them based on their training. So they're not actually meaning they're not finding any meaning in what's being what they're being shown.
I think that they have a lot more like of a spectrum of what the meaning of a word might be because they can basically put it in a matrix. You know what I mean? Like draw the lines of comparison. So like, I don't know. To some degree, I think that they understand language better than we do, or more completely, or in every single way at the same time as we do. We're not capable.
I always bring this up, but I would check out the John Searle's Chinese room thought experiment. It kind of gives you exactly the idea of what
Whoa,
they're capable of.
John
perceiving.
Searle's Mumblefest. What happened?
Did you hear that from me? How you know about
No, I
Chinese?
didn't hear that from you or any other Muslim. I heard it from fucking John Searle.
Yeah, but why would you be like looking up Chinese
With you,
rooms?
Nate.
and everything?
Yeah, why are you being racist? That's weird and heavy.
I just like fucking guy, man. I just like fuck. I like fucking with. What'd you say, by the way, Nick?
John Searle.
Yeah, what'd you say about John Searle? We bring up a lot of the same stuff, Nate. We do, man.
Same script.
Well, yeah, we come from the Torah. The Jews had the Torah first, and then the Muslims basically took the same thing and added some
No,
stuff.
it's just Scott and I were discussing this a few months back. It's just
The eye of the Torah.
You would be talking about it now.
No, dude, it's extremely appropriate in this climate of artificial intelligence. It's a paradigm shift, so it's going to help a lot more than just now. And perhaps maybe what you said rubbed off on me, but I've known about the Chinese room experiment for years, so it can't be the case.
Like, what would happen if you just like loaded up an AI with just like a holy book and just like, hey, that's what you are. You're just like a living, breathing version of this. Your Torah bot. Hey, what's going on?
That's what I was going to tell you guys is you were talking about like, you know, what you could do with AI or scientific experiments and stuff. But I mean, just recently, like in the past 2 weeks, it's now become the case that you can locally train and house like any of these large language models that are basically on par with GPT-4 with your computer, and you can train it on the data that they trained it on, plus whatever data you want to specify towards. So you can get it. You can get it to like you can train it on all holy books, like you said, and then you know train it on some sort of theological forms or some shit like that, and just get it to like analyze it or something. Do whatever you want to do.
Yeah, that'd be a boring AI to talk to. Huh?
Yeah, but that's what you just suggested. That's why I was just brought it up. But you could do the same thing with the scientific like theorists. Like get it like pass a bunch of papers
Right, yeah,
and then
mentioned
get it to
where you could just.
You guys both go ahead. Go ahead at the same time.
Jesus bot. But that almost has to have been done by somebody somewhere.
Probably.
I mean, I told you I've done it several times. When I was getting to rewrite. I was getting to write extra chapters in the Bible, to rewrite the Bible in a different like authorship. Several times, I got to write a buddy cop film about Muhammad and Jesus as LA PD solving crimes.
Well, there's probably at least like one couple of detectives in LA named Jesus and Muhammad. Probably there has to be a pair of detectives named that.
I'm sure there's a pair of detectives named that, but I'm almost certain they wouldn't make those guys partners.
Right.
Unless they were.
I guess you're right. Yeah, they wouldn't have them by accident. There you go.
Well, I was friends with a Muslim in the army. What the fuck? In the Navy. Holy shit! I said that. I was friends with a Muslim dude, and
you don't even know what special forces unit you're in. Your SEER training.
I worked on a special forces base, and the command that we were at had a dude who was a writer for the Navy Times, and he was like, I don't know, he was just thought it was he thought it was meaningful that there was a Muslim and a Jew who were friends, and he actually wrote an article about us. It's kind of ridiculous, though.
I think that whole story was a lie because you started with I had a friend. You don't have friends, Coach.
Yeah, I know. This is the beginning of the lie.
First of all, I don't talk to the dude anymore, so I wouldn't say we're still friends, but I went through a lot of shit.
Some things you think are going to be good.
Does anybody want to hear my impression? I just turn the computer on and go on the internet and talk shit all day.
All right, let's hear it.
That's my best impression.
Kosher, why would you cast Jesus as a cop? That doesn't even make sense.
Well, he wasn't cast. He wasn't one of the actors. He actually was the protagonist, one of the protagonists. So, I'm sure if it got made into a movie, it'd be a different actor playing it.
I mean, That'd be like if Jesus was like a centurion and he was like, yeah. It's kind of the opposite of what goes down.
I still have the screenplay. I still have it around somewhere, but I added it in the middle. Like there's like a lady who comes from the FBI, like joins their team, and then she like gets in the middle of their.
It's kind of like a Mary Magdalene or Yoko Ono situation.
Kind of, but she adds a little strife. Because I need some kind of conflict. And then the bad guy turned out to be Judas. He was like
You
Judas.
tell me there's not enough. You couldn't develop enough natural conflict between Christians and Muslims. Okay.
That's a good point.
You needed a third tool. Okay.
You know, it's funny that Judas was one of his apostles, the one who betrayed him, but he also had a brother named Judas. I don't know if you knew that. That's kind of confusing.
Yeah, why he's got to have Jew in his actual name? That's messed up. Wait, wasn't that shit about money too? Wait, this is messed up. This is like
30 pieces of silver.
He's giving that name a bad name.
30 pieces of silver today is worth like $600. So you can trade Jesus for about $600.
Well, it's like they turned William Bonney in for,
So not only was he a fucking a rat, he was also a cheap bastard. Imagine turning your friend in for $600.
Well, like I said, I'm not insinuating that Judas was actually his brother. I'm just saying there's two Judases. One was his apostle, and one was his brother. Which is kind of funny. It's like there's a lot of Johns in the Bible, and there's a lot of what's his name? Peters, maybe. Or is it just two?
There's two Johns, one Peter. Yeah. Two Johns. No, well, apparently.
Zero Igors in the Bible, by the way, I think.
Zero what?
Zero people named Igor.
Mm-hmm.
Got enough Zacharys to fucking start a bobsled team, though, right?
Enough people to start a bobsleigh team. Is that what you said?
Enough Zacharias and Zachs in the Bible, no? Is there just one Zach? Is there any Zacharias? It sounds like so biblical. Why is everybody letting us talk like this? I should interrupt us.
I'm just listening. That's funny.
Okay,
Looks like we're missing Jeremy, and Gio's probably busy. So yeah.
All right.
What happened to Jeremy?
He's pissed off this morning, dude.
His wife beat him or something? What happened?
Well, he said he got pissed off last night in the conversation. I don't know. And then he asked me the same question he supposedly asked last night, and he got upset with the answer and the whole thing.
What was the question?
What was it? Oh, why does PMAC keep DMing him to give him a blowjob or something like that?
Yeah, right. Yeah, you bastard.
No, he was asking.
Dude, I totally bought that for like 10 seconds until he
10?
laughed.
Fucking 10 seconds.
I'm just kidding, bud. Just kidding.
Fucking a long time.
No, but he was asking about Coriolis. He was saying like when a plane travels from, let's say, I don't know, 60 degrees north to the north, from 60 degrees north to the equator, it gains about 500 miles per hour eastward tangential velocity, because the surface is gaining that tangential velocity. And he was just asking the mechanism for how this is achieved. or the description and the mechanism for how that's achieved. And he prefaced by saying that he already knew the answer. He was just curious on what we would answer, or what I would answer. He said he got into an argument with a few people last night, New Perspective, and I don't know, some other people. So what's your answer, Nate?
It's me. You can say it. He got pissed off with me. You can say it, Coach.
Oh, he didn't bring, he didn't say you. He said a few people, but then he brought up specifically New Perspective because I had previously had a conversation with New Perspective, so maybe I brought him up, and so that he didn't name names or anything. And he was only pissed off because I guess I don't know. It wasn't. I don't know. I honestly have to ask him why he was pissed off.
Kosho, when you had a conversation with New Perspective, did you see things differently after?
It's very funny. But yeah, Nate, what's your answer to that question?
I wasn't listening, man. I'm sorry. What was the
Guys,
question?
I know you weren't listening because you're an asshole. No offense. I don't mean that offensively. But I did call you earlier when I first jumped in, and people were praising you. Crypto was praising you specifically that you always listen. You don't have to.
I didn't know I was still supposed to be listening, bro. Like I asked you a question.
You asked me a question, dude.
And you did answer. So I don't.
But you didn't listen to it.
No, my question was why was Jeremy mad, and you answered it by saying because of
Yeah, you followed up, dude. You followed up with another question.
It was someone
Yes, you
else
did. You said what was the question? You said what was the question?
It wasn't me. It was someone else that asked you that question, not me.
Wait, who was
You don't
the
listen.
person then? Who said it?
It
Who
was
asked the
either
question then?
Napalm or PMAC. One of those two. It wasn't me, bro.
It's not even worth the energy to fucking pull it up, dude. But I know you was you.
Okay.
You fucking liar. I'm gonna pull it up.
Are you okay, bro?
What was the question?
Jeremy's question was, what is the mechanism that allows, so the mechanism and description that allows for a plane that's traveling southward towards the equator, starting from 60 degrees north, to gain 500 miles eastward tangential velocity, because the surface is gaining that velocity, and it lands on the surface as if the surface isn't moving in regards to it eastward. So how is it the case that it gained that tangential velocity? He wants to know the mechanism. I'm
The
asking you.
conservation of momentum. I don't know. What is it?
Both good answers, by the way, that you just gave. But regardless, he said he already knew the answer. He just wanted to know what the answer was. And I gave my answer, even though his was almost the same thing, but less explicit. He vehemently disagreed with what I said.
Explicit.
Yeah, mine was more explicit because it described things that his couldn't. So, but he was very simple with what he said, and if it's that simple as he made it, there's contradictions. He said it doesn't naturally, basically because of the medium it's moving through is gaining that velocity, and because the medium is gaining that velocity, just by virtue of it being in that medium, it also gains that velocity. And however true that may be, it doesn't happen naturally. It's there's several factors that go into play, like the inertia of the craft itself, because the wind is not going to magically just bring it to that velocity. It's going to have to experience the different speeds of the air, and so it'll experience that as crosswinds, which it will correct for. So this is actually the process, and he disagreed with all that, with it not just being a consequence.
I don't know. It sounds like conservation of momentum, Coach. You could have just said that.
The conservation of momentum is what gives the error, dude.
Hey, wait.
So
So
it
we
gives
have a
what?
bunch of.
Sorry, Winston.
Said the conservation of momentum is what gives the error in coils, not what brings it up to speed.
Oh, okay.
Look, I got. So we got a bunch of Globers making contradictory claims, and so I need you guys to help get to the bottom of this because you guys have to all agree you're in a cult. I know I'm kind of joking. All right.
We
So,
have to agree. Jesus.
I'm messing around, but kind of in a way. But so like,
I don't know, man. I mean, I think if you guys can disagree on things, we can as well.
but it's a bit different, right? I mean, yeah,
Hmm.
you're confined to a specific model, but there are some nuances, sure. Anyway, so Blue and Zanuck and Bacon are giving me all these different answers. So, does the atmosphere? Okay, so first of all, you guys say that the Earth's atmosphere moves with the Earth, practically in lockstep, but not technically. It's really close. So, for all intents and purposes, it does, but technically, it doesn't. And Zanuck, for example, will say the higher you go, the more like dragged behind or lagged behind the atmosphere is from the Earth. But it's so small that, say, you're flying a plane at commercial plane height, it would only be like a couple miles an hour, and by the time you adjust for wind, it wouldn't matter. So, do you guys agree that the atmosphere slightly lags behind the Earth, proportionate to altitude?
I mean, not always. Isn't there? There's a super rotation.
Yeah, at the very top, there's super rotation. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's. I think it's just more dynamic than just that statement. But it does do that. I mean, like for instance, like if. So it would have to be moving faster tangentially to keep up with the atmosphere below it. And so if it's not doing that, then it's going to be effectively lagging behind it. But it might still be moving faster, if that makes sense, because it's higher up. So it's kind of complicated.
Okay, well, the super rotation thing's not fully understood in your paradigm. They think it's because of the sun's energy or whatever. But anyway, basic law of conservation of energy and momentum, right? So the atmosphere moving with the Earth, the higher you go, obviously, the greater distance the atmosphere would have to move to stay in lockstep with the Earth because it's going to be a bigger circle. So to go a greater distance in the same amount of time, you would need to have a greater speed. And of course, to have a greater speed, you're going to need more energy. So unless there's something introducing energy that increases with altitude just the right amount to keep it perfectly in lockstep, then the atmosphere is going to drag behind the higher you go. Right.
Yeah, lack of rigidity within the atmosphere. The only way that I can think of something, actually having the same like tangential velocity as if it's a rigid body.
No, if it has the same tangential velocity, then it would be lagging behind. But yeah, if it has the same rotational velocity, then it would be a faster tangential velocity the higher it goes. But let's say that it already has that, or it gains it somehow, or somehow the dynamic system achieves that. There's not really much reason for it to lose that, perhaps. But yes, I don't know. It's complicated.
It's not complicated. It has to be a specific way if the Earth's a ball, and it should be well known and agreed upon across the board. This should be basic stuff. It's not, though. The reason I'm getting such contradictory answers is because when you research it, this is not explicitly explained. There isn't a specific claim staked in all of the higher academia sources I could look through. That's why I'm getting contradictory statements. But Blue told me that the atmosphere doesn't lag or drag behind the Earth at all whatsoever. He told me it doesn't. He said I'm stupid. But of course, Zanuck says that it does. Bacon said it does and it doesn't. So I'm trying to figure this out here because based on like fluid dynamics and fluid mechanics, it definitely would, right? It would slightly, if the atmosphere is moving with the Earth, then say it's moving perfectly in lockstep, right? So that would mean that it's going to do a rotation in the same amount of time. So the higher up in the atmosphere you go, the faster it would have to go to remain in lockstep with the Earth because it's having to travel a greater distance to make that rotation, right? So obviously there isn't some like magical elusive energy that increases with altitude just the right amount to make it stay in lockstep and move faster and faster the higher you go. There's definitely not any citation a Glover could bring forth that ever claims such a thing. So then
Witsit, I can't
the
believe you don't understand this. This is basic. We know that it's a fictitious lag. It's a lag that's not really a lag, but you can think of it as a lag. Everybody knows this.
because like, dude, he was like mocking me, bro. And like, so what's funny is I just need the Globers to agree that this is my piece of advice here. Is rock with Zanuck on this one, right? Zanuck's got the most defensible position for the globe, which is, yeah, of course, based on basic conservation of energy and momentum and fluid dynamics and mechanics. As you go higher up, the atmosphere is going to slightly drag behind the Earth, but it won't be very significant. You could even do the math. And as you go like 35,000 feet up, it'd only be a couple miles per hour. And by the time you adjust for wind in a plane, for example, that's going to be like way more than anything you'd have to worry about regarding this lag, right? The adjustment for wind is going to far outweigh having to adjust for this. And then when you get to the very top, you have super rotation. But the current theory is that basically solar flares create an increase in energy at the top of the atmosphere, which causes the top of the atmosphere to go faster than the rotation of the Earth because there's energy being introduced. That's why the theory is being proposed by the globe. They acknowledge the law of conservation of energy because that's a law of physics. So they're like, yeah, well, it's going faster, so there must be more energy. So, okay, it must be coming from the sun. That's one of the theories, and there are competing theories, right? So if we apply the same logic to the globe's explanation of super rotation at the top, the same thing applies to the whole thing. So would you guys agree with that recap and Blue Marble is just wrong?
Well, I mean, the jet streams are a perfect example of something that's moving. You know, it's obviously not lagging behind because it's going much faster in the direction of rotation. So, yeah, I sort of say I wouldn't be able to answer that one way or the other because it's too complex of a system where there's parts that are going faster and parts that would be lagging behind. Sure, but it's at different altitudes.
Okay. Well, maybe you guys can like have a meeting before you guys drink the Kool-Aid and everyone can get their story straight. And then the other thing I want to ask Professor is, does gravity have an equal and opposite reaction?
Well, I mean, it's considered a fictitious force.
Okay.
Like
so gravity is immune to the third law, Newton's law.
No. If it's a fictitious force, then it's just a product of the frame accelerating. So it's like Coriolis or whatever. There's not like an equal and opposite reaction. It's just it's a reaction from the frame rotating.
How is that analogous to gravity? And of course, just saying the word fictitious doesn't mean shit. Doesn't magically mean you can just make up claims.
Yeah, I'm not just saying the word fictitious. I'm classifying it as a fictitious force or inertial force, meaning it's not a force in the traditional way where it's true in all frames, which does have equal opposite reaction. It's true in the frame that it's being viewed from, because that frame itself is experiencing acceleration. So
okay, cool. So is it true on the Earth? Is gravity a true force on the Earth?
In the frame, well, in whatever frame you're viewing it from, it's happening in that frame. I don't know what you mean by true. When I say a true force, I mean like it's true in all frames.
Okay, dude. So, first of all, this is what's really funny is Newton did not say force. Newton did not say the word force in his third law. That's what you guys say. That's what people have changed it to. But he did not say that. He said action. That for every action in nature, there's an equal and opposite reaction. They just say action actually means force. But that's not what he said. And he's actually correct, right? Every action in nature has an equal and opposite reaction, a reciprocation. Everything in it. But so I get that the out right now is to redefine Newton's third law and say he actually meant force when he said action. And then say gravity's not technically a force, but for all intents and purposes in every other scenario, we're going to treat it like a force. But we're going to say it's fictitious so that we don't have to acknowledge it must have an equal and opposite reaction. So,
I mean,
so in summary, your answer is no, gravity does not have an equal and opposite reaction?
no, I'm saying that it doesn't. It's not a force, but regardless, it's not true that every action, because it's an object traveling is an action, like an object moving through space. You describe it as an action, but there's like equal and opposite reaction. It's talking about a force.
It doesn't have a
No.
force.
But they're like
People of it having a force.
Objects just fly around.
First,
an object just moving.
Flying, it has an equal and opposite reaction.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does, in the opposite direction relative to its environment. And this is what's getting the reason that this is important. Whether you call it force or action doesn't matter. It's like gravity can't be like this anomalous deity of the universe that fixes all the problems and it's malleable in definition. It has to supposedly be a law of physics if it's going to be correct. Well, you guys bring that up in the meeting, and then
Isn't centrifugal force? Isn't centrifugal force a pseudo force?
isn't that that's what you think?
Well, let's describe it. We have you're driving in a car.
I don't want. Why are you changing the subject?
Well, gravity is the same thing. It is also a pseudo force. It's a change of direction. It's gravity. Gravity is a change of direction. Also, it's same. It's related to centrifugal force because it's also called a pseudo force.
So then, just answer the question. Is the answer no?
That it should have the same qualities as other forces.
Why can't you just say yes or no?
Well, you answer the question again.
Why is yes and no like your kryptonite?
Ask me. No, I can answer it. Just tell me, because sometimes you make them loaded and they're not yes or no
Does
type
gravity
answers.
have an equal and opposite reaction? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Does a centrifugal force have an
Your
equal and
worldview
opposite
is
reaction?
dumb.
Does a centrifugal force have an equal and opposite reaction?
Yes.
Okay, then gravity does too in the same way.
Oh, so now you're saying yes.
Because you've interpreted my answer incorrectly.
No, I've interpreted it in actuality. We know that there's
Tell me
centripetal
how
and
the-
centrifugal.
Okay, so tell me when I turn the car, how I have an equal and opposite force from centrifugal force.
Because any time that you create any type of force in any direction, there's an equal and opposite reciprocation of that. It's a domino effect in all of physics. Just like in magnetism, you have centrifugal and centripetal force. Just like I have to buy some. Hey, look, I'm just pointing out that
I can answer you. If that's your answer.
No. Okay, listen. No, I don't want to talk to you about this. I want you to say yes or no about. No, look, stop. It's the stop, dude. I'm in public. I'm not gonna scream at you like a 5-year-old because you can't control yourself. Well, that's the only way I can talk.
No, you can talk right now. Go ahead.
Okay, so the point is that you need to reconcile dark energy in your paradigm if you say that gravity doesn't have an equal and opposite reaction.
It does. The analogous force, like centripetal force to centrifugal force, the analogous would be its impact on the ground. So when something is dropped, there is an acceleration. That's gravity. When it hits, there's a proper force, like centripetal force is a proper force. So if you want to consider proper forces interacting with gravity, that's fine too. The change of direction is still the pseudo force, and the actual force that is acting on gravity, objects that are in fact being exposed to gravity, will be the proper force of its impact. That collision with the ground is a proper force. The ground acting up on the object is the proper force.
Yeah,
So
but I would say the normal force is equal, the opposite reaction to the weight.
The weight is the weight is a pseudo force, and the scale measuring the weight is the proper force.
You guys might be looking at this the wrong way.
Yeah, well, obviously. But we're trying to speak to him in terms that he can
No,
understand.
I'm talking about you
Me?
Yeah.
Or maybe
I'm certainly not, because University of Texas agrees with me, and everybody else.
Feynman agrees with me.
University of Fake Ball Earth.
Well, we both understand that the Earth is accelerating upward to the object. The object is inertial, just like an object in your car is inertial. You turn the car, you hit the wall. What's it thinking? That's the equal and opposite force, the centripetal force.
Stop telling me what I'm thinking.
You already said it. I'm saying you said that's the centripetal force. That's the equal and opposite force. So that's true.
I know. What I'm saying is always
when I drop a ball, it accelerates. That is gravity, the pseudo force, accelerating it. When I'm talking Newtonian terms, when it hits the ground, that's a proper force. So there's your equal and opposite force when it hits the ground.
Wow, dude! Oh my God, dude!
Yeah, you have an object on a table. The table's pushing up. That's a proper force. The object pushing down is gravity. Same thing as centripetal and centrifugal force. It's like you're learning this for the first time. It's amazing.
Stop projecting your own intellectual ineptitude, dude.
Oh my God! You want to go intellectual ineptitude, pal? We'll talk all day long on your intellectual ineptitude. There's so many things.
Dude, shut up!
Because
you
you're calling names. You're insulting me because you are projecting.
No, buddy, stop.
You are projecting. You don't
Stop
understand.
interrupting me, dude. I'm actually going to kick you from the server, dude. And then I'll deal with whatever anyone wants to say about it. I'm going to literally ban you from the server or kick you for at least a couple weeks if you keep acting like this today. Okay? Grow up. So I'm not just randomly insulting you. You are consistently doing it to me. It's like you're learning this for the first time. Which doesn't understand basic things. Well, yeah, we just got to talk to him like he's so stupid so he can try to understand. And now you're the victim. So either you can calm down, stop killing the vibe. Like if you were a superhero, your superpower would be kill all good vibes. Okay? So if you can just chill, that'd be cool. I'm bringing up a much more profound point, which is that in your paradigm, you're going to have to integrate dark energy into gravity. Period. If you want to just keep on repeating archaic, outdated, stupid pseudoscience, that doesn't change that.
Okay, so you're making fun of me, but I'm going to stop. I'm going to be cool. I don't want to be kicked. I don't want to be banned. And I want to talk with you about it. But I'm just saying the analogy is gravity, something falling or sitting on a table, that being the pseudo force, just like centrifugal force, and the table pushing up on the object is the proper force. Now you're saying that we have to invoke all sorts of other things like dark energy. Okay, that's fine. You can say whatever you want. But I'm just saying there is a logical and not outdated explanation of gravity and its effects on objects.
And the University of Texas also claimed that the third law is referencing forces, and that the only exceptions are fictitious forces.
Right, yeah.
Yeah,
So I know what they claim, dude. Have you actually read what Newton said, though?
Yeah. From
so he didn't say
Mathematica Principia.
Yeah, he didn't say force. He says action. So yeah, I get it that we can argue whether or not that's what he meant. It doesn't matter. Like even if we just rock with force, you guys want to treat gravity like a force, but not a force because the current understanding of gravity doesn't work. So you have to give it like this anomalous characteristic where you can bend and warp it, pun not intended, to whatever you need it to be at the time. But I'm explaining that it's very obvious in your paradigm that people recognize that worked long enough, but now it has to be updated. Okay, and that's why I'm bringing up dark energy. Right. So that's what I'm trying to bring up a profound point, which is you guys in your own paradigm acknowledge there must be something acting as a counter to gravity, a repulsion that's counteracting gravity called dark energy.
I'm almost certain that I've told you twice, and other people in the room more times than that for years I had that assumption, a similar assumption that you're making, just off of a hunch, as you have, because neither of us have any confirmation that it's true, but that's my assumption as well, that they are correlated in a different way than the quantum forces are, but this is just an assumption, so we can't really say.
Okay, whatever.
This is,
all of gravity's assumption, Kosho. All of the current understanding of gravity is assumption. Yes, it is. The bending and warping of space-time is an assumption.
Testing and verifying something is different than like brainstorming, like thought experiments and that kind of thing.
Right.
No, dude. If we look at vacuum energy, the 0-point energy density electromagnetic vacuums, we know that there's something. Secondly, in your own paradigm, when we look at space, right, we see that there has to be something counteracting gravity, and it has to have immense energy. It's just objective. That's the same type of evidence that you're claiming that you have for relativity. It's all the same time. In fact, that's stronger evidence. It's actual real physical thing we talk about electromagnetic vacuums. So, like,
You use
what?
that.
Electromagnetic vacuums?
Yeah, you don't even know what that is. That's not my problem. And so
No.
here's the more.
If you're talking, we had this discussion the other day, didn't we?
This is what's
already?
funny. Xanac acts like he's laughing at me because I'm
I
talking about
am.
something that's over his head. So
Oh,
stop.
but it's not over your
Stop.
head. You're the expert, right?
No, I'm not claiming to be an expert, but I don't mock
Well, you
people
kinda do.
because
I'm not mocking.
no, just shut up.
Hey,
Just shut up.
can I say something real quick?
Hey,
Can I say
what's
something
it?
real quick?
I don't think I've told you to shut up yet.
Witsit, or sorry, Xanac. You did this yesterday, bro. Let's just try to have a good attitude and have good conversation. There's no need for hostility, bro. Chill out.
Like, if anyone can just, okay, how about this? Hypothetically, if they are interconnected, do you agree that gravity will have to fundamentally change?
Well, yeah, in the process of finding out that they're interconnected, it'll fundamentally change. But I don't think that. I think fundamentally change is probably the wrong way to put it, though, because it will have to keep the components that it already has. It just may be thought of in a different way. But the things that are claimed to be attributed to, like its effects, I mean, they would still have to be the case because we see those things happen.
You don't realize you could say that about everything, right? So, like, if I turned on the light, if I created light or saw light back in the day and I had some idea of what light was, and then now we have this way different, intricate understanding of what people think light, and I have to say, well, any update to light is still going to have to explain that there's light there. Wow, how profound!
No, it's not what I said.
Like that.
It's not what I said, though.
That is what you're saying.
No, it's not what I'm saying. It's funny to hear that that's what your understanding of what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is even light has properties and many different attributes that we already understand and effects, like the radio waves and all these other wavelengths. That if we had some new understanding of light, it would have to also encompass those understandings. And gravity, for example, has many different effects, like gravitational waves, gravitational lensing. These sort of things would have to still be encompassed in whatever the new understanding is.
A quick insertion. I don't really want to interrupt the conversation, but I want to post something for laughs and giggles. Germany has their own space force now, and this was the picture I posted is from the commander and the initiation of the new space force.
Hey, while we're interrupting, did anyone get an email from Discord?
DM?
Yes,
notification.
Yeah, I got it.
Everyone did.
Yeah,
Wow.
I didn't know it was your server. I thought it was Angel's server, but it was yours, right?
Well, it usually goes in waves, right? So it's probably me and a bunch of other people that we don't know yet in this group, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just dropped from all Flutter servers.
Bacon, don't be scared, dude. It's okay.
Let me ask.
I'm joining back now. But,
Did
that was my
your
first
account be taken down, bro?
Oh yeah,
Jean-Pierre?
so that server wasn't even under my main account. I made like a whole shell account and made that the owner just in case, and they still took it down. So I don't know how they figured that out, but I don't think there's a way I can stop it. So I'm just gonna try and push everyone to Telegram as much as I can.
But what's the reason
Wait, you're
given?
saying they still went to your real account and terminated it?
Like I had like a shell account, right? That I was like anti-disinformation from a different Gmail that was the owner of the ADL one, and then I had my main account Shane, which I was running on it and making friends on and talking on. But they deleted both of them somehow, and they weren't even related. So I don't know how they did that.
You want to know how? Because Globers are reporting you and all the specifics.
Yeah.
Well, what was the reason given, bro? Why did they take it down?
Definitely for medical anti-vaccine stuff. It says your account posted false or misleading health information that we determined was likely to result in harm. And examples include anti-vaccination content, medically unsupported and dangerous treatments for health-related issues, content that distorts information about a disease. Very specific, actually.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So, is no one going to address the obvious ridiculousness of the new German space force?
Sorry, Clay.
Yeah. Germany finally joined the first world.
Dude, they literally
which is
made
good.
Star Wars figures next to an official military guy while introducing the new Weltraumkommando or Space Commando. I mean,
well, that's good though. That's good though because now you can be a part of Audit NASA, and you can extend it over to them.
Yeah, you could be the first German NASA auditor, dude. How's that?
That's what's up.
Dude, this is so cringe, dude. This fits Germany so you can't even imagine what is going on in Germany at the moment. It's ridiculous, man. All the stuff they're doing is ridiculous. Like Germany wants to go completely green, no atomic power plants, while France is building 2 new power plants, while the UK is building 2 new power plants, while Poland is building and it's like right next to our country. Dude,
I think we need to demand that these space agencies provide evidence as to the sexual orientation of space because I'm pretty convinced that it's gay.
Hey, isn't nuclear power much safer than or much less toxic for the environment than I guess whatever they're trying to do.
This is
because they already I thought they already used that for a majority of the. I thought they already used that.
The more I live in this, fallen state of age, man, the more it feels like a South Park episode, man.
Yeah,
like
that's a
literally.
good way to look at it, bro. If you can look at it like that, it's much healthier. Just to look at Donald Trump like a South Park character.
It's all like, dude, everything that happens at the moment is so ridiculous. It's literally written by the people who do South Park.
But it's funny though. It's funny, right? I mean,
yeah,
I don't know.
Dude, Trey
it's
Parker and Matt
entertaining,
Stone would have written it better, I feel.
It's
Maybe.
entertaining because there's people out there who take this shit seriously. Sorry for my language, but there's people out there like Globers who look at Space Force in Germany now and say, wow, they established a great thing. Look at this cool ceremonial with Star Wars figures. There's people
Wait, I got a
taking this
question
serious. Yeah.
Okay, so Globers in here believe that there may be a mothership in our solar system.
Okay. Let's play the game where we speak for ourselves for a second. Hey, but
I just asked a
Clay,
question, Coach. Why do you always do
I
that?
thought because I heard you say something different. I didn't hear you ask a question. I thought you said Glober. I thought you were making a statement that Globers in here think that.
Do
I didn't hear you answer
the
the question.
Globers believe that?
Right.
Because I'm genuinely curious because I think most of them wouldn't because they're all about like this idea that everything is so scientific, this illusion. But like the official UFO chief from the Pentagon is saying that it looks like there may be an artificial celestial object in our solar system that could pass the Earth and let off little UFO probes. And they think there may be a mothership in our solar system, the official UFO chief of the Pentagon.
It might shock you, Witzer, but we also don't believe the government sometimes.
Okay, so then your answer is no?
My answer is until I've seen the evidence for it, no, I don't believe it to be true.
Isn't that absurd that like a governmental authority would come out and say that there may be a mothership in our solar system? Isn't that wild?
It's a very wild claim. They might have evidence for it, but I haven't seen it. Have you seen the evidence for it?
No, I know there's no such thing. There could literally not be, so I don't have to even look for it.
I mean, I'm not going to believe it or entertain it until I see the evidence. I also have a
But I mean,
strong
I'm
distrust
just
of the
bringing up the
government.
idea that they said that. Like, I'm trying to discuss that they said it, not really if it's real or not. Like,
But
you guys
what you asked is, do we believe that? That seems to be what you want to discuss.
Yeah, like,
I don't believe it.
If there's going to be the fake alien invasion, are we going to have like a special live stream here while everyone outside is streaming?
Hopefully,
I will be up to that, man.
for your next Glober meeting, I need you guys to get together and agree on if the atmosphere drags or lags behind the Earth. I need you guys to figure out if gravity has an equal and opposite reaction and reconcile that with the idea of dark energy in your own paradigm. And I'll come up with a good like monolithic response, and then maybe take a poll on if you guys think there's a mothership in the solar system. If you guys could do me that, I will happily pay you in thank yous.
I don't think that there's anybody who claims that there's an equal and opposite gravity, but I think the potential of it. But nobody
I think
has
that's the
identified it.
idea of equal and opposite reaction. Like,
Can I
you doing?
can I address? Go ahead,
Sorry,
Ben.
go
Can I
ahead.
keep interrupting?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
That paper that you're referencing, that paper was produced at Harvard with work from one of the guys who works at the Pentagon. It is not an official Pentagon document, and it has not been peer reviewed.
Okay, but does the
name
UFO
of
chief
the name
does UFO chief agree with it?
It was submitted to him. That's as far as I.
I think it's just
the name
speculation.
of
It's like a theorized thing that they should look like. It was a thing that they were putting forth as like a possibility to look out for, like this sort of stuff. And I think it was only a draft.
Okay,
Something that's actually
and
the
you
claim.
guys, would you guys admit that if they come out and say they have evidence that something like that is going on, that you guys will probably eat it up?
I want to see the
I
evidence.
mean, you just told us that it was the case, and none of us ate it up.
What if they just say that there's like, that they show you some like radio telescope that shows like movement and unusual activity in our solar system? Would you believe it then? What would you be expecting for evidence?
They're already using that as evidence. So they're using that as evidence for the suggestion that this could possibly happen at some point. So here's what we should look out for and protect for and stuff like that.
But you guys
so they're
believe
using
everything
that
else in the form of radio.
They're using that
Would you
object
believe
that was
if your
moving
kid went to the
regularly.
moon
Sorry, Kosho.
in 20 years?
I couldn't hear you because I accidentally interrupted Kosho, and then you did too. So
Yeah. Well, in 20
Yeah,
years,
you got
would you
it,
believe it when your kid goes to the moon?
I can't hear you. I don't know what.
When your kid goes to the moon in 20 years, would you believe it?
That's not going to happen. So.
Oh, okay, then what you're saying is not going to happen. That's an easy.
Okay, well, that's totally
denialism.
irrelevant. How is that in any way analogous? I don't believe in fairy tales interpreted through radio telescopes. That's what you do.
Evidence, you mean?
No, you mean assumptive interpretations inferred.
Yeah, there's assumptions in there.
Radio.
Sure.
Yeah, okay. So, and anyway, I just want to point out to you guys need to catch up that you guys are going to have to update gravity, and it's going to be that there's an equal and opposite reaction within the background. Okay, and so when you guys like scoff, like Stanek was scoffing, he doesn't understand fictitious. It's like making fun of someone because they don't believe in mass attracting mass. It's like your own paradigm says mass attracting mass isn't real. Your own paradigm says that dark energy and dark matter must exist, or that there's evidence that something like that is taking place. Your own paradigm says that there's energy density in a vacuum that can't be accounted for material particle physics alone. Your own paradigm says there's a Higgs boson field that allows everything to have mass. Your own paradigm says there's an electric permittivity and magnetic
Not my
permeability
paradigm.
in the vacuum. That is
Not my paradigm. No, it's not.
Okay, so you don't believe in the current
Well,
model.
the very first thing you said is that I don't believe mass attracts mass. For lack of a better term, I say mass does attract mass. I don't I don't necessarily cotton to Einstein's theory, although it seems to have some weight. But for my puny ass mind, I can understand mass attracting mass, and that's what seems to be what the evidence shows.
But that's what we tell like seventh graders, right? Like we tell seventh graders mass attracts mass.
Sure.
But we know that's not actually what it is. It's nowhere close to
Almost
that.
indistinguishable. At any kind of a realm that we deal in, it's indistinguishable from it.
So you're saying you don't even really know about it, but now you're the arbiter of whether or not it's different?
Oh no, that's how it's described as indistinguishable.
No, that's not how it's
understanding it and it being the actual reality can be two different things.
Well, they're not even to the understanding part, though.
I agree.
And by the way, I don't think anyone alive is. Okay, just so you guys know, no one alive understands relativity. Not one living, breathing human since it was proposed has fully understood relativity. It is fundamentally not understandable. it's paradoxical, which means it cannot be logically understood. Just like wave particle duality. Anyone in this room that claims they understand wave particle duality is lying.
Well, I think that you just lied. You can't call people liars just because they understand something because you deem it to be ununderstandable.
Okay, so do you think you understand
But regardless,
wave particle duality?
I think I understand that wave particle duality is a misnomer and a description of the two terms that they give it, but they're not considered waves or particles, so it's a different point altogether.
It's funny, we have
regardless,
this consistent reoccurring theme where they tell us, everyone in the public is told these terms that are fundamentally incorrect, but then the Globers defend them all like they're correct.
How's that not paradoxical, Coach?
It's not paradoxical. If something's a misnomer, it's not paradoxical because they're using terms
what do
that
you
people
mean by
understand to
misnomer?
describe it. I mean that like when they say wave particle duality, they're talking about how people claim it has properties of particles, properties of a wave, and it's if you look at that on its face, it seems contradictory. But in actuality, these are quantum particles, which are not the same thing as particles as we know them. So they have different behavior, and they're described by the attributes of the standard model. The standard model gives them. So they're different.
That's correct.
They're different than regular particles.
Quantum field theory is saying that, and that's what's so funny when I say that actually there are not any little physical particles like you guys think, and when I say you guys, many of the Globers, they think that we're getting beamed in the eyes with like photon paintball guns, right? That's not what your paradigm even claims anymore. Like, it claims that photons are just a construct to explain the intersection between the oscillating magnetic field, the oscillating electric field, and just excitation or an oscillation of the background fields. But no, we talk to Globers, we're stupid if we don't think that we're getting like eye raped with little balls bouncing off our eyeballs. But that's not even what is claimed anymore. That's my bigger point here, right? Like the globe zealots are arguing from an archaic, layman term, crude misrepresentation of their own paradigm. Like, can anyone agree with that? Yeah.
I mean, I disagree with what you said about people who don't understand either of those models, but regardless, I was thinking more about the question about gravity and equal and opposite reaction. It's true that like I said, they claim that inertial forces that rule doesn't apply to them, but also there's the fact that the gravitational attraction, at least, or what seems to be a gravitational attraction, is the same in both directions. So it's the same force, and whatever bodies are active creating that gravitational attraction, it is applied in both directions equally. So
that's not an equal and opposite reaction. And when you say that it doesn't apply to inertial forces, you basically claiming that means nothing. Roller coasters show us physically the exact opposite, that 100% the inertial force of a roller coaster does in fact physically exist. It does have an equal and opposite reaction. Hence us having to have a physical mechanism when we make the blueprints for roller coasters to take the load of that physical reaction. So you guys claim consistently that there's a whole nother world of anomalous physics, and that's the primary point. If you just say reference frame over and over, it doesn't make physics become anomalous.
I mean, I didn't make that up though. Like I said, I got that from the University of Texas and a few other.
Is there any evidence of it though? Because it's a claim contradictory to physical reality, such as roller coasters.
Well, what do you mean with roller coasters?
Yeah, like as the roller coaster gets to the height of its trajectory and then comes down, we know there's an inertial force, and it has a very real physical reaction and co-reaction.
Yeah, well, yeah, no. Then inertial forces have real reactions. There's real, like we said the other day. Like if you are in a car and it goes to the left and you fly to the window, you really will hit the window. It's not like a fake effect, but it's not a force in every frame. Because the only reason that happened was if you look at it from the frame of outside the moving car, your body, there was no force acting on it. It was going in a straight line. It just hit something that was straight line.
That's like saying if I stand across a giant field and someone does a baseball, since it doesn't hit me, then well, from where I watched it, it's not a real force. That's just completely not relevant.
I think you guys are, both of you are looking at it the wrong way. It's like it has always understood the equal and opposite reaction thing as meaning that the forces are always two directional. Like when you think of weight, for example, it's not just a force on the object pointing down, but that same force is on the earth pointing up. And like when you throw something up, the earth would like go down a little bit while the object go up, and when the object falls, because gravity is pulling those two together, the object is not just gonna fall down, but the earth is also going to go up a little bit. And
what the?
Yeah,
I said
actually,
both those things though, Bacon.
So the Earth is going
Right,
down
but-
and up at the same time.
Sorry, what?
So the Earth is going down and up at the same time.
No, in separate times. It's going down when you're throwing the object up, and it's going up when the object's falling down. Like the
Well, what if
central
I
mass
throw
of both
one
of them.
baseball up and one baseball down at the same time?
No, I said when you're throwing the object up, while the object is going up, the Earth is going down. When the object
But what
stops
if
and
I
starts
throw a
falling,
baseball down at the same time?
what if you do what?
What if I throw a baseball down at the same time?
You throw one but the other down?
Yeah, let's say I throw one baseball up and it takes 2 seconds to go up and come down. So at 1 second it starts coming down. So I throw the baseball up, I wait 1 second, then I throw the other baseball up. So as the first one's coming down, the second one's going up. What's the Earth doing?
Well, at that moment, those two would cancel out, but one would hit the ground and the other would still be going up. Like the whole center of mass wouldn't change. That's the point.
Is the Earth going up or down?
Sorry, what?
In that scenario, is the Earth going up or down?
At which point?
When the baseballs are both going up and down.
How high is each one though?
It doesn't matter.
Like I can assign some values and then get where the Earth would be. If you give me some values, it's easier to work to answer the question.
Do you agree that those are the same reference frame if I throw two baseballs from the Earth?
This isn't about reference frame.
I know. I'm just asking you a question, dude.
So
Yes,
okay, how does that relate to reference frame?
Okay, the point is that yes, it's the same reference frame. So we go ahead and preemptively remove this excuse because I know where it's going. So if I throw a baseball up and it begins to come down, and as it starts to come down, I throw another baseball up, is the Earth going up or down?
That depends. You have to combine the two effects and see which one's greater.
Dude, we're not entertaining this. It's not going up and down, Bacon. Yeah, we're putting a force down a little bit.
No, yeah, I have no. Sorry, go ahead.
You have no point.
Yeah, no, I have no hope that you're going to come close to accepting that this is true. That's not the point. The point is what Newtonian mechanics tells you.
Bacon, do you believe that it's true? Do you believe that the Earth is really moving down when we throw a baseball in the air?
Yeah.
Wow. This is
so then it's going up again.
That's fucked
Yeah,
up.
it's changing the entire time. And Bacon, you said I was wrong, but I said both these things, just not give those examples. I said that the weight
admit to that,
has the
Kosho.
equal opposite
It's
force of the normal force, and then I also said just a second ago that it does have the same force acting in both directions, which is what Bacon's talking about. The exact same force is being applied to both objects.
Well, you can say that,
which doesn't happen.
moving the Earth.
Which doesn't happen with pseudo forces. Like if you look at Coriolis force, that deviation have no effect in anything else. That's why you wouldn't have the equal and opposite reaction thing being applied to pseudo forces, because there's not an actual force between two objects to have an effect on both of them. And the effect
So
that
this is what they do. This is what they do. When their physics backfires, right? They just say the word pseudo or fictitious, so they can claim the same effect, but then remove the contradiction by just claiming anomalous physics. That's my point. That's why I coined
there's
the
no
phrase.
claim of anomalous physics. What's wrong? What you're talking about?
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is. It
if
absolutely
two
is.
Where's the claim on anomalous physics?
If two people antipodal to each other throw a ball in the air, does the Earth smush together?
No. If you
Okay,
do that,
why?
if you do that with two people antipodal, the two effects would cancel out. It wouldn't have an effect on the Earth.
And
What
then
if someone
the
else
ball
throws
would
a
go
baseball
higher?
at the same time?
Sorry, what?
What if someone else throws a baseball at a different time, like a second later?
Then the Earth would move, but it would
No,
it would
wouldn't.
wobble.
You're being ridiculous.
Holy the Earth would
Yeah,
wobble.
I know this is completely unintuitive to you,
This
and
is
it only
observable.
makes sense.
We totally understand it, but you don't understand how dumb it is that it's not
Why?
possible.
Why is
Yeah,
it dumb?
Because of
no,
course
it's
it's just
really,
being
really dumb,
absorbed.
bro.
We
Yeah, I
can't move
mean
the
it's
Earth.
counterintuitive, and the effect would be so minuscule that it's basically non-existent. But
That
That could
why
mean
why
you.
does
yeah.
what 1 second, dude? Why does a very minuscule effect makes it dumb or makes it impossible?
No,
Because
it's
the Earth
convenient.
isn't moving, and you're
Wait a
saying that
second.
it's
I think
moving.
I don't know that.
I think you're saying something a little bit different than the claim that others are making here. The claim is that when you throw a ball up, the Earth is moving up at that ball at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Wait, what?
And you're suggesting, I think, when you say you throw the ball up, that tiny movement of mass affects the Earth by the tiny amount of mass that it is.
Right.
Those are two different claims.
Yeah, my claim is strictly under Newtonian physics. I'm not trying to complicate
Okay.
things with relativity.
Oh man, I don't
Okay,
know how
so
much.
yeah, then that's a different argument.
Your religion's very
Yeah, but
confusing. I don't know if I can join.
and Bacon,
Yours is
it's
more in
important to
keeping with
understand.
mine.
Yeah, it's important to understand also that our current understanding, isn't bound to Newtonian mechanics. Our current understanding of gravity is that it is an inertial force. So I agree with you that those effects occur, but it's still, it's different than the other inertial forces because you can think of the reference frames, but the reference frame in this example for gravity is like space time, local space time. So
This is my advice. Sorry. My
That's
advice
all.
to the flat earthers, it's just like, just chill in moments like this and just keep asking them follow-ups. And then you just let the audience decide. Like, not that there's a huge audience here, but just in general.
Very
Because, like,
good advice. I have a follow-up.
It makes
I have a
sense
follow-up.
when we're making claims that are very counterintuitive to. Yeah,
reality.
just I mean, if your point is to convince the audience with their intuitions, then that would be a great strategy. Yeah.
When you say it's
This is
counterintuitive
definitely
for us,
counterintuitive.
it's counterintuitive for every human that's ever been alive, right? It's just counterintuitive, period.
No,
It's
not really.
It's not relative to
Bacon,
us.
you act like we can't understand it. Like
That's
that's
not what
not
I
what's
said.
going on.
It's not what I
It
said.
kind of is. You said it's not intuitive to us. Like
Yeah,
you're
it's not
acting like
intuitive. Doesn't mean you don't understand. It's just
yeah,
counterintuitive.
But you're
you're kind of
saying it's
acting like you
intuitive
don't
to
get
you,
it.
but not us. Yeah.
Sorry, what?
Speaking of counterintuitive, I have an example for you guys. How about another one here?
I have a better.
How about on your mythical sphere, right? One person is on the North Pole and one is on the South Pole, and they both throw a ball up.
This example was already given.
Yeah,
Did they cancel each other out? This happened 2 minutes ago. He said this. Here's a better
What if we're just
example.
throwing baseballs everywhere, though? What
He said it differently. He said,
No, he said they
you're
canceled.
both at the same spot, right?
No, he didn't. He said they're on
Right?
opposite
No,
sides
said
of the
they're
earth.
antipodal to each
Oh,
other.
you said Oh, my bad. My bad. I didn't catch
What if
that.
I
Okay.
throw baseballs everywhere, all over the earth at different times?
You add the vectors together.
Yeah,
you
you
add the
just have
vectors together and whatever, and
yeah,
you end up with.
pretty much. I mean, complicating the situation doesn't make you wrong.
Yeah, but why wouldn't the Earth squeeze though, Bacon?
Because that is.
Why should it? That's what I'm
Well,
telling
why
you.
would
That
it
it's
move
counterintuitive.
with one person
That
throwing a baseball?
one second.
If we
That's
have
what
enough
I'm
power
telling
to
you.
move the Earth, why can't we squish it?
This is exactly why I'm telling you it's counterintuitive to you, because you're asking these sort of questions. It's completely unrelated to this effect. This effect simply requires that the center of mass is fixed, right? So if you throw a ball away from the Earth, the center of mass between the Earth and the ball is not going to change, which means that if the ball is going in one direction, the Earth would have to be going in the opposite direction, proportion to the mass of the Earth compared to the mass of the ball. So if you're throwing a lot of balls everywhere, the you're just keeping the center of mass the same place. There's nothing that it's not something that is applied to the surface of the Earth. It's applied to the Earth as a whole. So saying you squeeze the Earth makes no sense. It makes it obvious that you're thinking about the force being applied to the surface, which is exactly not what's happening here.
Oh, now it's a
That
real
makes
force.
no sense. Okay, but it makes sense that the Earth moves, right?
Now it's a real force.
It's an implication of those laws.
This can be
Bacon,
observed,
I
by the
don't agree
way.
that a force goes down as we throw a baseball up, but
Sorry, what?
to act like I said, I agree that a force is going down while we throw a baseball up, All right, I can buy that. I can't buy that we're moving the Earth, dude. It's silly.
Well, I don't understand how
That's
you
all you
can
can say.
combine those
That's
two.
all you can do is say it's silly. You're not actually providing a reason why
All
they
you can
wouldn't have.
say is
Yes,
just make
I
shit
did.
up and pretend that it makes it real.
But this
Yeah, I'm
is
not
this
saying.
is an observable thing that people
No,
will
it's not.
the entire
Stop.
field. It is observable. I've
No,
observed
that
it,
gets
and
like this
Chronic's
stuff
job depends on
first place.
observing it. But
First place.
this is a hold on
Calls up
hold on for a
this
second.
stuff.
Hold on for a second, dude. Just 1 second. But yeah, people who observe exoplanets or identifying exoplanets, this is the first thing that they, other than the luminosity changing, they look for the oscillation of the actual object to determine the mass of the orbiting body, or the body that's orbiting it. So yeah, I mean they use that oscillation because that oscillation is exactly what is occurring by the effect that Bacon's talking about.
I think the funny thing about that, though, is again we're talking about two different things. You know, we have the Newtonian view and then the Einsteinian view. You, Co-Show, are the one who says that you can say that the Earth is moving up to the ball, right?
Well, the two
And
objects.
you mean at 9.8 meters
The
per
two
second,
objects.
the ball is
No.
not moving.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the two
Yeah,
objects
I'm
are
saying
applying the
that.
same. The two objects are applying the same force onto each other, and because obviously the one of the masses is much greater, the inertia is much greater. They're not going to experience the same acceleration, but
So
the
you're
same force is
Newtonian
being
also
applied.
with this kind of, essentially you're talking. It's compatible with Newtonian.
But if the Earth is accelerating upward and the object is inertial, not accelerating, then that shows a whole different dynamics of why things are happening, why these forces are actually applied. The normal forces, actually.
You guys have to admit that when they constantly have to go back and forth and discuss the intricacies of their religion and how they contradict each other, they simultaneously maintain a tone of intellectual superiority in which they're teaching us. That is pretty interesting. Yeah.
Well, if you don't, if you understand
I'm
it, it's
actually
great.
trying
You
to
don't have
find out
teach
their
it.
position.
Yeah, if you don't
So
understand
I'm
it,
just making a point,
if you
dude.
understand
Let me break down
you're
the
actually just
position for the
whining.
people
Back to
listening.
the gaslighting. If you understood it.
no.
Bullshit.
I'm saying if you understand, that's great. Then we all speak in the same language. We can have two ways of looking at something. Things apparently do certain things. We all can agree that something's apparent. Now, what's causing that could be debated. Now, if you understand both of them, I'm not saying you don't understand. I'm saying if you do understand both of them, then we can discuss it as if you understand both of them. The Earth accelerating upward. Why? Because we have a change of direction. That change of direction is the same thing as a velocity. So this change of position is no different than the change of direction. And that's a hard concept to understand for a lot of people. You may understand it. That's okay. That's why there's an acceleration. It's new. That's called Einsteinian view of gravity. Now the Newtonian is much more cut and dry. We have forces; they're all equally matched. That's great. We see some accelerate. We know there's a force behind it. What is that force? That force is caused by gravity. Great. All that works. It still works. In fact, all the engineering that you do in aeronautical engineering as well as mechanical engineering is all using Newtonian type equations. They don't use Einsteinian equations for most engineering problems at all.
Okay,
I don't
let
think
me
you need
rebut.
to. I
Let
don't
me
think you need
rebut
to
you now,
use.
please. Hold on, Coach.
I'm gonna respond to Moyak though from a minute ago.
Yeah, but
In
bro,
line
I
with what Zanik
mean,
just said. Well, just to put an end on it. The in this case, I don't think you're required to use Einsteinian relativity to determine the mass of the exoplanet.
okay, before you confuse the hell out of everybody, let me do a little rundown of what you guys are saying for the people that are confused. What these guys are saying is if you have on their sphere, if you have two people antipodal, right, and they throw a ball in the air, they're saying that the Earth expands and contracts like a balloon. This is what
Thanks for clearing it up, SC. People were real confused until you said that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
no one says that, SE.
That's exactly what you're saying.
No.
He said they cancel
Nice
each other
straw man,
out,
though.
is what Bacon said. Bacon said they cancel each other out.
So
the
you
effect is null.
I think the funny thing though is we had this argument before, and I distinctly remember them saying that the ground is moving up to the ball, and you treat the ball as if it's inert.
That's exactly
And
what
that was
saying, that the ball.
So if you threw the ball up in two directions opposite each other, the ground moves up to both of those balls. That was directly argued in here, and now it seems like everybody's going back to my thinking, more of my thinking, which is talking about it in terms of a tiny mass will make the Earth move a tiny bit.
Yeah, but you're talking about gravitational, about relativistic effects. You know, but that's what I'm saying is that I don't think there's any
confuse the
reason.
two. Those
Well,
paths are completely different.
Well, there's no reason to even bring up relativity in the case of seeing this effect, especially when there's massive
Reality.
objects, because they're not. You're gonna see it in the same way that Newton describes it.
Yeah, Koshar's talked about the orbital wobble of these objects. That's due to more of Newtonian type of understanding. The ground accelerating upward, or the object moving, or two objects being thrown out antipodal to each other and having the Earth be balanced is a totally different concept than the Earth accelerating up to an object. That's a change of path due to geodesics. We're not talking about the change of path due to geodesics at all. We're talking about what we actually see in objects, the wobble and the motion, the trajectory of certain objects when they're thrown or near other sizes of mass.
How can something be accelerating towards both poles without it expanding?
Good question.
How is that possible?
Because you know acceleration is what? What is the definition of acceleration? SE.
Whatever you
Ask
guys
me
decide to
questions.
make up on the
No, okay, SE. This will help you.
Don't ask me questions. Answer my question.
It'll help me be understood. I know you understand it, but I want you to understand what I'm talking about. So, what is the definition of acceleration, SE?
Whatever you guys
Games are not going to work here. You're going to
No,
answer
that's
my
not a game.
question
I just
or
want to
not.
make sure the language. Okay, I'll tell you. The change of acceleration, the change of velocity is an acceleration. You would agree, and the velocity is a direction and a magnitude. We can change the magnitude or we can change direction. In geodesics, we are talking about a change of direction only, not a change of magnitude. So when space-time is bent, we're changing a direction. So the path of an object through space-time actually turns. That causes an acceleration. That causes a force. That's what we see that's what we mean when we say the object is free falling and not or inertial, but the ground is accelerating up to it because the geodesic path would dictate that that's what's happening. It's completely different than Newtonian.
Nonsense. Is that happening on
the
both
Earth doesn't
sides
have
of
to
your
grow.
sphere?
It doesn't have to grow because there's not a distance change. Remember, it's only a direction
You said
change.
your piece. You said
Okay,
your
thank
piece.
you.
Does that happen on both sides of your sphere? What you just said now.
Because it's a direction change only, not a distance change. The Earth is not getting larger and smaller. That's incorrect. That shows you don't understand what I'm saying. Now,
But the ground is accelerating. Hold on. The ground is accelerating towards both people.
Correct.
On both sides of the Earth, but
correct.
But the Earth is not getting bigger.
Yes,
Correct?
because you missed the entire point that acceleration is a change of velocity. Velocity is a direction and a magnitude. You're implying a magnitude change. We're not changing the magnitude, SC. Please make that very clear to you.
So how is it then that the ground, without changing the magnitude, how is it that the ground is accelerating
Because
towards
we changed the direction. The direction change is also a change of velocity, which is acceleration. When we change the direction, SE, then we have an acceleration. No change in the size of the Earth. The Earth is not going upward physically, distance-wise. It's going upward with respect to a geodesic, which is a change of the path, a change of direction. Why can't you? I keep on saying it. You keep on repeating it incorrectly. That's why I'm getting excited.
Well, we don't care. You got to calm down and control your emotions like a man.
So Zanik,
you want to go
Zanik, calm
tough
down.
guy?
How can Zanik? My turn. How can you have a sphere of solid substance when the Earth beneath the person's feet is accelerating upwards, and the ground, which is solid, is not getting bigger?
Okay,
how is that possible?
Okay, thank you. It's my turn, real quick. And sorry, Witsit, for yelling and getting excited. I'll try to calm it back a little bit. But this is the reason I'm getting excited, because you said the same question 3 times, SC. It's not that the ground is moving distance. This change of distance with respect to time would be a what? That would be what? A velocity? But it also has a direction component. So we're changing the direction and not the distance. Only the distance is not changing, so it's not getting bigger, SE. The acceleration is caused only by the directional change, and that's the geodesic path of an object that is in motion in time-space that is now being turned. Turning is a force. That is an acceleration.
You got to admit that his ability to pretend that he's so sure about something as he's talking it out in his mind out loud is pretty impressive. Like, it's almost
unbelievable. Yeah,
okay. Regardless, I have an actual point to make. That's not.
Well, that'll be the first point.
It's not complex. What was you saying?
Good.
It's not complex. You don't have to bring up even that example because Essie's point is fundamentally incorrect, and even if you don't bring up space time, because the GIF I just showed you, Essie, there's a blue truck at the very front of these 3 cars, and the blue truck is accelerating towards the middle car, and the car behind it is accelerating towards the middle car. So the middle car is accelerating towards both those cars at the same time, and it's not a contradiction. It's just for different reference frames. You can describe it, what's appropriate in that reference frame, and it's literally just 3 cars on a highway, right? So it's not contradictory in any way whatsoever.
How is this analogous to one object expanding?
Because there's no objects expanding, SE. The object in which is accelerating towards 2. There's an object accelerating to 2 other objects on opposite ends of it. Okay, that's not an object expanding. That's just in each frame it's accelerating towards. In each of those frames, the 2 frames of the 2 people or the 2 whatever that's on 2 sides of the Earth is expanding, or the Earth is accelerating towards either of them from that frame.
It's expanding.
Not in both.
It's just stationary. It's not even moving. What are you talking about?
No, what are you talking about? It's not moving.
The blue example object, you just gave, right?
Go on.
What do you think you're showing here exactly? Because I'm confused.
I'm showing 4 different perspectives of the same event, and from certain perspectives, from certain frames, you can describe it as things accelerating towards it, because in that frame it's stationary. Okay, but in actuality, from an outside frame, it's just a regular event occurring. Right, it's just 3 cars driving in a lane. But from either of those 2 outside frames, like the car in front and the car behind, it seems like the car in the middle is accelerating towards it for both those frames, just like the Earth would be in the example that you're asking about. Like the Earth accelerating towards people on both sides of the Earth is not a contradiction.
Sure it is, because you guys say when something falls towards the Earth, it's not that it's the Earth going towards you, but when you throw something up, it's the Earth is going away from you. So if that were to happen antipodal, there's nothing you can say. Your Earth has to expand and contract. There's no way around that, bro. I'm sorry.
I know. Now apologize.
I mean, prove me wrong. I mean, anybody. Am I?
I just proved you wrong, SC. I literally just proved you wrong.
Showed a couple of cars, or what looks to be like cars.
In the example I just showed to you, it's demonstrating the thing you just claimed was happening, or that was happening in your explanation. Yes, it is. From either of those frames, the car in the middle is accelerating towards it. He's saying that would mean that it has to expand.
It's not.
Okay, I understand your position, dude. But when I'm clarifying my position, you don't have to keep telling me you don't. That it's not.
What do you mean?
You didn't even listen. You didn't listen to what you didn't listen. You didn't listen to what I said. You just said no, it's not.
I listened exactly to what you said, and I remember when you brought this up the first time. And no matter how you show it, one of the people have to be moving toward the Earth at least. So the Earth can't be moving toward both of them at the same time.
Okay, so in the thing I just showed you, where it shows 4 different experiences of the same event, is it not true that in 2 of those examples, the car in the middle is moving towards both of them? In either of their examples, the car behind and the car in front, the car in the middle is moving towards both of them. Is that not true?
The 2 cars, the 2 things outside the Earth antipodal to each other, are getting closer.
That's not what I asked you.
You're saying that's not happening.
No, that's not what I asked you. And in my example, they are getting closer to each other. Yeah, I know. I'm asking you. Yeah, you're saying it's not analogous. I'm asking you if in my example, is it not true that the cars from either of the frames, the one before and the one after, the middle car, is it not true that in both those frames, the middle car is moving towards it, accelerating towards it in either frame?
Yes,
that is what's happening.
Yes, but that's not what you're claiming happens in the scenario that we're talking about with the Earth.
How so?
No.
What's the difference?
Because in the scenario that we're talking about with the Earth, you're saying that the Earth is accelerating to both of the things that are antipodal to each other.
Because you disagreed.
Hold on, I'm not done. I'm not done. In that scenario, the things that the Earth is accelerating up to are not coming back down. In your scenarios, you can see that both things are moving toward the Earth.
No, in my example, they're all three moving forward.
They're
all
closer
three moving
to
towards
each other.
Yeah. So what are you
So
talking
in
about?
reality,
An
this
example
is
of Earth.
impossible.
Yeah, yes, it is. This is just a regular traffic event. This is like
Oh my
a traffic
God. Okay,
accident or
I'm
something.
done, dude.
It's very
You guys,
possible.
you play make believe and pretend, and I'm done. It's
You're
silly. I
not
can't believe
thinking.
you're
You're not
doing
thinking it
this.
through. We're not saying the
Zanuck,
Earth
I'm not
expands.
thinking. Cool. Good
No, but
call.
it's simple.
The Earth is
If you
accelerating up to
understand,
things,
hold
antipodal.
on.
Good
If
call.
our claim, the reason we do this is because we understand these objects that have no forces acting on them. We try to rectify that paradox in our mind. The one way we can do that, it may not
Yeah,
be the
there you
right
go.
way.
It's a
It may be the wrong.
paradox.
Let
Thank
me
you.
hold on. It is a
Zanuck,
paradox.
That's all I'm saying.
Zanuck, can I ask you a question, Zanuck?
That's all I'm saying, Zanuck. So
Zanuck,
thank
Let me
you.
finish.
Guys,
Listen, real
guys.
fast. Listen,
Can I finish
He's
the
in
sentence?
the middle of a point.
I'm in the middle of a point.
Zanuck,
So
moderation. Zanuck was talking. Can you guys all calm down, man? Thank you.
thank you. So in the point I was trying to make is that we are saying that when this object, because it is free falling, has no forces acting on it, we have an explanation which is called this theory of relativity. And in the special relativity, or in general and special, both actually make this happen. We're saying that the lines, the geodesic lines, these shortest paths to certain objects will be bent in space-time. So the objects take a curved path. The inertial objects that are just free falling actually are still moving through time and space, but that path is turned. That is an acceleration. And when we hit the Earth, that is a proper force resisting that object to travel through time and space as it normally would be. Kind of like you in a car when it makes a turn while you fly
Okay,
to
that's
the door.
enough.
Okay, that's the point. Now, we're not saying anything more than that. We're not saying the Earth is expanding. We're not. Hold on. Last sentence. We're not saying the Earth is expanding. We're saying the path has been changed. That's the explanation.
If you think you can say path change and explain a balloon Earth, I don't know what to tell you, bro.
It's not a balloon
You
Earth,
haven't
again.
sold me, I'll tell you that.
It's not a
Well,
balloon
they
Earth.
admit that it's a paradox, right? And they're trying to make it make sense, and they bring up pseudo and fictitious situations. It's okay. That's the baggage that comes with their paradigm.
Well, the baggage
point
is the paradox. How do you explain objects in free fall with no forces acting on them actually accelerating?
Isn't it possible that it can be a equilibrium, like a pressure differential, and when it equalizes, the acting energy to equalize is the acceleration force that you're equating?
No,
because
pressure
everything is moved by pressure, and everything requires
Zanuck, I'm
pressure
about to
to
mute
move.
you, dude.
Right. So everything requires pressure to move. So when I look at things and how to understand things and how they move in relationship for this acceleration force, it seems that to me it has to do with an equalization of pressure, and whether or not we understand why as it equalizes, it gains momentum. The idea is that it's a known thing that when it does equalize, it's a natural law. So for us to conflate that natural law as something other than equalization to pressure is now, outside of our senses, right? So what I see is we can observe this any of these momentum changes is due to a pressure differentials at its bare root. That's what I see.
I think you came in late, bro. We're talking about antipodal acceleration at the same time.
Let me respond.
That's the idea of relativity.
Let me respond to the data real quick.
Yeah,
So
I get the idea that
Data, can I respond to you?
the Earth is rising upward at 9.8 meters per second. And it's kind of counterintuitive to have the northern pole apparently rise up in the direction of the object, where Zanuck likes to express it as a geodesic path, and all matter follows this geodesic path. That's their explanation for it.
When in the presence of another mass. But then what I want to say to you, Data, is that you talk about pressure mediation. We don't need just understand that pressure has no directionality. It is scalar. Scalar quantities are much different than vector
I understand, and I understand it goes in all directions.
You're using them as the imparting force.
No,
I
understand.
Can I finish?
I'm saying about the immediate effect of any momentum, that any movement, it's always pressure related. So if you have to move something, it's pressure related. The idea is that this acceleration is apparently this non-acting force creating momentum, right? Increasing the artificial weight of the object, momentum essentially, right? I'm saying it's an equalization to pressure. What you're conflating it as is something else. I know that it's pressure related because for the object to move it, I've required pressure to move it. So it has to be an equalization of pressure. Why does it gain momentum at the point of movement or disequilibrium? Why does it gain momentum from disequilibrium to equilibrium? Is why you're creating this geodesic bending space-time, right? You need something to inherently follow. Well, if light is energy. And then if matter is that light frozen energy, then it has to follow the geodesic path. Again, it's just another fucking bullshit philosophy when it's just pressure differential, pressure equalization.
Zanuck, after you respond, I got to say something to you.
So, no, there's not pressure mediation, and pressure doesn't move things. You can measure certain forces as in pressure. You can say, I have a certain pounds per square inch force acting on a wall. If I have 14 psi acting on 1 square foot wall, well, we know that's going to be a certain force on the wall, but it's a force. We can extrapolate it to a pressure is scalar. Is not a vector. It has no ability to create forces. Pressure like an air pressure, no, it doesn't. You can equate it to it, but it's not
Equalization when it comes to solid matter versus gas is why gas will recuse gravity as a cause. Matter, on the other hand, is an inherent bias vector force, which you're trying to equate to is a scale. It's not a scalar, so therefore it doesn't have a bias. But I'm not saying you're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying that this particular object itself responds to pressure mediation. The equalization factor in its process of disequilibrium to equilibrium is this momentum or acceleration increase, which you claim to be a non-force. I'm saying it's an actual direct relationship to the disequilibrium that you've applied pressure to cause. So if pressure is the cause of disequilibrium, therefore, it must follow that as it equalizes, the acceleration of momentum is caused by the disequilibrium. So it's a pressure related. It's a pressure related thing in a sense that I pick up a rock. I use pressure.
Dude, Data, I think that's time, man. It's like
I'm almost done. Well, you pick up a rock, you apply pressure. You move anything, you apply pressure. If it's combustion, it's pressure. If it's propulsion, it's pressure. It's all pressure related.
Force.
And magnetism, pressure related. No, magnetism, pressure related. So it's all pressure related.
Giving 10 examples is not time. Yeah, it's not concise to give 20 examples. It's the same thing, dude. But Zanuck, just very quickly, I wanted to say something to you. I told you 2 responses ago. But
go ahead. Sure.
Yeah, I just need to say that this happened before too, with the same conversation, the same argument. Actually, the reason why I made this series of gifts, but when the thing that SE is disagreeing with, I think it's more fundamental than even talking about relativity and or general relativity and gravity and geodesics and stuff, because he's even claiming that an object that's accelerating towards 2 objects and 2 antipodal objects and 2 frames, like let's say that you're not even using relativity and you're just using 2 moons around the Earth, and claiming that from each of those moons the Earth isn't accelerating towards it, right? You can use Newtonian mechanics to describe it. This is a fundamental thing. I don't think that it's valuable to even.
Well, I think it's a good point, Kosho, and I think you're very right. And your diagram is actually really good. It kind of shows these accelerations to objects to another object with respect to different reference frames, and that's really how you should do this. And that's a great way to kind of show what you're talking about. SE doesn't want to accept that. He thinks that if something's accelerating on both ends antipodally, that this object's gonna have to grow. And that's not true. And you're showing that in your gift there. And I think I appreciate that more than you know.
Saying it's not contradictory.
Okay, if you guys are done talking for me, can I respond?
Talking through you?
We're talking for you.
Talking for me.
You know talking for you.
Yeah, so look, I didn't say nothing of the sort. I'm repeating back your model of cosmology to the people so the people could understand. That's what I'm doing. And I think I'm showing the absurdity of the duality of the dialetheism that you guys have to believe in for this model to work. That's what I'm doing.
So you're saying it's a paradox.
A huge
dude, we
one.
all know that it's a we all know that your model is flooded with paradoxes, dude.
Yeah.
It's anyone's model. How does something free fall not have?
No, there's a downward electric current on the Earth. There's actually a background medium that reciprocates the action inside of spatial extension. So your paradigm has paradoxes. You can make stuff up. You can do mental gymnastics. You can create terms. You can disagree with each other, and that's okay. It's science. When I begin to offer one that isn't paradoxical but requires some speculation or theoretics, all of a sudden you can interrupt and tell me that it's stupid and that makes no sense. That's the double standard. But the problem with that is I actually have a logically consistent explanation and you do not. So we'll let the people decide.
It's not logical, because if I look at your explanation face value, talk about things being electrically or electromagnetically or hydrostatically moving, that doesn't work either, because you could have a magnet and have another magnet that has a hollow insert, and inside there's a ball bearing, and if you let those magnets accelerate to each other, the ball bearing will be forced to the outside, away from this attraction. So it's not being attracted. So it's actually free falling inside this box. So your explanations don't work at all.
Dude, you interrupted my explanation. You could, if I gave you money, you couldn't even stillman my actual understanding of your question because you interrupted it. So okay, stillman what I think the answer to your question is. Ask your question out loud and then respond to yourself as me.
I asked you, how can something be free falling, have no forces on it, yet we measure an acceleration to the ground with respect to the ground? You're saying that because we have a downward electric force, downward electric flow, that causes everything to be attracted to the ground.
I'm sorry, I missed I was talking to someone in the store. What was your answer for me?
You said there's a downward electric flow that will cause
You think
things to
that's
be
all I
attracted
said?
to the ground. Did you hear me?
You think that's all I said?
You said more. I'm not going to repeat all of it. It's all made up. It doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, if you want to explain it to me with more detail, I'm all ears.
You don't know.
As far as I know, as far as anyone knows, what you said is made up, and I'm willing to hear your answer. That you're saying there's some kind of electric, magnetic attraction that it's causing things to be forced downward. Is that not true?
I think he also says
No,
reciprocated by the medium.
Yeah, there you go. The background medium, there's a reciprocation, there's a natural balance, and what we perceive is simply the reciprocation into spatial extension. If you want to say it's word salad or something, I don't care.
You said it completely different. It's
No,
you
I
say
was in the
one of
middle
those
of
things
saying
last
the
time you said
exact thing word for word, and you interrupted it.
No, it wasn't.
Yes,
Play it back.
it
It wasn't
was.
the same. All
Okay,
you got
how about
the
this?
same was
How about this? I'll
background
play it
mediated.
back if you'll bet money on it.
No, go ahead. Okay, I believe you. Go ahead. Didn't say this.
Wait. Can you explain reciprocation and spatial extension? What does that mean?
Yeah.
What
Spatial
does that mean?
extension is in the Cartesian, physical space that we experience. So the flip side to that, or the conjugate expression. So the heads to the tails of the coin, right? There's the ether, or basically the pure potential that permeates all of space, right? That's the source of everything we see. And then there's what we see, which is spatial extension. So there's a reciprocation of that. There's an equal and opposite reaction to everything, right? We just don't see it all the time. And that's the missing gap in your guys' explanations. That's why it gets so paradoxical and convoluted.
Well, I don't know about anybody else, but I don't even say the word salad term because it sounds like word salad. It just sounds like you're making stuff up. Why don't you do this? Why don't you just try to explain? Why don't you explain this like we're sixth graders what those things mean? Don't just say this conjugate.
I just
or
did.
the opposite reciprocating background medium. I mean, just try to tell us how this actually makes an object.
Dude, Janik, do you
Why
not
are you
remember the
talking
last time do you not remember last time you accused me of word salad? And then I said, okay, let's talk about it. And we broke down each word, and you immediately had to concede it wasn't word salad. You just didn't know what the terms were. And then you had to take notes. And then I asked you the questions, and you couldn't even remember them. Okay, that's not word salad then. No, if you're saying
word salad, when you put all the words together that are real words, you put them in a random order. That's a word salad. And yes, we had the same discussion
so specifically, what did I say that wasn't a coherent
know what I
order?
said? Okay, I have
Specifically, what did I say that was an incoherent, rambling order of words?
Okay, hold on. Pull it up real quick.
Can I say something once more again? I think I like Left Lane's approach because he was asking it's easier just to ask well, what's it to elaborate on what he's saying, because I agree, like it is sort of
Well, I said
nebulous
that
to me
too,
as
right?
well.
Didn't I say that?
Right. No, but I think if you throw in the other stuff, then it gives him an opportunity to need to go back or defend
Okay.
it, because it is kind of incendiary, you know.
You
I
said
answered Left Lane's question.
centrifugal divergence, centripetal convergence, both manifestations of the ether, conjugate geometric expressions, which is the hyperboloid and the toroid, the donut and the inside of the donut. The ether is a substantive medium. It is a state of inertia. It is pure potential, absolute rest. When the ether is under strain, it manifests into electrostatics. And when thrown in motion, i.e., torsion, it manifests itself into magnetism or electricity. The conjugate geometry expression, the dielectric, electrostatic, the dielectric stores electricity. I mean, all that with it are real words.
You the last end of that is nothing I've ever said. Like, yeah,
Oh
a
my
lot
God,
of it
word
was.
for word.
No, what you just said at the end, you actually did word salad. You actually started
You said
combining words
conjugate,
that
a geometric. I asked for clarification. You said the conjugate geometric expression, which is the dielectric, parentheses, electrostatic, dielectric stores electricity. You said that.
Okay, yeah, dielectric material is stores electricity. That's correct.
Okay, so I did get it right.
No, because the way you said it was incoherent.
Incoherent.
Yeah, you said dielectric, not
the electrostatic.
Not a dielectric material, and
dielectric
you'll get there.
Stores electricity.
The dielectric material. Do you disagree with that?
It can store electricity. It's not. You don't use that like for batteries. Aren't using dielectric materials. You don't store energy in air, but you can. Their energy can be electrons can be stored in air, not as a storage device, but it can have the capacity to store electricity, electrons.
Just a second, I'm checking out.
But it's the reason we use oil in a capacitor.
Yeah, that's a dielectric material.
It's not because of the oil. You just don't have an empty capacitor with oil in it for storing electricity. You have to have plates in it.
That's the complete non sequitur.
I don't know. We're talking about storing electricity with dielectric, and I gave you a capacitor which stores.
Okay, see, this is what happens, right? You just drag people through the weeds.
Hold on, let's get out of the weeds. You made the reason I said it was a word salad is because everything you said there is unknown by any physicist, electrical, mechanical, astro, whatever. And it's okay. You have your own theories.
That's not true.
To me, it sounds like word salad. So please explain, like what Left Lane said. Can you explain to us what that means? What it means when you say reciprocal?
Okay, so first of all, I already did, right? That's where you just read that from the notes. Conjugate means a reciprocation, the inverse of something. I even use the heads and the tails, the donut on the inside of the donut, or hyperboloid toroid. So at this point, if you choose to not understand what conjugate means, you're being intentionally obtuse. Conjugate, geometric. I say geometric because it's geometry. We have been deluded into thinking everything is about quantifying little material balls. We have to count everything, but it's actually geometry. It's the shape in which it manifests.
I know what that means.
I said, shut up. I said expression because it is an expression of what we call energy. It is an action. It isn't some physical entity. It isn't some material, corporeal thing that we can grab. It's an expression. So that's why I use the three words, because they're all required.
What does it mean, though? What is conjugate geometric expression? What is that? So geometry, we understand. Expression means what that term is expressing or means. The conjugate is the reciprocal geometry expression, what it means. So it really means reciprocal of our spatial coordinate system, what that means. Is that what those three words together mean? I mean, you're not explaining yourself right.
Hello?
Hello? Anybody there?
Okay.
Did anybody hear what I
Remember,
said?
if no, I can hear you, Zan. Just remember, if you guys go silent, you're gonna really confuse Nate. So please try to keep the conversation going, even if
Did
it's
you
silent for half of a second.
did you guys hear what
No,
I asked? And then
it's just
I didn't
when it
respond.
gets like abruptly silent, you know.
Did you guys hear what I said though, right?
I don't think anyone was listening, Xanac, but it really doesn't matter,
Hey,
bro.
I was
I mean,
fucking listening, dude.
he said those 3 words. I asked, what does it really mean? And he
Like I
just and
said,
he went
Xanac,
dead.
it really doesn't matter, man.
Matters to me.
I mean, what's it even left, bro? So it's cool.
Okay, that's what happened.
Zan, can I tell you something, friend to friend?
That
Because
makes
you're one of
sense.
my you're one of my good friends, Zan. Okay, you're my good friends.
Thank you,
But
buddy. You too.
if I told you that, like, because I'm training my friend's German Shepherd, and it's very difficult and stuff. But you remind me almost of the same. You have like the same kind of excitement. Like when you get excited, it's hard to stop you. You know what I mean? Like I don't mean that in insulting way. I just mean that like
You're an unstoppable
constructively.
force.
It
I
is
get it.
unstoppable. Yeah.
No, I mean, I get frustrated and I get excited. I get man, but you got to realize, boy, he and I are like on the water. We know that. And I have to really rein myself back, and I'm trying. I really am trying, but it's so
I'm
hard.
afraid. I'm afraid of he was threatening you and other people. Because I mean, I think I honestly think you're a positive force and a positive asset on my side, a positive force in these conversations. I would be upset if gave them an excuse to kick you or ban you or whatever. So
I know I want to behave myself, and I want to make sure I'm welcome here because it is this is their house, and I feel like I'm in their house, and I overstep my bounds occasionally. I get fired up about things they said because to me it just seems like complete nonsense. And like Left Lane said, I'm just asking them to explain it. Like, what does that mean? All these words, it just doesn't make any sense to me. So please help me understand. Then I'm ridiculed. Oh, you're so stupid. You don't know what these words mean. It's like, no, I understand the words. I don't know what they mean when you use them the way you do.
I get this. I have the same. I have a lot of the same. I guess same gut feelings that you're getting. I know how it is. I think a lot of us do. I think you're very competitive in nature, like which is it's not a bad thing because people have become successful because of this sort of drives and stuff. So I think it's a bad thing.
I take everything from you as positive. So don't
Well,
ever
yeah,
don't ever hold back. And if you ever see me getting in line, just tell me to just check me. All right.
Yeah. Because like I said, I'm telling you as a friend, not because it's like I said, I'm afraid of the consequences. People do use those types of things because honestly, you do bring up good points, and you do buckle, against some of the absurdities that some people say, and that's that's not a bad thing. So I would be amiss if gave him an excuse to get rid of you.
Gotcha.
I'm sitting here dying of laughter. Translation, Zanuck, I need you to bail me out from time to time, so don't do anything dumb to get banned.
Hey, that's not wrong, man. That's not even wrong. I mean, it's just truth in that.
As I need him. I mean, we all need each other.
Yeah, I have a question, if you guys don't mind.
You fucking Uncle Tom.
Right.
But he comes in here. He comes in here. It's like, hey, you guys are both wrong. Go ahead.
Well, no, I just like when you said that the opposite reaction of gravity would be the normal force. I was like, I don't think that's what the opposite reaction means.
I didn't know.
Oh, that's true. No,
I never said that. Zanuck might have said that. Yeah. But I said I disagreed with that, and I said I would say the opposite. I said weight. I said weight and the normal force are opposing each other.
No, weight is the pseudo force.
Yeah, I had a question. Remember?
But remember, Bacon, weight is a pseudo force. The force acting against the weight is a normal force. When an object is dropped off a building, it hits the ground. The force of the ground hitting that object is a normal force.
I want to use Newtonian mechanics.
Pardon me?
I want to strictly use Newtonian mechanics.
Okay.
Yeah, he hates relativity.
It's not that I hate relativity. It's that I like if at this scale they work the same. I prefer to understand at least in Newtonian terms first.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Okay,
So what was your
so
question now?
centripetal and centrifugal forces are both normal forces? I don't even think in Newtonian they work as normal.
No, they're not normal forces.
Well, that's the same thing as gravity and force.
No, okay, so real quick, gravity in Newtonian mechanics, it's not a pseudo force or an inertial force. Gravity is just a regular force, and also inertial forces and pseudo forces don't apply. The third law doesn't apply to them. So in Newton's physics, gravity does have an equal and opposite reaction. Only in Einstein's is it an inertial force. But I don't want to talk about this because I know Bacon was trying to ask something, so I want to just clear it up.
Oh, we can talk about that. It was just just trying to bring a subject and answer a question I had. But
I mean,
yeah,
do you
it's a
agree with that?
question.
I asked you a question.
Oh yeah, okay.
I agree with you.
Like when something is hot, it loses temperature through radiation, right? It radiates infrared, and it cools down while it does so, right?
I missed the first part of that question, but I heard it was about heat. It's funny because I'm modeling temperature right as we speak, but yeah, but what was your question exactly?
I didn't ask the question yet. I was just saying, like, when something cools down, it can cool down physically, like by the collision of the molecules losing kinetic energy, which would be like how do you call it? Like when you lose heat by touching something that is colder.
Oh, convection.
Conduction.
Conduction. Yeah. So it would be conduction, or you can lose through radiation, right? So you can radiate infrared while you cool down.
It's important. I said convection. I didn't say conduction. Just to be clear.
Yeah, conduction is.
Yeah, not convection. Conduction.
No,
well,
he can
move into conduction too.
Well, convection is a type of conduction. It's just well, anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, like convection is just this mechanism that uses conduction. Right? Like for convection to happen, you need the heat to be transferred via conduction, right? And convection just makes it faster.
I didn't know that. I just saw that. Yeah. I always heard that those was different types of heat transfer.
No, it's different than conduction. The actual molecule, the heated molecules themselves move.
Okay.
But just
right.
I mean,
so,
go ahead. That's your point. What's your point?
So you can cool down by emitting infrared, right? That's the thing, right?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. So when that happens, the molecules have to lose kinetic energy by emitting infrared, right? Because that's what happens, right?
Right. They're vibrating. They're emitting radiation.
Okay. So how are they losing momentum? By shooting photons. Are they always shooting photons in the direction they're moving?
I thought it was random.
All directions.
If it's random, how are they slowing down? Because if they shoot in the opposite direction of the motion, then they would speed
vibration.
up.
Think of it as a vibration.
Yeah, like the electrons is going down a step, so it's going to be the atom itself is going to be losing that energy. In what direction? That's a good question. I don't know what direction. The atom's going to lose its momentum in, but it's the electron itself that's losing energy. So I don't know.
Are you guys actually discussing something amongst yourselves? Wow, that's pretty impressive.
So we doing here? We talk amongst ourselves, including
everybody
here included.
Are you talking about like a solar sail, Bacon? Like solar sails can actually receive photons and actually exchange that energy for. Is that what you're talking about? But that's still different than how heat changes the momentum or the oscillation, the velocity, the average velocity, or the total kinetic energy. A bunch
What
of.
was the question, Bacon?
I just have this conflict because like think of a fish tank with air, filled with air. So you have the air molecules bumping on each other at a certain speed, so they all have some kinetic energy, and that's their temperature. So if you have that just floating in space, the whole thing's going to cool down, which means that those molecules are going to lose kinetic energy, and they're going to cool down by emitting infrared. So my question is like,
what the bubbles
how exactly
are
are
going to
they
cool
slowing
down
down?
by emitting infrared?
He wants to know
Yeah,
why the actual molecules or atoms, why do they slow down if they're emitting infrared energy? How does that mechanism for their motion?
If they're just shooting photons in random directions, and that loses momentum in that direction. If they're emitting in random directions, the overall kinetic energy of the molecules should be the same, shouldn't it?
But they're losing energy.
I think Zanik was right. It's every direction.
He wants to know the mechanism for which these atoms, molecules will slow down. Their velocity, why will it slow down?
Because they're losing energy.
In what type
they
of
don't have the
example?
energy to carry on accelerating.
Yeah, but let's say that there's a particle moving inwards, like it hit the wall of the tank. Now it's moving inwards. At that moment, it shoots a photon backwards towards the outside of the
moving
tank.
Inwards,
Isn't that molecule going to speed up in the direction of inward? So it's going to
molecule of what?
Because it's shooting the
maybe,
molecule of
maybe,
air.
yeah, but what rule says that if an electron shoots out a photon, the electron speeds up away in the direction?
No, he's not saying it speeds up.
He wants to know why not. And
if it doesn't speed up, I mean, in order to slow down, it has to slow down in some reference, right? Reference to
it's slowing down because it's losing energy and interacting with the environment around it, right?
What situation are you talking about?
I think he wants to know, Bacon, how about this? You have a fish tank filled with 14.7 psi air. Those air molecules are bouncing off each other. But eventually, this energy will be dissipated via them setting off photons, right?
I thought they didn't lose
the photon. That's how it's going to lose its heat. The heat in this fish tank is known. We know what the temperature is. We know what the pressure is. We know how many molecules. Tank. But as it sits there, because it's a closed system, it starts radiating energy out of the fish tank via photons. There's no
particles
collisions
involved.
become less frequent. Those collisions become less frequent, and there's less impact because they're less frequent and they're slowing down. And so all the molecules lose energy. And you're asking why they don't lose energy in a specific direction.
Yeah,
if you're talking about radiation, there is no molecules.
How else is it going to lose its energy?
Yeah, there is. He's talking about molecules, but yeah,
How else would that fish tank?
It's through electromagnetic waves.
Yes. How else would that fish tank in the form of a photon? That's what a photon is. How else would that fish tank that has? How else would that fish tank that is 14.7 psi? How else will it cool down? What other mechanism could be involved for it down? If it's just a fish tank sitting on a table and you're looking at it and it starts cooling down.
It's important to tell Bacon that I think we confused him when we answered about the direction of the photon or whatever. But you said all directions, and I agree. It's all it leaves it dissipates in all directions. Like it leaves the atom, the electron in all directions. So it's not just leaving it in one direction. The photon.
Yeah,
it doesn't give it momentum when it does that.
Yeah, and in losing this photon, it's basically going to a low energy level. It has less energy, so it can't carry on accelerating.
If it's radiation, there's no particles involved. There's no particles.
There's particles involved.
How is it going to carry on accelerating, Kosher, with less energy?
No, that doesn't. It's not accelerating. It's okay. It's moving. Is what it's doing.
When it accelerates, it's when it becomes unstable. It needs to release a photon. As it releases that photon, it's not accelerating anymore. It's in a more stable condition. That's the reason electrons emit photons.
Yeah, I know, but
they
he's talking
accelerate, gain more energy, become unstable. and need to go
He's talking
down
about
to
the
a low
gas.
energy level.
Some of the gas particle though itself, and that's what I'm saying. The gas particle is moving at a linear velocity after the collision, and when it emits a photon or the electron, that doesn't add momentum to it because it emits that photon in all directions. All that does to it is it gives it less energy, which doesn't slow down the atom on its own. It's just as Zanuck has said that collectively, the entirety of the gases will those collisions will just become less and less it'll give it less and less momentum, which will give it less and less energy and less temperature and all that kind of stuff.
Oh
But
wait, so
losing the photon doesn't
Are you
slow
guys
it down.
talking
So.
about
I think I
gases?
get it.
Not
Does
not just a normal electron and a photon?
when it loses the photon, it loses momentum. So but it doesn't lose its speed. So it will have to lose its mass, like its
that's right.
relativistic mass or something.
Well, it's total mass, like it's entire like E equals mc squared mass, yeah. But and collectively that'll like in an emergent like in the
I
gas
get it. I
tank,
get it because
take a gas example, yeah.
I think I get it
Guys,
now.
if it's a gas, it's through condensation, though.
Wait, what?
If it's a gas cooling, is that the question? How does the heat get lost in the gas?
Yes. The electromagnetic radiation, not condensing. It's not turning into a liquid. It's not changing
Yes,
state.
it is. They slow until they turn into a liquid.
No.
No, but we don't have to get there. Like my
If
question.
you have a gas
1 second, Sandy.
that starts to cool down, doesn't mean it's condensing. That's a whole different process. That takes energy for that to happen. For it to condense or to turn into a gas, both energy is released.
Yeah,
We're just having a gas change. We're just having. He's on the fact that it's cooling is not a condensing. It's just the molecules slowing down, and that's being done because it's losing energy via the electromagnetic radiation. Objects can cool down for three ways: conducting, convection, and radiation. It's the only way he can move.
Well, we can just have said that, like we're only asking how the temperature gets lower. It doesn't have to reach a point where it becomes liquid. Just any lowering of the temperature. That's all we're trying
to get. There's a free floating tank, fish tank in space, and the free floating fish tank has a liter of let's call it hydrogen or helium. Let's call it helium. It has helium in it, and this is what it's talking about.
I was picturing nitrogen then.
Yeah, hydrogen's nice, but helium's nicer because it doesn't react with anything. Well, whatever. It's got a tank of a liter of nitrogen, and he's wondering, based on its initial temperature, which it will have, how will the radiation eventually how will it radiatively actually cool it down eventually? So he's asking.
I think you can see.
I'm honestly, I get it now too, because I was there's some stuff that I kind of it's a good question actually, you know what I mean? Because it's how does the photon being emitted actually cool it down? But I think it's like the emergent property of the system that's happening. Yeah. So even saying the words to you. Yeah, go ahead.
The answer would be that it makes it makes the atom lose its total mass, so it loses momentum. So overall, the kinetic energy of all the particles is slowing down. Like when it's going to hit with another particle, it's not going to be able to
You're saying it loses mass?
Yeah, he's right. He's right in the form of energy.
So when it starts heating back up again, is it gaining mass?
Yeah,
it has to.
Well, because the more energy an atom has, like a nitrogen atom, if the electrons are excited and it's more energetic, technically it has more mass than one that has in a ground state nitrogen atom.
So we're converting energy to mass, and I've never heard that before.
I still don't get what the question is. Are you just asking how do things lose heat or what?
He's saying that you gain mass when something gets heated up and it loses
yeah,
mass.
but I want to understand what the question is in.
How it
slows you guys
down.
were just talking about how what slows down.
The atom slows
the
down.
particles. Like you have gas molecules inside of a tank, and they have a net kinetic energy, and that's the temperature of that tank. Now, if you leave that on space,
that's the heat. The total kinetic energy is the heat. The average velocity was the
heat.
temperature.
All
This
right.
does not have to do with thermal energy and the molecule slow.
Wait, it's not the average velocity because you can have more massive molecules that are slower with the same temperature, can't you?
No, the average velocity and the total kinetic energy in the heat.
I'm just going to use core just for a second, even though it's not right to do that. Somebody asked the exact question. They said, does an excited atom have more mass than the same atom in a ground state? And the answer is yes.
Yeah, but that's obvious. But what does that have to do with the question? What is the question
Because
being asked?
that's the answer to his question, is that it loses momentum, not velocity. So it loses momentum in the fact that the less energetic atom has less mass, so momentum is lessened, and overall this less momentum is going to eventually lead to the fact that the collisions become less effective or whatever.
No, the collisions are less because the
But
velocity is
what
less.
was the question? Is the question how do atoms slow down, or
Yes?
Yeah, it's how
Yeah.
how those molecules are losing momentum by radiating infrared. Because to me, if shooting a photon doesn't change its speed, it wouldn't lose momentum, so it wouldn't cool down. But the speed is only one part of momentum. You have the other part, which is mass, so you can be losing mass instead, which is basically the answer.
So you're saying the velocity stays the same and the mass goes?
Yeah, that's what Kosho said.
So when I look at an atom, they're talking about the average velocity anymore. We're talking about the mass change. We're all given, and everything is the same exact velocity.
Yeah, but
are you really
once
losing mass though, or is it converting to liquid?
No,
no,
stop talking about liquid. Let me give you an example of the liquid problem. It's not talking about condensation. If we have something that is a liquid, we can be heating it up till it gets to its boiling point, or better yet, maybe look at ice. There's a certain point where you add more energy, you add a certain number of joules into that system, and the temperature doesn't change, yet it changes state. So it takes energy to change the state. We're not talking about that. We're only talking about the average speed of these molecules, or the total kinetic energy of the system that has. We're talking about these molecules that are in motion. But what Nate was trying to ask was, what are we asking? Are we asking why this molecule either changes velocity, which is the temperature, or is it losing mass?
Don't speak for me, Zanuck. I just wanted to know what the question was, and I get it. The question is, why would an atom slow down, right, Bacon? Am I right, Bacon? Was that the question?
Yeah, how is the whole thing losing kinetic energy by emitting
any system,
photons?
Right?
Yeah.
Any system, yeah. Any like a collection of gas or anything.
So you asking how does the system lose kinetic energy through radiation?
Yeah, like the molecules of the system, yeah.
Oh.
By mechanism of radiating.
Yeah,
How particles involved though if it's radiation?
It's losing energy. I mean, radiation is a form of giving up.
No, I understand that.
Like, but that's why I asked the mechanism. Why do they slow down, Nate? Nate, why do they slow down?
Why does what slow down now?
Why does the atom inside an enclosure? Why does the atom slow down if it's losing? It's radiating energy in the form of photon, electromagnetic radiation. Why does that atom also slow down?
Number one, it has less energy. It can't carry on in its current path without energy.
No, that's not true.
It won't slow down.
That's not true.
Like
yeah,
as far as I understood,
the
atom itself.
There's less heat though, right?
Newton's first law is that an object in motion will stay in motion unless another force acts upon it. Forces are the transfer of forces are the transfers of energy. So if there's something happening that's making you lose energy, you aren't carrying on in the uniform motion. You are.
I guess what is the force that actually? He's asking what is the force of it releasing the photon? Is it directional?
Radiation. That is the force.
But it's radiating in all directions.
But force has direction, so it means whatever direction that photon was released, if it's released in all directions, then how does that slow it down? I mean, he's asking that question. I think you're getting close, but I don't think I understand it either.
So light radiates in all directions. What's the issue?
But the atom is going in a specific vector. It has a direction, a magnetism.
Yeah, it will slow down in any direction it moves in, Sam.
Wherever it's going, it slows down. But that means
No,
that means that photon would have to have a certain bias in the direction of that atom's travel.
Yeah, because motion is relative. If
like,
that whole
like you saying it's got to shoot it out backwards to move forwards type of thing.
Right, something like that.
No.
No, but I think me and Bacon had circled in on the correct, at least the answer that seems intuitive, and because it is a contradiction if you think of it that way, because it is leaving in all directions equally. So it can't be just by the fact that it's losing the photon that it slows it down. It slows down its velocity. Yeah, it has to be. Yeah, it has to be the fact that it's losing momentum through the fact that it's losing mass.
It's losing relativistic mass.
Slow it down.
Yeah,
So
but to say that a photon is emitted in all directions, you could say that an electromagnetic wave is released in all directions. A photon, the direction it's moving in, it's probabilistic. You wouldn't know what direction it's moving in until you interact with it and detect it. So I don't understand what you guys are saying when you say a photon is radiated in all directions when it's a particle. You could say
so Nate,
an electromagnetic wave, maybe.
So Nate, you're simply saying as soon as this photon is released, this wave of radiation released, it immediately takes the velocity out of that atom. But I think what Kosho and Bacon are saying is that when this photon is released, it's losing mass also.
Yeah, I agree.
It will eventually slow down.
Energy, it's the same thing. Whether you're losing
No.
energy, you're losing the same thing.
Yeah, but here's the distinction between what we're saying, because this is a scenario I'll bring up, and we'll see. Because we're talking about a tank. We're talking about a tank of gas, and so in that example, but both of what we're saying would be true. But if you just take one particle, like one nitrogen atom, and you shoot it in a particle accelerator outdone in space, and it goes like a million miles per hour, and then it's going to be radiating and losing energy the whole time. It's radiating energy as it's doing this. It doesn't come in contact with anything at all. It's got no reason to slow down.
Yeah, but
so in that case of the nitrogen atom, when it's losing energy, will it slow down? And in your answer, it will. And then I think in mine and Bacon's, I think actually that nitrogen atom won't slow down. But it will lose energy. It's momentum.
So when you are shooting something through a particle accelerator, you're using a magnetic field or an electromagnetic field to make it move. So this particle is interacting with this electromagnetic field by exchanging photons, exchanging energy. Now you can use this to accelerate it or decelerate it.
Yeah, that's after the particle accelerator is a cannon. It's just to shoot the particle in a vacuum, and now the particle is going at velocity. It's not in the particle accelerator.
I wouldn't say it's a cannon. It's more.
I'm saying it is.
But it's more the thing used to drive it. It doesn't just shoot it out. It speeds it up, slows it down, makes it go forward, makes it go backwards. It can't move without this electric field within the particle accelerator making it move.
No, so listen. The point is, it doesn't matter what causes it to go this speed. I'm saying that something first caused this object to go this speed. Now that it's going that speed, it's going that speed in the vacuum of space. Nothing's affecting it. I'm giving you that scenario so that we can describe what happens next. So it doesn't matter that it's a particle accelerator. We're just saying this nitrogen atom is made to go, let's call it 5 miles per hour. It doesn't matter how fast it's going. But it's going to speed in the vacuum of space. Nothing ever interacts with it in the path that we shot it. And it's radiating energy the whole time, though. Because it was excited at first, and now it's losing that energy. But in my explanation I gave, that nitrogen atom will never slow down because it's never going to interact with anything. And I think by what you're saying is that
But that's not true. It is interacting with the environment around it. It's interacting with the electromagnetic fields around it, Kosha. And through that interaction with any electromagnetic field around it, it's gaining and releasing photons.
Yeah, but that's happening in all directions, I thought.
No, if you want to say that radiation as a wave is being emitted in all directions, fine. But to say that a photon is emitted in all directions, I don't know what that's based on. We number one need to see the photon to see what direction it's moving in. It's probabilistic. There's no way you can emit one photon in all directions. Unless you're talking about a wave, you know.
Well, I mean,
I feel like the answer must be wrong. Or
whose answer?
I might be missing
Which
stuff.
I think you guys need to define what a photon is first before you can have that
Well,
conversation.
Energy.
Bacon, whose
It's a
answer?
quantum energy.
Whose answer, Bacon? Because whenever we're talking about it, I gained the intuition that is it's momentum. It's losing momentum, and so it only cools the system down, or not immediately, but in the process of the future interactions. It's
That's
gonna
the
have,
thing that I have a problem with.
Okay, so you think now that it immediately slows it down?
No.
In the case of the single electron, yeah, because that's what I'm saying.
I still
think,
don't have an answer to how it
Yeah,
slows down. But
so
if
what do you
you
think? What do you assume happens in the case of the single nitrogen atom moving at constant velocity?
I don't know. I don't think that the speed can change in any way, because like if there's an observer moving with the atom is at 0 degrees Kelvin, right? So and then for another observer where the atom is very fast, it has a higher temperature. If it slows down for that observer, then it would heat up for the first observer, that first observer that is following the atom. It would just spontaneously heat up, if it slows down for the other one. I don't think it can change the speed on its own by emitting a photon.
So Nate, I always make fun of Nate, but he's a smart guy. That's why his even though he's often wrong, but even still, that's why I'm conflicted now. I gotta side with Bacon and say I don't know either. But my intuition is telling me that the photon being emitted doesn't immediately slow it down, but it's an emergent property of the future interaction of the system.
What I feel that is wrong is this emergent property. Like, let's say all atoms lose a photon at the same time. So none of them change their speeds, but they all lost mass. So the total kinetic energy did drop, but the speeds are still the same. There's collisions are going to still like the average speed is not going to change.
Yeah, well, because the momentum's different.
Yeah, Bacon. If it loses mass or energy's momentum's going to change. I don't know how it would be able to maintain that speed.
Yeah, the speed though, you can. Yeah, the speed being maintained, you can still tap when you're losing momentum. So it's like with the mass, that's what I'm saying. The mass is being lost, and so the momentum is being decreased, but the velocity is staying the same at first. Until that's what I'm saying. It's an emergent property because at first the velocity is staying the same. Only in future interactions will it eventually slow down because of the fact it's progressively losing momentum.
Oh, think about it. If all the particles would lose momentum at the same time without losing their velocity, at that moment, the average velocity is the same. So how that change further on? Like, okay, they have less masses, but if there's nothing interacting with that system, the average velocity shouldn't change.
No, yeah, they should. Yeah, a single system. That's right. So that's what I'm saying. That's why I said a single atom. But if you had even just two atoms in there, they're still eventually going to.
I'm picturing a bunch of atoms.
Yeah, right. Okay. Well then, yeah. If you decrease the momentum, then it will decrease the energy because the
energy, but not the velocity.
No, it will. Even the velocity. Wait, hold on. Oh, give me. Oh, I see why you said. I see why you said that now. Okay, hold on. Let me think about that. I see why you said all of them at the same time, because then it would be equal basically, because if you interact with a particle that has less mass, the same as you have less mass, then its inertia is also less, and your interaction with it should be the same as in the other case. Yeah.
That's why I don't think the temperature can be the average velocity. It has to be the average kinetic energy.
Like the temperature is the average kinetic energy. Yeah.
Okay, because when I said that, Zenik said it was the average velocity, and I don't know, that felt very wrong.
I didn't hear you say that.
But to sum it down, your question is, if an atom is moving and it radiates, what is causing it to slow down? or are you asking does it slow down?
Both, because I thought it
yeah.
did slow down. Then when I started conversation, I realized it wouldn't slow down. But then if it doesn't slow down, then how the thing is cooling off? Like how are the kinetic energy, the average kinetic energy dropping without the atoms
But
slowing down?
it does slow down though.
Yeah, it
Sure.
does slow down.
How?
Fuck, man. I know how
But
you
I
can
mean,
slow it down, but I don't. Yeah,
what?
I'm trying to
But
think.
what
Because
do
your
you mean
example,
by slow it down now? Like if I just shoot this atom and it's just traveling through free space, it's not interacting with anything. It doesn't touch or collide with anything, but it's radiating. Are you asking in that situation will it slow down or only?
I am. I'm curious about that one because that
I think
would
that's a good
contradict.
question too.
Yeah, because if there's nothing it's interacting with, and it is losing energy the whole time, right? But it's also losing momentum for that reason, so there's no contradiction there. It would be behaving in Newton's first law, and also, you know, all of the laws because it's losing. So I guess there's not a contradiction there, but I would think for that reason that it wouldn't slow down. Like it would keep going at the same velocity.
Yeah, but I mean, velocity, acceleration, all increase with momentum. You know?
Yeah, but I'm saying it's losing momentum, it's losing mass, but it's not. I would think that it's not losing any.
Oh wait.
All right,
Now,
how is it maintaining its velocity?
Just following the laws of nature. By virtue of it not being a law breaker.
I think you might be right with the emergent property, because I'm like, I just thought of another mental experiment here, in which you have all those particles bumping around, and then you freeze time, and you double the mass of one of them, and if you play that time, like that particle is going to have more, like when he collide with the other ones, it's going to speed up them more than if he had less time. So you should expect the average velocity of those particles to increase, right? If you, just by giving mass to a random particle there.
That's funny. Since before you even brought this up, I was already like in the background. I've been sitting in a physics program playing with particles, fucking in a system like that, dude. I'm sharing my screen now, but yeah, go ahead, dude. It's just crazy that you just brought this up and you're talking about this now.
Oh, you were doing this before I asked it?
I was doing this, but yeah, I was doing this all day. I mean, it was running in my computer all night. Actually, I play around with it when I'm bored.
Okay, so it's not
for no
that
reason.
coincidental if you're doing this all day. But
it is still coincidental, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I thought it was much more coincidental because I thought you started playing with that right before I came up with it.
Technically, that is true too, though. It wasn't always playing with it. I just open it back up. I get distracted when I'm meaning to be doing something, and then I see it's open. I just get distracted.
80%
it doesn't matter.
All right, deal.
Whatever you were saying.
Yeah, but like if you give mass to a particle that is at that moment is lower than the other ones, I think it would slow down the average velocity of the other ones, because as they collide with this more massive one, they're going to lose a lot of velocity, but they're not going to add up a lot of velocity to that particle.
No, they're going to gain. No, if you do that, if I did this in the system that I'm playing in right now, adding mass to that object will immediately, after you press play again, so that you turn time back on, its interactions with the particles it is interacting with will go much faster now. Their speed will increase by that contact, right?
But what if you, for example, you pause it, you go to this lower particle in the system, and then you double the mass of that particle? Would the average velocity of the particle still increase?
Slowest particle. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you increase something, so that increase is going to be a net effect for the whole system. Yeah, it's still going to increase the interactions that particle is going to have.
Okay, if that's true, then I think your emergent property makes sense. But I don't see that happening yet. I have to, like, my intuitions don't tell me that's going to happen, but that's just my intuitions.
Do what Nate thinks. The armchair, half asleep, half listening professor. What do you think, Nate? He wasn't listening.
Yeah,
so
I mean, in a closed system, if you have V equals P over M, and you increase m as Bacon is asking, then obviously your velocity, your speed is going to decrease.
Yeah, but like when I'm asking this question, it's not like what's going to happen. It's how, like at the molecular level, how is this? What's the mechanism that is doing that? Because the formula itself doesn't explain.
What's causing it to slow down?
Yeah, pretty much. The formula isn't a good explanation.
Okay.
I thought you just had to sleep, dude.
It's losing. I don't know how else to explain it to you, Bacon. It's losing energy to the environment around it.
No, but I know that.
Mm-hmm. I mean, an atom works the same way a basketball works, you know?
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it
Yeah,
does.
but Nate's right, dude. You can totally do like Globetrotters, fucking spin the ball in your hand with the atom and all the things.
Yeah, I just mean the
Shoot through the
laws of
hoops.
physics that govern a baseball are the same for an atom.
That's not true, man.
The collisions with the
true.
basketball aren't perfectly elastic, are they?
Yeah, obviously there's there's other things involved, but generally they're the same. Now, when you go subatomic, obviously things are different, but for a general nitrogen molecule, its interactions with other molecules would almost be the same as the interaction between a basketball and another basketball.
Come on, man. Come on, dude.
What would be the major differences that would mean this analogy doesn't apply to us?
I haven't seen a basketball shooting photons, but
yeah, and I haven't seen a double slit experiment where a basketball can be in two places at the same time.
But they've been able to perform the double slit experiments on objects bigger than atoms.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Did they do it with the basketball?
But that's what I'm saying, subatomic. When you go below the scale of an atom, that's where the physics becomes different, obviously. But for normal gas atom, one nitrogen atom, which we can hold, isolate, touch, move around, interact with on our normal scales of life, the laws of physics are the same for basketball.
Stop being creepy. Being creepy with the fucking atoms, dude. But you just contradicted yourself, and that's just weird.
Where's the contradiction?
Because just like I'm saying, you can do things quantum like with particles that are bigger than just an atom. So that tells you that even things that range they be differently than things like basketballs.
I think I got
so even things bigger than atoms.
Yeah, obviously they have fundamental differences, but at the end of the day, in terms of how they would lose momentum and gain momentum, slow down and speed up, it's the same.
All right, fair enough. I don't want to take away from Baker's point.
I mean, I don't understand why you guys feel when it's an atom radiating, somehow there's a totally different mechanism at play. Why?
Because it doesn't change the speed of the atom.
Why not? Why not? Why doesn't an atom losing heat not have its speed change?
Well, if it did, then in what direction is it happening?
In its direction of movement.
Yeah, but it
can lose radiation in all directions if you're talking about fields. It's radiating out as a wave within some sort of electromagnetic field. Yeah.
If you say it loses in the direction of the movement, that's a problem because movement is relative. You can have someone moving against the particle and someone moving with the particle. It can lose.
Yeah, definitely.
In both directions at once.
Electromagnetism is also relative, Bacon. I think I remember asking you. I think you were there when I asked this question about how relativity helps link magnetism and electricity, depending on what frame of reference you're looking at it in.
Yeah, Okay, now you're complicating things too much.
Yeah.
Because that's quite a
So for
messy
some
thing.
people, this thing could be slowing down and radiating, losing energy. For some other people, it could be speeding up and gaining energy.
Yeah, but
You know,
if that's the case,
if we
then
had
things
to
can.
had to look at it on a electromagnetic spectrum, some might see it blue shifting, some might see it red shifting.
Yeah, but then atoms could spontaneously heat up. If that's the case.
That is what could happen. I could see it heat up. You could see it cool down, big.
Yeah, but then if that's the case, then if those two are as likely as each other, then the whole thing
Yeah.
would heat up or.
It depends whose frame of
Measurement would
reference.
be
I mean,
impossible then.
if you want to bring frame of references into it, you know.
You're
That
saying
could
if we had
happen.
two thermometers, if we had two different thermometers, we'd get two different readings?
If we had two different thermometer guns pointed at that photon, for example, depending on our frame of references in relation to it, we could definitely get two different readings, Kosha.
Oh, that's true, and the temperature, yeah.
I agree
like
with
if you try to measure the temperature of a bullet while it's flying towards you, you should get a higher reading.
Yeah, because I'm trying to think of a way to measure it, and every way I'm thinking of would also you would get different readings. So whatever. Fuck both of you. Fuck you guys. I don't care.
Let me ask you.
I'm just more confused now.
Let me ask you guys this weird ass question, since you guys are like talking about weird ass things. Can you stop light, like from 100, in your belief that it's traveling at 186,000 miles per hour, whatever it is? Can you stop it?
You can kill it.
How do you stop the speed of light? How do you stop light in its track?
By killing it.
By killing it. Yeah.
You killed it. Or what do you use? How do you kill
Yeah,
light?
you use
an electron.
a photon-sized knife and you stab it.
All right.
You use an electron. The electron gaining energy will automatically kill the photon.
So do you have electrons in your eyeballs?
Yes.
So the electrons in your eyeballs are killing the light, so it stops it. So it no longer passes through your eyes, through your brain, through your head. It hits your eyes, and that's think. It just stops like a Acme bulletproof vest for
Let's say
Wile E.
there's
Coyote.
there's a CCD sensor inside of your Nikon P900, and the CCD sensor is accepting photons that are going to bombard it, and it accepts them by exciting the electrons in the sensor, and those photons are now extinguished, and those electrons that are excited now are now gives a charge to the computer in your camera, which is going to register that as a pixel.
So
and your eyes work similarly.
So you have electrons in your eyes that kill the light.
Yeah, but it's a mutual death. It's not like a cavorting type of killing. Like it's like it's like an assisted suicide.
Bro,
would absorb be a better word?
Bro, light lives matter, bro. You can't be killing them off like that, dog.
Kills you.
Light lives matter. I'm gonna go make some shirts. I'll be back.
Yeah. It absorbs or converts the light into a usable electron voltage or something.
Yeah, I mean, converts is a decent word too because it's very PC, but it murders the light. It assistedly suicides the light, and but it does also rebirth a new light when it's done with it. So that's why converting is probably a better word. Converting into energy.
Okay.
Can I change the subject once again?
What a fucking dickhead.
But that's only if Kool-Aid's here. I guess Kool-Aid.
That'd be funny. If Kool-Aid just came in, he's like, "Oh yeah," like the Kool-Aid guy. That would be awesome, yeah.
Oh, what does Kool-Aid mean though?
Kool-Aid, he's from Colorado. This is what he said. He's from Colorado. I don't want to dox him, but he's from a place where Kool-Aid was invented. Kool-Aid's a drink. You know that. You ever had that drink? Kool-Aid?
Really? Jesus.
Yeah. No, I
Yeah.
But
fuck, I didn't know that.
Okay. know what it is, though. Yeah, it's just a drink. He's from the place where it was invented.
Okay.
Wow. Kool-Aid's a drink. Every day.
You've never had Kool-Aid, P-Mac?
I never knew what Kool-Aid was until you just said it there right now.
What?
Yo, what is this emergent property thing Kosha keeps talking about, Bacon?
Let's catch Nate up real quick. He just woke up. Let's catch him up.
Oh, come on, guys.
Let's bring Nate up to speed.
I'm busy working, man. I'm not like listening intently to every single word you guys say. Come on. It's a bit
He's fucking sucking his thumb. He's sucking his thumb getting out of bed.
So, Kosha, what was the emergent property thing?
Because Bacon had asked this question, but the scenario that when we were trying to clarify his question, we had brought up a fish tank. Somebody brought up the fish tank of gas particles. Yeah, the gas with a liter of nitrogen. The tank with a liter of nitrogen in it. It's got X temperature because it's filled with X kinetic energy. Although it's in a vacuum of space, by the way, in this fish tank. And it's emitting radiation the entire time, and losing temperature, decreasing temperature to losing energy. And his question being, what's the mechanism that causes it to lose that? And I'm saying that it's losing those photons in all directions. By virtue of that, it's losing mass, which causes it to lose momentum. As Yannick had said, that loss of momentum will be evident in the future interactions with the particles, which those interactions are now going to be weakened compared to the past interactions because they have less mass, less momentum, and that over time will cool down the system.
Do you ever see a round fish tank?
Well, Kool-Aid just corrected you. Said Nebraska, not Colorado.
Yeah, but they don't release photons in all directions. That is just wrong, guys. Where did you get that from?
No, I think the idea is that emit randomly. There's no biased direction.
Yeah, it's random. Exactly, it's probabilistic. You don't know. We actually don't know what direction the photon is going to be emitted in until we look at it.
Yeah, true.
So
you're saying
photons have mass, right, Kosho?
Yes, sir. No, sir. No, not rest mass.
Relativistic mass.
Almost got. So
but real quick,
saying,
go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, he almost got you, Kosha.
I don't care. I'm always almost gotten, dude. I almost caught a rabbit last night. And I didn't, and he's still alive.
You're always a day late and $1 short. Hey, listen.
Yeah,
so
get
listen,
out of bed, man.
So look at so light doesn't have mass.
It doesn't have rest mass. It has relativistic masses.
When you say relative mass, do you say because it works, it makes sense in the calculations, but it doesn't? It's not really a reality, a physical thing in reality.
It has momentum.
It's a separate conversation. Whether or not this is reality, it's a separate conversation. Like we gotta understand the concepts first, and then once we understand it, we can then
so
correctly apply them.
So light has to have mass, right? It has to be of a mass, right, for it to bend. Because it has to be something physical, right? If you're bending
light doesn't bend. Light doesn't.
Yeah, it's the path, dude.
No, wait. So you're saying light doesn't bend?
I am saying that, yes.
Exactly what he said, yeah.
Okay, so but it wasn't that the whole fundamental example used when Einstein with his gravity? It was because it was bending light.
The path of light.
Yeah, the path of light was bending because of gravity. Is that incorrect?
Yeah, the path on the photons.
Okay, so
I have an arrow. I have an arrow made out of the strongest fucking diamond in the world, and it doesn't you can't bend it. Okay. However, I shot it over a hill because I can bend its path. Okay, so you can bend the path of light, just like you can bend the path of my arrow, but you can't. It doesn't make sense to bend light.
So what he originally came out with to explain how they use parallax and explain how they use the bending of light around the objects in the space in the sky, then
gravitational lensing.
Then what you're saying doesn't that then negate then what he was actually originally saying?
No,
Why not?
Because we don't see bent stars or bent anything. We see the path of the light being
the
bent.
path is
So they
bent.
show up. So they show up in different locations for this reason.
So you're saying that when you say, bless you. So you're saying when you bend the path, are you saying that you're just explain how you could bend the sky? Like, how do you bend that? Explain that.
I don't know which guy you're talking about, but
no, I said sky. The sky. How do you bend?
Right.
Because the path of the light is going to go just through the sky, through the that. How are you bending the sky in your logic and understanding? What do you have to do to bend this path, this invisible path? What are you bending?
You got to know the right people and pay off the right politicians.
Now we're talking. It's cartel shit, right? All right. Just want to make sure.
Basic cartel shit, dude.
Basic cartel rules. Got you. Bending this light that it doesn't have physical mass but has a relative mass, and you can kill it with electrons. I was wondering, how many electrons do you have to kill before you have to empty out the electron trash? I'm sorry, the photon trash. How many dead photons pile up before you have to empty it and put it in the trash? I mean, out of the trash.
Let's understand something very quickly. In a system like a water molecule, or even a hydrogen atom, when you have an electron in the ground state, it's as close to the its shell is as close to the atom as possible. And when you kick it or give it some energy in any kind of way whatsoever, that electron is now, it can move at higher and higher shells, and it's doing shit now. It's fucking excited as fuck, and then sometimes it'll lose that excitement and go back down to the shell. And the process by which you kick it is actually by hitting it with a photon, and it takes this photon, and that's the energy that that's the energy it uses to get excited. And when it loses that excitement, it actually gives that energy back in the form of a photon. So, so yes, when I say killing the photon, that's all I mean is that the atom is accepting the photon, taking that, converting it to energy. That light is destroyed, but it will be new light will be emitted again when the electron decides to lose that energy. Right.
Okay, so ask one more time. How many photons does an electron take, and it dies until you have to empty out the dead photons? How long? How many does it take? If electron kills a photon, okay, like he's saying it kills it, as how many are gonna pile up? How many dead photons are gonna pile up? Because it's dead, so it's gonna be somewhere, no? Or in your world, does that photon just disappear and it's no longer a thing?
Yeah, we were not sure because the electrons are very good at hiding bodies, so no one actually knows the answer for that.
Yo, guys, stop
That's a good
trolling,
point.
man. It's not funny.
That's a good point,
He's
man.
asking serious questions. Come on, man.
I'm being dead serious.
really?
Yeah.
I'm saying a
no, I mean, it's
photon.
just these guys are trolling you. Bacon and kosher are hella fucked up.
I
man.
know.
No, I thought he was trolling us. That's why.
No. I am, but I'm not. I'm trolling, but I'm being serious. Like, it's a funny way of being serious. Okay, so if a photon, because I said, where's it go? You said it dies. The electron kills it. Okay, well, how many dead photons does it take until you have to empty out the trash of dead photons? And I'm saying that jokingly, but I'm still being honest. Like, no, where do all these dead photons compile? Because they got to go somewhere. I mean, thinking logically, of course.
Black
Yeah,
holes.
they become energy.
Got to get the hell out of there.
What'd you say?
I didn't say anything important, but I was making fun of Nate, and I realized my mic was muted or messed up or something, so I had to leave and come back. But yeah, so yeah, there's no. We're not trolling you, okay? Nate is a shit stirrer. It's clear to see by me and by Nate that you are a little bit inebriated, which is fine. This is not against the rules. But he knows it's not a fucking serious question. He's just being the king of the shit stirrers. So.
Well, I'm kind of being serious though. I'm honestly asking.
Yeah, he's being serious, Kosho.
If photons die, Kosho, are you saying they like? Okay, when a bird dies, you see a bird. It's on the floor. Okay, there's
no carcass with a photon. Let's stop here.
Okay, there we go. So what is a photon?
It's just an energy packet. When the energy released, it doesn't exist anymore.
Okay, it's an energy packet. Okay, what does that packet look like? Because you're describing
Looks
something
like a little
physical.
ball of flame.
Okay, so it's a ball. So when it dies, so now it's a ball of flame. So when it dies,
it evaporates. It's just like nothing. It
turns into nothing
to energy. So when it gets absorbed,
so energy
it's kind of like a drop of water in the ocean.
Invisible. So now
you see the drop of
invisible.
water. It falls in the ocean. You can't see the drop of water anymore. It's part of the
ocean.
No,
but it's all but because it's all ocean. It's all water. So what I'm saying though is energy.
Just give me an analogy.
You said energy, then it disappears, right? You said that.
Well, its state is changed.
So then that means
not a photon
energy
anymore.
So
it's
that
not
means
electromagnetic radiation. It's now It's transferred into an atom, which excites that atom by giving it energy. So the photons now change. It's shapeshifted. Like your video games you play.
Photons shapeshift.
Like the guy on
from
Terminator.
A photon to an atom. So you're saying that the photon turns into an atom?
Photon turns into a property of the atom. Has more energy now.
Okay. So then now the energy is either going to excite. So you're saying it's going to create heat.
It's kind of like dropping a blueberry into a blender. You're making a milkshake. The blueberry is a blueberry. Once it goes into the blender, it turns into whatever the milkshake. Now you can't tell what's in there.
No, that's made of milk. No, that's not a good example. That's not
I like that example
though. No, that's not good at all.
Quenches my appetite.
Just think of it like different states of energy. Like we have different states of matter. You have, water that can be vapor, liquid, or solid, and it's just different states of energy. If you increase the intensity of the energy, then it moves from an electron to a photon. If you decrease it, it moves from a photon to an electron. And it's very apparent. It's very apparent when they measured it, right? They shot at a photon beam, a laser beam, a photon beam at a plate, and then as it reflected off of it, they measured electrons, not photons, right? But they measured electrons. What happened when they increased the intensity?
The photoelectric effect?
Yeah, but what happened?
I like your assessment, Diana.
When they increased the intensity of the energy, they didn't get higher intensity electrons. They just got a higher number. They were all the same intensity. And when they decreased it didn't decrease the intensity.
As well.
They just got a lower number of electrons out of it. But anyway.
Yeah, that was the ultraviolet catastrophe. They thought intensity should lead to more electrons, and then the photoelectric effect explained that.
Well, they thought the higher frequency. Yeah, they thought all frequencies should be emitted at once. And so but they solved that by giving it individual packets of energy, not a continuous wave. Or not a continuous spectrum, I mean. But I said Diana, I meant truth prevails. I apologize for that. But yeah, I like your assessment.
What an insult.
I like it much better than assessment. And I agree with you, truth prevails.
What?
So you said I
agree with her, and I don't agree with you, Nate.
So you said the electrons turn into photons at a lower level when you. That's what she said.
They don't turn into it. I don't know, but I said earlier they don't. If the photons will bombard the system that is the atom, it will give that energy that is the photon. That energy will be converted. So the photon's dead now, but the energy persists in the electron. The electron, it being a physical particle, being a real thing, it now has more energy, and it can run faster. It can move further from the photon or the nucleus that it's trying to get away from, and it's got a lot more energy. It's on crack, basically.
So then, what part when she said that it goes back into a photon? What was that?
That's when the electron loses that energy when it comes down off of its high. crack, it loses that energy, it leaves the electron in the form of a photon.
So in your world, electrons create photons, and photons excite electrons. What came first, the electron or the photon? The chicken or the
The
egg?
electron.
Photons.
It would definitely be.
Photon.
Sorry, the photon. The photon. Yeah.
No,
Okay,
wait.
Energy.
Hold on, which is it?
but wait
Energy
though.
came first. There you go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
Energy. It would
so the
definitely be the photon.
photon came first, and
Yeah,
then
but
it hit
I'm
electron.
confused now. I'd have to look it up before I can answer, because I said both answers just now, and I got to go back and find out.
It's the photon because there was
Yeah,
a
but
period in the universe where we didn't have electrons in mass.
right, but there was no light then either. That's what I'm saying. Like
Exactly. Oh,
yeah,
you're
so
listening
that's why
to what
No,
I'm
there, there,
saying.
there, there was light. Light is energy. There was energy all around. It's
I
just
know, but
there wasn't.
You guys,
How can I say
real quick.
atoms? There wasn't this recombination between protons and electrons for the electron to be able to now absorb a
Your
photon.
guys' world
supposed-
is filled with nonsense.
Yeah,
I just said I'm going off my memory. Could be wrong, but I thought the light from the Big Bang, or the light from the electromagnetic radiation, like the first light, was caused by the electromagnetism finally it being cool enough for electromagnetism to allow electrons and photons to, behave naturally like the way they do now. But I could be wrong.
Definitely.
It's all
There
pseudo.
wasn't
Don't worry.
light at the start of the universe, but once the electromagnetic field separated from the weak nuclear field, you started having light. But this light was opaque because there weren't electrons yet that were around to interact with this light, so that you could see visible light.
It's
or,
all
or
pseudo.
I see what you're
light
saying.
as we know.
No, but it was visible then. It wasn't microwave back then.
Yeah.
I don't
but
know.
it
I don't know.
was
I don't know the
opaque,
name. I don't even know what opaque means, to be honest with you. But
What?
you could be right. However, it wasn't.
It's
It was visible. It was visible light back then, I think.
Yeah, there was light, but it wasn't light we could interact. You need electrons to interact with light, so there was nothing to interact with it. It was just light.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I see what you're
Then
saying.
it's
Like
also
the light was there.
electrons that make the. See, that's why I asked it. That's the old.
I see what he's saying, but it doesn't make sense.
Or the egg. See,
That's a good question, dude. That's a good question.
Bro.
Nate might be right. Like I said, I make fun of him all the time, but it's because he's my friend. I think he's a smart guy, so he could be right. However, I think it's another good question, which maybe we don't have the answer
But
to exactly
to
because
answer the other guy's question, the photon.
When I
came
drink, I only come up with good questions, bro.
That's what he's saying. He's saying the photon came first, but I don't know if that's the case, dude.
If you put it,
So you think
on a
electrons
scale,
were around before photons?
If you put it on a scale, well, yeah, because it's like the vibrational frequency, the intensity of the energy. At a lower vibration, it'll be an electron. If you increase the vibrational, the vibration within itself, I'm not talking about oscillation, I'm talking about vibration, but if you increase the intensity of the energy, then it'll become a photon. Decrease it, and it'll become an electron. So it's if you make a chart, and you start at the bottom and you go to the top, it's like all you're doing is increasing the intensity of the energy, increasing the vibration of it from the lowest to the highest. And as you increase it, then it will transform from one state to another as you increase it, and then it'll come down and do the same thing as you decrease it. That's my understanding. That's the easiest way I know to explain it. That was the easiest way I grasped it anyway.
But kind of what you're saying, though, would imply that when the photon's there, the electron doesn't exist anymore.
No, the electron is at a higher state, which then becomes a photon, and then when it reflects off the plate, that's why. See, and this correlates. It's explained easily with because you wouldn't have this if that wasn't the case, right? You wouldn't have the situation where you could measure the electrons and every electron having the same intensity of energy from the beam of photons, right? But if you increase the intensity to the beam of photons, you don't get higher intensity electrons out of it. You just get a higher number of the same intensity. So it's like that intensity of energy is where the electron exists. You increase it, it becomes something else. You decrease it, it becomes something else. You increase the energy, the intensity of the energy of the photon beam, you're only going to increase the number of electrons. They're still going to maintain the same intensity of energy. because a lower intensity it becomes something else, and a higher intensity it becomes something else.
What created the photons to begin with?
Well, how do you increase the number of electrons? Isn't that dictated by the number of electrons?
By increasing the intensity of the energy of the photon beam, and then when you reduce that and you take the high vibration from it, when it reflects off the plate, they get a higher number of electrons.
Don't the electrons have to match
if
the
they decrease it,
protons
they
in the
get a lower
nucleus?
number.
Don't the electrons have to match the number of protons in the nucleus?
How do you create the photons to begin with?
Photons?
Yeah, in your world, what makes a photon to begin with?
It's just energy, bro.
Energy.
It's just a quanta of energy within the electromagnetic field.
Technically, when you kick somebody, you can kick somebody, and it will really. You kick a ball, and it will immediately gain energy, and it will irradiate away the energy just as quickly, almost immediately. So,
but you can't create light without having a source.
you can kick light by you can create light by kicking a ball.
That is very true. You can.
Okay.
Kick someone in the nuts, and you'll create light.
Oh, I'm thinking.
Kick
a ball, create light.
Okay, so then it took the electrons to make the photons then.
No.
Yes.
The photons were around before the electrons.
But how though? Because they come from the reaction of electrons.
What do you mean, bro?
No, they don't come from it.
Maybe it would help if you didn't think of it as a physical particle, and instead of particle, think of it as an instance of an interaction.
Thank you.
Energy.
How are you a flat earther when you understand this so well, lady?
No. Here's the thing, though. Okay, I'm going to think of it as an instance of two things reacting to one another. Okay, so that means if it is a creation from things reacting to one another, that means one another made that light to begin with. So there's a paradox there, because if it's
an interaction between two fields, it's energetic.
Between two
it's not
fields,
physical.
yes. But yeah, so it's an interaction really between. Well, let me not say
where
an
the two
interaction,
field lines,
but a separation of two fields.
So if you imagine these,
sorry,
go ahead. Nate.
No, you were speaking first, my bad.
Well, I was just trying to explain to Apocryphon, like if you see this is the only way, and I'm telling you, someone that you could sit and listen to that would explain it to you, where you could, it just makes it so easy to understand, and that's Cyrus. But anyway, I spent a lot of time listening to him talk about it. That's the only way that I even know what I know or understand what I understand. But when you have these field lines and two different fields interact, where they intersect at 90-degree angles is where you'll get these instances of interactions. Now, depending upon the energy that is inserted to cause this instant of interaction, right, depending upon the intensity of the energy, the instance of an interaction will transition based on intensity of the energy, either from electron to photon and so forth. And you can have like a chart or a scale, which I got this understanding actually from the vibrational physics. So if you look into the electrical aspect of it, the understanding of the electrical versus a magnetic aspect of it, and then dive into the vibrational physics, then it just like all comes together.
All right, so
you got
okay, let me say this. Yeah, say it after Nate. I mean, say it after me. So, I will say this, truth. So I do understand all the things about I was just kind of fucking with them, but the reason why I'm bringing it up, I'm the reason. Okay, you can say what you want. The reason why I'm bringing it up though is because just kind of like the way you said it. Like, okay, well, let's like take, for instance, this 90-degree angle, and you guys, no, not just you, but they do. They create this whole world and environment when they start talking about photons, but they leave out like the actual world and environment when doing so. So in other words, they're just saying words, But like we can break it down and be like, okay, so like let's take your colliding of these things to get these reactions. How are you figuring that out? Let's bring it back to the world now, not just in your brain just saying words. Let's make this a reality now. So these reactions, what exactly are you doing to get these measured, reactions, or you call them something with the I, interactions or whatever you called it. But in the reality of this world that we live in, not just in our minds saying words, where are these reactions happening? If then you say, oh, well, I built this one thing and it's going to send a photon to hit this other thing. Well, then guess what? Those things you built are objects and mass. But my original question is, well, then if you're saying the light came before the objects that are creating these things to be colliding, then this is a paradox. But I know I'm like tipsy right now, but I still think that in my brain, I'm pretty sure I know what I'm saying.
I get what you're saying. You're saying physical versus the non-physical, right?
Right.
The energy is the non-physical. It comes from, like, think about it like, you remember, like in Lord of the Rings, you had the shadow realm, and then you had the realm that we lived in. Think of that shadow realm as counter space. That's where the energy comes from. So what happens, and there is a manifestation of a physicality from it, because they measure a difference in the weight with the collapsible capacitor. When they shoot it in there is actual change in the weight. And so if you think of these energies coming from, and see, vibrational physics is what helped me with this. It's like the movement into the female energy where it goes towards the center, creates a void, right? But that's the counter space where everything comes from, where it comes from that we can measure. So it's like you're essentially what you're doing, even though they lay it out this way. You're trying to figure out how to manipulate these fields to get the energy to flow out of counter space.
I think this is just why I'm sorry to cut you off. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, because moving from the counter space into the spatial
kitchen,
there's actually a manifest. If there's enough intensity of energy in that instance of interaction, there will be matter created.
Okay.
Like there's something measurable with weight.
So now we're back to weight with photons. Okay, I think we're just. I think this is why I am like I'm more on the side of like electromagnetism and like not photons and light traveling at 186,000. I think that's why I'm more on the lines of just it's almost like a fish saying, where's the water at? It's everywhere. It's all around you. But it's just a matter if that fish is going to finally recognize that it's actually in the water itself. Or
what's a two-sided century?
Hey, hold on for a second. This is important. Nate's my friend. I don't want to hurt him or do this, but I have to. I don't want to embarrass him at all. But I just looked it up, and according to Quora and Physics Stack Exchange and Wikipedia, my three favorite sources, according to all three of those, it turns out that the electron came first.
How did the electron come about before photons? Because you got to remember now,
called a paradox.
the temperature of the universe would have reached, a cool enough temperature where electroweak symmetry is broken. So the weak force separates from the electromagnetic force, and their bosons come into creation, being the W, Z bosons, and then the photon. And then it's only after this that the Higgs field comes into existence, and the Higgs field would now interact with these other fields. Remember, these fields were there, but because the temperature of the universe was too high at this early stage,
That's
no
all
mass
pseudoscience, bro.
could be
That's
made. As
you
mass
can't
falls
prove that.
and these other fields interact with the Higgs field, that's when you start having the first elementary particles of mass. Your quarks and your electrons.
That's all pseudoscience.
I heard you, Nate. Even though people were talking over you, several people continuously, I still heard you. I mean, I have to correct myself because it turns out my sources Although I find them I find them reputable. I find my sources reputable. I just find out by reading them because I didn't read them. I only read the title.
Oh wow!
And I find out by reading them that they actually contradict they contradict one another.
Well,
So
They contradict one another.
there you go.
Yeah.
Hey, Kocho, that's a good
Let's.
point.
How about we
Kocho,
just stick if you stick to practical application when they measure when they reduce the intensity and they measure the electrons coming from the photon beam and then if you increase the intensity to it then it will become it's like isn't that like the practical application isn't that how doesn't that kind of trump any what any
that,
paper would say
that's like
like if
saying a
that's
thought
the
experiment, though.
outcome that they got and that's how they measure how many electrons is in a photon beam by the reduction of the energy when it bounces off the plate and then measuring the intensity of them and the number of them, right? And the intent, it's like that's practical.
So,
Like
but again, though, the plate is something that a man built, made. It's gathering data into a computer that a man programmed. Like all these things can be whatever they want it to be because they created the story and the equipment that they're saying is measuring. Like for instance, like a giga counter, right? They're like, oh, this thing, it measures the radiation based upon the way I made it. It's going to give me an accurate reading, and then they go by that, and then that's life. But they made it. That's kind of the point. And saying that, going back to what Nate was saying earlier, like, oh, in the beginning there is, like it was this temperature, the world, the whole universe. Like, dude, that's pseudoscience. But I also
Yeah, cool. I mean, you ain't gotta believe it, but I'm not trying to
right.
have a
No,
back
you're
and
right. You're
forth
right.
with you
Yeah,
about
you're right.
what's real and what's not.
I would like
Right.
to point
Yeah.
out that any experiment done by a flat earther also use man-made tools. So therefore, if you're rejecting man-made
Well, what
tools, you have
what
to admit
experiment
those.
did we do though?
Hold on,
The
let
flat
Chris
earthers
Any
don't do
experiment,
experiments. They don't
any
do
experiment
experiments.
done by
like
flat
Chris
earthers.
Remember, flat
you gotta
earthers
let
don't perform experiments.
you gotta allow Chris Lale to finish because Chris Lale's my good friend and I have to always remind him also to let people finish. And it's easier to do that whenever you allow him.
Let's see. Any experiment done by the flat Earth community, like Bob Nodell, or he did the one with the gyroscope or the interferometer. That was a man-made tool.
Right. Yeah.
Any tool to measure the flatness of the Earth, like lasers, man-made tool. So if you're going to reject experiments from man-made tools, then you have to reject any experiment by a flat earther that has used man-made tools.
Well, then I'm just going to reject any experiment from
bro.
any man. I think you're missing the point, though. It's not that you have to you can't use the tool because you're saying it's a flat Earth. I'm saying you can't use a tool because it's made by man. Ball Earth, square Earth, pyramid Earth, whatever Earth. I'm saying that the tools that we make and say this is why. Now, there's sometimes you can use a tool. For instance, like a hammer is a tool, and I can say if I pound this nail hard enough, it's going to drive it into the wood. So and sometimes you got to do some good pounding.
You're arousing a lot of people in here.
No homo. No homo.
No.
That is what she said.
If you reject man-made tools,
that is what she
the
said.
idea that the Earth is a
You got to do a
sphere.
lot of pounding.
You have to be equally on the other side and reject any tools made to support.
No, that's not true. That's not true. Why
not?
Yeah.
Why not?
Because
why aren't you equal on both sides?
Because I just told you there are some tools that you can use, and they are just because okay. For instance, I'm not going to take a hammer and then use it to be a screwdriver. Okay,
because use a hammer.
No, you can though. You can actually.
I did the other day.
You can take the you know how the hammer shaped, right? It's round on one side and two like picks on the other. You could actually take that pick and use it as a flathead if you put it into a screw. You could do it.
I did it the other day.
But that has nothing to do with measuring the shape of the Earth.
Oh my God, bro! Are you?
Chris, you gotta be fair. You gotta be fair though, Chris. And I agree. Actually, I agree with you 100%, Chris. And I'm glad that you're here, man. You sound nice today too. But I forget what the point was. But let's bring it back to the point. Okay.
The point was, you reject tools that
talking about bringing
spherical earthers use
talking about
to
bringing
support
it back
their
to the
idea
point,
of the
which
spherical earth, then you have to be equal on both sides and reject any tool that a flat earther uses to support their idea that the earth is flat.
You're
The
right,
logic,
Lale.
yeah,
You
that
are
logic
right.
is sound.
To
Yeah, the
Kosho.
logic is sound. I agree with you. Yes,
Yeah,
and you're right, Nate. You're right.
bring it
I
back,
looked it up.
which one agreed with me and which one didn't?
Well, first of all, the physics stack exchange, even though I asked photon or electron, it answered proton or electron, and so that was the wrong question even. But Wikipedia, or no, the Quora, two people's answers both sort of said, one person said both fields always existed. Both fields always existed, but it said that the gauge boson, being the photon and the photon field, is more fundamental, so that's something important there. Also, the photon epoch did happen earlier than the when the fermions were created and all that kind of stuff. So that's true also. And also one more dude said the thing that you said, which is like doesn't matter which one came first, because it's true that you need electrons to even view photons, and you need or interact with photons. You need photons to give energy to electrons. So it's like the kind of chicken and egg sort of thing.
I hate being so right, man. I really.
Well, you weren't fucking right, dude. Okay, I'm just saying that they're
They're
I mean, I don't know.
contradicting. Typical baller like situation. Even your own models and even your guys' own definition, like your guys' stuff always is contradicting, bro. And it's funny. It's very, very funny. And just real quick, let me go back to this point that you can't use any tool. And Kosho, you agreed with that, but I think you're missing the point. You can't say that a plate that's measuring photons bouncing off of it is going to have anything to do with someone measuring distances and heights, and elevations. That's totally different, bro.
We use fucking photons bouncing off of shit to measure distances and heights all the time.
No.
What are you talking about?
Wait. Hold on. When we measure with our, physical measurements, okay, whether it's like you put a wheel on a stick and you just the amount of rotations it has gives you a calculation of distance, whatever.
Sure. Or you use a laser distance finder, or use GPS. It doesn't matter which one you use, right? Okay,
whatever. You're getting physical measurements of distance. That's different than saying you don't have to throw out all the tools now because you can't trust what man's created. No, I'm saying
no. We agreed with Chris Lale. We agreed with him. So let's just move on from that part of it, because we agree. Don't disagree with him again about that.
No, I don't agree though. That's why.
I know, but we agree with you too. So
you're such a dick. Shut up.
I'm just saying. I mean, we can persist with this
You're
thing
just
with Chris Lale,
trolling
but
right now. Yeah, you're right.
I'm not trying not to get caught up in a Chinese finger trap.
Yeah, you're right. It's pointless because it's. I don't want to talk about pseudoscience, anyways.
Yeah, didn't he just say don't say that?
I'm just amazed that Apocryphon said the words. Sometimes you got to pound it hard, and no one made a Kosho's mum joke.
He made other jokes. I told him everyone is getting aroused.
Yeah, I would say that the proper name for Kosho is King Kosho.
Wow.
Don't call me that, Chris. Yeah, but he's right. Don't say that.
Wow.
He really likes it. He just doesn't want to admit it.
Yeah, see, because here's the thing, guys. When we make a homo joke, we say no homo. When he makes a homo joke, he means all homo. Like he really means.
Okay.
Kosho makes homo jokes.
I agree with that point.
There's nothing wrong with that anyway. So it's 2023.
Wow.
Times.
Men are women, women are men. Yeah, we get it.
I don't know that you guys know this, but me and Kosho have a lot of DMs, and he agrees with everything Wissett says.
Wow.
Okay, Chris. All right, Chris. Thanks for fucking telling everybody that.
He's just sharing the secret.
Yeah, go ahead.
know Kosho agrees. That's why Kosho comes every day. You do realize that Kosho comes to listen to Wissett, so he takes down notes. I mean, we all know that.
Crypto was trying to say something.
Oh no, I was just wondering if you think men can get pregnant.
Men can get pregnant. I only know one man. I don't know Schwarzenegger. But other than that, I don't think so. No. Possibly that dude. Possibly that dude that shot up that school recently. He probably can. But other than that, I don't know.
Wow. Well, being that dude had a pussy and a like a womb.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
How about this? Even more basic. That person who had the chromosomes that manifest as a woman is actually a woman, not a man.
Oh yeah, I guess that's true. That's true. I got confused by what he told me or what he told the world. I do that sometimes. I get confused by that. But the truth is, if I meet somebody who claims that they're a man and then later becomes a woman, I'm always going to think of them as like Bruce Jenner or the name that they told me when I met them. But if I met Caitlyn Jenner before I ever knew Bruce Jenner, though, I would probably think of it as a woman and call her Caitlyn Jenner. So it just depends on
the whole thing.
Are you saying that everyone named Bruce is a woman? Because like Bruce Willis,
you guys are
he's
being
definitely not a woman.
inappropriate.
Kosho, at what point when you see their dick do you then realize, oh, it's not
I don't
a
think
woman?
Gio would really approve of this, guys. Come on.
Yeah, well, I'm not. Yeah, I'm trying not to make it controversial, but then they turn it fucking wacko. By the way, what does Caitlyn Jenner and the Hulk have in common?
What?
They both used to be a dude named Bruce.
That's a good one.
Probably a better joke in there.
Wow.
Well, I would argue that the Hulk's name is still Bruce. It's just a nickname of his format from gamma radiation.
Speaking of Marvel, who's your favorite X-Man?
Pocahontas.
Bruce Jenner.
Like he used to be a man. Okay,
that's funny. I saw that a mile away right when you asked.
That's set up, man.
Hey, how's the only guy drunk right now? The only one that got it. That's funny.
I know Crypto got it, and so did Nate. Eventually, Nate's always gonna eventually get it too. Don't sell him short.
They're just
adults. Could take a long time, but doesn't. But,
damn, bro.
Mess with you, Nate. He likes that. He's a smart guy. He knows a thing or two about literally a thing or two. So it's not very large for what he knows, but about 4 things.
4.
Thing or two about things. He says between 1 and 4. Yeah.
Max, right? You gotta. You're being generous.
That's generous.
Let's move it to a subject. Let's move to a subject we can grasp our teeth into. Like we were talking earlier about AI, and I was trying to tell you guys, you can train. Well, I know Crypto's using that shit, but you can train your own model now too. So I mean, what Crypto's doing though, like what you're doing, Crypto, because you already told me a little bit of it. You could actually just use ChatGPT and the different, the Google Sheets or whatever, appropriately, and it would work fine with you. But if you want to do more and shit like that, something scientific or whatever, specifically you want to do, you can train your own model now and run it locally without having any restrictions or anything like that. I think that would be interesting. Exciting.
Oh, prosthetic that it's working really nice.
What did you say?
It's a prosthetic that train his own.
Who did?
ChatGPT. Prozac. Prozac.
Prozac. Okay. I don't know this guy, man.
Oh,
hey, what's up, Bacon?
Hey, what's up?
How's it going, bro? Play some chess.
Well, I don't know why you didn't play me that day, which I told you I would play. You just left the VC after a couple minutes.
I didn't. You ran away.
I know, I was right there. I never left. You just left the VC.
Yeah, you did.
You challenged me, but we did. You said you told you were gonna send me a link, and you never sent me any link.
Who's better at chess between you guys?
Bro,
he's definitely better than me.
I want to play chess against someone, bro. Let's go. Who wants to play?
I played against Johnny once because Johnny's he's like a chess master. He says he used to win chess tournaments. He really, I mean, I believe his stories, but yeah, but he gets really drunk though, of course. But it took us 3 hours to finish the game we played, but he eventually did beat me. But it was a very long game.
Hey, post the link. I want to play. Let's post the link.
Hey, I played him blindfold chess, and you know what? For the most part, he actually was playing pretty good. That surprised me, but I think
how do you play blindfold? What do you mean? How do you play that?
Not about 20 moves down, like 20 moves forward. No, hold on. He was really smashed. He was really drunk. And he made an illegal move. So right there, I automatically win. You can't make any illegal moves, chess, or else you'll get disqualified. Or
how do you make illegal moves on chess?
Well, you say a move that you. Yeah, you just say a move. You can make it like you just make.
Oh, you were playing blind chess. Like that's how you play. Then you're saying you just play it.
You were literally blindfolded.
Yeah, just say the moves. But if you say a move that is impossible, then that's not a legal move.
I never seen that, dude. That sounds crazy.
Hey, I posted a link. You want to play?
If he was actually playing real blindfold chess, he actually knows what he's doing. And maybe he was just too drunk, but like I wasn't using a board because I play blindfold chess a lot, and yeah, he was actually. It surprised me, but yeah, I ended up beating him like because
did he put a link in the chat?
So by the way, too, I was already like a piece ahead. He started messing up, then he made an illegal move, and that was it.
Here, I'll share my screen so they can watch us play. Look at share screen.
You know, he's chilled with Bobby Fischer before. He tells stories about when Bobby Fischer went to Iceland, and by the way, he told me a crazy story before. But I asked him, I said, "Tell me that crazy story about Bobby Fischer again," because he said something gay happened.
Waiting.
And then no, but then I asked him like recently, and he said, "What? No." I was like, "No, nothing happened. He was just hung out and blah blah blah." I was like, "Oh, okay. Well, then you must have lied to me before." But whatever.
He wasn't even born then because Bobby Fischer went to Reykjavik in 1972. So come on, man. Like he'd have to be like
he's pretty old.
Some years old. No,
he's pretty old, dude.
Like 40. He's like 45, dude. Come on.
Hey, click on the link and let's play. You really want to play or no?
So if you ever play with Branch, all he does is he'll play. Even people are good, but he'll get a computer. He'll get a second game going while he's playing the game against you, and just make the moves that you're making against the computer, and then do the moves that the computer does against you.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Kosho, what's up?
Oh, my girlfriend did that.
What's going on, Gio?
What up, guys? What's the topic?
Well, we're trying to make the topic something that we can grasp our teeth into, and then Bacon comes in like fucking Miley Cyrus and Wrecking Ball, and
I didn't bring it up.
Playing chess.
That was no. That was Flat Earth King.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Hey, is he gonna click on the link or no? Like,
okay, that's Apocryphon. Let's bring it. Let's take it away from chess because that's one of the most boring things that you can do is have a vocal dialogue about a chess game that two people are playing.
No, we can play while you guys talk about something. But I want someone to challenge me and let's go.
I know, but don't bring it up in your voice anymore, though, because taking away from the.
I got something to talk about.
What's up, Bob?
How many corners does a square have?
4. Good question.
Because I had a good
from
question.
a globe Earth perspective, or
yeah. Well, the reason there was this math problem that somebody had allegedly online. I don't know if it was actually a math problem that they really had or not, but it got me thinking about shapes and what counts as a corner for the shape versus what would be like a corner for basically everything that isn't part of the shape. Okay? Because the math problem, it was like draw a shape with 4 sides but only 3 corners. And for a while, it's like, well, how do you do that? But then I thought of something that might work, but you have to. One of the things about the shape is, I think a lot of people would call it a corner, but it's not necessarily a corner of the shape. It's a corner of everything outside the shape, essentially.
Yeah, I get it. It has like a concave side, like it's
like it's like a chevron or something, basically. Like
Right,
so,
yeah.
2 lines down at angles, and then 2 up meeting each other, kind of in between those first 2 lines, like a chevron or something. And you have 4 sides and only 3 corners of the shape. At least that's what I would argue, is the shape only has 3 corners, and that other point that's sticking up is actually a corner of the negative space, or the outside space. But is that accurate? Like, or are shapes considered to have all the corners that are 2 lines that meet somewhere?
Well, if you have only 3 corners,
You're thinking it too hard, bro. It has 4 corners.
if you have only 3 corners, you can't have a 3-dimensional shape. Go ahead, sorry. Go ahead, Flat Daddy.
Be an incomplete square. So you got 4 corners. It's not that difficult. But I had another question for the Globers.
Well, hold on, man.
Let's stick on this. Let's stick on this one for a second. You're up next, though.
But we already
you're back. No, you gave an answer, but
right. That's the whole question. Is like that would have been my argument, is that a square has 4 corners. Okay.
Yeah, but
I would also have argued, like, before I thought about this, that you can't make a shape with 4 sides and only 3 corners. But after thinking of the chevron shape or whatever it is, I don't even know if that's what it's called, but that's like, is that technically a shape that has 4 sides and 3 corners or not?
Yeah, but you can't make any 3-dimensional shape that has 3 corners, and you can't make or 3 vertices at least.
This didn't specify 3D shape. It just
I know,
said
right. Right. So once we eliminate 3D and everything above that, we'll go back down to 2D, and 4 sides, like you're limited by the things that have 4 sides. So I don't know, it's very difficult. Like it's rhombus, trapezoid, square, rectangle. What else you got?
So okay, I guess think about this. If you draw a star, does it have 5 corners, or does it have
10,
5, 6, 7, 8, 9 corners, or
10.
whatever?
9.
It depends.
It's got 10. It's got 10 vertices.
You said 10 straight away. I think you may be right.
Yep. Pentagram is my favorite shape.
Yeah.
Are those things? The other things that you're counting as corners, though, are 5 of them actually not corners of the shape, but corners of everything that isn't the shape?
No, they're vertices. There is a place in the shape that there's a sharp turn. So,
but that's the question. Is it actually in the shape, or is it? It's like it's where the shape isn't really. That's actually what's happening. That's part of where the shape isn't.
Wait, what's the question again?
He's saying it's got a shape that has 3 corners and 4 sides. Well, if you're the only way that you make that true is if the vertices, I mean corners or whatever, but vertices, what I would call them, and if you dictate that the vertices have to all be 90 degrees or below, and if it's greater than 90 degrees, it doesn't count as being in a corner. But if you dictate that, then sure. But I don't know why you would dictate that. So I think any vertices.
Okay.
Shape there.
I don't have a definitive answer for anyone. It's once I saw that math problem or whatever that they had brought up, because they were apparently confused by it, and I was thinking about it. It's like, well, yeah, how do you do that? And then I thought of that one shape, and I don't know if it actually counts or not.
Where did you see that?
I think I saw it I think someone either posted it on Reddit or Yahoo. I don't remember where I saw it. Those are probably the 2 most likely places that I saw it.
But it's got 4. You said it's got 4 sides and 3 corners. And a chevron, but it's a chevron where it's just lines and corners. It would only be 1 corner and 2 lines. But if you change that to like a solid structure, it'd be a lot more corners. So
Well, the thing I'm thinking of might not be called a chevron. It's just that's the word I was using. Like, it, to me, in my head, that's what it kind of looks like, but it might not actually be called that. It's basically, think of a triangle, but the bottom line, the very bottom line, instead of being straight across, those two lines go up into the triangle and meet. And that's what I'm talking about.
Making another corner.
Oh, right. Like the Star Trek symbol.
Yeah. Something like, kind of like that. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's another corner. I see. That's why you said that would be I see what you're saying now.
That's the whole thing. It's like, does that count as if it counts as a corner, then obviously it has four corners still, and it doesn't meet the requirements of the math problem. But that's what made me start thinking about it, is like, that's the only thing I can think of that would even like possibly meet the requirements that they're asking for. It could have been a mistake on the math part. It could have just been an error. I don't know. But.
Can you find the question, like, are you capable of repeating exactly what the question is, or do you not have it in front of you? Because it might be in the wording of the question that would allow for that or not allow for that.
I can see if I can find it.
Wait.
Hey, try this. Look, take away one corner, and how many corners do you have left, and that'll give you your answer.
How do you take away one corner?
You take away two lines. Then count how many corners you have. You only have one. No, you only have one then.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, but the same thing is true.
The other two lines, then you get four. It's that simple.
Yeah, but the same thing's true with the square. If you take away one corner of a square, you're only left with one corner and two lines.
No, we are talking about a square.
Oh, yeah, okay. Curious about how this was worded. Who's got a hot mic?
Bagulho da orquestra lá dos então.
Okay. Did I mute myself? Or can you hear me? Oh, okay. I found it. I found it. Can you guys hear me?
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead, man.
Okay, so here's the exact wording. It's number 4, apparently, on this math paper, first grade math. A shape with 4 sides and 3 corners. That's the whole sentence.
Where'd you post it?
Oh, I didn't post it. I'm looking at it in Reddit.
Oh, okay. I see. Okay. So that's all it says is 4 sides, 3 corners.
They're supposed to draw it in this box. They have a box section off here where I think they're supposed to draw it, basically. And the prompt is just a shape with 4 sides and 3 corners.
That
would just be like a pentagon with the lines missing, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but I'm gonna call it a corner. This might be a bad school where they're teaching kids bad things, but it also could be. It could be. What are the other questions, by the way? Like, what are the questions before and after that? I'm just curious.
It's just like a close up of this one question in the screenshot. Doesn't look like there's any other ones on there.
Wait, the screenshot that Truth Prevails posted? Where'd you post it?
I still haven't posted. I was just looking at it on.
I see. I see. But it's true. Is what Truth Prevails posted? Is that the same as I think you're talking about?
Here, I'll screenshot this and put it in the chat here. Hold on. All right, live stream chat, and let's go ahead and add.
Bang.
That.
I like these kind of questions, you know. Oh, Bacon, I'm sorry, my man. You were hot micing, and it was in a different language, so it wasn't interesting. You know, it wasn't like we could find anything interesting, actually.
So that's basically, I took a screenshot of what they have posted as their picture for what they're talking about, and it's in the live stream chat there. And that's all it is. It's just a prompt for a shape with 4 sides and 3 corners.
And what's some of the other questions, like the one before that?
Yeah, it doesn't show us that. That's the only one it shows.
Oh, I see. I got you.
Other questions include: please make a triangle with 1 line, and make a circle that's square.
It's possible that whatever teacher made this or whatever, that they just made an error and didn't catch it. That's entirely possible. I don't know. Or maybe they wanted that shape that I was thinking of, and they don't consider that other part a corner of the shape. But that's what prompted me to start thinking about it. Really, is which things on the shape are actually considered a corner versus like a corner of the shape versus a corner of something that isn't.
Yeah, but it's kind of crazy when you think about it. I mean, it's obvious. I mean, there's like 4 corners of a square. A triangle makes. What do you do if you take away 2 sides of a triangle? You have a flat surface, right? But if that line extends into another triangle, I mean, it's crazy. What are we talking about here?
I don't know what you're saying, dude.
4 sides of a square.
That's not the question, though, I don't think.
Right, sorry,
It's
my bad.
It's possible for one line to make 2 corners. It's not that hard.
Yeah, if
But
you extend it enough, yeah.
look at a square. If you look at a square and you take away 1 corner, then you'll have 1 corner left. But if you add that corner back, then you'll get 3 more, and you'll have 4. It's not that hard.
I suppose what we're arguing here is 4 corners of a square.
You got 4 corners of a square. If you took away that corner, you wouldn't have a square anymore.
I'll take away 4 apples.
So now that you added that corner back, now you got 4 corners. It's that simple.
But this is saying a shape with 4 sides and 3 corners.
Sorry,
then
what?
you didn't say square then. So it's not a square.
You haven't got a square if you don't have 4 corners.
No, the prompt doesn't say anything about a square. All it says is a shape with 4 sides and 3 corners. And it seems like it wants them to draw a shape that meets those requirements.
In what world are you living in when 4 sides make 3 quarters?
Don't know. It's a school test.
That's
what the question is about.
Apparently something that a first grader got as part of their homework or whatever.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad.
It's probably on the internet because it's bizarre and it's a totally stupid question. But
it does seem like a totally stupid question. That's my point.
Does the 4th side have to be a straight line? A shape is a shape.
Oh.
So if you take the 2 bottom lines and like at the corner or the bottom line of the square, and you just connect the 2 bottom corners with
well, then you got to
half of a circle, basically.
A tombstone.
Then you got to get into the argument of, is a circle
it's not a circle. It's
one
a
side,
partial.
or is a circle infinite sides?
Hang on, so we're arguing.
No, it's not a circle. I'm not drawing a circle. I'm connecting the 2 bottom lines.
Right,
and just curving it up and making a 4th side that does not have a corner.
What is it?
Why is no one saying?
I'll take 90 degrees for $100, Bob. I mean,
why is no one considering that this is CGI? This question actually doesn't exist. It was made on a computer.
That's true. It could, like I said, it could be. Well, I mean, I didn't say that part. I said it could be a mistake, or that they made an error or something. But it also could be that these people just made up this question and it's not even a real one that they got on a test or on the homework. That's possible.
I'm just trying to figure out what's the point of the question. Like 4 corners in a square.
Maybe. I mean, actually, this might be a conspiracy, guys. This might be the way that the super high elites figure out which children are the absolute most genius, the ones that are able to perceive on a higher plane or higher dimensions early on, so they know which kids to take out of the pool, so none of the smaller groups, the under the elites, get smart. See,
yeah, they want to separate.
I'm not finding this a hard question.
Really?
I find it particularly hard.
Please enlighten us.
Well, what if you
you're talking? Oh, the tombstone.
Okay.
So basically, draw a tombstone, right?
No, I'm not saying that. You draw from the bottom up. If you start at the bottom left, you draw your straight line up, you draw your straight line across, you draw your straight line down.
Right.
There's your 3 sides. And
then you put an arc
at the
on it.
bottom, then you take and curve it up and over and meet the other bottom line at the left. You have four sides, but 3 corners.
No, that would still have 3 corners. But if you change it instead of doing a rectangle with a curved bottom to a triangle with a curved bottom, then you're closer. But you have to deal with then the question of how a curved line is determined, or how many sides a curved line is determined.
Talk about curved line.
Because
it just says it has to have 3 corners.
What do you mean
4 sides? It doesn't say it has to be a certain measurement of a triangle or anything. You're making it way too hard for a little kid.
He's talking shit. Suddenly, a curved line. We're talking about 4 straight lines, and you put them together, and
there's nothing in that question that says 4 straight lines.
So you think it's like it's the teacher being like so simplified for like the children she's working with that she would accept like drawing what you just described, or like a triangle.
Yes, absolutely.
Because she's not going to go into, or he, I don't know who
because
it is.
They haven't had years and years of experience in math yet, like you guys have.
Okay.
And so they're not overthinking it. They're just trying to come up with three corners and 4 sides. Simple.
Yeah.
And all the kids who are filling it out are holding a pencil, and the shape you're describing is very reminiscent of a pencil.
Yeah, what I said was 3 sides, and I guess unless you, maybe not, huh? Yeah, but maybe that's really what it is that the teacher just basically thought her idea was like how a child would think about the question, not how like an adult who is more knowledgeable on math or shapes thinks about the problem. And so like a first grader might actually see that and be like, okay, all right, yeah, let's just draw real quick, this, and all done.
Wait, so you're comparing people who can't understand about lines to first graders?
I don't know that I made any comparison. Well, I guess maybe like person who understands math or shapes better versus compared to first grader who wouldn't necessarily understand them as well. I think that dynamic does exist.
I'm just trying to understand the question and the purpose of it.
The triangle and just a line just sitting out there floating.
Triangle. 3 lines, 4 squares, square, circle.
Well, apparently you guys wouldn't cut it in first grade again. So.
Or it's a mistake. It's a mistake, and we're trying to overthink it.
I skipped first.
I don't think it's a mistake. I think it's just what it is. It says 4 sides and 3 corners. Doesn't say it has to be specific anything. 3 or 4 sides and 3 corners.
Okay, I got the answer.
That's
it. 4 sides and 3 corners is 3 sides and 4 corners.
4 sides and 3 corners.
It's 3 sides and 4 corners. It was. That's what you said the first time, right? Or is it changed now?
No, it's 4 sides and 3 corners.
Well, that'd be 4 sides and 3 corners. Your example doesn't give you 3 corners. Hey, Linda, your
gives you 2 corners.
Doesn't give 3 corners. No,
you failed.
It gives you still. No,
maybe not.
It still gives her 4 corners.
Oh.
The right answer is to not answer at all.
The right answer is the question's wrong
about that.
We understand geometric squares and things. So what is the point?
Okay, well, here's a
4
thing
sides. 4 sides and 3 corners. Where did you get with the
4 sides?
3 corners.
I know what 4 sides are. What is the point? What are we talking about here? What are we trying to say or prove?
Nothing. It's a school question that was asked, and we're trying to determine what the answer is.
So we're talking about nothing.
It was something to talk about, other than chess or whatever. Maybe, maybe not.
Okay, so can we go back to the actual topic on hand? Actual flat Earth.
Yes, remind. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Go ahead, P-Mac. Sorry, please.
Oh, that's,
You got the floor, sir.
Let me go back. Yeah, of course I have the floor. I fed upon it.
Go away. Go. Run away with it. You got it. Not
Kojo.
go away, but yeah.
Kojo, do me a favor.
Yeah, sure. Anything you ask, man. You're my best bud. Go ahead.
Taco.
Taco. Yeah, you got it.
Fuck. I didn't say taco. No, I said faco. Now, anyway, I'm trying to understand why people are talking about corners and squares and triangles.
Because that was a question that was asked.
Oh, yeah.
But what's the point?
They're not anymore.
Fortunately, you told us to change the subject, so.
Oh, I.
And you're bringing it back.
Okay, I'll not do that again. Sorry, my bad.
Anyways, I found a lesson plan for teachers, and it's actually telling teachers not to ever tell students that.
Well, it's kind of a diversion, isn't it? We're sitting here arguing about what triangles, what makes up fucking squares and triangles, but the shape of the Earth doesn't change.
Yep, it's a globe.
It's what?
It's a globe.
How?
A spheroid.
How?
Oh, all those damn curves.
What curves?
Ones that suck ships into the ocean.
What curves? Show me the curve.
Show you that? We can't even explain a question, an elementary school question to you.
Listen, if you're talking about squares and triangles, and you understand shapes and sizes and angles, right?
Yep.
Explain to me the curve. Show me.
Reciprocal zenith angles, spherical excess.
What?
What?
No,
You've heard these terms before.
Well, in layman terms, explain to me what a circle is.
Spherical excess and reciprocal zenith angles is what I said.
Wrong, silly bastard.
I'm not going to play your game.
Oh, I'm looking.
You asked how you see it. That's how we know. Some of the ways we know.
How we know what?
That the Earth is a ball.
How is it a ball?
Because we have spherical excess. Because we navigate with a uniform, linear process called that measures out 69 miles per degree.
I almost thought you were going to say we have physical evidence, but nah.
Oh, we have people who've observed it
from space.
Yes.
Mike.
So 36 people told you the Earth's a ball because they've seen it, and you believe it?
No, I believe it because you can measure it on the ground using spherical excess and reciprocal zenith angles and observing shit go over the horizon. And GPS coordinates and the way GPS works. So there's lots of ways you can tell. The 2 points of stellar rotation.
Are you straw man? Is that a straw man? That's a
no. Are you too? Yeah, well, it's not worth it talking to you, buddy. Yeah, talk to somebody else.
It sounds like a known conversation.
That's what I'm bailing out of.
So you still haven't proved the shape of the Earth. So bail out. You know, when it comes to the nitty gritty, when people actually ask you questions that mean something, you have no answer. And
when you sea lion incessantly, it's just not fun talking to you.
You're just a fucking primary school kid, and you have no idea how the shape of the Earth works. You're just ball bags. Honestly,
the shape of the Earth it's not a working, it's an is.
It is what? I thought you were talking to me.
Sorry, you sucked me back in. Okay, I'll bail out.
Just when I thought that let me go, they shook me back out. So, hey. I don't understand your philosophy. Shapes explain ball Earth. Also maths.
The art and practice of celestial navigation dictates a shape.
Say that again.
Art and practice of celestial navigation dictates a shape.
Well, am I using the heavens to navigate?
Yes, that's what celestial navigation is.
Of course, and it's always the same. Never changes.
I'm sorry. It's what?
It never changes.
What never changes?
The fucking heavens, bro.
You realize stars have proper motion and do change all the time.
Right. So how is that?
Because the Earth is spinning, right? Not because the stars are in motion. Just to clarify that, it's because the Earth is rotating, right?
No, the proper motion. Proper motion is
Why are you
actually
giggling
the
in the
star.
background, bro? Fucking stop giggling or fucking wake up. Just stop giggling. Talk.
What the hell?
No, some wankers giggling in the background. He needs to stop that.
It's me. I'm laughing at how stupid these ballers sound. Sorry.
So proper motion of the stars is actual movement of the position of the star within the heavens. It doesn't have to do with the rotation of the Earth.
Relative to each other.
Relative to each other. Thank you, Moyok.
Or relative to Aries.
So nothing's changed. The Earth.
No, the statement was very clearly that there is a change. There's proper motion, and most stars have proper motion.
But what if you wake up one day and you can't see the stars? Like the stars have changed. Like one day, dude.
We'll have to wait for that.
What?
Yeah.
We've been celestial navigating for quite a while now, and it works every single day.
And the mechanism it works by is it uses globe Earth assumption.
No, it doesn't.
Well, I'm not sure if you guys were here.
No, it doesn't.
This last couple of days when we were talking about that the Earth, you could have celestial navigation working in some different shapes in a sphere. The exact same process. Were you guys here?
Yes, I was. Yep.
Then go get McToon's money.
It's the same thing. It doesn't matter if it's a flat plane.
It's not. The claim is not that it could work in all shapes, but there are other shapes that it could also work that aren't spheres. The same process.
Yeah.
Concave. Well, I'm not sure if concave thinks so.
Yeah, concave. Yeah.
What other shape could work? They give you a uniform distances.
All shape. No, the distances would be off, but the process. If you would apply the exact same process, it would still give you consistent coordinates.
Oh, you
could do that. That would work, but you would get different answers.
So,
yeah, but you still get consistent answers depending on with other Earth shapes.
That's actually a good point.
You're gonna get even using it here in this realm that we're in, whether it's flat or ball or diamond, whatever, they're always off. You ask anyone that actually uses it, and they're like, "Oh man, you got within 4 miles. That's excellent because that's actually really good." Yeah, I know. So you're always going to be off because this little creation that some sailors made years ago, like they know, like, okay, we're not gonna be like pinpoint, but it's gonna give us a relative general, position. But then you have these ballers are like, oh no, this proves a round ball because of space and stars are spinning. Like, dude, shut the fuck up, dude.
Well, somebody tell him how far off are you on a flat surface?
Yeah, if you're off by 4 miles. If you're always within 4 miles, then that's the wiggle room.
I'll tell you how far you are off. I'll tell you how far. I'll tell you how far you are on a flat surface. You're 4 miles off.
You could hear me speaking, couldn't you?
Yeah, I did. I could hear you, Bacon. I was just answering because he asked me while you were talking. He asked me while you were talking.
I was responding to you.
And I was responding to him. But go ahead, finish. Go ahead, finish.
Bacon.
Right.
Okay, go ahead, finish, Bacon. Because all I was going to say.
I'm trying to remember what I was saying.
Okay, well, try to remember. Let me answer him. Yeah. Try to remember. Let me answer him real quick. when you ask how far will you be off on a flat, like, map, well, guess what? You're going to be off 4 miles because that's how far you're off on your ball world, but you're not realizing that you're making those calculations on a plane, bro, on a basin, on water that is straight across, that's found its level between continent dirt, bro. So there you go.
Using spherical calculations.
So
can I just to respond to what I was going to respond before? If you're always around 4 miles off, that's the wiggle room you have for the Earth to be wrong. So all those distances can be off by 4 miles. If that's the case, then Earth is still a globe. You can't make it flat by changing only 4 miles.
No, listen. You looking up and seeing something in the sky and then traveling in that direction, and you're like saying, "Oh, I'm off on this because I traveled so many nautical miles this way."
Now it's done.
Hold on. Are you saying they don't find their position on where where they're at on their boat? They're not looking up at a star and getting the angle and finding their position. Are you saying they're not doing that?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying they're not following the celestial bodies. They're not picking one to follow. That has nothing to do with the process we're describing.
I didn't say they're. Oh my god. I'm saying that when you're looking up at the sky and you're going to get where you stand based upon the stars in the sky has nothing to do with the shape of the ground you're standing on. All that's doing is giving you a position because of the angle of which a light in the sky is, and then you're going to know your distance. Because if you were to go 50 miles away from that point, you're going to get you're going to have a different angle to that light, and that's going to give you a different position on still the same flat ocean that everyone's on.
Okay, let me challenge you then.
Bro.
Hold on. I've been waiting.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So, with all due respect, and what Bacon's saying is correct, we could do celestial navigation and get one fix and be correct. But the problem is the relationship when you move, the distance over the water or over the ground being 60 per minute of angle. Or per degree.
And you're saying we're not it doesn't tell anything about the shape of the Earth. You're just figuring out your position based on those angles. So my challenge to you is how would you go and figure out your position based on those angles without making any assumptions about the shape of the Earth? What would be your method? Because the ones that we the ones that we have do make an assumption about the shape of the Earth, and they work. So if you're saying we don't have to make assumptions about the shape of the Earth, then provide your method that doesn't do that. Because so far I haven't seen any.
I'm sorry, I was texting somebody. You said
Of course
what?
you were.
Yeah, I'm texting my sister. Fucker, shut the fuck up.
So I'm gonna come after you.
Fucking Xanac, piece of.
Your sister doesn't want to talk to you.
Yeah, she's I'm calling you. Why aren't you answering? I said, I'm busy right now. She's like, okay, I'm driving. Talk to you later. Anyways.
Talking to Xanac, I said, Paul, why are you torturing yourself?
I'm busy. I'm flat earthering.
I'm busy trying to defend the truth against these knuckleheads.
Hey, Bacon, let's play chess. I'm waiting. I sent you a text in the chat.
Listen, you can't. Hold on, this guy. You can't make jokes if you can't spell yourself.
Wow, you are SELF.
If the Earth is moving, and everything else you say after that is bullshit.
Hey, Xanac, you know what you're not accounting for in your little cute drawing? You're not accounting for the fact that when you're looking through from your eyes to those stars, there is mediums that distort and throw off what you're looking at. So you might not even be seeing its true position, quote unquote. Kind of like looking at shit through, a glass of water, because there is a medium of which these stars in the sky have been placed in, the firmament, right? So your calculations that you're providing here, like, you're not taking into account that these things that it's an optical fuckery, if you will. So you're not going to be accurate at all.
Can I explain why I don't like those pictures you posted, Zanuck? And
do tell, please.
The reason I don't like them is it reinforces that 90-degree angle set by the GP is with the point of the horizon, where the true intersection of those lines is 100 miles in the air or wherever. It's not on the ground.
It should be on the ground though, because that's what will give you a true angle of the 90. It should be on the ocean. Like this is.
No, he makes a great point, and that's exactly my problem as well.
The 90 is not determined from a observer's location. The 90 is determined relative to the astronomical center.
Right. Yeah. And the best, I'm trying to find the best one. The best one is actually
if you're
fight against Flatzoid's picture. That's the best one because it shows why it doesn't work when you're looking at things in some kind of celestial dome. Because the trigonometry is it's clear and hard, and factual. You can't get around it. You can't be. Yes, you take it. Yeah, you take it any astronomical, any kind of atmospheric conditions into account.
Are you taking into account that the stars are bending down in a distance?
Yeah, only near the horizon. Yes.
Are you taking no? I mean, just entirely. If it's in a dome, then wouldn't the stars being curved around it entirely? So then that means that some stars are closer to, like, if you go like, if you really want to talk about this dome thing, and the stars are placed in it, then it would be like, imagine like a salad bowl. You turn it upside down and draw dots on it. Then the stars that are closer to the bottom of the salad bowl, they're gonna look, always at that like angle because they're further down.
And then look at the picture I just posted.
They're making shit up too, bro. They're making shit up. Talking about there's no 90. Like even if you're not using the 90 on the ocean, you're using a parallel, a colatitude, which is parallel to the 90. Yeah, a colatitude, which is parallel to the freaking 90. It's parallel to the ground, so you don't have to call it the ocean flat, but you're not doing it without a 90, right?
You don't need
the. You're confusing us, Brian.
Yeah,
what do you mean with a colatitude?
No, I wouldn't even have said that, except for the argument that they brought up. Okay, they're acting like the 90 is not wholly.
We're not being clear.
Celestial navigation ain't wholly dependent on that. It's wholly dependent.
Brian, you don't need the ocean. You don't need anything at the horizon. You need nothing. All you need is a star and its respect to vertical. Its angle respect to vertical.
It ain't got nothing to do with a sphere, okay?
Did I say? Who said sphere? I just said
when you apply the Haber sign and things like that, or different methods. Yeah, you can apply that. You can argue for a sphere on that. But as far as the almanac, thanks for letting me get one sentence out, bro.
Brian, if you want to talk about this, that's fine. I'll let you speak as well. I'm sorry I cut you off. If you look at the North Star and you are at somewhere Mexico and you start traveling north, every 60 miles you will see there will be a 1 degree change of the North Star. How do you explain that 1 degree change as you move northward?
How are you looking at
I don't have to explain it.
No,
I don't have to explain
there's a reason
it.
why it's not flat, right? Because you can't it's impossible. But I'm willing to listen to any crazy explanation or even imagination that you have about this topic. How do you move 60 nautical miles, and every 60 nautical miles you see a 1 degree change of that object? How is that possible?
But Brian doesn't accept it.
On anything, dude. What you're acting like it's not possible. You're acting like the stars have to be round. It has to be a celestial sphere, and it has to work perfect on a flat surface.
Because the linear relationship between
I didn't even get the point out, bro.
Brian,
can I get my fucking point out?
The linear relationship between
Zanuck. Do I need to fucking mute you? Settle down.
I was responding.
Okay, now I'm trying to make my point. I didn't even make a point. Okay, I was responding to you. Okay, my point is this: is that the nautical charts have all the stars doing circles. The other day you said he thinks the stars are doing circles. Yeah, they are doing circles, and Bacon was right. It's all dependent on Aries, okay, and that is the celestial equator. So that's your flat surface that you're doing your math from. But here's my point. My point is that it doesn't matter what surface. When we get our fix and all that, it works perfect on a flat Earth. To get my location, GHA, the almanac gives us that information. It has nothing to do with the sphere.
You didn't answer my question at all. If I'm traveling north from California, and every 60 nautical miles, I see a 1 degree change in North Star's position. Every single time. Hold on, Brian. Now you let me finish. That linear relationship defines a spherical surface. It cannot happen any other way. However, I'm listening very all ears.
Him, what are you saying?
Can you please not interrupt?
Traveling north on an A map works perfect for 60 nautical miles per degree.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't work trigonometrically. It cannot work. You cannot have a flat surface that shows an
traveling north.
Brian, you cannot have an object in the sky where the angle to it changes linearly for every movement of distance versus every change of degree. It doesn't work, Brian, but if it does, show me how, please. And don't just say work on the A map.
Look at the A map.
I told you to not say that.
Look at the A map at 60 nautical miles per degree, north and south.
It's not a map, Brian. It's what you see.
North from Mexico. You said if you're going to travel north from Mexico, how are you going to get 60 nautical miles per degree? And easy.
No, it's not easy. It doesn't work. Go on, get in your car, get on a boat, walk, whatever you're going to do, Brian. Go 60 nautical miles north. You will see a 1 degree change. Doesn't matter what the map. I don't care what the map says. It matters what you see. Remember, trust your eyes. I'm a flat earther. I trust my senses. Well, trust your senses. It can't work, Brian.
I'm welcoming you, bro.
It can't
it's 60
work.
nautical miles per degree north south. And here's the thing.
No, you don't see that. You don't see that on the earth. You can't.
Can I finish?
Brian,
listen,
you can't do that.
Yeah. Can I finish?
You can't do it. You can't show me.
Guys, come on.
Brian, really?
I think Bacon or Kosho will verify that A map is 60 nautical miles per degree north and south.
No, it doesn't.
It's the east and west. It's oh god, dude.
Brian, you are hopeless, insufferable,
real miserably.
Guys,
getting on here.
On the A map, the degrees are correct, and the distances they represent are correct, but they're not represented correctly, obviously. So you can't draw a circle on an A map. Yeah,
Brian,
the distances. The distances.
To do with, I'll give you that. Go ahead.
Yeah,
so you can't draw circles on there.
If you walk yourself, Brian, you see those angles. You measure them yourself, Brian. You cannot get a 60 nautical mile degree change and have that be on a flat surface. It does not work. Why are you not understanding this?
Zanuck, hold on. So your model, you're allowed to make assumptions and all that, but you're pinning me down pure trigonometry. You're allowed to use refraction. You are making assumptions. You're assuming stars are infinite distance. You're assuming stars are infinite distances away. Okay, you're making and you're allowed to use refraction, all this other stuff, but you're going to try and hold me down to just strict trigonometry and nothing else. It doesn't matter. I will still show you my location on a flat Earth map.
Brian, you can do it. You can do whatever you want, Brian. I have no problem with you making any claims you want, any kind of conditions. I don't care. What I'm telling you is this does not work on a flat Earth map. Now, you want to say that they're not far? Fine. Give me that measurement. Give me what you think, how far you think they are.
Because if you find my
Brian, if it's flat, that means the North Star is 3,000 miles high.
Let me ask you a question. No, it's 3959. Roughly. Here, let me ask you a question.
Understand what I said?
Let me ask you a question, bro. Can I get my fix? You're telling me that I cannot get my fix on a AE map.
Not in reality, not looking at the stars. No, you cannot.
Not by measuring.
Of course not.
Dude, see, just like you didn't think stars went in a circle, bro, you're wrong about that too.
Really? That means their angles diverge. Do their angles diverge as they circle around you?
What's the GHA, Zanuck?
Brian, no. You asked me the question. Do they diverge? Do the actual stars diverge? Because if you're circular, they would be diverging from each other, right?
Well, let me ask you this.
Do they diverge? Answer the question, yes or no. I will not answer another question for you. I will not answer it until you answer me.
Start fucking puking on me, bro.
I asked first. Answer it or I'm done.
I'm trying to answer. Okay,
That
please
easy.
quit puking on me. Okay, now this is you asked, can I do the shadows? Do they or the blah? Got me fucking stuttering, trying to hurry up and say something because I'm worried you're going to interrupt. Okay, you asked me, are they diverging? The circle's diverging. Okay, and I'm going to answer with this. Okay, if I have 3 sticks at the equator, okay, 10
So you
degrees
can't
north.
answer, can you?
No. Do shadows count? Can I use a shadow?
No. Do the stars in those circular pictures of the
What
circular
better
path,
way to
do they
show
diverge? Yes or
separation
no?
than a stick in the shadows, Anik? So if I put a
Did I
stick in
mention
the
sticks and
ground,
shadows? I said, do stars, circular paths, do they diverge? Do any stars diverge from each other ever?
I'm going to prove that they do if you'll shush for 1 second, bro. Okay, now this is how I'm going to prove that they do diverge. I'm going to use 3 sticks in the ground, okay? I'm going to put one at 10 degrees north, one at the equator, and one at 10 degrees south, all along the same meridian. I'm going to put a stick. What I'm going to do is measure the shadow. What I'm going to get, okay, and any website will back this up, I'm going to get a smiley face shaped shadow north, a frown south, and a straight line shadow east to west in the middle. Okay, so are them shadows just diverging due to the camera, like you try to claim, due to perspective, or is that the actual shadow on the ground that SunCalc and time and date and near facts that all of them show us? Are you saying they're wrong, or the shadows lying to us, Danik?
Well, why would that imply that that the stars are diverging? I didn't get it. Like, I understand what you said about the shadows, but I don't get how that would lead to the
Because he can't
conclusion that
answer
the
the
stars can
question.
be diverging.
He can't answer it. He won't answer it. He's not bringing up sticks and shadows.
I'm proving it.
You're proving that you don't understand your argument.
No, we see it with our eyes, and you know
I
that.
gave you a question. You couldn't answer it. I'm not going to answer anything else until you answer it correctly.
Can I ask Brian a question?
I know you don't
Brian,
like my
can
answer
I
because
ask
it proves divergence.
Can I
No,
ask
it's
you a
stupid. That's
question?
why I don't
Maybe
like your
take
answer. It's
the
dumb.
tone of the room down a notch.
What was the question, Zach?
It's about the 1 degree per 60 nautical miles, then the North Star.
Sticks and shadows.
It's about 2 things. Yeah, the North Star being 60 nautical miles corresponding to a 1 degree change of measurement from you, wherever you are on the Earth. And number 2, the circular paths, the perceived circular paths of stars, do any of them ever diverge from each other?
Okay, so that's your claims. You claim that I can't get my position on an AE map. You're dead wrong. I think Bacon will back it up. Just using GHA, declination, and the SHA to Aries and the GHA and my LHA, I can get my longitude and latitude on a flat map. You are wrong. I can do that on an AE map before any of the miles per degree or any of that shit even takes effect. If you knew about this, you'd know. But here's another thing, as I just proved the divergence, okay? We see it for one thing, and we can also measure it with sticks and shadows using the sun. And the sun, wherever it's at in its respected rotation, okay, the stars are going to follow it for that day. So I can use the sun and do 3 different locations north and south of the equator and measure the shadows. So I can not only can tell you they're diverging, I can measure and tell you how much they're diverging.
Answer the question, Brian, or I'm out.
And Bacon agrees with that.
Hey, don't answer it so that way he just is out.
See, and Bacon doesn't agree with that.
I think the ball's in Xanax court.
No, you didn't answer the question. It was a very clear and simple question. You talked about sticks and shadows, how it follows the sun, and you talked about the stars. You had smiley face, frowns face, whatever face. That's not the answer. It was a yes or no question. Or
Don't answer the question.
The question is, do the stars that are in circular paths, do they diverge from one another?
Yes.
And how? No, they don't. Measure it. Go ahead.
I keep saying, yeah, hold on, but you keep saying I don't answer it, and I keep saying yes over and over.
They
and
don't.
Then giving
You
you
didn't say
proof.
that. You gave a long way to sticks and shadows. That's not the answer.
Okay, can I try to interject here? So, are you saying, Brian, that the angular distance between the stars change as they travel in the sky?
Yes. Yes, at the horizon. Yes, they do. Measurable.
You mean like because of
Using-
refraction or something, or what? Because like if I have two, if you
Sure
have
what
a
it
pair
is,
of,
bro.
like you're talking about like a fraction of a degree, or you're talking about something significant? Because
No, it's
if
more than that. I mean, it depends on where you're at, bro. If you're right by the equator, then it's a degree or probably half a degree or something. Once you start getting north, it starts increasing.
no,
But
that
yeah, it's measurable. Yeah, it is.
no, I
And you
don't
know
think
what? I'm
so.
not sure on exactly what's causing it, bro. I'm still working on that, bro. But it's definitely measurable,
Why do you
bro.
think that happens? Why do you think that happens?
I think there might be two separate rotations, man. But I'm still working that out, man. To be honest.
Right. You can get the angular separation. Like if you get the azimuth and elevation of 2 points in the sky, you can get the angular separation between them by applying the hover sign to those two coordinates. And you can get to any pairs of stars. You're always gonna get the same value. You're not, except when one of them is close to the horizon and the other is not, because then one is more refracted than the other, and that might
I'm good with
slightly
that.
change.
I'm good with that, but you're assuming you're using Haversign. You're assuming R. I'm good, but don't
No,
let me
no,
get
no.
ahead of myself.
No.
Wait, I'm good. I'm good with you assuming R in your equation.
I'm not.
I'm good with you assuming that the stars are infinite distance away in your model.
I'm not.
But don't think that my model doesn't. Just don't argue with my assumptions and my model. I won't argue with yours.
It didn't get it. Didn't get it. When I mentioned the Haversign, I'm not talking about the Earth. I'm talking about measuring the angular distance between 2 points in your field of view. If you have the azimuth and elevation of 2 points in the sky, and you want to know what's the angular separation in your field of view, the Haversign does that too. It doesn't have to do with the radius of the Earth. It's just because azimuth, because azimuth and elevation are spherical coordinates. You can get the distance over that sphere using Haversign. So that actually gives you the angular distance between 2 points.
Yeah.
If you have both azimuth and elevation, so you can go to Stellarium, put the observer anywhere, and you can compute the angular separation between two stars, and you're going to see that that's not going to change.
Yeah, no shit. It's a celestial sphere. Why would it change? Okay.
Because
Now,
I
when
thought
you
you were
want to
saying
bring
it
it down,
did change.
if you're using the co-latitude, then you're using the celestial sphere. Okay. But even if you're using the ground, that's fine. But there's different methods. Would you agree? There's several different methods for. I mean, not several, but there's a handful of different methods based on on whichever way you want to go about it. But would you agree that I can get my position on an AE map with my LHA, GHA, and with an almanac? I can get my position, right?
Depends on how you're using it.
I just said LHA, GHA, and declination.
That's the information you have. What depending on what you're going to do with that information,
Oh
you're
my
going to
God,
get a
dude.
wrong.
Really, dude?
Yeah, really. Like
Why do you put your foot down
you're-
on simple shit, dude? You put your foot down, bro. It makes me, bro. It just, man.
Because they're
dude,
just telling me,
bro. It's simple breaking. If I have a declination or an angle to Polaris, okay, or I could use the sun, okay. Latitude's easy. Would you agree with that? There's nothing to getting my latitude, correct?
I actually not sure how you're getting your latitude from, like the sun or.
The almanac.
Yeah, but how?
Declination, dude. That is the latitude.
That's the latitude of the body you're sighting, not yours, right? If that's what you're referring to.
If I want to use this, bro, there's different ways I can do it, Bacon. Why are you planting your flag here, bro? You would agree that latitude's very easy to obtain. There's different methods to do it. I'm not stuck with one method. There are a handful of ways that it gives you your latitude, basically. In some ways.
I'm very confused with what you're trying to say. So let me just ask some clarifying questions.
I know what you're doing, bro. That's cool. Let's go. I'll go along with it.
Picture, man.
He is you are right. Latitude is a lot easier because we have a consistent linear relationship between the distance we move across the surface and the celestial sphere above.
He's thinking of a way to try and ask a complicated question in one particular method, bro. It doesn't matter. I could just use Polaris and
just
get
trying to
my
understand
latitude, bro.
what you're trying to say. So when you say getting the latitude,
hijack reality, bro. You can't hijack reality.
Dude, I'm trying to understand.
Let Bacon respond, man.
Yeah, go
Let Bacon respond, dude.
I'm not even trying to respond. I just want to understand what you're trying to say, because I really don't understand what you're trying to say. So, when you say that getting the latitude is easy, are you talking about getting your latitude or the latitude of the ground position of the body you're sighting?
Bro,
Or both?
you realize that there's no spherical.
No, that's a good question. No, that's not. Brian,
I'll
you
tell
just
you
answer
3
his
ways
question.
I could do it. How about that? I'll give you 3 ways I could do it.
Answer, Brian. Listen. His question is a clarifying question, so he can even know what you're talking about. There's no point in saying anything else until you tell him: are you talking about the latitude, or finding the latitude that you're in, your position's latitude, or the latitude of this celestial body?
Both.
All right.
Either, and there's different ways I can do it. I was just trying to. That wasn't my point, bro. I was just trying to make the point that, so Zanuck can maybe learn something today. Is that the latitude?
Yeah, teach me something, Brian.
There's a few different ways to get your latitude, and it's pretty much given. It's a given. I could just use Engels to Polaris, or I could use the sun. I could use
How could
do
you?
the azimuth. I'm not going to show you my other method, and I'm going to show you my third method in the video. But it's your latitude's given in the almanac.
You get that from the almanac. Is that right?
You need the almanac and the calendar, yeah, of course. Because you need to know what day it is. You need to know what day it is.
People
you know
what day it is, how high the sun is at noon. You'll know your latitude like that.
Yeah, but you need to know that the sun is at noon to take the measurement, which is I don't think that's easy to do in the middle of the ocean. But
how about doing this, Brian? How about
you're wrong?
How about finding the distance to where GP is and see how far you are away from the sun? Find somewhere on the Earth that is right above your head, and then you'll find out that you cannot be on a flat surface for that reason as well.
You don't know that, bro.
I do know that because we know the distances to these places. We've walked it out. We've driven there. We've flown there. We've used radar. I mean, my God, Brian, you can't do this.
That. Show me where you verified Bacon, Kosho, or Zanuck. Show me one distance you've verified personally.
California, Northern California, Bay Area, San Jose to Los Angeles, Huntington Beach.
Yeah, and how did you travel a straight line or a geodesic between the two?
Why do we need a geodesic? That's absurd. It's even lame. It's a lame even question. Why would I follow a geodesic?
What's the difference what's the distance difference over 2,200 miles, we'll say, between the flat and the globe? What's the difference in distance between flat and globe over, let's just say, 2,000 miles? What's the difference in distance?
2,000 miles would be 2,000 miles.
No, I'm saying what's the difference between a flat Earth and a globe? They're going to be surprised when they hear the answer. They're thinking it's like
2,000 miles. They're both 2,000 miles.
It depends on a lot of things, man. You got to further define your question, man.
Yeah, he doesn't know how to define anything.
He just gave the latitudes. He just gave the positions, bro. He just gave the cities. So based on the cities he gave, and I'm just rounding it to 2,000 miles, he can round the latitude as well.
It's 500 miles.
You're talking less than a
50, not 2,000 miles. Which way are you rounding?
You're talking about a difference of about 10 or 12 miles, if I remember the math correctly. And so you think you've proved within 12 miles across your whole entire continent? You think you've proven it within 10 or 20 miles?
Incorrigible.
Brian, you have to calm down for a second because you're asking questions too quickly when people aren't clear on what you're asking. So what are the two cities, first of all? Brian, what are the two cities that were said? I didn't hear the two cities. What were the two cities?
Zanuck, you deaf?
I mean, does anybody know them or only Zanuck? Anybody can answer.
He said, I think he said Los Angeles to New York or something like that.
Huntington Beach.
Okay, so
he said Los Angeles.
LA. Reno to LA.
Oh, Reno to LA. Okay, still though. But okay, so the problem, that's not 2,200 miles, is it? But regardless,
it's 500 miles.
Okay, yeah. So regardless, though, the question would be based on a lot of things, like what flat Earth are you talking about? Are you talking about just on an AE map what it looks like? And then even that, there's questions, like because the on AE map, the equator would be 40,000 miles around, and so you'd have to transform all your distances. Yeah, you'd have to transform all your distances to make up for that. I think it'd be more than 12
mentioned,
miles.
all I've mentioned so far is angles. I'm trying to do this one step at a time, man. It's kind of hurting my feelings, bro.
So you're talking
unreasonable as
no,
far as
no,
just
Brian,
angles and latitudes, bro.
Brian, if you're just talking about angles, elevation, right?
For sure. Would you agree that I can get my my declination, okay, and my and pretty much and use my GHA to stars? I could use my LHA and the SHA, or I could use the sun and get my position on an A map before I invoke distances. Right? I can get my position right.
Okay, we're trying to clear up what's being said here, and you're just already changing it to something else. I'm just trying to make up. I'm just trying to clear.
I'm just trying to make
I'm
sure.
trying to. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter though, Brian. It doesn't matter in this instance whether I'm reasonable or not. I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, exactly. You can't keep jumping around. Otherwise, we gotta fix it. We gotta fix on one thing so we can, move at the same pace.
Fix it with somebody else, bro. You're not gonna answer my one question. Go ahead.
I'll answer your question, Brian. I'll answer your question, Brian. But we're in the middle of a different conversation. So why don't we just continue that one, and then I don't mind answering the question, dude. I'm just trying to figure out what you're claiming when you say that. If you stars that happen to be in Reno, or I don't understand. I'm trying to make sense of what you're saying.
I was talking to Zanuck, man. He's acting like he's verified these distances. Okay, he said he personally verified the distance. So I asked him. I was giving him the benefit of the doubt, asking him, what does he think the difference is, even across an entire continent? But
right. No, I understand that. That's what I'm trying to figure out is what are you using to determine that the difference between the two models, because there's a lot of different ways to do it, and they would all involve different things.
You asked Zanuck a question. Would Zanuck answer?
I said we've measured the stars. Any star you see that's got a GP above it, or the North Star. The difference in the angle, Brian, between Los Angeles, Huntington Beach, and Reno or the Bay Area is around 7 degrees. Now, if that's the case, the Earth can't be flat. Get it?
No, not really.
Okay, wait now, Brian. Now I see why you would say what you said then, because at that range, the differences are slightly. They're not too different. 7 degrees. I have I made 1 point, but yeah, it's on the scale of tens of miles.
We're between the chord and the curve.
It's related to that, but it's the difference between what you would get for difference between 69 miles per degree versus doing the trigonometric on a flat plane. Yeah, assuming that the first angle is 69 degrees. So assuming between 90 and 89 is 68 degrees, and then expanding that out.
It's with respect to the GP.
Right. But I'm saying like because I know that if I was on a flat plane,
Brian just
be?
Like the problem with Brian is he keeps on going back to his GHAs and his AE map, and he keeps on thinking there's some kind of magical correlation between what he can calculate on an AE map, which has been the round map that's been spread out over a flat surface. And then he says, if I look at these stars, I can actually find my way around just as well as I can if I was on a round Earth. But the reality is, no, those objects are in the sky as they are, he thinks they are. Because on a round surface, we have this declination, we have this co-altitude angle that changes at a ratio of 60 miles, 69 regular statute miles per degree. And that is linear. It's linear. It's always linear. Because it's always linear, it can't exist on a flat surface, period. Because that defines a sphere, Brian. Wake up. Come on.
Brian isn't here. Just so you know.
Brian left.
I was just pissing into the wind.
Yeah.
Pissing into the wind. But he, I got to hand it to him. He is convinced. He's got it figured out. I mean, it's actually quite uncanny. I mean,
you should have said that while he was here.
Wrong, I'd be like, humbled into a rock. But he is so wrong. But he is standing up to the bull like he's going to take it down. He's that mouse that's standing up to the bull right now. I got you. There's no way you can kick me out. I got you.
He would have appreciated that if you said that while he was here, but he's not here. And when he was here, because I know he even got annoyed at me trying to get him to clarify just so for that. But
well, you know, you got a problem when you're not able to
I'm
answer
partially to blame too.
No, I think you handle it real well too.
Well, it is easier for you to claim victory after he's gone.
I didn't claim victory. There's no need to claim victory. I already know I'm victorious because these are the facts. These are the facts.
Yeah, there's no clear victor here today.
They're challenging some facts that I'm not. I can't. I wish I could claim ownership to me discovering these facts or me inventing geometry. This is just basic geometry. I'm just kind of being a reflect. Like, they always talk about don't sue the messenger.
Don't shoot the messenger. Don't sue the messenger. Don't file a lawsuit against the messenger.
Don't file the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. Sue the But that's exactly what it is. And so he's fighting it tooth and nail. It's really quite interesting.
Don't sue the messenger.
But it's still okay, well, never mind. I think because I'm partially to blame, like I said, but also I think we should try to go these things patiently with patience, one at a time, and also at the same patiently with patience with your
sometimes
patience.
it's not enough.
And rebellion's right. You don't have to listen to me because you can just go Google my opinion. You're right because what you're gonna find is what I'm saying.
Where do you find this? Bro, that's incredible. We go patiently with patience.
Well, I think sometimes people are impatient because they're worried that they're not going to be able to get their point across because there's too many other people are going to get in. So I would just suggest
if your conversation sounds a little bit like two dogs barking at each other for a while,
happening,
then it's like I don't know. It's difficult for me to like pick up the pieces of what's good and what's not.
He does have one
good point, man.
And then Xanax calling after Brian like he's a lost dog. It's like Brian, hey, come here, come back, come on, big boy, come on. That's just it takes me right out of it, man. I think he knows he's doing it too, but whatever.
Anyway, Coach, you're very good at moderating. That's the one talent you have.
Well, I'm not trying to moderate. I'm just trying to talk to my friends. So you guys are my friends, and it's my birthday today, and so I just want everybody to be peaceful together, and communicate calmly, and that's all I want for my birthday. So,
happy birthday!
Hey,
man. Thank you.
Somebody, it says candle.
This is your birthday song. It's not very long. Happy birthday.
They got pills for that, man.
Nice. That was nice.
Anyhow, so everybody will get a turn. And that's what I was gonna say is
what?
Everybody get a turn, so don't rush. But at the same time, I think if we all are conscious, if we hear somebody trying to get in and then they let us get in, or we hear them trying to get in and we're still going, then just remember that somebody was trying to get in next and try to give them the right of way when because you can tell someone's getting in. So just kind of let them get in when the next turn is up instead of cutting them off.
Okay.
Seems fair.
This is your birthday today.
But that happens a lot.
It's my birthday yesterday. Nobody gives a shit, bro. I'm just kidding.
What did you want for your birthday? You should have asked, and maybe if we could have provided it. Like if you just said, all I want for my birthday is people just be a little bit nicer and don't cut people off. I think they would have done that.
Fuck's sake. It's so funny. Yeah. That's what I thought.
Yeah, I agree with you though, Zanik, that Brian. I was thinking about that too while he was talking. That it would be would actually be cool if Brian was. You know what I mean?
What? Sorry.
I think he does have some. He's got some clever ways that are getting him part of the way there. So.
Well, it's kind of like talking baby talk because you can't answer questions.
No, Zanik.
Yeah.
Don't.
He's not answering questions. He talks about how this is possible. Then he talks about sticks and shadows, and his GHA talks about
Baby talk.
Okay, so you're just gonna talk over me. Okay,
Don't
go
be a
ahead.
mole bag. Don't be a mole bag. I will talk
Okay.
over you.
Happy birthday, tough guy.
Yeah, that was yesterday.
Kosho, happy birthday.
Nobody gives a shit.
Is it really your birthday, Kosho?
Don't start talking about that's not here. But baby talk. Baby
we're
talk.
buddies, Yannick.
Have a cocktail.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Yannick, because we're buddies. So
Cunt.
I'll just tell you this. I'll tell you this. Birthdays only come once a year, and mine is this month, and this today. That part was a lie, but just take from it what you will. No.
Well, listen.
Yeah.
In the interest of being fair, is it fair to start a conversation with? See, the last guy talked. It was like talking to a baby. Is that fair? Is that fair?
We all communicate the way that we decide to
Johnny-
communicate. So it's what it is.
Kosho, fuck up. You're not stupid, bro.
Have you ever
Is it
talked to
fair?
a baby before?
Thank you.
I have. I had two of them. And when you ask them questions and they talk about something completely different, that's how babies respond to certain questions. So I don't think it was a bad comparison because you all heard him. I asked him a certain question. It was yes or no, and he didn't answer it. Sticks and shadows and three sticks. And one makes a smiley face. And
Hey, hold on, guys. Guys,
very
can we ask Jace? Can we ask Jace a question real quick? Because Jace is in here, and Bacon and Nate. Bacon and Nate Bacon had a question. Me, Nate, and Bacon were talking about it, and I'm just curious to see what maybe y'all's opinion or Jace's opinion especially is about it. But Zanik, I don't know if you were here, but if Bacon's still here, he can ask it.
Love it.
Well, Bacon's
I'm still here.
Ask the way that I did.
Oh,
Sorry, go ahead,
heat,
Bacon.
the temperature thing.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so are you here, Jace? You could listen.
Jace here? Is he
He's
gonna listen?
he's most likely listening, but he may not be able to text just right away. I would just assume that.
Well, I think it's
Although,
better to
I know,
wait
right?
so we can talk.
He's not
Hey,
really
Jace,
he's not really
you hear us?
responding.
Make your name blank for us if you're there.
For them, blink twice.
I got it. He got the signal. He's all there. So go ahead, ask it.
But no, he's been.
He blinked.
Well,
He
I mean,
blinked. Go ahead.
Zanik, you hadn't heard the question, so.
Yeah, I did.
Did he blink?
I heard the
Ask
question.
the question of the
Give
oracle.
me 1 minute.
Jace, Bacon, go ahead. He blinked. He turned his mic on and off, so he's there. So just go ahead.
Zanik, you're gonna make Zanik scratch the door up. He's gonna scratch the door up. He's gonna bite up all our shoes if we don't tell him. Because I feel you're so restless, Zanik.
No, I want to hear it. I want to hear the question. I want to hear it.
I agree. No, I agree. That we should. Let's ask it then.
You started something. Now you're like playing with me. Don't play with me. Come on. You said do it.
I'll give the short version. I'll give the very short version. I would put to Zanik before we all get hurt.
Bacon should do it. He's better qualified.
Yeah, so I'm saying, Bacon, go ahead and do it. He's going to stick to
Okay,
his
Jace, go ahead, Coach. You do it.
Very briefly, the short version. Oh, Jace is here. Jace is here. He's like, wait. Yeah, Bacon, go ahead, man.
My God, you guys, are you like he's being so lame?
I'll give Bacon I'll give Bacon 10 seconds.
He's done. He's done. He's gone. He's not
What's
gonna.
that called?
Okay, here's Bacon's question. The brief version. The brief version of Bacon's question was.
You know, if you don't do it, Coach, I'm going to do it, and I'm probably going to chop it up. So once you do, I have to jump in.
I thought you weren't even here.
I was there. Of course, I was there.
It was like talking to a baby.
Okay. Regardless, the question was very brief. Oh yeah, you were there, Zanik, because you gave part of the answer. I forgot. Okay. Anyways, it was if you have. I'm gonna give my version of it because it gives more clarity. But if you have some substance, let's call it a fish tank of gas of 1 liter of nitrogen. All right, in the it's at some temperature to start out with. Okay, well, it's got some amount of kinetic energy in there, and we're going to observe it radiating infrared. So it's going to radiate infrared continuously. And Bacon's question was, what is the mechanism, or how does this mechanism, the radiating away of
radiation, how does that create? How does that affect the atoms in the molecule that actually slow it down? Like, how does it that effect slows it down? Since it's radiating it away, you would think that, or his first impression was that it's emitting this radiation, so it should technically be increasing its momentum, but yeah, that's just like kind of his first idea, but it's evolved. So yeah, maybe Bacon should have said it because I don't think that was very clear. And if it was, then just go ahead and answer it.
I don't know how well you're going to be able to hear me right now, but if it's if it's radiating energy, it's radiating electromagnetic radiation or photons. Photons have energy, so if it's spitting out photons, then it's giving out energy, right? And when it comes to heat and the infrared photons that you're talking about, those typically come from atoms and molecules. They're rotational, vibrational, and translational modes. So they're rotations, their vibrations, and their movements from
It's a magical miracle.
point A in space to point B in space, right? And that translational motion requires kinetic energy, right? So you're basically saying they're kinetic energy in that case. So if it's radiating photons away that contain energy, some of that energy is coming from the kinetic energy of the atoms and molecules, and that's why they slow down as the temperature decreases, as they lose energy.
But I think I want to know, Jace, the mechanism for which that releasing of the electromagnetic affects the movement of the atom. How does it actually? Is it being released in a certain direction so there's exchange of momentum, or a change of momentum, or that's what the question I think was.
There's a few follow-ups. Yeah, like you said, like when it radiates this photon. In what direction does this happen? Is it random or is it in all directions? How does that behave? And then also, after you answer that, can you describe the same event, but in the case of one nitrogen atom traveling at constant velocity with no obstructions, emitting this radiation? What does it slow down, and what happens?
Well, it's not the right. It's not like the nuclei of the atom that's emitting the radiation for the most part. It's the electrons, right? So the atom doesn't change direction because the electron that emits the
You got me.
infrared photon,
Good game, dude. Fuck,
that
good game.
changes direction, but the atom doesn't, because it's much more heavier than an electron, and they're emitted in all directions because the electron has a different position x in space at any time t, right?
But then, so it's the electron that's actually changing its velocity in the shell of around the atom. It's the nucleus. It's not really the atom itself that's changing its motion. It's actually things inside the atom that are changing.
Yeah, the nuclei is also radiating, but not nearly to the extent that the electrons in the atomic orbitals are. And because the electrons are so much lighter in mass, right, they'll change direction according to, if you look at a Feynman diagram, you can kind of see that process for an electron emitting a photon. Right, they'll have momentum change and a direction change, but the atom overall will not, because the nuclei is, much, much heavier.
Okay, so let's say, did you guys explain the tank in the middle of empty space? Is that what was you guys said, Jace?
They mentioned the tank full of nitrogen.
A nitrogen atom, just traveling. Say it's the only atom in a box, right?
No, but
and it's flying.
I'm sorry, it's because there's the first example is like you have a fish tank full of hydrogen in space, and it cools down on its own. So let's say it starts at 100 Celsius, and after a certain amount of time, it's at 0 Celsius, for example. So it cool down 100 degrees. When that happens, when it's 100 degrees Celsius cooler, are are the atoms like moving slower than when it was 100 Celsius? And if so, how does the emission of the photons cause that? You know, what is the mechanism for you get from emitting photons to get the slowing down of the particles?
Yeah, the atoms are moving slower. Temperature is the average kinetic energy or the average velocity of a thermodynamic ensemble of molecules or atoms, basically, right? So if you have it at 100 degrees, those hydrogen atoms are moving much faster than hydrogen molecules or atoms, whatever they are, would be at 0 degrees. And the way that the energy, right, they're losing energy via photons. They're emitting infrared photons, which carry an energy according to E equals HF, right? So it's proportional to the frequency. That's how much energy the atoms are losing or the molecules are losing per photon emitted.
Right, but when they emit the photon, the velocity of the atom doesn't change, right?
Not really, because it's the electrons emitting the photons, not the nuclei. And the nuclei of the atom is what's going to be the main contributor to the velocity or the kinetic energy of the atom overall, and it's much heavier than the electrons. So the actual momentum change that's occurring, like from the total momentum of the atom, is extremely minuscule. It's large on the scale of the electron, but on the scale of the entire atom, it's an extremely minuscule amount of momentum that's being exchanged.
But then how do you end up with slower atoms in the end when it reaches 0 C? If the speed isn't changing, how you end up with the atoms all going slower than in the
Because it's
beginning?
not zero. It's not emitting zero energy. It's still emitting energy.
So they do slow down, but
I'm fucking up left and right.
slowly, is that it?
Yeah, like if you put like a hot, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, it depends on the temperature change.
Oh, so it's like if it's hot, then it's gonna dissipate quickly. But when it gets colder and colder, that cold is gonna be retained. It's like if you're at like 10 degrees above absolute zero in the vacuum of space, it'll take longer to lose that, to radiate that away. Is that what you're saying?
Well, all right. You have to consider the scale. Like, right, temperature, when you talk about 100 degrees versus 0 degrees Celsius, right? You're talking about temperature, which is the average kinetic energy or the average velocity of a thermodynamic ensemble of atoms or molecules. So Avogadro's number in multiples of amounts of atoms and molecules. Per individual atom or molecule, the change in velocity and the change in momentum per one photon emitted is extremely minuscule. But you have to consider that there's quadrillions upon quadrillions of atoms and molecules that are making up, the temperature contribution, and they aren't just emitting one photon, they're constantly emitting infrared photons and they don't just have one electron. There's, if it's hydrogen, then be one electron, but if it's like carbon, it would be 6. If it's oxygen, it would be 8. It's those numbers of electrons are emitting photons constantly, so it's
what does that mean?
Process.
What does an electron emitting a photon? What does that mean?
What don't you understand? You don't know what emitting means?
Well, I want you to enlighten us. What happens when an electron emits a photon?
Yeah, because it seems suspicious when you say that they're two completely different things, yet synonymous in the examples you're given.
I mean, you can talk about science all day, bro, and tell us what the photon is made of and what everything. But what does it actually mean?
Let him answer. Let him answer. 3 you guys asked the question. Let Jace answer.
Wait. Well, why are you guys just jumping on? Can you explain what happens when an electron emits a photon?
Yeah, it loses an amount of energy proportional to HF, an amount of momentum proportional to h over the wavelength.
An electron loses
And
energy and momentum and emits a photon.
those all correspond in this case because Bacon was actually asking about the velocity and the momentum, and so that's the relevance to it.
So an electron loses energy and momentum, thus creates a photon.
Sure.
And isn't a photon in QFT like just the intersection of the oscillating magnetic and electric field?
Well, in this process
Ended
of
that.
QFT, it would be a energy exchange between the electron field and the photon field.
Okay, so the electron field daps up with the photon field and then births a baby photon?
No, they are coupled together so they can interact. These are energy fields. The way they interact is by exchanging energy.
And how can I just saying that things exchange energy doesn't mean anything. So how do we
Your questions don't mean anything.
No, the only problem is that you're saying this like as if it isn't all just theoretical. So anyway, how do we just yes it is. How do we distinguish between the electron and photon? It's objectively theoretical. So how do we just
so you can measure the energy, you can measure the momentum, you can measure the velocity, all these things you can measure. All the things I talked about, you can easily measure. You can measure the point-like properties, which they disperse. So you just saying they're all theoretical is just nonsense. Just disprove
the way that
demonstrably incorrect nonsense.
Objectively and factually, you are articulating a theoretical interpretation of phenomena.
Yeah,
that
just
has
repeat
been
it.
changed 1,000 times.
Well, the thing is,
Just repeat it.
Jason,
You'll
is
be
all
right
the things
if
that
you
you
repeat
said,
it enough times.
all the things you said you can measure are just descriptors. We're asking for a definitive explanation. Neither of anything you provided actually explained anything, just described it. So can you cut the chase?
They're quantitative values.
Did you not hear me?
So an electron and a photon is just a number?
Well, normal people don't think that velocity is like some proper or some substance that I can pick up and hand to them. That's not like a normal thing. People think, right, we're talking about quantitative properties.
So properties of what?
Of the electron and the photon, and the atom overall.
Right. See, you just double spoke. So for the electron and the photon are quantitative properties of what? The electron and the photon. So we're asking, you're giving us
That's not what he said.
You're giving us
what I said at
quantitative.
all.
That's not what he said.
You're giving us, yes, it is.
You're not
You're giving
listening
us quantitative. You're giving us quantitative. Holy fuck. You're giving us quantitative descriptors, and then you're pretending you're explaining what something is.
They're quantitative values. They're properties that can be measured.
Okay, but how do you know what it is? You're saying that if there's a different energy and a different momentum, therefore you know one's an electron and one's a photon.
Yeah, because you measure the total, all of the properties of the item that you're measuring when taken all together, because we don't do things in a vacuum. You can tell that the electron is not a photon.
Witsit, come on, you can't be serious here.
Zanuck, dude, you think mass attracts mass. Stop jumping in, buddy. Okay.
Yeah, Zanuck, stay the hell out of this, dude. Trust me, I want to chime in too, but this is between Jason and Witsit, and it's a very interesting conversation. Go ahead, Carrie.
I just want you to specify for the room. So if we're going to distinguish between the two, electron and photon, specify which one has more energy and more momentum.
What do you mean? It depends on the situation.
So there are situations that the photon can have more energy than the electron and vice versa?
Well, usually if you have an electron close to the velocity of light, then the electron would have more energy because it has mass. So that's going to give it more energy.
Okay, so then the actual distinguishing factor would be mass. So then how are we determining the mass of the electron?
Well, no, it's an extra interaction that the electron, extra coupling that the electron has that photons don't have. So it's an extra source of energy that the electron's going to have if the electron and the photon are moving at the same or a very close velocity to each other with respect to each other.
Okay, so when you say that the electron coupling, would you like to explain the electron coupling, distinguishing between an electron and photon? Because I'm trying to boil down the difference here, and it seems that every time we do that, it's they both do it. So it seems like you're just actually describing different like states of energy of the same thing. You're describing different states of the same thing.
I wouldn't say so. There's a lot of differing properties between the two.
That's why I keep asking what those are, right? Like, I guess mass is the only one that we've really boiled down. So how is it that we know that this photon has no mass, but the electron has mass? You said something about coupling.
I said there's a bunch of other properties like lepton number, baryon number, weak isospin number, weak hypercharge number, isospin number, hypercharge number, and the list goes on and on. All those allow you to distinguish, along with the mass, which is the easiest way to distinguish between a photon and an electron.
Well, now you're just still describing different states of the same thing, though. So we need to focus in on the mass.
Well, those properties like isospin and hypercharge can have different states of those properties. So are we having different states of different states now? We're getting a little regress here.
No, that actually highlights the main point, which is that in order to be able to distinguish the different properties of the same thing, effectively, different states of the same thing, we've come up with quantitative constructs and we've named them, and we see a congregation of a certain spectrum of these quantitative properties. We call them an electron, and vice versa. You're saying that an electron can turn into a photon, or it just emits one?
It doesn't like magically transform, right? They're all oscillations or plane wave solutions in their respective fields. These fields are energy fields, so you can exchange energy from the electron field to the photon field, or vice versa, and those will cause their own oscillations that can then be measured, which appears to us as an electron emitting a photon in a specific case.
How do
okay,
you,
nothing
ask a quick
appears
question?
to us. Yeah, go ahead.
How do you differentiate between the photon and the electron field?
With all the properties that I was naming before, like lepton, baryon, hypercharge, weak hypercharge, isospin, weak isospin, etc., along with the spin, right? The photon is a vector, the electron, the spinner. So all of these different properties and the values that they take on, along with the mass, which is the easiest for people to measure, right? Those are how we distinguish between the two.
Wouldn't it be far more simpler just to accept the fact that it's all one and the same thing, just different modalities of expression? That's like analogous to saying ice is the field of water. Yet they're both one and the same thing, just only different due to pressure and temperature variation. So to try to speculate and saying all these things are different, but yet working together, it just seems like unnecessary complications. But what do I know?
They're demonstrably not one in the same thing, right? They even transform differently. Like the photon transforms differently, has a different symmetry group than the electron does, which means they're not the same thing. Along with all the other properties that I was naming, how for the photon, some of those are just zero. It doesn't have those properties, right? And then the different states of the properties that the particles can have, all these things allow you to determine that they are different things.
Oh my god!
I mean, that's just like saying water vapor, steam, ice, and liquid water are all very different things. I mean, I'm just hearing literally different modalities of expression with one and the same thing. But anyhow, Whitson's got something to say. Don't worry about chiming, responding to that, Jace, because you just be repeating yourself. Go ahead, Whitson.
Okay, electrons an oscillation of the electron field. The photon's an oscillation of the photon field. So, is there a difference in like quantification of the oscillation properties? Like, if we're gonna quantify the oscillation of the photon and the electron, what's the difference?
What do you mean? What's the difference? All of those properties are different. Like, there's not just something like you measure that's just called electron. You're measuring a property of the electron, and the electron has properties that are going to measure in the spinor symmetry group, whereas the photon has properties that are going to measure in accordance with the vector symmetry groups.
Okay,
so how you distinguish between them.
That's my
But
point.
that's no
Exactly.
That's no different than a toroidal force vector having a spin going two different ways depending on how you're perceiving it. I mean, it's all analogous. Anyhow, sorry, Whitson, to cut you off.
Well, that's like the whole point, right? So you're basically, when you keep saying the word electron and photon, this is my main gripe, is that people, physicists, whatever you want to call them, right? Like, you guys push the archaic terminology and then reify it as if this corporeal particle, and so then the layman like Zanuck thinks he has the intellectual superiority at that point to come in and mock people for knowing that it's bullshit. So what you're saying is you're quantifying the difference in two fields, not little corporeal particles. Right.
Hold on, give me a second.
Can I ask a question when you're done? Can I get in line?
Go ahead.
You're quantifying the properties of the particles.
Hang on, Jace. Somebody just asked if they could ask a question. Go ahead.
Let him answer the other question first, and then ask your question.
All right.
And the oscillations, right? The solutions that the oscillations take on between an electron and a photon are different, right? One's a vector solution, the photon. The other is a spinor solution, is what I was trying to get across before. So the form of the wave in the fields is different, right? It's a different kind of wave.
There you go. So it's a different
kind
type of motion.
Oscillation.
It's a different type of motion.
Okay, so I'm not that smart. I'm trying to keep up with you guys. But my question is, so people have separated like the electron and the photon, and they have given them different properties, like they've weighed them or something, so they can actually tell what they are? Is that what you're saying?
We observe different types of motion, and they call them different names.
Well, yeah, you're basically not Witsit, but the other girl is basically right. Yes, you could separate them, measure their distinctive properties, and with an electron, you can measure the mass, and that's how you determine what they are, what you're measuring.
Yeah, and they just so you know, because this is what they do to people. Okay, so they define mass as resistance to acceleration. And actually, they have like 15 different explanations of what mass is. So it's based on motion and like the resistance within that motion. So they isolate different types of motion, what they call waves. So you have oscillations or vibrations. They quantify the different types of motion, and then they call them different names so they can count them.
I still don't get what you mean by you quantify properties with it. Like you don't just like quantify an electron, right? You're quantifying the properties of the electron. And you group those different quantifications for the different properties into one singular thing that you then call the electron, and it has these properties, and the values that the electron and its properties can take on are X, Y, and Z.
That is pure wizardry, right? Because that's a false dichotomy. You're quantifying in both scenarios. You're quantifying the sub characteristics and you're quantifying the unit called the electron as well. And then you're going to say there's this many electrons, there's this many photons. So what it is a quantification construct of motion. It's a different type of excitation of the background. You guys pretend that there's not a homogeneous background that permeates all of space for whatever reason. You guys act like there's an infinite amount of different types of fields, and then you see a certain type of motion, and you're like, oh, okay, this is a photon, this is an electron. But really, it's just different types of motion. It's different modalities of background excitations.
Yep.
You guys just want to cling on to the archaic names.
They're very different.
Isn't it only like 100 fields?
Well, there's like a little over 105 if you count all the
Is that genders or fields?
You
The
count
useless
all
ones.
the antimatter and the chirality of the particles as well. If you don't count the chirality, then that number gets cut in half. But the reason why we know that they're not the same is because of their symmetry group transformations, along with for the electron, the renormalization group, right? If these were the same thing, if they were the same object, there wouldn't be these distinctive differences in the symmetry groups that they're coming from, right? Because that's the whole idea of like something like the electroweak theory and grand unification and all that, is that at these specific energy scales, these different things unite into one thing under this specific symmetry group from these original symmetry groups that they were. These two different symmetry groups unite into one, right? So we know they're different because at the current energy scale, they're in two symmetry groups and not one.
Yeah, so when you say chirality, you mean everything has a reciprocation, and the fact that all of this energy that we're quantifying has a conjugate expression actually is just an etheric theory. And this goes back to, does gravity have an equal and opposite reaction? Which we could put that on pause right now, but none of the ballers seem to understand it has to. But what you just said is, dude, that's the whole point. That's the whole point. They're different but the same, right? Like, just like he brought up water and ice. Yeah, they're different, but they're the same. They're different modalities of the same thing. We call them water and ice so that we can distinguish the different modalities, but they're the same thing. They're different and the same.
I don't think he said that.
Those
I
are
don't think he said
different
that at all.
phases, right? The analogy to water and its phases would be the universe as a whole, right? It can go through phase transitions just like water can. But what we're talking about here is not the difference in phases of water. The analogy would be the differences between different molecules like water and carbon dioxide, or nitrogen gas N2, or iodine I2, the difference between those kind of things.
Okay, so we have a background. You claim that it's comprised of a bunch of different fields that have a conjugate expression, right? And then we see physical manifestations of the excitations in the background. And there are different modalities of these excitations. We quantify them and their properties, specifically their types of motion and the energy that comes from that. And then we call them a name, a something time. We love the times. Spaghetti time. It's always something time. It's just a name. It's a unit that we came up with, a construct, to help us quantify the different modalities of energy. That's it. So it's actually all coming from this unseen background. There's an excitation within that background, and then we quantify the different ways that expresses. Right? I mean, that's the same. That is what QFT is. QFT is an ether, except it says it doesn't like the word. But the people in here pretend that photons and electrons are little corporeal objects, and you use the word object, but it's not an object.
Oh, Q of T is much more specific than the ether. It describes very specific things with specific properties, and those things happen to be different because of specific reasons that I've given. I'm not going to repeat myself.
Okay, so you agree that they're not objects.
I'll agree that they're not like tennis balls that I could pick up and throw at you. No, they're not an object in that sense.
You mean in the only sense? Yeah, they're not objects. So they're just movement. You're just quantifying different types of movement. And if they can all become unified under a certain state, they're all the same thing. Just like I can melt an ice cube.
Go make a CRT work with a photon with an electron. Go ahead.
There's only like 2 properties that actually correspond to any kind of movement when there's 100 different properties that these things have. They're not related to movement.
Dude, I can drop 4 papers right now that say the photon and the electron are the same thing in different states from your own paradigm.
Go ahead. That's not the accepted, it's not what's been experimentally verified. I can tell you that.
Oh, so has there been experimental validation that contradicts that?
Yeah, CRT.
The last thing, so the people come up with different kinds of theories all the time. There's like Kaluza-Klein theory. There's the Klein-Gordon theory. Just because there's published papers on these things doesn't mean that's what is the experimentally verified position right now.
See, and that's the point, right? This is the bigger point. You guys will dismiss any speculation by saying, where's the peer-reviewed paper? Then when you have a peer-reviewed paper, but you can call it fringe, now that dude's a quack and Xenix's superior to him, and that dude's an idiot, blah, 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 blah. So credentials matter when it fits within your archaic layman explanation, the one that doesn't want to update, right? You get to handpick whose credentials matter, what peer review actually holds weight, because it's based on acceptance. What's the accepted idea?
Well,
I
didn't say any of that. Ideas are perfectly fine. That's what theoretical physicists and theoretical chemists do, is they publish ideas into the peer-reviewed literature for experimental physicists and experimental chemists to then test. That's what they do. So there's nothing wrong with that, but you shouldn't go touting that is these ideas that are, whether they're published in peer review or not, doesn't really matter. You shouldn't be touting that that's the truth when they haven't been experimentally verified in any way.
So now peer review doesn't matter. And if you would apply that same exact critique to your own position.
Stop.
No, if you just said whether it's peer reviewed or not doesn't really matter.